Chapter 181 Mutually Restrained Relationship. Hey. Holding the books from the God realm in his hand, Xian asked Luoxi. Is it really impossible for Nian to be the supreme god? Xian really wanted to figure this out. If Nian is the supreme god, then all the conditions for my summoning are no longer a mystery. Right? Xian thinks so. Indeed. If there are other ways to start the ceremony besides the 3 ways mentioned above, then it can only be the supreme god himself. Luoxi naturally understood what Xian meant. If it is the supreme god, it would be easy to start the ceremony of summoning the hero alone. After all, the ceremony itself was created by the supreme god and sealed at the end of the god realm by the supreme god. Not only can only the supreme god himself enter the barrier, but even the magic power required for the ceremony, the supreme god may be able to satisfy it alone. Since the ritual of summoning the hero is activated by the magic of the world itself, how can the supreme god, as the existence that created the world, not meet the conditions for using the ritual? Therefore, if there is really a 4th way to summon the hero, it must be the supreme god himself who summoned it. And if it is the supreme god himself who summoned, the ritual does not need to rely on the magic of the world itself, and it will not cause a huge commotion. In view of this, as long as Nian is the supreme god, then all the conditions of Xian being summoned are in line with the facts. But let's not talk about the fact that the goddess Nian you mentioned is different from the rumored supreme god. Just talk about the summoning behavior itself. What is the motive? Luoxi raised the most fundamental question. As mentioned before, the only natural enemy of the supreme god Omnis is the Demon King. And she only cares about the Demon King. Apart from the Demon King, nothing can threaten this almighty goddess. Even if the world is destroyed, Omnis can restore it in a snap. Even if life is cut off, Omnis can revive everyone in an instant. And at worst, she can create new life and a new race. As long as the things that disappeared were not caused by the power of the devil, the supreme god Omnis can control everything about them at will. This is the so-called omnipotence. To put it bluntly, there is nothing that cannot be done in this world. Even the other worlds mentioned earlier. The reason why Omnis cannot interfere is because those worlds themselves are independent concepts. Not accepted by the mystery. Not recognized by the mystery. Not able to resist the mystery. But the mystery itself does not exist, and is excluded by the mystery. Just like the branches and leaves that have fallen from the tree. They will no longer absorb nutrients. And naturally, no matter how much water is poured, it will not grow into what you want. Therefore, the supreme god Omnis is truly omnipotent. But there are natural enemies. And the devil is the natural enemy. Now, the devil is gone, defeated by the holy sword of the hero. And the supreme god Omnis also uses her power to suppress the devil's resurrection. From the perspective of faith, the possibility of the devil's resurrection has been cut off. And the natural enemy has been eliminated. No matter how you think about it, there will be no need for this omnipotent goddess to secretly summon the hero. Since there is no need, how can we think that it was this goddess who summoned Xian? It is precisely because she is too omnipotent that we can't imagine what happened. And the supreme god secretly started the ritual of summoning the hero and summoned you. Luoxi expressed her opinion. There is no motive, no reason, no imagination, no judgment. So the possibility that Nian is the supreme god Omnis, I believe, will be very low in the eyes of anyone. This is Luoxi's idea. And Vivian's idea. Right? Otherwise, these two people would not have been so decisive in excluding the possibility that the supreme god was involved in this summoning incident last time. Now, Luoxi is not so sure. Because, if even the existence of the 3 goddesses knows nothing about this matter, then we can only think that only the existence of the supreme god can touch the inside story of this time. The only question is, if it is really the supreme god who took action. What is the reason? What is the reason? And what happened? If these questions are not solved, it will never be certain that Nian, who summoned the hero, is the supreme god Omnis. Is there any other threat? Xian thought about it and said, even if there is no natural enemy like the Demon King, don't we still have heroes? Xian's meaning is very simple. Is it possible that the existence of heroes poses a threat to the supreme god Omnis? Xian does not believe that all heroes are good people. According to the general routine, there may be heroes who go astray, or heroes who kill the Demon King and are eroded by the power of the Demon King, and then turn into a big boss. Isn't that also possible? Such a hero poses a threat to the supreme god Omnis. So Omnis needs to restart the hero summoning to deal with the threatening hero. Is this possible? You really dare to think so? Luoxi seemed to be shocked by Xian's imagination. and then hurriedly said, "But I must tell you that your imagination is meaningless?" "Why?" Sheen immediately raised the question. "Because even a hero can't threaten the supreme god," Luo Shi said bluntly, "although the hero's holy sword can defeat the devil and the demons, and use the sacred power to cause damage to them, and make them unable to revive. It has no such effect on the gods. In this case, even if the hero is strong enough to kill the supreme god, the supreme god can be resurrected in a breath, and cannot be defeated at all. The hero, the devil, and the goddess are actually in a mutually restraining relationship. The hero's holy sword can defeat the devil. The devil can invalidate the goddess's power, and the goddess can ignore the threat of the hero. Therefore, the hero is the natural enemy of the devil. The devil is the natural enemy of the goddess, and the goddess is the natural enemy of the hero. This is the relationship between the three. Of course, the hero you mentioned is eroded by the power of the devil, which is impossible, because the holy sword will immediately eliminate this erosion. The hero who has fallen into evil ways may even be resisted by the sacred power of the holy sword, causing the holy sword to break and disappear. After all, the holy sword is the power born from the concept of the hero. If it falls into evil ways, the hero will no longer be a hero. Without the concept of being a hero, the holy sword will naturally disappear. How can such a hero threaten the supreme god? Luo Shi said a long paragraph in one breath and comforted Sheen. Don't think too much. Instead of thinking about something that is impossible to happen, you might as well consider the possibility of the Demon King's resurrection. Didn't the goddess named Nian say that the purpose of summoning you is to defeat the Demon King? Even if the Demon King is really impossible to be resurrected, it has been confirmed that your matter involves the secrets of the Supreme God. So any possibility must be considered. Luo Shi's words made Xian fall into silence again. Alas! In the end, Xian could only sigh, look at the scenery outside the window, and mutter to himself, "I really hope that my life can also be cheated." Chapter 182. Brain-filling is the most deadly. After that, Xian and Luo Shi stopped talking about the topic of the hero, the goddess, and the devil. There are still too many mysteries now, and there will be no results if they continue to talk. In this case, what the two should do next will not change. I will continue to help you inquire about the news in the God realm, and if there is any gain, I will definitely inform you as soon as possible. Luo Shi is ready to act like this, and Xian is simpler. In any case, it is right to continue to improve your strength. Again, no matter what happens in the future, without strength, even if the mystery is finally solved, you will not have the power to solve the problem. Therefore, in order to better protect himself and the people he wants to protect in any event that is likely to happen in the future, Xian must improve his strength. The premise of doing whatever you want is to be strong enough, and Xian wants to do whatever he wants. Then, becoming stronger becomes a very necessary thing. Fortunately, Xian may not have cheats in life, but he has several cheats in growth. Therefore, for Xian, becoming stronger is not a difficult thing. After making this decision, Xian stopped talking about it, just accepted the book brought back by Luo Shi, and then changed the subject and started talking about some irrelevant things. Luo Shi seemed to have noticed Xian's thoughts, knowing that he didn't want to continue thinking about it. So she also emptied her mind and relaxed herself, chatting with Xian. Of course, it was actually Xian who was talking and Luo Shi was listening. The cause was Luo Shi's words. What is the other world like? Her Highness the Princess showed her full curiosity like this. So, Xian talked endlessly. What? There are princesses in the other world? And princesses in the other world like to bathe in rivers or lakes. That's why someone will pick up their clothes. That person is the perfect match for the princess? Why? Huh? There is a princess named Snow White who eats and sleeps all day long? She only eats apples every day? She sleeps after eating? And she won't get up unless a man kisses her? How can this princess be so shameless? You said that the princess finally married the 7 dwarfs instead of the prince who stepped on the colorful cloud? What kind of magic prop is the colorful cloud? And how can a princess marry 7 people? I have never heard of it. In the end, the prince was so angry that he jumped into the river to commit suicide. But the goddess felt sorry for him and didn't want to see him die like this. So she turned the prince into a frog and let him spend his life freely in the water? Don't you think this prince is a bit pitiful? Luo Shi was almost dumbfounded listening to the so-called stories of the other world that Xian talked about endlessly. Those stories were enough to crush Luo Shi's worldview and make Luo Shi look confused. Luo Shi did not doubt that Xian was lying to her. After all, as mentioned earlier, there was no mystery in the other world. It was not accepted by mystery. Nor was it tolerated by mystery. It was independent of all mysteries. Logically, there could not be any magic props with colorful clouds and goddesses who could turn princes into frogs. However, Sheen's expression was extremely serious and solemn, as if these things really existed, which made Luoshi confused and confused. As a result, Luoshi could only listen to Sheen's nonsense, and she began to listen with relish. There was no way, although it was strange, the stories that Sheen told were indeed something Luoshi had never heard of. In the words of many netizens, these stories are actually quite interesting if you read them without thinking. There is definitely no problem in having fun. If you want to be reasonable, you will probably live a very unhappy life. In view of this, Luoshi abandoned logic and simply listened to Xian's narration as an interesting story and thing, which was naturally very interesting. Xian was not polite either. In fact, in addition to being the heir of Zan, I am also a master of deception. Xian said that he was a person of status. In this way, if he didn't deceive the princess, wouldn't it be unworthy of his title of Little White Dragon in the Waves? In summary, Xian and Luoshi were willing to fight, and the other was willing to suffer. And in the end, everyone was naturally happy and satisfied. This led to the fact that the sun was almost setting, and Xian had not come out of Luoshi's room, which made the noble young masters, who had been waiting outside to see the situation, almost cry. Why did it take so long? Why did that adventurer stay in the room of Her Highness Luoshi Lucy for so long? What were they doing in such a long period of time? I don't know. No one has ever stayed in the princess room for so long before. Even Layla from the Lazahad family has never stayed there for so long. Damn it! Come out now. These noble young masters didn't know what they were thinking. They were almost going to collapse collectively. Now, even a fool would know that all the commissions and tasks were fake. Do we need to talk about those things for so long? After so long, you can have a child. Right? This made many noble young masters unable to bear it. One by one, they wanted to go in and knock on the door. But they were stopped by the female knights guarding the door. His Highness said that he would not receive anyone except Mr. Sheen today. Everyone, you should go back. Don't disturb His Highness. The upright words of the female knights finally became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Sheen. Right? I'll remember you. Let's wait and see. A group of noble young masters left cursing. It was not until the sun went down, dusk fell, and the sky was dyed red by the sunset that Rosie reluctantly sent Xian out of the room. Next time, you are not allowed to come to see me so late. Do you hear? Before leaving, Rosie warned Xian like this. Okay. Next time, I will tell you a story about an uncle called the Big Bad Wolf, who wanted to eat a cute little girl called Little Red Riding Hood. But it turned out that Little Red Riding Hood was actually her grandmother in disguise. And the Big Bad Wolf was eaten by Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother. Xian agreed very readily this time, as if he had found some fun in life. The two said goodbye reluctantly, and people who didn't know would think that their relationship was very close. Then, Xian left the palace and went to the West District Noble District. The sun was about to go down, and I didn't know if Aie was still waiting here. Xian glanced at the sky and finally remembered that there was a really cute little girl waiting for him, holding the divine book he received from Luoshi. He quickened his pace and headed towards Lilith Dessert's shop. However, when Xian arrived here, the scene that appeared in front of him stunned him. Chapter 183: The Enemy That Cannot Be Let Go. Ah! Woo! Accompanied by such sounds of painful groans. In the street in front of Lilith Dessert's shop, figures were lying there one after another, almost covering the entire street. Some of these people were dressed gorgeously, obviously nobles. Some were fully equipped, obviously guards. And there were knights from the Knights Templar, who were also lying among them, rolling slightly on the ground as if they were knocked down, looking like they were in pain. And Aie stood in the middle of such a miserable situation, holding a pillow in one hand and a dessert in the other, still chewing it bit by bit, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him, or that this level of miserable situation was simply irrelevant to him. And he seemed so comfortable. What's going on? Xian was stunned. How come this place has become like this after he left for a while? Huh? Aie seemed to have noticed Xian's return. She turned her head and looked at him standing there, and walked over leisurely. Have you finished your business? Aie stepped over the people on the ground and came to Xian, asking casually. It looked as if nothing had happened. I am back. Xian responded a little slowly, and then said in astonishment, What's wrong with these people? What's going on? Aie didn't understand what Xian meant. tilted her head, and said, "Didn't you ask me to beat them away?" "Me?" Xian pointed at his nose, and then remembered. Before leaving, I did tell Aie not to go far and not to be deceived. If someone came up to talk to her and asked her to play together, she would just punch the other person away. In other words, these guys became like this because they chatted with you? Xian opened his eyes wide. Yeah. Aie nodded slowly and said, at first, it was just a few guys who were dressed very annoyingly, laughed very annoyingly, and even spoke in an annoying tone. They asked me to go with them, saying that they had something fun to teach me. I beat them away. And then the guards around them wanted to come over to surround me. So I beat those guards away. And the Knights of the Knights happened to patrol this area. Seeing that I beat these annoying guys away, they wanted to take me away. So I beat them all away. So, it became like this. Hearing Aie's words, Xian was speechless for a moment. What's wrong? After seeing Xian's stunned look, Aie frowned and said, didn't you ask me to do this? Is there a problem? It seems that this little guy is doing this because of Xian's instructions. In response, Xian just wanted to say, of course no problem. Although things were somewhat beyond Xian's expectations, she was also very honest in carrying out Xian's instructions. For such an honest and obedient little Lolita, Xian only wanted to say nice. However, it was a bit of a big deal. Not to mention that some nobles were beaten. Even the Knights of the Knights were knocked to the ground. If this matter spread, it would definitely attract the Order Guardians of the capital to come and punish. Or some nobles would come to seek revenge and cause trouble. So, wait for me. I will help you clean up the mess. Xian handed the books of the God Realm in his hand to Aie first, and then walked towards the person lying on the ground. Aie took the books as if it didn't matter, and only paused slightly after seeing the cover of the book, and looked at Xian. Xian has already started to clean up the mess. How to clean up the mess? It's very simple. First wake up those nobles. Then wake up the leader of the knights. Before these guys can pursue the matter, put the royal token in front of them. Then, they became very sensible. Not only did they apologize one by one, but they also ran away without saying a word, not daring to pursue the matter anymore. After doing all this, Xian took the pendant and muttered, in fact, this thing is quite useful. This is a fact. However, the more Xian used it, the faster the fact that he received the royal token from Luo Shi would be exposed. And then, there would be trouble. Well, at that time, everything would be the same as before, and we would just hit each other with stones and marbles, and give them a wave of sourness. Xian put away the pendant, and returned to Aie. It's been a long time. Xian smiled at Aie, just like a dad with a baby. Aie shook his head, returned all the books in his hand to Xian, and said nonchalantly, are you investigating the matter of the hero? Did you see it? Xian was startled for a moment, then shrugged and said, I just took a look. You can't get a few books like this just by taking a look? Aie looked at Xian, smiled, and said, these books may not be so precious in the God realm, but they are still very precious in the human world. Many things recorded on them are secrets that have not been spread in the human world. It is estimated that many people in power will want to get them at all costs. Is that so? Xian was really surprised and said, are these books so precious? At least, this is the case in this world. Aie nodded and said, of course. It is nothing in the God realm and the demon realm. This level of secrets has long been no secret between the God and demon races. So that's it. Xian sighed and said, what do you think of the hero? Xian just asked casually. However, Aie thought about it seriously. In the past, I regarded them as enemies that must not be let go. Aie said, they are the natural enemies of the demons. The holy swords born from their bodies are the most deadly weapons for the demons. Once they are cut by the holy sword, even the strongest demons will be seriously injured. If they are killed by the holy sword, they can never be resurrected. Not even the demon king. In view of this, in the past, Aie can be said to be one of the people who are most wary of the heroes. His hostility towards the heroes is even stronger than that of the demon king, which led to his desperate attacks several times, and finally his heroic record of killing 2 heroes. So, the demons are very sensitive to the existence of heroes. If a hero appears, it will definitely irritate some people's nerves, causing the demons' policies to change. Right? Aie seemed to have a hint and said, there seems to be a little girl in this royal capital who is known as a modern hero. She irritated many people's nerves. 10 years ago, the old demon faction appeared here, largely because they wanted to kill her. Is that so? Xian was silent for a while. Then asked Yi, "What do you think of a hero now?" Xian asked this question. Yi looked at Xian steadily, and then laughed after a while. "I don't know myself." Yi gave this answer. Chapter 184 exposed again. Don't know? Yi's speech surprised Xian a little, but Yi's face was very calm and indifferent. And she told Xian that what she just said should be what she really thought. There was a time when I hated the hero very much. Yi's voice slowly reached Xian's ears. Because of the hero, the most important person to be passed away. At that time, I even wanted to destroy the whole world. Or rather, if the sisters around me hadn't stopped me, I would have done so. Yi made a very scary statement, which made Xian feel like swallowing his saliva. However, soon, Yi's tone changed. Later, when I was trapped in the abyss of hatred and couldn't extricate myself, I saw it. I saw that all the demons were laughing because the war was over. I saw everyone around me dancing with joy because they no longer had to go to the battlefield. At that time, I realized that the demons were the same as people of other races. Even if they admired strength, they did not all like to fight with others and get their hands stained with blood. What the hero did ultimately brought peace to the three races and the end of the long-standing war. So, I woke up, gave up, and no longer fed on hatred, but guarded the peace of the demon world with her other sisters. Such Yi seemed to no longer hate the hero, and let go of the sadness and pain of the past. So, if you ask me how I view the hero now, I don't know. Yi said this very seriously. In the past, I only saw the hero's strength, threats, and all the hateful killings he did. Now, I suddenly want to see, unlike us gods, humans, and demons who have been in dispute since ancient times. What exactly do the heroes from another world fight for, and what are they fighting for? What kind of person is a real hero? I want to know a little bit. Yi said all her thoughts. Hearing this, Xian finally couldn't help it. I said, "Miss Yi?" Xian said weakly, "Could it be that you actually know me?" It has been said to this point. How could Xian not find out that Yi is likely to come for him? Moreover, this little girl seems to know that he is a hero? This made Xian become a little timid, and he asked Yi for confirmation. As a result, this was exchanged for a look from Yi. Your holy sword has been sealed with a seal ring for heroes. Right? Yi glanced at the holy sword hanging on Xian's waist, and said lightly, "This is good. Remember not to untie it casually, so that your identity will not be exposed too easily." In other words, regardless of others, has Xian been exposed in front of Yi? Xian really wanted to curse. Why is it exposed again? Is his ability to hide his identity so bad? At this moment, Xian really wanted to ask those protagonists who like to play the pig and eat the tiger. How do you keep playing? When I read novels before, I couldn't wait to see those protagonists who played the pig to reveal their identities, to shock the world, and feel happy. In the end, I don't know how long I waited for this pleasure. Now thinking back, Xian really doesn't understand why they can play for so long. Is there no smart person in those novels? Or am I too stupid to keep up with the pace of my predecessors? Or is it just the plot? What the hell? Xian, who was a little broken inside, wondered, "Then where are you from? My Miss Yi?" Xian really began to doubt Yi's identity. Originally, I thought Yi was an incredible big shot. But now it seems that this little girl's background seems to be even higher. "Don't call me Mississippi," Yi suddenly said with some dissatisfaction. And then said, "Just guess it yourself." Leaving this, Yi walked forward. "Wait." Xian hurriedly followed, and after hesitating for a while, he still said weakly, "My dear sister Yi, where are you going?" Hearing this, Yi did not answer Xian's question, but reacted to Xian's address. "Sister?" Yi said unexpectedly and curiously, "This title is good. In the past, I was the only one who called others sister. Now finally someone calls me sister. You can call me like this in the future." Yi was very satisfied with this title. Obviously, Yi did not want to be treated as a child by others, and she did not want to be too polite by others. Xian's sister just hit Yi's preferences. But Xian certainly wouldn't do that. "Sister, you're so stupid. I'll call you Sister Yi from now on." Xian rolled his eyes and continued to ask, "You haven't told me yet. Where are you going?" Yi frowned cutely, muttered and called her sister while saying, "I'll go back with you." "Go back?" Xian's mouth twitched, and he said cautiously, "Could it be that you want to?" "Well, live with you." Yi said with a normal expression. I said, I want to understand you heroes. So isn't this more convenient? Is this really convenient? Xian rubbed his temples and said, Yi should be a person of great origin. Right? Can someone like you walk around alone outside casually? Even if he thought with his knees. Xian could think of hundreds of scenes where people around Yi went crazy looking for her. After all, the disappearance of big people is always the most troublesome. Besides, will no one find out your identity? Sister Yi? Xian was not without worry. Yi, on the other hand, looked unconcerned. Don't worry. Let's not talk about the time in the demon world. In the human world, there are only a handful of people who have seen me, and no one will recognize me. Yi said, if it was Sister Sarah, it would not work. She has always been the one representing the demon world to communicate with the human world and the divine world. Her appearance should have been spread in the human world a long time ago. And no one does not know her. Unlike me, I usually do not interfere in the affairs of the human world and the divine world. Even the affairs of the demon world are handed over to subordinates. I often take naps in the city. Even if I walk outside, it is unlikely to be recognized. Otherwise, Yi would not have stayed in the capital until now, and no one came to find her. As for Yi's subordinates, they might still think I was sleeping when they found that I was gone. They didn't know how long it had been. Yi said disapprovingly. Besides, when they really come, I can just send them away. After that, Yi walked forward on her own. Alas, Xian could only sigh and follow Yi. Just think of it as a real kidnapping of a lowly home. Chapter 185 The Guardian of the Kingdom? When it was almost completely dark, Xian brought Yi back to the Lazahat family. At this time, in the courtyard of the Lazahat family, Vivian, TL, Lumia and Melika were all present, sitting together and tasting black tea. Why are they all here? Xian walked forward with some surprise. In the past few days since arriving in the capital, although everyone lived under the same roof, they rarely gathered together except for eating. Vivian seemed to have gone to greet acquaintances in the capital, and reported to the Adventurers Guild, asking the guild to send a letter to Lemidgen, contacting Lely, and was responsible for handing over to Burin to discuss the audience later. TL would wander outside all day, attracting those nobles who were hostile to her to find trouble with her. So as to hone herself, Lumia and Melika hang out together all day, and from time to time, they go out to the streets to see the local customs and hot-selling products in the capital. So, it is probably the first time in the past few days that they have gathered together outside of eating. Welcome back. Vivian turned her head and looked at Sean, who was coming forward, and smiled at him gently. Welcome back. Melika was still chatting happily, but when she saw Sean appear, she suddenly became a little restrained. She was shy and blushed, and she greeted Sean shyly. Lumia still looked shy and didn't dare to speak. Tyr just glanced at Sean and said nothing. It was completely impossible to tell that she was someone who had met Sean frankly several times. The four girls still have such distinct personalities, forming a beautiful landscape. But soon, the four of them also noticed Aie, who was following Xian. Wow! So cute. Seeing Aie, who was following Xian obediently with a pillow in her arms, Lumia and Melika's eyes lit up instantly, and their faces showed love. Even Tyr couldn't help but look at her sideways, obviously attracted by Aie's cuteness. Who is this child? Vivian also looked at Aie with great love, and asked Xian in surprise. However, before Xian could speak, Aie spoke first. I seem to know you. Aie seemed to have been looking at Vivian from the beginning, and it was not until this time that she suddenly said, Are you the famous guardian of the kingdom? As soon as these words came out, Vivian's face froze. Tyr's eyes next to her also condensed, and the look she gave Aie showed a slight change. Guardian of the kingdom? Rumia and Melika just stood there in a daze, their faces full of confusion. Guardian? Even Xian was a little confused by this sudden word. The atmosphere at the scene was silent and heavy for a moment because of Aie's words. It was not until a while later that Vivian regained her composure and looked at Aie. May I ask who you are? Vivian stood up and no longer looked at Aie like a child, but looked very serious. This attitude seemed to satisfy Aie. Call me Aie. Aie's eyes swept over Vivian, Tyr, Lumia and Melika, and paused on Lumia before speaking. Except for one person. You all seem to be a little special. In this case, it's okay to give you the right to call me by my name. Aie answered like this. Vivian couldn't help but look at Xian. Well? Xian scratched his cheek, spread his hands, and said, Since I said so, let's do it. We will probably get along for a while. So there is no need to pursue too much. Hearing this, Vivian was silent for a while, then relaxed her face and nodded. Got it. Vivian smiled gently at AIE again and said, Then I will call you Miss AIE from now on. Why Miss? AIE said dissatisfiedly, Just call me by my name. Right? It seems that this girl is dissatisfied with all the titles with little. However, Vivian shook her head. This is not okay. Vivian said, We still have to abide by basic etiquette. Really? AIE was silent for a while, then said expressionlessly, In that case, it's up to you. Thank you very much. Vivian did as she said and saluted. At this time, Tyr also spoke. What does it mean that we will probably have to spend some time together? Tyr asked bluntly. Is it possible that this child will live here next? I welcome it. Lumia and Melika also reacted. Although they didn't know what the situation was, they expressed their love for AI as they did at the beginning. Vivian also looked at Xian again, her eyes full of questions. Xian hesitated for a moment and glanced at AI. AI just looked over and met Xian's eyes, allowing Xian to see the urging in the other's eyes. At the moment, Xian sighed. Sorry, Vivian. I may cause you some trouble. Xian asked Vivian, Can you please tell Uncle Migas to let AI live here temporarily? Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Vivian. Are you sure? Vivian did not agree outright, but did not refuse either. She just said, Miss AI should be from a prominent family. Is it okay for her to live here? Obviously, even though she didn't know AI's identity, Vivian, like Xian, saw from AI's words and deeds that he was not an ordinary person. No problem. Xian answered very readily, but his expression was not as straightforward as his speech. Instead, he said uncertainly, Should it be? What do you mean by should? Vivian smiled bitterly. Don't worry. AI spoke again and said lightly, It will be fine. I don't want to make any trouble here. I won't do anything except stay with this man. AI stated her position. But? Why should I stay with Mr. Xian? Yes. Yes. Lumia and Melika blinked, not knowing why. Tyr was silent. Only his eyes kept examining AI. Vivian was silent too, and Xian felt a little uncomfortable. Will I be considered a Lolita lover? Xian was struggling with this. Fortunately, in addition to Lumia and Melika, Vivian and Tyr had some ideas about AI's identity, so they did not think that Xian had done anything to AI, which made this cute little girl decide to stay here. Finally, Vivian also sighed, and then smiled. I understand. Then I will go and tell Uncle Migas, and I should be able to get permission. In this way, AI moved into the Razahad family very smoothly. What kind of impact will this bring? No one knows. Chapter 186, A Huge Treasure. During dinner, under Vivian's introduction, Migas met Ai. However, Ai seemed to have no interest in Migas. Even when Migas talked to her, she basically did not respond, as if she felt that she would not have any intersection with this person, or did not want to have any intersection. Her expression was indifferent, and it could even be said to be indifferent, which made Migas helpless. However, Migas did not pursue it at all. As the president of the Adventurers Guild, and one of the left and right arms of the royal family, Migas had a keen eye and could naturally see that Ai was extraordinary. It is better to say that Ai's mature tone and the style of her every move, which were obviously inconsistent with her appearance, made it easy to see that she was not an ordinary little girl. In Xian's words, Our little Ai is very stylish. At least, in front of outsiders. In view of this, Migas not only did not pursue AI's attitude at all, but like Vivian, he did not treat AI as a child at all. Not only did he fulfill his courtesy, but he also took the initiative to invite AI to stay. This series of actions made AI feel a lot of favor towards Migas, and her expression eased a lot. Later, she would reply to Migas from time to time, obviously recognizing Migas initially. After dinner, an episode that was not big or small, but had to be mentioned happened. Let's go to the big bathhouse to take a bath together. AI? Yes. Yes. Lumia and Melika invited AI like this. Bathing? AI frowned, as if she felt disgusted, and said directly, No, I don't take a bath with others, and I don't like taking a bath. AI refused very straightforwardly, without even the slightest hesitation. Oh! Lumia didn't expect to be rejected so straightforwardly, and was a little at a loss. Why? Yes. Melika was also surprised, and said, Everyone is happy to take a bath together. Ai. The two girls seemed to have been completely captured by Ayi's cuteness, and they didn't even want to leave her behind when taking a bath. Of course, Xian on the side really wanted to say something. Since everyone is so happy to take a bath together, why don't I have a share? Such differential treatment is really hateful. Unfortunately, Xian can say such words in his heart, but he dare not say them directly in front of the girls. It's nothing. I'm afraid of being beaten. It's okay. I still have Tyr. Xian looked at Tyr beside him and felt a little comforted. Tyr sat there, drinking tea calmly, without any intention of joining the girls. And the girls didn't invite Tyr because Tyr didn't agree every time. The reason, of course, is that he wants to do this kind of good thing with a certain wolf. Fortunately, Tyr is very taciturn, and he usually doesn't bother to explain when he refuses Lumia and Melika's invitation. So this matter has not been exposed. Otherwise, Xian feels that he may still be beaten. Ai, who didn't know all this, showed an embarrassed expression on her face for the first time under Lumia and Melika's desperate invitation. I really don't like taking a bath with others. Ai resisted from the bottom of her heart. With such resistance, not to mention Xian, even Vivian was curious. Why? Miss Ai? Vivian tentatively asked, is it because we offended? Vivian seemed to think that Ai didn't want to take a bath with people whose status was so much lower than her. Well, no. Ai frowned, and it was obvious that she didn't want to be seen as someone who was arrogant because of her status. So she could only say, it's just that every time I take a bath with my sisters, they always stare at me. And the reaction afterwards is also very big. I don't like that situation very much. Everyone was puzzled. Why do you have to stare at Ai when you take a bath? Because she's too cute? Everyone, including Xian, thought so. Seeing this, Ai seemed to not want to explain too much, and sighed silently, saying so. Forget it. Just this time. As she said this, Ai jumped down from her seat lightly. Where is the bathhouse? Hearing this, Lumia and Melika showed joy. Here. Let's go together. Ai. At that moment, Lumia and Melika came to Ai's side, and happily took Ai with them, heading towards the bathhouse. Sean, Vivian and Tyr watched the three people leave, without thinking too much, and started chatting at the table. As for Mijas, he had already claimed that he had official business to attend to, so he went back to the study. Only Sean, Vivian and Tyr were left in the restaurant, chatting with each other. Just then, the door of the restaurant was pushed open. Woohoo! So scary. I saw that Lumia and Melika had actually returned, with a stream of hot and steam coming out of their bodies, as if they had already taken a bath. But their expressions were very depressed, and even their eyes were wet, as if they had lost to someone in an important step in their lives. And their eyes were full of tears, and they were about to cry. What happened to you two? You two took a quick shower this time. Vivian and Tyr looked at Lumia and Melika like this, and showed a look of surprise. Xian didn't expect Lumia and Melika to come back so soon. Girls take a long time to take a bath, and Lumia and Melika are no exception. They have never taken a bath so quickly before. What happened? Who would have thought that when Xian was thinking this? Lumia and Melika had already thrown themselves on Vivian and Tyr with tears in their eyes. I can't win. That level. I lost to a child who looked only 12 or 13 years old. And I lost so ridiculously. I was so unwilling. Lumia and Melika said inexplicable words with tears in their eyes, which confused everyone, until a very dissatisfied sigh came. That's why I said that I don't like to bathe with others. Ai also came in, still holding the pillow in her arms, with an unhappy face. Woo! Woo wow! Lumia and Melika looked at Ai like this, and their eyes seemed to turn to Ai involuntarily, looking at her holding the pillow, or the body blocked by the pillow. And they really cried this time. This time, Vivian and Tyr seemed to understand something, looked at each other, and then came to Ai. Xian's side of Ai was blocked by Vivian and Tyr, so Xian could no longer see Ai. In this situation, Xian saw that Vivian and Tyr said something to Ai, and then seemed to pull out the pillow that Ai had been holding, and saw Ai's whole body. This, the next second, Vivian and Tyr seemed to gasp. Then, the two laughed bitterly. So that's it. This is really a gift. No wonder you need to carry a pillow. If you don't block it, you will definitely be stared at by all the men. Vivian and Tyr seemed to have realized some cruel fact, or an extremely enviable situation. While returning the pillow to Ai, they smiled bitterly. On the side, Xian was full of curiosity. What happened? At the scene, it seemed that only Sean did not know what happened. Sean only knew that after that, including Vivian, all the girls dared not take a bath with AI again. And Tyr, who took a bath with Sean, only gave him one sentence. Taking a bath with AI hurts a woman's self-esteem. Apart from that, Tyr was unwilling to say anything. This mystery was not solved until a long time later. After solving it, Sean felt that God had given him a huge treasure. Chapter 187 Stringer. Just when she met AI and welcomed AI into the Razahat family, a meeting that would be closely related to Sheen was also taking place in one of the noble mansions in the capital. This noble mansion is the villa of the Stringer family in the capital. Stringer is a duke family in the kingdom of Mitra, and is also a noble with relatively large power and authority in the duke family. Its territory is in the north of the kingdom, located on the border, bordering the neighboring Ragnar Empire. As a border noble, it has always guarded the territory for the kingdom. In the past, it has made the Ragnar Empire's several attacks end in defeat, which is quite powerful. In addition, the Stringer family is still a duke family, a relative of the royal family. Although the blood relationship is very weak, there is no doubt that Stringer's ancestors were once members of the royal family. Therefore, even the current king has to call the head of the Stringer family his brother. Needless to say, the power of this family is not much less than that of the Lazahat family and the Albion family. Under such circumstances, the current head of the Stringer family, Barry, has a very outstanding son. His name is Linjo Stringer. He is 25 years old this year. However, he came to the capital 2 years ago through the recommendation of the Stringer family and joined the Knights of the Guards, becoming a Knight of the Guards who protects the royal family and the kingdom. Those who can join the Knights of the Guards must either be invited by the direct line of the royal family, or have a level above 70 and obtain strong recommendations from the nobles. In other words, as early as 2 years ago, when he was only 23 years old, Linjo had successfully promoted to level 70. Now, 2 years later, there are rumors that Linjo's level has exceeded 75, and he has learned the magic sword skill, becoming one of the best among the Knights of the Guards. Such talent makes Linjo even called the second Aradia by some people. In other words, in the eyes of some people, Linjo's future achievements are likely to catch up with Aradia and become the strongest legendary knight in the kingdom. This villa actually belongs to Linjo, but it is not used much. After all, the headquarters of the Knights are in the North District, and even Linjo usually lives in the Knights' camp in the North District. So the chance of using this villa is naturally very small. But today, Linjo appeared here in full armor, because someone told him that his father came to the capital from the distant border territory to meet him. At this time, Linjo appeared in the villa and walked towards the study. He is a handsome man with a height of more than 190 centimeters, tall and strong, blonde hair and blue eyes, handsome face, like a prince. With such looks and his own achievements, Linjo has great popularity in the Knights Guard. He is also very popular in the royal capital and the dukedom of Stringham. If we don't count the popularity that is beyond the norm like Rosie, Linjo's popularity is definitely among the top 5 in the entire kingdom. He was even called to be the next leader of the Royal Guards Knights, and he was a hot talent in the capital. Now, Linjo came to the study of the villa and met his father. Long time no see. Father. Linjo saluted his father, who was standing by the window with his back to the side. Are you here? The other party turned around and exposed his full appearance in front of Linjo. A neat military uniform without any wrinkles. His back was straight, and his posture was extremely tall. He looked only about 40 years old, and although he had a beard, it was also very neatly trimmed. This is the current head of the Stringer family, Barry Stringer. Do you know why I asked you to come? Barry didn't drag his feet, and didn't show any concern for his son, even though he was his own son, and he hadn't seen his son for a long time. He went straight to the point as if it was a business matter. Linjo looked at his father, who hadn't changed at all, with only a trace of indifference in his eyes. His father was like this. He had never talked about any love affairs. Even the person he married was the daughter of another nobleman, who was chosen by the family without any emotional foundation. After the two got married, they gave birth to Linjo as if it was a routine, and then they lived separately. Therefore, there was basically no emotion between Linjo and Barry. There was only the title of father and son. But the way they got along was no different from that of ordinary superiors and subordinates. Now it's the same. The father didn't talk about any love affairs with his son, and went straight to the point. The son didn't look at his father with the eyes of a biological father, and simply regarded the man in front of him as a superior. Therefore, Linzhou knew very well the intention of this father, who never talked about any emotions. Is it because of Her Highness Rosie Lusty? Linzhou mentioned this. That's right. Barry said expressionlessly. Do you remember why I sent you to the capital and asked you to join the royal guards? Of course. Linzhou said without hesitation. The purpose is to get close to Her Highness Rosie Lusty, and eventually marry Her Highness. Yes. Linzhou is here for this purpose only. Her Highness is the only one in 1,000 years who has been recognized by the Holy Sword and blessed by the Goddess of Destiny. One of the 3 goddesses. Her talent and potential are no less than those of the founding ancestors. Barry said coldly. Her talent even makes her known as the treasure of the kingdom. If a modern hero can become the husband of Her Highness, the gradually indifferent bloodline of the hero in my Strimmer family will definitely be found again and return to the center of the kingdom. The so-called dukes, at first glance, seem to be the highest-ranking nobles in the kingdom. But strictly speaking, they are actually a group of losers. This was because they had lost the war for the throne and could only become a side branch of the royal family. They were kicked out of the royal family and became so-called dukes. The same is true for the Duke of Stringham. Their ancestors lost to the king of the time more than 700 years ago, and were only then given a new surname and established as the Duke's family. The territory is also on the border. So, it seems that the Stringham family is very noble. But in fact, they have been kicked out of the central power structure of the capital for many years. Such a Stringham family has an obsession. That is, sooner or later, they will return to the center of the kingdom, return to the capital, and establish a foothold here. For this reason, since the moment he was sent to the capital 2 years ago, when Her Royal Highness the Princess came of age, Linzhou has had a mission given by the family. Marry the princess, combine the blood of the 2 families, and enrich the brave blood of the Stringham family, which has gradually become indifferent after hundreds of years of dilution, and compete for the kingship. This is completely feasible, with Her Highness Rosie's status. As long as you perform well enough, the position of the next king, even if it doesn't fall on you, can fall on Her Highness Rosie's head. At that time, the descendants of the 2 of you will be the orthodox royal family, and our Stringham family will return to the capital and regain the rights and status we lost in the past. Barry still made a blank expression. And you, no matter how bad it is, you can strive to become the leader of the Guard Knights and end the 1,000-year rule of the Albion family over the Guard Knights. At that time, both the kingdom and the knights will belong to our Stringham family. This is Barry's wishful thinking. Unfortunately, Linzhou has gained nothing in 2 years. That's fine. Although he got nothing from the princess, Linzhou has at least gained a foothold in the Guard Knights in the past 2 years. And Barry doesn't have much opinion on him. But it's not working recently. I heard that someone who is getting in the way has appeared. Barry mentioned a name that the nobles in the capital hated recently. I think it's called Sheen. Right? Hearing this, Rimzhou's eyes flickered. Chapter 188 Use? Proposed marriage? Sheen. This name, in the past few days, has indeed become as famous as a celebrity, and has been mentioned by everyone. Although it has not spread among the common people, it has spread among the nobles and the knights. The reason why it has spread like this in just a few days is that this person has come into contact with the kingdom's treasure. Don't doubt it. This is the influence of Her Highness Roxy Lusty, with a beauty that even the goddesses are ashamed of, and the only one in the kingdom in 1,000 years who has been recognized by the Holy Sword and blessed by the Goddess of Fate. One of the 3 goddesses. The popularity of this princess in the kingdom can be said to be a kind of right. The people's admiration, worship, and enthusiasm for her have reached a very terrifying level. To put it bluntly, as long as the princess is willing, she can always make a call and gain the support of all the people in the country. Squeeze the current king off the throne, sit on the throne herself, and become the 4th queen in the history of the Mitra kingdom. What is terrifying is that such popularity is not only effective among ordinary people, but also in the aristocratic circle and the knights. There are not a few nobles who bow down to the beauty of that princess, and it can even be said that the majority of them. There are also countless knights who are impressed by the strength of that princess, coupled with her flawless cultivation and various legendary deeds. This princess has long become the goddess in the hearts of everyone in the kingdom, and a precious treasure that everyone wants but cannot get. The title of the kingdom's treasure is definitely not just a casual remark. Such a woman suddenly had an intimate contact with a man that was different from others. If she could not spread it among ordinary people, it was already the result of desperately controlling public opinion. It was impossible to hide it from the nobles and the knights. Of course, this man is not an ordinary adventurer, which is also one of the important reasons. People just did a casual investigation and found out many deeds of this man. Single-handedly subdued the mastermind of the old demon clan. On the way to the capital, he annihilated the entire army of the old demon clan. He practiced with Her Highness Roxalusty in the palace arena and almost completely destroyed the arena. These deeds tell others that this young adventurer is very extraordinary. It is said that his level is not high, but he has a unique skill that can adjust his level and skills within a certain range. His strength is not as simple as it seems on the surface. A while ago, when he came to the palace to meet Her Highness Roxalusty, all the nobles who wanted to cause trouble for him could not even get close to him and were all knocked to the ground. There are even rumors that this man seems to have shown a royal token to the outside world, proving that he has gained the trust of a certain person in the royal family and has a very close relationship with this person. This token could only belong to Her Royal Highness Rosie Lusty. All these things have made the name of Sheen spread among nobles and knights very fiercely recently, and many people have developed strong hostility towards him. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was powerful and held the royal token, and couldn't just attack casually, then the people who were looking for trouble would have already trampled down the door of his residence. Right? Unfortunately, this person is currently staying at the Lazahat family, under the protection of the Lazahat family, and can't even use some small tricks. In just a few days, I don't know how many young masters of noble families have been so depressed that they vomited blood because they couldn't touch him. Unfortunately, Linzhou is one of them. Of course, Linzhou didn't touch Sheen, let alone vomit blood. But it's impossible to say that he has no idea about Sheen. This is not only because the mission given to him by the family is likely to be hindered by this man, or even lead to failure, but also because Linzhou has long been in love with the princess. At the beginning, Linzhou didn't have any idea about the princess. His character was influenced by his cold-blooded father and the iron-blooded family style. He was also a little ruthless and indifferent. At the beginning, he came to the capital with the intention of completing the family mission and achieving his family's ulterior purpose. He didn't have any special ideas about the princess. However, when he came to the capital and saw the princess appearing in front of the palace at noon with the crowds of people, Linzhou fell at that moment. The stern figure, perfect manners, beautiful face and powerful magic that shook the soul instantly conquered this cold family weapon. Since then, Linzhou didn't show it on the surface, but he had already dedicated his enthusiasm to the princess in his heart and vowed to get the princess. Only this person is worthy of having his true heart and let him give everything. Linzhou was also very patient. He didn't expose his thoughts, but tried to gain a foothold in the Knights of the Guards. He knew that it would not work to pursue Her Highness Roxalusty in the usual way. Those noble young masters, who were rejected by the princess's bedroom every day, were living examples. Therefore, Linzhou had been forbearing, working hard to train himself, develop himself, and strive to stand out in the Guard Knights. That's because the Guard Knights are a force directly under the royal family, and every knight in it is actually responsible for protecting the royal family. And the royal family usually chooses 1 or 2 Guard Knights from the Guard Knights as their personal guards to protect their own safety. The knight of the current King Ansiferd is the strongest legendary knight in the kingdom. Arida Elbian, the king's eldest daughter, the first princess, Liad Ella, also has a knight by her side, who is also a member of the Guard Knights. Her family is another knight family in the royal capital, second only to the Elbian family. According to this rule, Her Highness Rosie Lusty should also be protected by a Guard Knight. However, Her Highness Princess has not chosen anyone as her knight so far, but has established a female knight group, the Holy Sword Knights, for the convenience of official duties. This knight group serves as Her Highness Princess's personal guard, helping Her Highness Princess complete all official duties. But unlike the Guard Knights, they can stay in the same room with Her Highness Princess and protect her closely. So the relationship is undoubtedly more distant. Linzhou's goal is to become the knight of Her Highness Princess, so that he can get the moon first. For this reason, Linzhou has worked hard for 2 years and has been developing quietly, until these few days, Sheen turned out, which hindered Linzhou's steady actions. Barry came for this. Looking at the current situation, it is no longer the time for you to slowly unfold your own layout, Barry said indifferently. In a few days, you will follow me into the palace and meet His Majesty. An audience? Linzhou looked at his father and said in a deep voice, "What are you going to do, father?" "It's very simple. Just ask His Majesty for marriage directly," Barry said lightly. "Of course, if you ask for marriage too directly, There is a high possibility of being rejected. But I will make some arrangements and use the adventurer named Xian. Use? Limjo was puzzled. You don't have to think too much. Barry ignored Limjo's confusion, turned his back, and said, when the time comes, you just need to cooperate with me. Yes. Limjo lowered his eyes and responded in a low voice. In his mind, the face of the beautiful princess flashed again, making Limjo clench his hands into fists. In his heart, a hot current like magma rushed through Limjo's body. Chapter 189. I have to work hard. The next few days were dull and uneventful. These days, Xian and his group, who were staying at Lazahad's house, lived their lives as usual. The same was true for Xian. Every day, he would either follow Ter, who was out for a walk and attracting monsters, to help her deal with some troubles, or he would be called over by a few letters from a certain princess to become the princess's companion. In the evening, there were also beautiful girls who followed him into the bath. His life was so comfortable. However, there were changes around Xian. At least, in the past few days, compared to before, there was a little follower around Xian. That, of course, was Yi. Where are you going? What are you going to do? I'll go with you. These are probably the most common words that little Yi said in the past few days. This little girl really did what she said. She planned to observe Xian carefully, or to monitor him. She always followed Xian in and out, running up and down, and except for sleeping, bathing and entering the palace, she almost stuck to Xian all the time, even when Xian secretly followed behind Tyr to protect her. This little girl followed him, and after seeing what Xian did, she seemed to be interested. She actually learned from him and helped to do things in secret. Specifically, it was to use stones to injure those who might threaten Tyr so that they could not attack Tyr. However, unlike Xian, Yi did not learn the throwing skill. Throwing stones to hit people almost caused a big accident in the hands of this little girl. After all, without the throwing skill, Yi naturally had no throwing skills, and she just relied on her strength to throw the stones out, regardless of whether the stone was accurate or not. The power was as terrifying as a rocket launcher. After the stone was thrown out, a shock wave appeared, and the air was heated by friction. The ground that was hit roared like a big explosion, blowing away all the people in the surrounding area. It was simply terrifying. Of course, if it wasn't for the lack of accuracy and the missed target, it wouldn't be as simple as scary. So, after that, Xian strictly prohibited the little guy from throwing stones, which made the little guy quite dissatisfied. Little did he know that when the little guy was dissatisfied, Xian himself was also silently ashamed. Originally, I thought I was already very awesome, but after coming to the capital, it seemed that I met someone even more awesome. First, there was Luoxi, and then there was Aie. The strength of these two girls was very terrifying, so Xian didn't feel that he could win completely, especially Aie. As for Luoxi, although Xian didn't think he could win easily, he didn't think he would lose easily either. It was like meeting a worthy opponent. But Aie is different. This girl is too unfathomable. Until now, Xian has not sensed her magic power. Xian always feels that he has really met someone stronger than himself, and he has no premonition that he can beat her. This is also the first person Xian has met who has no chance of winning at all. Even the legendary knight Eridia he met before did not give Xian this feeling. But Aie did it. Xian dare not underestimate this feeling. Because of the existence of the God of War skill, Xian's fighting instinct is extremely high. Since he feels that he can't beat Aie, it is estimated that he really can't win. Therefore, Xian is sure that Aie is stronger than himself, and much stronger. Even if the seal of the Holy Sword is completely unlocked, it is very difficult to say whether he can win. This makes Xian once again confirm that Aie is definitely a hidden boss, and the kind of big boss who is boundless. It seems that I have to work hard. Xian was stimulated and began to think about how to learn new skills or magic to further improve his strength. But just when Xian was ready to work hard, something happened and interrupted his ambition. Get ready. Let's go to the palace to meet the king. That day, Vivian brought back such news. Yes. After almost a week, Vivian and others finally completed the handover with the palace and could enter the palace to meet the king. The list of people participating in the audience included Burin, Vivian, Alice, Leon and Xian. Burin is the representative of the knights from Lamijin. Vivian, Alice and Leon each represent their own adventurer teams. As for Xian, as the #1 hero and the center of this mission event, he must participate in this audience. The rest of the people were not on the list, and could not participate in the audience. They could only wait for news outside. So, Sean followed Vivian to the palace. Reception room. Here, everyone who was preparing for the audience gathered together. Long time no see. Both of you. Alice was the first to see Sean and Vivian coming in. He laughed and greeted them without any sense of strangeness. Then looked at Sean with an inexplicable look on his face. Long time no see. Leon also stood up and greeted them. But his eyes turned to Sean. His eyes full of weirdness. Burren just nodded. But his eyes also fell on Sean. And he seemed to carry a complex emotion. This scene made Sean confused. Why are you looking at me like this? Sean was puzzled. Burren and Leon were silent. But Alice came to Sheen and laughed strangely while admiring her. I didn't expect that you, a kid, have made such a big name in such a short time in the capital. I was scared to death. Hearing this, Sheen understood what happened. Sure enough. How did you get involved with the unparalleled princess? Alice looked gossipy, but asked with great envy, teach me. Sheen, you don't know? When I saw the princess appear in front of the palace, I didn't react until the crowd dispersed. I dreamed of the princess every day these days. But you can become close to her. I don't know how envious I am. Alice said these words very calmly, which made Vivian beside him laugh. Burren and Leon seemed to remember the time when they saw Her Royal Highness the Princess, and their eyes were filled with fascination. Especially Leon. The intoxication and fascination in his eyes seemed to be overflowing. And it can be seen that he was really fascinated by Her Royal Highness the Princess. Thanks to this, Leon looked at Sheen with a different look than before. In addition to envy and jealousy, there was even a hint of hostility. Seeing this, Sheen was speechless. It is true that good news does not go out, but bad news spreads 1,000 miles. But is this a bad thing? Well, it must be. Chapter 190 Things That Didn't Exist. It must be said that Sheen's name has been constantly in the ears of Burren and others for a while, and it has never stopped. Although Sheen's affairs are currently only spread among nobles and knights. Those guys either commissioned investigations or came to inquire in person in order to collect information about Sheen. As a result, they naturally found Burren, Alice, and Lion and others, hoping to learn some information about Sheen from their colleagues. Especially Burren, because he is a noble. I don't know how many nobles with higher status than him personally invited him to be a guest, or asked indirectly, or directly, intending to pry out information about Sheen from Burren's mouth. Under such circumstances, Sheen's information would be known to those noble children. Otherwise, how could they know the information about Sheen's fabricated unique skills? They just got it from Burren and others. Burren and others had encountered such things many times, so of course they would have some doubts. In the end, after communicating with others, well, what Sean had done in the capital during these days was exposed all at once. Even Vivian already knew that Sean and Rosie had a private relationship. Afterwards, she asked him more than once in surprise how it turned out to be like this. It can be seen that Sean and Rosie's affairs have indeed attracted a lot of attention. If this continues, perhaps, one day, even the civilians may know about this. This gave Sean a headache, but it made Burren, Leon, and Alice very envious. They were really shocked after seeing Rosie. And like many people, they were instantly conquered by the princess. Even Sean couldn't help but stay for so long when he saw Rosie. People of the same sex like Lumia and Melika have since admired Rosie. Not to mention these sons of turtles, who have been single for so long. No, that's not right. Among the three, only Alice seems to be single from birth to now. Not to mention getting married. He doesn't even have a lover. Belen is already 28 years old, married and has children, and has a concubine. He is a complete winner in life. Leon is even more so. He has been eating soft rice and almost piled up into a skyscraper. But even so, they were completely dumbfounded and stunned when they first met Rosie. And then fell. How could they not envy Sheen? Alice is okay. At least he won't daydream. But Belen and Leon are different. These two people. One is a local noble who is hoping to continue to climb up. And the other is a white-faced man who made a fortune by relying on women. Rosie is like a person who is unparalleled in the world in terms of appearance, strength and status. It is wrong not to stir these two toads. It is impossible for two grown men to have such a good heart. Therefore, at this moment, even Burren looked at Sheen with a complicated look. Not to mention Leon, who almost regarded Sheen as an enemy. Burren had never expected that this rookie adventurer, who he thought was just lucky to meet Leisha and suppress Killian, had transformed into a celebrity in the capital in less than half a month. Leon had never expected that this devil would be appreciated by the princess in the end. And with the identity of a mere adventurer, he directly climbed up such an unusually high branch. I can do it too. Leon did have such an idea. However, when he thought of Sheen's amazing strength, Leon was discouraged. Even if he wanted to climb up the princess's high branch, he had to be qualified. In Lemidgen, with Leon's means, he could still deceive those women who had not seen much of the world or who only coveted his looks. But in the capital, Leon had also visited many families these days with the help of Eudelus's connections. As a result, his methods that had always been successful in the past were met with a lot of disappointment. The reason is very simple. Unlike Lemidgen, this place is not located in a remote area. There are a lot of really well-known families. They naturally tend to be able to marry each other. How could they not protect the little white flowers in their families? Moreover, the capital is known as the center of the world. All the outstanding people from all over the world will appear here. Among them, there are many people with high appearance, strong strength, and even impeccable family background. How can Leon, who relies on his face to make a living, compete with them? In Lemidgen, those who are powerful are not necessarily handsome, and those who have family background are not necessarily handsome. And handsome people, regardless of whether they have power and family background, will not necessarily coax women. Therefore, Leon, a handsome and resourceful pretty boy, can thrive. But in the capital, all the excellent talents gather here, and there are piles of them, and there are piles of people with better conditions than Leon. So it is not his turn to make trouble. In view of this, Leon has not gained anything these days. Even Eudelus has become more or less alienated from him after seeing many outstanding people in the capital. If he still wants to flirt with the unparalleled princess, he may not even be able to enter the gate of the palace, and may even be thrown into the lake to feed the fish. After learning this cruel fact, Leon now has only one feeling. In the words of his previous life, that is, the city is too complicated. I want to go back to the countryside. That's it. So, Leon already wants to go back to Lemidgen and adjust his goals. As long as he can become the son-in-law of a small noble in Lemidgen, Leon will be satisfied. Of course, comparing his own treatment with Sheen's treatment, Leon couldn't help but feel jealous. Having said that, he didn't dare to offend Sheen. You know, it is said that he still has the royal token, which is equivalent to the royal agent. Offend him? I'm afraid that you can't live on soft rice for the rest of your life. You should live on hard rice instead. Well, relying on women to make a fortune is living on soft rice. And relying on men to make a fortune is living on hard rice. There is nothing wrong with it. Sheen didn't know that these guys thought so much, but just said it very modestly. Don't listen to other people's nonsense. That's Her Royal Highness the Princess. I can't afford it. Sheen tried his best to distance himself from the relationship. Hearing this, Burin, Leon and Alice looked a little better. At this time, a female knight came in from outside the reception room. Is Mr. Sheen here? Her Royal Highness Rosie Lusty. Please come over. The other party brought such news. Everyone looked at each other in silence. Immediately, Burin, Leon and Alice all looked at Sheen. The look in his eyes was like he was looking at a dog. Chapter 191. Am I actually very dangerous? Bang! When a loud knock sounded from the princess' bedroom. A cry of pain also echoed in the room. It hurts. Luoshi covered her head and squatted on the ground. Her eyes were full of tears, and it can be seen that she was hit very hard. The culprit who knocked the princess's head was Sheen, who had just walked in and rushed over without saying a word when the princess ran to greet her happily. What are you doing? Luoshi immediately accused with tears in her voice. Sheen snorted coldly. This sentence? I should be the one asking you. Right? Sheen not only did not admit his mistake, but said, what are you doing? Why did you ask someone to come to me? Can I ask you to come? Luoshi yelled in grievance. I heard that you would come to see me today, so I asked someone to wait outside and call you over when you showed up. You are really heartless. I have no conscience? You are still heartless. Sheen ignored Luoshi's grievance and directly scolded. You clearly know that if you call me alone in front of others, others will definitely hate me. You still do this. You are definitely heartless. Right? What? Luoshi's grievance turned into dissatisfaction. Instead of answering, she asked, Are you afraid? Afraid? Sheen laughed in anger and said, I'm afraid that you won't know when I'm hit by a club. As he said that, Sheen raised his hand and prepared to hit Luoshi again. Luo was startled and quickly jumped away with her agile body, instantly pulling more than 5 meters away from Xian. I warn you. Don't hit me again. Attacking the princess is a serious crime. Luo's face was serious. Really? Xian also looked serious and said, what is the crime of molesting the princess? Xian stretched out his hands to Luo while saying this, as if he was ready to pounce on her, or as if he wanted to rub something, and his palms moved in a very irregular and blushing way. What are you doing? I warn you not to mess around. Luo opened her eyes wide, and while she couldn't help but retreat, she gritted her teeth and said, put your hands down. That action is too obscene. Hee. Xian threw out 2 words with great sarcasm, and then slowly approached Luo's direction. Luo immediately retreated with him, grinning as if to intimidate, and her lips trembled as if she was afraid, like a victim who was about to be indescribably killed. At this time, a knock on the door sounded. Your Highness. Someone from the palace came to notify. The voice of a female knight came in. At this moment, the 2 people in the room changed their appearance. What did they say? Luo's pitiful and helpless appearance, like a little rabbit, disappeared instantly, and she became stern and calm, and her beautiful voice also came out with a sense of majesty. Well, this tea is good? Xian sat down at some point, picked up the teacup without any tea, drank a sip of air, and evaluated it like an old tea drinker. Calm and incomparable. The female knight did not find anything unusual. They said that after the audience begins, please take Mr. Xian directly to the royal hall. The female knight said so. Okay. I know. You can leave. Luo's tone is still very calm. Yes. The female knight left, hearing that there was no movement outside the door. The calmness and tranquility on Xian and Luo's faces collapsed. Fortunately, I didn't come in directly. Otherwise, if I was seen in the scene just now, my reputation would be ruined. Xian patted his chest, with lingering fear. Your reputation is ruined? My innocence was really almost ruined. Luo said unhappily. Besides, the female knights under my command will not come in without my permission. So your worry is unnecessary. Then you are acting as hard as I am? Xian rolled his eyes and said, as expected of someone who has been playing the role of the flawless princess for many years. You are a drama queen. Right? What is a drama queen? Please don't say some words from the other world that I don't understand from time to time. Okay. Luo said helplessly. Also, don't do that kind of thing even if you are acting in the future. I thought you would really pounce on me. Xian paused, raised his eyelids, looked at Luo and did not hide some emotions in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Luo was startled at first, and then her eyes jumped. She suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that you were really going to pounce on me just now? Luo asked uncertainly and tremblingly. What do you think? Xian smiled brightly at Luo and gave Luo a look again, letting her experience it herself. Luo experienced it. Just now, Xian definitely wanted to pounce on her. At that time, with this soulless character, what would happen to the hands that made obscene movements on her body? Luo felt bad just thinking about it. Could it be that I am actually very dangerous to be alone with you? Luo realized this. Xian once again threw 2 words full of sarcasm and malice to Luo. Luo was silent. After a while, Luo not only did not stay away from Xian, but walked over directly and sat down in front of Xian. The distance was closer than any time before. Suddenly, Xian was stunned. Instead, Luo laughed triumphantly. Do you think that if you scare me in this way, I won't dare to be alone with you or let you come to my room anymore? Luo said with contempt, is this your purpose? I won't let you succeed. Xian was speechless, and then he smacked his lips slightly. The plan failed. You? Seeing Xian's performance, Luo knew that she had guessed it. And suddenly, she became weak all over. This guy is still asking for a beating as always. Has he forgotten that he is so busy every day and has almost no time to rest? How much effort has he made to spare some time to talk to him sometimes? Does he know? I work so hard. But this guy still looks reluctant to be with me, which makes me want to bite him to death. But why every time after that? When I am working boringly, I can't help but want to find him to accompany me. I really don't understand. Xian, who didn't know that Luo's mood was so complicated, said something unwillingly. What if I really want to take advantage of you? Aren't you afraid of the possibility? Xian seemed to be making his last dying struggle, which made Luo so angry. As I said, if you can do it, you have the ability, and you can do whatever you want at that time. Luoshi's tone was as fierce as anything. Do you really think that this princess is easy to bully? Fight? This princess has never lost before. Chapter 192. Can I not be affected? After a while of making a fuss, Xian and Luoshi finally calmed down. At this time, Luoshi told Xian the purpose of calling him. The audience will be complicated. You have to be careful. Luoshi suddenly said such a nonsense. What's wrong? Xian was stunned and didn't understand. Luoshi immediately explained to Xian. This audience not only includes my father, the king, my sister, and the royal family including me, but also almost all the nobles in the capital. Even the nobles who are not in the capital will participate in this audience. In addition, all the members of the Royal Guards Knights will attend. The lineup is as large as the annual national celebration ceremony. Luoshi's words made Xian startled. Why is the lineup so large? Xian was very surprised. Luoshi was not surprised and continued to explain to Xian. Because the large-scale assassination incident 10 years ago had such a great influence. Luoshi said solemnly, you are not the party involved. So you don't know that day was a nightmare for the entire capital. Hundreds of old demons sneaked into the capital, and each of them carried a mission to assassinate a specific target person. Overnight, the capital fell into chaos. Dead people appeared in every noble family, and the first to die must be an important person in the family. The first to bear the brunt of the head of the family, and then the next strong contender for the position of the head of the family. In such a situation, some nobles' entire families were killed, and no one survived. Some also suffered heavy casualties, even if they were lucky enough to escape and discover the attack. In order to resist these attackers set by the old demons, the knights and guards of each family also had to pay a painful sacrifice. Finally, even if there were nobles who were able to protect themselves in such chaos, they could not let it go, because after confirming that they could not successfully complete the mission, the attackers of the old demon clan actually rushed directly to the street and cast powerful magic, involving a large number of civilians. At this point, Luoshi's tone became very cold and angry. Xian also frowned and put away his joking thoughts. Xian always knew that the large-scale assassination incident 10 years ago was a big deal. But even if he knew it, he didn't have any sense of reality, and didn't know how big this big deal was. Now, Xian has some understanding, at least from Luoshi's verbal explanation. He can imagine how chaotic, panicked, and dark the capital was at that time. And Luoshi's story is not over yet. Not only the nobles of the capital, but also the nobles of other territories who were in the capital at that time were killed. The knights were also targeted, and the palace was also invaded. Luoshi let out a breath and said, afterwards, although we fought hard all night and defeated more than 90% of the people from the old demon clan, the 3 masterminds still escaped, and even the important items sealed in the palace were stolen. As she said that, Roxy glanced at Xian without leaving any trace. She knew that Roxy was referring to Laixia. However, before Roxy mentioned Laixia, Xian spoke first. Are you all okay? Xian couldn't help but say this. You know, in the capital 10 years ago, not only Roxy was still young, but Vivian, Ter, and Lely were also here. And with the status and importance of these people to the future of the kingdom, it is impossible for them not to be targeted by the old demon clan. Thinking of this, although she knew that Roxy and others must be fine, otherwise they would not be fine now, he still couldn't help asking, are we okay? Roxy seemed to understand what Xian meant. She said to herself, you have a conscience and care about me, she said. Although I was not as powerful as I am now, I had the holy sword in my hand and my unique skills. Even if I was attacked, I could still handle it. Teal would not be in trouble at the Albion family. After all, there were many powerful knights in that family. The Lazahad family was also safe because of Vivian's protection. This sentence contained a lot of information. First, it told Xian that Roxy, who was only 7 years old at the time, was able to deal with the attacks of the old demon clan alone. She was very strong. Second, it also told Xian that Vivian, who was also only 7 years old at the time, could also protect the people of the Lazahad family and keep them safe. Aren't these 2 girls too foul? Luoshi was fine, with the holy sword in hand. Even if she was only level 20 at the time, she could reach level 70 after the holy sword's blessing. With her unique skills, it was not impossible for her to block the attacks of the old demon clan. But Vivian could do this, and even had the energy to protect others, which was really unexpected by Xian. Could it be related to the so-called guardian of the kingdom mentioned by Ai before? Xian thought. At the same time, she had also guessed why the audience was so grand this time. It seems that you understand. Luoshi nodded and said, the incident 10 years ago was closely related to more than half of the nobles in the Mitra kingdom. Now, 2 of the masterminds were conquered by you, and another one had contact with you, and the rest of the old demon clan was annihilated by you. Such a big thing. They couldn't help but come to the scene to listen. Moreover, they must confirm the death of their enemies. Otherwise this will be a knot in the hearts of all nobles, and a stain on more than half of the nobles in the Mitra kingdom. In addition, one of the masterminds was once a subordinate of the dragon demon, and was a subordinate of a direct subordinate of the dragon demon. The demons also attach great importance to this matter, and the direct subordinate of the dragon demon will be present at this audience. In this way, the battle can only be bigger, not smaller. This finally made Sheen understand why it takes more than a week to prepare for an audience. Feelings. This is all to notify all parties, and wait for them to attend. And there are so many people, each with their own positions and ideas. You can imagine how complicated the scene will be. Some people have been looking for the murderer because their loved ones have been killed, hoping to get revenge. But they have made no progress for 10 years. As a result, you, an unknown rookie adventurer, solve the problem. They may be suspicious or even unbelieving. Some people want to use this occasion to put pressure on the demons and make them responsible. At that time, you, the central figure who solved the incident, will also be involved. Others may think that you are a helper of the demons. In order to eliminate the impact of this incident on the demons, you directed and acted yourself. At first glance, the culprits were all attacked. But in fact, it is very likely to be just false news. Some people will continue to observe the situation, trying to find something beneficial to themselves from this incident, and strive for enough benefits. Do you think it is not complicated when all these thoughts are intertwined? As the central figure of this incident, can you not be affected? I just want to give you this reminder. After listening to Luoshi's explanation, Xian's mouth twitched, and his face was full of dissatisfaction. I was so unhappy with the behavior of Burin and others before. But this time when I came to the capital, I was involved in the intrigues of these nobles? These people really have nothing to do after eating. Chapter 193. Don't you understand me yet? Angry? Seeing Xian's extremely unhappy expression, Luoshi said this as if she was amused. Nonsense. Xian still looked unhappy and said, although I didn't do it for any merit, whether it was subduing Killian or defeating the old demon faction including Beto, it was undoubtedly a meritorious service. Right? Is this how to treat meritorious people? Whether it was Beto, Killian or those old demon factions, they were clearly wanted targets, who made the capital of the kingdom like H.L. 10 years ago. Many nobles in the kingdom also suffered from it, and hated it. But what about now? Xian, the great hero who solved the culprit, not only did not get rewarded and appreciated, but had to be passively involved in this boring power dispute and suspicion? Then these guys really deserve to be slaughtered by the people of the old demon faction. But this is the nobles. As the saying goes, if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. The more involved a matter is, the more various thoughts and considerations will be intertwined, and the final result will be a result that is not satisfactory at all. Again, reality is often more cruel than imagined. All disputes and conflicts over interests cannot be like what is written in novels, with you coming and going, but full of various surprises and variables. Doesn't the omnipotent supreme God have a natural enemy like the Demon King? This proves that even God can't have everything he wants. In this regard, Luoshi still comforted him. Of course, the kingdom will not treat meritorious people unfairly. Otherwise no one will serve the kingdom. Luoshi smiled and said, don't be too angry. Although some people do have bad intentions, there are also many people standing on your side. Really? Xian was slightly startled. Of course. Luoshi said with great certainty, for example, I, my father, and my sister, we all want to affirm your achievements and recognize your potential. In this case, your contributions will definitely not be lost. If everything goes well, you may even be knighted and become a noble. Hearing this, Xian curled his lips and looked disapproving. Become a noble? Is the kingdom planning to let me work for it, and tie myself to this country? Although this will not treat Xian unfairly, there are also considerations of the royal family. Xian will not feel happy after hearing this, but will feel bored. And on the side of the Lazahat family, Lord Migas should also stand on your side. In this way, the vassals of the Lazahat family, and the factions with closer relations will stand on your side. Luo didn't know if she could see Xian's boredom, and she laughed while talking. In addition to these, there are families that are loyal to our royal family. When the royal family expresses their support for you, they will only choose to stand on your side. Then, there are some other nobles. They are really grateful to you for avenging them and annihilating the old demon faction. Otherwise, they have a good impression of you and have some expectations for your future. They want to win you over or invest in you. There are quite a few such people. Right? Luo tried her best to increase Xian's confidence. However, Xian just threw out a sentence faintly. Are you sure that after contacting you, there will still be nobles who have a good impression of me? This sentence directly blocked Luo's speech. Yes. Will there be nobles who have a good impression of Xian? You know, with Luo's popularity, the nobles who dream of marrying the royal family and becoming Luo's marriage partner occupy more than 99% of the number of the Mitra kingdom. In addition, there are also nobles who think that the princess should marry a foreign prince or an important figure of another clan to consolidate or even strengthen the status of the kingdom. Knowing that Luo is too close to Xian, an adventurer of ordinary status, how can they have a good impression of Xian? Even those families who are loyal to the royal family, whether they really say one thing on the surface and another in the heart is still unknown. Because of their loyalty to the royal family, these families will pay great attention to Luo's partner. And there must be many people who are unhappy with Xian. Who knows? Xian may be stabbed in the back by these guys, who originally thought they were his own people during the audience. That feeling, will definitely be very sour. Thinking of this, Luo's expression became uncomfortable, and her eyes revealed a sense of timidity. To describe it in one sentence, it is pitiful. Weak and helpless. At the moment, Luo said weakly. Otherwise, you try to expose your identity as a hero? If you are a real hero, this identity is undoubtedly the most worthy of Luo. If it were in the past, the identity of a hero alone would make countless countries offer their princesses with both hands and beg them to accept it. Right? But now, I don't care, Xian said straightforwardly. Anyway, I am from another world. Even if the three tribes of gods, humans and demons really go to war, killing each other and dying, it has nothing to do with me. I have done my best. Isn't it? Xian didn't want to expose his identity as a hero. First, he didn't want to cause trouble. Second, he didn't want to cause trouble for others because of himself, which would lead to the collapse of the peace maintained by the three tribes of gods, humans and demons for thousands of years. And if the locals don't care, then Xian still cares about peaches? You don't say anything. Luo suddenly shut herself up. Alas, Xian could only sigh and said to himself, forget it. If something really happens that makes me unhappy, then I have my own way. These words made the autistic Luo shudder instantly. What do you want to do? Luo was a little scared. There was no way. Although she had only known Shan for a short time, Luo already understood this man's nature. This guy is a man who doesn't play by the rules and has a very strange mind. When he is honest, he will be very honest. But when he is dishonest, he will definitely do something that will make everyone collapse. But this guy is a real hero, and his strength is not inferior to his own. Even the holy sword he holds seems to be much stronger than the one of his ancestors. If he really goes crazy, what will happen? You calm down first. Don't be impulsive. We can discuss things slowly. Right? Right? Luo couldn't help but say such words. And as if to prevent Xian from messing around, she directly grabbed one of his hands and almost pressed her body against him. Don't worry. I won't do anything. Don't you know me? An honest man. Xian naturally showed a well-behaved expression to Luo. But Luo wanted to scold him. Are you honest? If you are honest, the old demon clan can become a good person who maintains world peace and order. Luo suddenly felt that the worst thing about this audience might not be those nobles, but the man in front of her. Chapter 194. Don't be played by that guy. Originally, Luo's original intention was to remind Xian to be careful not to be set up by some nobles with rhetoric, and to make excuses during the audience and be targeted. Other than that, Luo was not worried about this audience. Although this audience was indeed complicated, it was just complicated, and there was no possibility of any danger, apart from anything else, since the king and princess of the royal family were going to stand on Xian's side, and with the assistance of the Lazahad family and the Albion family. Would anyone dare to do something blatantly? After all, the royal family is still the royal family, even if it is not to the extent of dictatorship. The right to speak is above any noble. unless it is really strongly opposed by the majority of people. Otherwise, the royal family's decisions can basically be implemented. Therefore, this audience will be complicated. But as long as Sheen does not make excuses, is not caught, and is honest, then no matter how complicated it is a matter between the royal family and the nobles. Sheen himself is unlikely to get into trouble, and what belongs to him will eventually belong to him. But now, Luoshi feels that this audience may really be a matter of concern. But, is it too late to worry about it now? It's too late. At least, when Luoshi was still persuading Sheen. But Sheen turned a deaf ear. A voice came from outside the door again. Your Highness, the audience is about to begin. Please take Mr. Sheen to the royal hall. Hearing this, Luoshi was desperate. On the contrary, Sheen, as if nothing had happened, all the previous unhappiness disappeared, stood up quietly and said, Let's go. After that, Sheen took the lead and walked out. Goddess of Fate, please protect the Mitrok kingdom from being ruined by the guy. Luoshi could only stand up and sigh as she followed him. Royal Hall. This is an audience hall located in the center of the palace and at the highest point. The audience hall is extremely vast, solemn and dignified, exuding a solemn atmosphere, making the air here seem more tense than other places. At this time, many people have appeared in the audience hall. First, there is a group of knights neatly arranged on the left side of the hall. Like an army, each of these knights is wearing expensive and sophisticated equipment. The armor on their bodies is pure white and shiny. And there are also fluctuations of magic, telling others that these equipment are all magic props. Even the swords hanging on their waists are all magic weapons, fully demonstrating what it means to be rich and powerful, and what it means to be a knight of the highest level. These knights were the proud guards of the kingdom. At this time, these guards stood there solemnly, exuding a powerful aura, and it was obvious that they were all masters. In addition to these guards knights, there were also nobles dressed luxuriously and gorgeously. They gathered on the right side of the hall, facing the guards knights. Unlike the knights who exuded a powerful aura, they gave people the feeling of being more shrewd, intelligent. But there were also some people who looked ordinary, useless, and even drunkards, which formed a sharp contrast with the self-disciplined knights. Vivian, Burin, Leon, and Alice were on the right side, standing honestly, except for Vivian, who was still so gentle and calm, and Alice, who was still so carefree. Burin and Leon looked a little nervous, especially Leon. His face was sweating all the time. Obviously, he had never seen such a big battle. Now, the audience was about to begin. In addition to the guards knights, the nobles and civil servants seemed to be whispering and communicating with each other. It was not until not long after that this scene was interrupted, when Sean and Rosie walked into the royal hall together. Everyone in the royal hall seemed to have made an appointment with each other, and they all shut up and cast their eyes over. Sean only felt that the eyes were instantly focused on him, making his body sink down as if there was an invisible gravity pressing on him. Rosie stood beside Sean, with an elegant posture and a calm face, completely entering the princess mode. She did not stay too far away from Sean, but followed closely. This made Sean clearly feel that the eyes on him became heavier and more sharp. Obviously, traveling with the treasure of the kingdom made Sean disliked by many people. Sean could feel that many of the eyes on him carried the meaning of criticism, and some were even extremely unkind, and some were extremely annoyed. Unfortunately, Sean had already prepared for this. Therefore, Sean raised his head and smiled in his heart. Then, Sheen made the move he had already decided on. Ta! Sheen took one step forward, and the sound of his footsteps was clearly audible. At this moment, the magic power in his body boiled up, turning into an astonishing momentum, which burst out from Sheen's body. This was one of Sheen's full-level skills oppression. The terrifying momentum turned into real pressure, which covered the entire royal hall. At this moment, the faces of everyone in the royal hall changed, including Vivian, including Burin, Leon and Alice. Of course, it also included Rosie, who followed Sheen closely. Everyone could clearly feel the terrifying pressure hitting them, which made all the people in the royal guards change their faces. And the nobles and the palace officials were even more shocked. Sheen then gave everyone present a show of strength. And this show of strength was not over yet. Da-da-da-da-da. With a clear sound of footsteps, Sheen slowly walked into the royal hall and headed towards the throne in front. That scene, as if the king was about to ascend his throne, shocked everyone present and made them unable to breathe. Moreover, With every step Xian took and every distance, he got closer to the people present. The more majestic and terrifying the aura he exuded became, making everyone feel that the pressure on them was getting heavier and heavier. And they became shaky. Finally, Pa! One of the palace officials couldn't bear it, and knelt down on the spot. Pa! 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 This all of a sudden, as if it had triggered a chain reaction. The nobles and palace officials couldn't help but soften their knees and kneel down completely, with horror on their faces, and not even a trace of blood on their faces. Woo! Ah! Even the guards seemed to have a shortness of breath. Some could not help but retreat, while others gritted their teeth and persisted, looking at Xian with fear in their eyes. Finally, even Vivian could not help but look solemn. Burin and Eris also knelt on one knee, not to mention Leon, who had collapsed on the ground with fear on his face. Among the people present, only a few people completely withstood this momentum. One was Luoshi, who was silent for a while, and finally sighed, and silently followed Xian. One was Aridia, who stood at the front of the guards, staring at Xian expressionlessly. There were a few people on the throne. Chapter 195. The effect Xian wants. In theory, there should be only one king on the throne. Even if there is more than one king, the others can only accompany him, and only the king can actually sit on the throne. But it is different in this world, because, in this world, divine power is above royal power. Therefore, no matter which country it is possible that a position other than the throne will appear on the throne. Now, there are 3 people sitting on the throne here. First is the King Ansiford Mitra sitting on the central throne. The king looked at Xian, who was walking slowly step by step, exuding an amazing momentum, and his eyes kept changing. Then, there was an old man with gray hair and a priest's outfit sitting on the left side of the central throne. He is the head of the temple, the agent of the gods in the human world, and the manager of all the temples and clergy in the human world. Compared with the king of a country, his status is no less than that of the popule. Yule also looked at Xian, feeling the momentum emanating from Xian, and a little surprise appeared on his face. Finally, there was a young demon sitting on the right side of the central throne. He is one of the direct cadres under the dragon demon, a superior demon among the superior demons. In terms of status, he is only below the 6 great demons. The magic fluctuations he emits are even more powerful. In the entire royal hall, he is second only to Xian and Rosie. Jacinta, this big demon cadre, is also looking at Xian at this time, and his eyes reveal an interesting emotion. Anchi, Yule, and Jacinta, these 3 people are sitting on the throne. Like Rosie and Arida, they are not oppressed by Xian's momentum at all, proving their strength. Of course, some people were oppressed, but not as out of control as the others. For example, some of the knights of the guards had magic flowing through their bodies, resisting the oppressive aura. For example, some of the nobles were actually quite powerful, resisting the oppressive feeling on their bodies. Another example was a noble woman standing closest to the throne, right next to Aridia, who looked somewhat similar to Rosie. Although she was not as beautiful as Rosie, she was equally beautiful, and was curiously observing Xian. A show of power by Xian caused chaos in the entire royal hall, and all kinds of expressions appeared on everyone's faces. It was not until Xian came to the throne that the aura covering the entire royal hall was suddenly withdrawn. Your Majesty, Xian was like nothing had happened, as if he had not done anything, and gave Anchi a knight salute. This was what Rosie taught Xian on the way here. Originally, Luoshi taught Xian the courtesy of a vassal, which required kneeling on one knee, but Xian refused without hesitation, and finally turned it into a knight ceremony. But Xian is not a knight, and only the guards' knights should be able to offer the knight ceremony in front of the throne. The rest of the knights must still perform the courtesy of a vassal in front of the king. Therefore, an adventurer like Xian performing the knight ceremony in front of the throne is likely to be regarded as disrespectful. If there hadn't been the shock just now. Now, after the shock just now, the people around are still looking at Xian in fear, not to mention scolding. They didn't even react. Their faces were dull. Good. Anchi looked at this scene. Not only did he not feel dissatisfied, but he was relieved and said, "It seems that our human race has another outstanding talent." Anchi praised Xian. Yule and Jacinta also didn't say anything, just stared at Xian and observed him silently. Under such circumstances, Luoshi left Xian silently and went to Aridia's side, standing with the noble woman who looked a bit like her. The people around did not react until then. They stood up one by one, tidied themselves up, and because of a big embarrassment, their faces were all blue and white. They looked at Xian with anger and annoyance, but also with fear that they had not had before. This is the effect Xian wanted. Knowing that there would be many problems in today's audience, he told everyone in the most straightforward way that if you want to provoke him, you should think about it first. Luo Shi saw Xian's purpose and did not stop him. After all, in this way, many nobles have to think carefully about whether to really offend Xian, which will reduce a lot of trouble. Is this why Anqi gave praise? So, Anqi looked around and spoke. I guess everyone knows that this adventurer is our protagonist in today's audience. Anqi's voice spread loudly. He single-handedly subdued Killian, one of the masterminds of the large-scale assassination incident 10 years ago. He also fought with the attacking Old Demon faction on the way to escort Killian, and successfully annihilated them, including another mastermind of the incident 10 years ago, Beto. He is a rising star of the human race, and has made great contributions to our kingdom. Now, please listen to the details of what happened. Having said this, Anqi summoned several people. The leader of the Third Knights of the Marquis of Mureo, Burin Mureo, Vivian, an adventurer from Lamijin City in the Marquis of Mureo, Alice, also an adventurer from Lamijin City, and Leon. Anqi called out the names of these 4 people. Your Majesty, Vivian, Burin, Alice and Lion all knelt on one knee, offering the king a courtesy of subject. You are the parties involved. Anqi looked at the group and said slowly, I hope to learn the details of the whole incident from you. Okay? How dare the 4 say no? At that moment, Burin took the initiative to speak. Then I, Burin Mureo, will explain it to your Majesty. As he spoke, Burin began to tell the whole story in a high-pitched voice. The cause was the arrival of Lisha, who had been avoiding the Old Demon faction, so that the people of the Old Demon faction came to Lamijin and sneaked into the town. Later, in order to find Lisha, Killian came into contact with Xian, but was subdued by Xian, which led to the emergence of this escort mission. Then came the turmoil along the way, the attack of the Old Demon clan, and Xian's fight. Burin told the whole story, and it was very clear. Even Xian's magic props were told, without hiding anything. This made Xian look at Burin with a little sideways. He thought that in order to gain as much credit as possible, Burin would exaggerate his role and reduce Xian's presence. Who would have thought that he would tell the true story without any selfishness, without any exaggeration, and without any deviation? Quite fair. After hearing Burin's story, the nobles present looked at each other and fell silent one after another. Obviously, they were thinking about something. Chapter 196 Voices from All Sides. This is how it happened. I don't know how long it took. Burin finished his story. After that, as you all know, the wanted targets Beto and Killian were conquered by Lord Xian, and the large forces of the Old Demon clan were also wiped out. Although the losses on my side of Lamijin are not heavy, the victims cannot be sacrificed in vain. I beg your Majesty to make a decision on this. In the end, Burin still said something for Lamijin. However, this is excusable and allowed. I believe no one will have any objection to this. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Burin. Anqi nodded and said, don't worry. We will never ignore those who have made contributions. Lamijin did a good job this time, although he failed to escort Killian, the mastermind of the Old Demon clan, to the capital. He did not let this evil man survive. In addition, he conquered Beto and other inhumane Old Demon clans. This is a great achievement. I will arrange people to reward them according to their merits. Thank you, Your Majesty. Burin breathed a sigh of relief and seemed to be very satisfied with the result. Lion and Alice were also somewhat happy. It seemed that this result was within their acceptable range. Only Vivian, who always had a gentle smile and did not care about the so-called merits and rewards, attracted many nobles to look at her. Not competing for merits, not greedy, but just quietly and low-key doing what she should do. Such Vivian is indeed very charming. So, everyone has understood the details of the incident, right? Anqi looked around at everyone again and said, obviously, in this incident, the adventurer Xian has made an absolute contribution. What kind of reward do you think should be given to him? These words made many people energetic, because, from now on, it is the highlight. Your Majesty Yule, Your Excellency Jacinta, what do you think? Anqi did not look at the nobles at the first time, but looked at the 2 big men around him, who were on an equal footing with him. The 2 were still looking at Xian until Anqi asked. Then, they looked away. Then, Yule spoke first. Without a doubt, this is a great achievement. Yule responded to Anchi's question with a kind and gentle smile, saying, "The old demon clan led by Beto not only slaughtered countless innocent lives in the capital in the past 10 years, but also caused very serious losses and sacrifices to my temple. I am happy from the bottom of my heart that I can defeat such a heretic." Indeed, Jacinta also spoke, but his voice was not as kind and gentle as Yule's, but a little frivolous. "I have always felt deeply regretful and sad that such a traitor appeared in the demon clan. And of course I hate it, especially my former subordinates. It was because of my lack of vision that His Highness the Dragon Demon's reputation was damaged. The human genius Xian was able to clear such stains for us. I must express my most sincere gratitude on behalf of His Highness the Dragon Demon. So I think this reward must be great." "As it should be," Yule echoed. "This is a rare genius of our human race, with a promising future. I believe that God will also pay special attention to Lord Xian. Such a genius must not be neglected." "Your Majesty?" "That's right." Jacinta's mouth corners rose, and then he continued to look at Xian, still with such interest. Representatives of the temple and the demons all praised Xian. Obviously, these two people are on Xian's side. In addition, someone else expressed his opinion for Xian. "As Your Majesty and Your Excellency said, I think it must be rewarded greatly." "Your Majesty?" It was Magus who said this. The head of the Lazahad family has been there all the time, looking at Xian standing in front of the throne, his eyes full of surprise and appreciation. After all, Xian is an adventurer, a relative of his family, and even a newcomer. It is reasonable for Magus to take care of him. Not to mention that Xian gave Magus such a big surprise, which made Magus see a corner of Xian's strength. So he naturally admired Xian very much. "I also think that Lord Xian is a very powerful talent. Father can't let him work hard and take risks in vain." "Okay." The noble woman who looks a bit like Luo she also spoke, and even looked at Xian with such curiosity. Since she called Anchi father, her identity was obvious. It was the first princess of the Mitra kingdom, Luo Shi's sister Liat Ayla Mitra. "Luo Shi. Arita. What do you think?" Anchi smiled, but did not decide immediately, but turned to Luo Shi and Arita. "I have no objection," Arita said expressionlessly. "I naturally have no objection." Luo Shi smiled faintly, and that smile was so beautiful that everyone present felt warm in their hearts. But then, they remembered who the other party was smiling for, and they felt blocked in their hearts again. As for Xian, he did not speak from beginning to end, just watching the whole process as if it had nothing to do with him. Then, the voice of opposition finally appeared. "Your Majesty, I think it is too early to discuss rewards now." When such a voice appeared, the atmosphere on the scene changed suddenly. Everyone cast their eyes to the source of the sound. Xian also looked over. The next second, everyone saw a middle-aged man standing with his hands behind his back, wearing a military uniform, standing straight, and looking very imposing. "Brother Barry?" Anchi narrowed his eyes. "Barry?" Xian was a little confused. He naturally did not know this person. However, a small voice next to him introduced Xian. "He is Duke Barry Stringer, who is related to the royal family by blood. Although he is a distant relative, he is also a descendant of a brave man. He is not good at fighting, but is very good at combat on the battlefield. He is a very capable politician and strategist." Vivian approached Xian and whispered to him. "Duke Barry is famous for his ruthlessness, power and high status in the kingdom. Now that he has raised objections, many nobles should follow him, and things will become a little troublesome." Just as Vivian said, Barry's coming forward made many nobles subconsciously move closer to him, as if they had found a backbone. In this case, Anchi also frowned. "Brother, don't you think such a meritorious official should be rewarded?" Anchi asked in a deep voice. Barry shook his head. "You misunderstood me. Your Majesty, those who have made contributions will naturally be rewarded. There is no doubt about that," Barry said lightly, "but I think there are too many strange things about this matter. It is too rash to judge that the adventurer Xian has made great contributions now." "Oh!" Jacinta became interested and said, "What does the Duke think?" "I think, according to Burin Urio's explanation, there are several suspicious points in this incident," Barry said calmly. "For example, why did the adventurer Xian come into contact with the former mastermind of the old demon clan, Lisha, and just led to the appearance of Killian? Why did this adventurer plan to lure the old demon clan's large forces to attack? In addition, Killian, who was escorted, seemed to have some problems because of him, and finally betrayed Beto and was killed. There are too many suspicious points that cannot be ignored." This sentence caused everyone to ponder again. Chapter 197. Sorry. I can't help it. In fact, what Barry said is not wrong. There are indeed a lot of suspicious places in this matter. Lord Burren Uriel just mentioned that the reason why the former old demon contacted the adventurer Sheen was because he had a powerful magic prop, which attracted her attention and made her want to mass-produce this magic prop. But this so-called magic prop has been proven to be non-existent, and the adventurer Sheen's statement has already produced a contradiction. Also, the old demon faction sneaked into Limijan with the purpose of finding that person. But why did Killian find this adventurer? Is this just a pure coincidence? And in the absence of the so-called magic props, why did this adventurer plan to lead out the old demon faction? Is it really to lead out the large force of the old demon faction, and then be confident that it can be solved? However, the result is that there are many sacrifices. Right? Moreover, it is hard for me to imagine that a high-level old demon like Killian would betray Beddoes so easily. There may be deeper reasons. These are all doubtful points. Barry's statement was recognized by many nobles. This is indeed too suspicious. There is no reason. It feels like this adventurer is planning something. Your Majesty, it is better not to be too impulsive about the reward. These nobles made such remarks one after another. Anchi, Luoshi, Liat Ella, Yule and others were silent. Mijas, Burren, Alice and Lion seemed to be hesitant to speak. Jacinta also raised her eyebrows, and looked at Sheen and Barry meaningfully. She ignored the surrounding opposition, and looked at Barry deeply, but did not get any of Barry's eyes. Barry made his objection without even looking at Sheen. That attitude and that posture are indeed in line with his evaluation of iron-blooded and ruthless. It's just. Please forgive me for my impoliteness. Duke Barry. Vivian stood up and spoke to Barry. What do you mean to say? Is there something wrong with my companion? At this moment, Vivian was no longer low-key and silent, and her sharp edge was exposed. This is Vivian's character. She will not fight for benefits, but as a person who takes protection as her responsibility. She will not sit idly by and watch others bully her companions. Guardian? Barry did not ignore Vivian. He cast his eyes on her and said coldly, "You misunderstood. I never said that. I just raised doubts. And I think it would be a bit hasty to reward without clarifying these doubts." Barry's remarks are completely correct, but his attitude and words and deeds are very targeted, letting others know that he is coming for Sheen. Before the logic is reasonable, I do not agree to reward this adventurer. Barry raised his head, looked at the three people on the throne, and said lightly, "Of course, if Your Majesty and Your Excellency all think that my remarks are unreasonable, then just pretend I didn't say anything." Hearing this, Anchi and the others looked at each other. "Lord Xian," Anchi said to Xian, "can you help us solve the doubts?" The implication is that he hopes Xian can explain what these doubts are. However, "Sorry, I can't," Xian answered very straightforwardly. This, Anchi was stunned. Not to mention Anchi, the rest of the people present were stunned there, including Barry. After all, Barry prepared a statement and counterattacked after Xian explained. Who would have thought that Xian would give up the explanation so neatly? Is this not going to resist? While everyone was stunned, Xian spread his hands. "Don't look at me like that. This is the truth." Xian talked nonsense without blushing. "Why did that person named Lixia contact me? Why are you asking me? You should ask her. Why did Killian come to me? Why are you asking me? You should ask him. Also, although I proposed the idea of luring out the old demon clan, that was agreed by Lord Burren and President Riley. Are you sure you can count all the lives of the victims on me? Don't worry about my reasons. If you think these things are suspicious, then you can just doubt them. But if you want to say that I have problems, please bring them out. As long as you can bring them out, I will admit it. Otherwise, if you want to accuse me of inexplicable crimes, I'm sorry that I can't agree with it." Not only did Sheen throw away all the responsibilities, but he also looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, which really made everyone present dumbfounded. But in fact, Sheen should be dumbfounded. These guys, don't they really think that they have to explain everything clearly to pass this level? It's already 2019. Don't you know that everything needs evidence? No. 2019 has already passed. In short, Sheen is a bachelor. No matter how hard they talk, if there is no evidence, they can't do anything to him. Right? As for suspicion? To put it bluntly, if suspicion is useful, then there is no need to solve the case. Just arrest the person and be done with it. Barry, who didn't know what Sheen was thinking, glanced at him and said coldly, "If you can't explain it clearly, then this reward will never be given to you." "Yes." Sheen blinked, suddenly smiled, and said to Barry, "Then don't give it to me. I can do without it." As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned, including Barry. The same is true. Only Luo couldn't help covering her face beside her. These guys don't know that Sheen doesn't care about any reward at all. Even if he is given a title and made a noble, he doesn't want it. The royal family originally intended to use the title to trap Sheen. Sheen had no time to refuse. But now they gave him an excuse. Isn't this what he wanted? In the words of that guy, "You are a bunch of idiots." Even Anchi's face changed a little. He really has high hopes for Sheen. He has to be optimistic about her. You know, she is the one who tied with Rosie when she is almost the same age as her. Even if Rosie did not use her unique skills and did not unlock the Holy Sword, people of the same age who can tie with her are absolute geniuses, and their future achievements may not be worse than Aridia. He still hopes that such talents can serve the kingdom more. If he cannot be given a title and let him run to another country, wouldn't he cry to death? This must not happen at this time. However, I can tell you why Killian betrayed. As if he had thought of something, Sheen smiled brightly at everyone. Because I beat him hard for 3 hours. And I beat him in all places that could be beaten and couldn't be beaten. The young masters of the noble family should have a deep understanding of this. Right? Sheen's words made everyone shudder and remembered an important thing. That is, a while ago, she knocked all the noble children in the princess's bedroom to the ground. Moreover, he beat them in a very painful part. This made many nobles who followed Barry couldn't help but clamp their legs together. Barry also felt a chill in his heart. He clearly saw that Sheen glanced at his lower body. That look clearly showed that he was planning to take revenge. Chapter 198, but I still want to refuse. Not to mention Barry. The other nobles, and even the knights present began to look at Sheen with fear. Originally, Sheen was a king bomb when he came. He appeared directly and domineeringly, which had already shocked many nobles with small thoughts. So that they could only take advantage of Barry's opportunity to do something to add insult to injury. In addition, many people have been worried and dared not do anything blatantly. Now, after Sheen's reminder, the fear and concerns in everyone's hearts are even stronger. This is a person who doesn't care about decency at all. With such a good strength, if he doesn't do anything, he will definitely be a disaster. Is it really good to offend such a person? The nobles were shocked and scared. Puff. On the contrary, Lyad Ella couldn't help laughing, and turned her head to look at her sister. As expected of the man you like, he is really quite interesting. Much more interesting than those boring young nobles. Lyad Ella giggled and seemed to be very happy. He is not the man I like. Sister Leah. Luo wanted to roll her eyes, but she held back for the sake of her image, and turned to helplessly, Sister Wang. Do you think he is interesting? You won't think so in the future. That guy is not interesting at all. But irritating. My innocent and fun sister. You must not be interested in him. Otherwise you will regret it. Luo silently complained in her heart. Luo didn't see this. And Lyad Ella also smiled disapprovingly, muttering in her heart. Not interesting. How could I? Who is so arrogant that I don't even want to become a resident of the God realm? And who doesn't look down on the nobles of the kingdom? The princes of foreign countries, or the important figures of other tribes. Be so close to him? At least, Lyad Ella has never seen her sister treat any member of the opposite sex so specially. Not only does she invite the other party to her bedroom from time to time, but she also stays together for half a day, even giving away the royal token. And even when she goes out with the other party, the distance between them is the closest she has never seen before. That kind of distance is something that even I and my father feel a little bit inferior to. So, Lyad Ella has always been very curious about Sheen, hoping to see what kind of man this man is who makes her Tianjia sister treat him specially. However, now, let's see how he passes this level. Lyad Ella waited and watched again. At this time, there was a new change on the field. The cause was Anchi's words. No matter what, meritorious service must be rewarded. Even if there are still many doubts, there is no way to prove that it is Lord Xian's fault. If there is indeed a misunderstanding, and someone who has made great contributions is ignored because of unfounded suspicion, wouldn't that be disheartening? Anchi said this, just as Lord Xian said. If you think there is something wrong with Lord Xian, then show us the evidence. Otherwise, words are not enough. Our kingdom cannot deny the contribution of the meritorious officials just because of this. Anchi's speech made the nobles present look at each other in dismay. Barry stopped talking, as if he realized that it was useless to continue to oppose like this. After all, they did not have any evidence to prove that there was something wrong with Xian. And without evidence, no one could oppose Anchi's determination to win over Xian. Right? However, this is not all of Barry's means. In fact, Barry's layout is just about to begin. Then, can I make a suggestion? Barry seemed to have suddenly thought of something and spoke like this. What does Brother Barry want to say? Anchi gave Barry this face. Barry then stepped forward and said this in front of everyone. I think it is better to postpone the reward and give the adventurer Xian a chance to prove himself. Barry said this. In fact, I also have something important to tell you when I come to the capital this time. Barry looked around at everyone present and said, in my territory, it seems that there are signs of the old demon clan's activity recently. As soon as this was said, everyone started to make a noise. On the throne, Anchi's eyes condensed. On the side, Jacinta was also startled. And then the frivolous expression on his face disappeared. Yule also frowned. As for Xian, he originally wanted to see what this guy named Barry was going to do. But he was surprised because of this news. No way. Wasn't the old demon clan annihilated? Xian's face was full of surprise. Seeing Xian's surprised look, Vivian hurriedly explained in a low voice. Do you think that the old demon clan led by Beduo and Killian are all the old demon clan? Vivian whispered, that's not the case. There are many people who don't want to see the demon clan succumb to the gods and humans, go against the will of the demon king, and live in peace with the gods and humans. Beduo's lineage is at most one of them. In fact, the old demon clan cannot be regarded as an organization or force, but something more like a religious belief. They did not agree to resist the world together, but they recruited, wooed and developed demon clans with their own ideas and calculations. Some of them even didn't care about the so-called demon king's will at all. They just wanted to destroy the current peace because of selfishness. So they borrowed the name of the demon king to lure others to join themselves and use them for their own use. Therefore, the old demon clan is also divided into multiple forces. And Beduo is just one of them. 10 years ago, the Beduo lineage was the most dangerous of the many forces in the old demon clan. Not only did it have a lot of talented people and a wide range of influence, but everyone in it was proficient in assassinations and attacks. In terms of danger, it was the most dangerous of all the forces in the old demon clan. However, in the large-scale assassination incident 10 years ago, the Beduo lineage was also severely damaged by us and became a relatively weaker force in the old demon clan. Otherwise, they would not have mobilized so many troops to save one person, because their members have become much fewer than before. Vivian's explanation made Xian understand. In other words, there are other factions of the old demons. Right? Xian probably knew what Barry wanted to do. The result was not beyond Xian's expectations. Since the adventurer Xian claimed that he had no problem, why not let us see if he really has the ability to defeat the old demons? Barry declared. My suggestion is to let the adventurer Xian lead the team to my Stringham territory and launch another crusade against the old demons. If he succeeds, it proves that he has real talent and knowledge. At that time, he will be rewarded for his merits in the two actions. If he fails, even if it cannot prove that he has a problem, the issue of reward still needs to be carefully considered by His Majesty. What does His Majesty think? Barry's remarks made everyone look at each other and nod one after another. Even Yule and Jacinta seemed to be persuaded. Their eyes flickered. Anchi remained silent and looked at Xian after a while. Sir Xian, what do you think? Anchi asked Xian's opinion. Xian sighed immediately. I can't seem to refuse. Xian said this, making everyone think that the matter was settled. But at this moment, but I still want to refuse. Chapter 199. What a great man for the country and the people. But I still have to refuse. When Xian made such a statement without hesitation, everyone present was dumbfounded. What did you say? Anchi was shocked. Reject? Yule, Jacinta, and others were also surprised. You? Even Barry did not expect that Xian would refuse so dignifiedly on this occasion. And a rare surprise appeared on his ruthless and indifferent face. Xian wanted to say, yes, I just want to see your expressions like this. Of course, on the surface, Xian would not say it. Xian just said so. It sounds like it must be obligatory. But Your Majesty, I think you have made two mistakes. Xian said very seriously. What's the matter? Now, even Anchi was curious about what Xian would say. Xian spoke calmly. First, I don't need to prove myself, because I didn't do this for the sake of gaining credit. I just felt that it was wrong to dislike the people of the old demon clan. I felt that I couldn't let the people of the old demon clan do whatever they wanted. So I took action resolutely. It was not for credit, but for the stability of the kingdom, and to stop innocent people from being persecuted by such guys. Sheen said this righteously, and many people at the scene fell silent. Barry didn't expect Sheen to say this, and his face sank, because this didn't match his plan. Originally, Barry thought that in order to prove himself and to be knighted and become a noble, Sheen should accept this request. But his starting point was wrong. Not everyone wants to make a profit, and not everyone wants to become a noble. If you think about the problem from the perspective of interests, you will also passively look at the problem from the perspective of profit. This is why there are things that happen when you are too smart. As I said before, she not only didn't want to get any credit, but also wanted to turn down the title. Therefore, Barry asked Sheen to prove himself to get the credit he deserved, which was just overthinking. As long as Sheen didn't care about the so-called credit and was still stubborn, all his inducements would be in vain. Therefore, Sheen could refuse without hesitation. Perhaps he finally saw this point, and Barry spoke in a deep voice. Since it is for the stability of the kingdom and the innocent people in the world, shouldn't you do your part to help the kingdom fight against the scourge of the old demon clan again? Barry actually started moral kidnapping, but he was still one step behind. In this regard, Sheen had already thought of an excuse. Moreover, he had thought of it a long time ago. Sheen knew that once he showed his strength, he would be valued by many people because of his strength. There are good and bad values among these values. Sheen did not want to encounter the latter and be exploited and forced by others. In view of this, Sheen invented the ability of unique skills. This is the second thing I want to say. Sheen looked helpless inside. Everyone knows that my level is actually very low. The reason why I have the strength to defeat the old demon clan is because my unique skills can adjust my level and skills under certain conditions. Listen carefully. This is a unique skill that needs to meet the conditions to be activated. In other words, if the conditions cannot be met, then I am a weak new adventurer and can't play any role. Well, it is difficult for me to explain the details to you. This is also to avoid being deliberately targeted. Please understand. I will tell you the conclusion directly. In this situation, I probably can't use my unique skills, and I don't have the ability to defeat the old demon clan. At this point, Sheen still smiled and spoke. Of course, if you think it doesn't matter if I go to die, then just ignore what I said. For the stability of the kingdom and the innocent people, sacrificing a small adventurer like me is nothing. Even if I have made great contributions, the kingdom tells me to go west, but I dare not go east. I still have to sacrifice my life when I have to. Right? When such remarks came out, everyone was shocked, especially Barry, who almost cursed. After what Sheen said, if I still let people take the risk to defeat the old demon clan, it would really be equivalent to letting them die directly. Right? A meritorious official who has made great contributions not only did not get the rewards he deserved, but was also sent by the kingdom to die? This is definitely the rhythm of the people rebelling. Even Anshi didn't know what to say, frowning and looking sad. According to this statement, Sheen really couldn't go? If he couldn't prove himself, then his reward would be gone? Can't he be given a title to win him over? How can this be possible? Don't say that, Lord Sheen. At that moment, Anshi hurriedly expressed his position. I have already said that the kingdom will not treat any meritorious person unfairly. You are too wronged. Not only me, but also the people can't accept it. Good guy. The people are also brought out here. But in terms of nonsense, who can be better than Sheen? Sheen became righteous. Your Majesty, you are too serious. It is everyone's responsibility to contribute to the kingdom and eradicate the scourge. I am just fulfilling the obligations of an ordinary citizen of the kingdom. How can I feel wronged? In terms of hypocrisy, who can compare with those politicians and social people in the previous life? Isn't it just a set of polite words? Come on. Let's discuss it together. Sheen's righteousness moved everyone present. It's impossible not to be moved. People have said this much. Even if they have to pretend to be moved. Right? The nobles put on a smile while cursing in their hearts. As a result, it was the king and others who couldn't get off the stage and could only keep persuading. This won't do. You can't be wronged. This is what Anshi said. Sheen is so dedicated to the country and the people. As clergy, we can't sit idly by and watch such a great man as you suffer. Yule was also a little moved. What a great man for the country and the people. Jacinta was smiling bitterly. As for the two princesses, Rosie and Leah, they had already been speechless and laughed because of the changes in the situation before them. Barry, on the other hand, had a horrible dark face. Especially when Sheen said that. If you think I have made some contributions, then just give me a little benefit. Sheen was very modest. But he revealed his true purpose. I am very interested in magic of all kinds. I wonder if your majesty can give me a favor so that I can read the magic books of all kinds. Sheen finally showed his fangs. That's right. This is what Sheen really wants. What nobles? He doesn't want it. What he wants most is to improve his strength. So, he said he didn't want this reward. But in fact, he just didn't want the so-called title that had no effect at all. If it's a magic book, then you must take it? Chapter 200. Don't blame me? I have to say that this audience has deteriorated. No. It should be said that it has deteriorated again. Originally, this was a reward ceremony for meritorious officials. Later, because of the selfishness and ideas of the nobles, this reward ceremony became a battlefield for political power and interests. But now, because of Sheen, this battlefield has become a reward ceremony. And it is a ceremony where everyone persuades Sheen to accept the reward. Yes. In the end, all the nobles began to persuade Sheen to accept the reward with Anchi. There is no way. If Sheen is not allowed to accept the reward, they will collapse. From the beginning to the end, Sheen has been a look of not accepting rewards without merit, and not accepting rewards with merit. What came out of his mouth were all kinds of righteous remarks, which made him almost become a saint, and he almost ascended to become the savior. Under the baptism of Sheen's righteous remarks, the nobles felt that they were almost brainwashed and had the ambition to sacrifice their lives for the country. This scared many nobles, who shook their heads desperately, unwilling to accept these super brainwashing righteous remarks. But Sheen's remarks came one after another, without any repetition, which could shake the persistence in everyone's hearts. In this case, some nobles even felt ashamed, thinking that they had no contribution to the country, that they were just parasites, without any use, and that living was a complete waste of resources, which made these nobles more terrified. Therefore, they no longer cared about any interests. Now it was most important to keep their spirits from being washed away. So, everyone began to persuade Sheen. But Sheen refused again, and his mouth was a set of selfless dedication theories, which almost shook Popul's faith. At the end, Anchi even wanted to force the title on Sheen's head. But at this time, Sheen still had something to say. No. There are too many doubts in this incident. I can't rule out that I am a problematic person. This is what the Duke said. And everyone just agreed. How can I change my mind now? What if I am actually a spy of the old demon clan? What if I directed and acted in that scene myself? What if the old demon clan just wants to plant its own spies in the kingdom to sabotage? What? You said that spies can't kill people from the old demon clan? I thought too much. Beto is just a branch of the old demon clan, and it has already declined. If sacrificing a declining old demon clan colleague can achieve the goal of intervening in the kingdom's political power, then the rest of the old demon clan will definitely be happy to do so. So, for a suspicious person like me, don't let me be a noble. Just give me some magic books as a reward and get rid of me. Sheen's words stunned everyone, and Barry's face was gloomy and ugly, because Sheen's words actually directed everyone's dissatisfaction to Barry. It's all Duke Stringham's fault. Why is he looking for trouble? That's right. Let the devil take the reward. What's the big deal? Anyway, even if he is knighted, he is just a baron at the bottom. What threat can he pose to us? For His Highness Rosie Lusty, the nobles of the baron level are basically the same as ordinary adventurers. It is impossible for him to become legitimate and equal just because he gets the title of baron. Right? If I had known earlier, I would have let him take the reward. He really asked for trouble. Some of these nobles complained about Barry, and some regretted it. Compared with their initial attitude, it was completely different. As a result, with Barry constantly being humiliated, Anchi was completely speechless by Sheen's words, and there was no way he could give the title to Sheen. After being talked to this extent, he couldn't really force the title on him. Right? What kind of money-losing goods have the nobles of the kingdom become? So, in the end, Anchi himself was almost brainwashed by Sheen, and had a severe headache, so he hurriedly ended the audience. That's right. In the end, this audience ended in such a farce, and the result of the audience was also very simple. Burn and his party were rewarded according to their merits. Some were given precious magic weapons, magic props or magic medicines, And some were given wealth. That is, money, which made this trip a success. The same is true for Sheen. With the king's authorization, he has obtained the qualification to enter the underground magic library of the palace, where he can browse the collections collected from the kingdom and all over the world, including some rare magic books. Except for the forbidden library with forbidden books that are forbidden to touch. Sheen can study freely in it, but he is not allowed to plagiarize, let alone take out the books in the library. The time is 1 month. In addition, the temple and the demons also gave Sheen a reward in the form of gratitude for this matter. The temple promised Sheen that he could enter the inner temple once. The demons gave him a rare magic wand, which is said to be very expensive. On behalf of the temple, I welcome Lord Sheen's arrival at any time. Yule still said this to Sheen in a kind and gentle manner. Sheen, right? Well, I remember this name. Jacinta smiled at Sheen, left after leaving such words. In addition, the first Princess Lyodila also came to see Sheen after the audience. You are really an interesting man. If you have time, please come to my bedroom and sit for a while. The princess smiled at Sheen, and then floated away with a cold female knight. The other nobles were eager to leave Sheen and go back to read books on noble cultivation to change their brain circuits that were almost washed into saints. So they ran away. Barry also disappeared without a trace. Sheen was naturally very happy, and left the audience hall with Vivian and others, who looked at him with a look of laughter and tears. However, before leaving, Sheen felt a strong hostile gaze cast on him. Sheen paused and looked up, but he could only see the Knights of the Guard's knights still in line, and the previous gaze and even hostility disappeared. Sheen narrowed his eyes and smiled suddenly. Well, don't bother me again. The occasion today is too formal, and I can't take action, so I accompany you to talk for so long. If it was in another situation, don't blame me. Right? She muttered this and turned away. It was not until then that a young knight in the front of the royal guards turned his eyes again and looked in the direction where she left, and then looked at Roxy, who was chatting with Lyodila. One hand was shaking. A closer look showed that the hand was clenched so tightly that it bled. The bright red blood dripped and reflected the face of this handsome knight. That face was extremely cold. Chapter 201 Jump from here. After leaving the audience hall, Sheen and his party began to discuss the arrangements for the future. I will lead the knights back to Limidgen. What are you going to do? Burin turned around and asked everyone. He is the highest authority in Limidgen. Now that the mission has been successfully completed and the reward from the kingdom has been obtained, he naturally has to go back immediately. I want to go back too. Leon quickly expressed his opinion. It is impossible to stay. And it is impossible to stay in this life. The capital is a sad place for Leon. He absolutely does not want to stay here any longer. He just wants to go back to Limidgen and continue to expand his thriving business of making money. I will stay here. Alice raised his hand and said so. During this period, my companions and I have been at the Adventurers Guild in the capital, where we have met many seniors and seen more challenging commissions. So we have already decided to continue our adventure activities with the capital as our base. This is the origin of adventurers. Seeing so many powerful people and so many higher-level adventures here, Alice and others are naturally deeply attracted. Although, here, they are not the top adventurer team, and there are many adventurer teams that are more powerful than them. But if they can successfully gain a foothold here, the strength of Alice and others will definitely increase faster and become stronger. Right? In other words, Alice is not going back. Okay. I will tell President Laley for you. Burin nodded, then looked at Vivian and said, What are you going to do? Hearing this, Vivian did not answer directly, but looked at Sheen, who seemed to be doing nothing next to him. What do you think? Sheen? Vivian asked about Sean's thoughts. Me? Sean raised his eyebrows, but did not hesitate, and said, I don't really want to stay. There are too many annoying people here, and there are too many troubles. If there is nothing else, then I really want to go back to Limidgen immediately. Unfortunately, there is something else now. Right? Vivian smiled slightly and said, So, you want to stay? Vivian's words, before Sean's answer, first exchanged for the reaction of the people around. That's right. You do want to stay. Burin deeply understood and envied. Well, with such a good opportunity, how could I leave? Alice also deeply understood and envied. If I could encounter such a good thing, I wouldn't want to leave. Leon also understood. And then, there was a burst of envy. Sean stayed there, and countless question marks appeared on his forehead. It's not me who has a problem. But you have a problem. What do you understand there? What do you envy there? Vivian answered Xian's question with a smile. After all, Your Highness is in the capital. You will want to stay. We all understand. Vivian sighed. Wait. Xian immediately interrupted everyone's understanding and corrected without hesitation. Do you think I stayed for that guy? Stop it. I'm here for the access to the underground magic library for that month. That's it. Xian wanted to stay in the capital just because he wanted to visit the underground magic library. There are all the books in the kingdom for thousands of years, as well as books collected from all over the world. The scale is much larger than the guild library of Limijin. For Xian, it is a big treasure house. After all, I finally fooled such a satisfying treasure. Can I leave? Anyway, I have to stay for the next month. Try to turn out all the magic books there, and learn them all. Right? This is the reason why I stayed. Not for the princess. Okay, Xian insisted. But this was met with distrustful looks from everyone. I don't believe it. Leon was the first to say so, saying, I don't believe you would be willing to leave her behind if you can establish such a close relationship with the princess. I don't believe it either. Alice was the second to say, that's Her Highness Rosie Lusty, the treasure of the kingdom. If it were me, I would not leave even if my teammates in the team pulled me away. That's right. Burin also nodded solemnly and said, countless people want such an opportunity, but you have become the luckiest person in the world. We don't believe you want to leave. Hearing these words, Xian really had the urge to slap these guys to death. Do you know that your behavior is very nerdy? No wonder you only have envy, jealousy and hatred. You really deserve it. While Xian was thinking this, Vivian on the side also expressed the same opinion. I have been in the capital for so many years, and I am familiar with His Highness. But I have never seen His Highness so close to anyone. Not even Princess Leodella. Not even Layli. But only you. When His Highness is with you, the atmosphere is obviously different. And the sense of distance is so small that anyone can clearly perceive it. That is the proof that His Highness trusts you from the bottom of his heart and opens his heart to you. You are really lucky and should cherish this fate. Vivian patted Xian's shoulder and expressed emotion and encouragement to Xian. There is no doubt that Xian's heart was blocked at this moment. What is trust from the heart? What is the proof of opening up? It's because people expose their true nature in front of me that they are not so defensive against me. I really didn't stay because of her. Xian could only defend himself with a red face. Of course, no one believed it. Really? You believe me? Xian was about to collapse. Even if I jump from here, jump into the lake, and drown, I will never stay because of that princess. Xian couldn't help but swear a poisonous oath. However, Xian felt a chill on his back. And the expressions of Vivian and others standing in front of him also froze and became unable to move. Then, so you hate me so much? A faint voice came from behind Xian. Xian's mouth twitched, and he slowly turned his head and looked behind him. There, Luoshi appeared at some point, quietly looking at Xian, showing the calmness and elegance in the princess mode to the fullest. However, Xian saw the anger and resentment in Luoshi's eyes that were so strong that they were about to burst into fire. Your Highness? Vivian, Burin, Alice and Leon all trembled. Roxy then looked at everyone. Sorry. I have something to do. I will borrow this person first. Is that okay? When she said this, Roxy exuded an even more terrifying aura than when she met her. Of course it's okay. Vivian and others immediately nodded like pounding garlic. Wait! Xian hurriedly shouted, I'll go with you. This sentence was exchanged for a calm voice. You want to go with me? As she said this, Roxy grabbed Xian's collar and dragged him away regardless of his struggle. Vivian and others could only watch this scene and look at each other. Vivian, do you think Her Highness the Princess really has that idea? Burin couldn't help asking this question. Vivian smiled at this. Because? I didn't know before. But now, maybe, those two can really make it? Thinking of this, Vivian couldn't help but look forward to it. After all, this is the combination of a hero from another world and a modern hero. Chapter 202 The undercurrent still surges. The villa at the Stringer house. When Linzhou returned here and entered the study, he saw Barry with a gloomy face. Looking at Barry like this, Linzhou couldn't help thinking in his heart. So you also have such a time? Seeing his father in such a bad mood, Linzhou not only did not feel the same, but felt a sense of relief. His father has been calculating others all his life, seeking benefits from others, and has hardly suffered any losses. Although he did not suffer any losses today, He was defeated by a small adventurer. I'm afraid he is very unhappy, father. Linzhou didn't show his thoughts, but he still saluted his father respectfully. Barry glanced at Linzhou, and just like last time, he went straight to the point without any concern. I didn't expect that an adventurer would have no idea of becoming a noble. I was careless this time. I was indeed careless. If Barry had known about this matter in advance, he would definitely not have used this method to plot against Xin. So, this time it can only be said that Barry was not prepared. Linzhou really wanted to ask, "Father, what exactly did you do today?" Linzhou raised his question. Before, Linzhou had already wanted to know what his father was going to do to help him marry the princess. But Barry did not explain. Just asked him to cooperate. Now that the plan seems to have failed, it is very intriguing to think about what Barry was planning. In fact, Barry's idea is also very simple. I just want you to make great contributions, and then propose marriage to His Majesty with the merits. This time, Barry expressed his thoughts. Make contributions? Linzhou showed a surprised expression. Barry took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Originally, I was planning to lure that adventurer into our territory and have him annihilate the old demon clan. Because Xin annihilated the old demon clan of Beto's lineage, Barry believed that as long as Xin appeared in his territory, the old demon clan in his territory would definitely receive the news and take action against him. That adventurer had contact with Lisha, the mastermind of the assassination 10 years ago, and also annihilated the old demon clan led by Beto and Killian. Knowing this news, those restless old demon clans in our territory will definitely show up. Barry planned to use Xin as bait to lure out all the evils of the old demon clan. But my ultimate goal is not to let him really make merit, prove himself, and get a bigger reward, but to let you go with him in the name of assisting in the crusade, Barry declared coldly. And when he leads out the people of the old demon clan, he will be useless. Hearing this, Linzhou, who knew his father's ruthlessness, almost understood his idea at once. Is my father trying to take this opportunity to eliminate that adventurer? Linzhou asked in a deep voice. That adventurer seems to be quite loved by His Highness. In this case, he cannot be left with His Highness. Barry did not answer directly, but said in a cold voice, of course, we have to make good use of the things and functions he left behind. For this, Barry actually made a lot of arrangements. What arrangements? Arrangements to frame Xin. If the plan goes well, after the people of the old demon clan show up, we will be able to get rid of him and the people of the old demon clan together, once and for all, Barry said mercilessly. At that time, according to the arrangement I left in the territory, all the evidence will point to him taking advantage of us to attack us from behind while we were dealing with the old demon clan. In this way, Barry can frame Xin and make him bear the false accusation, coupled with the many doubts about the incident in Bedona. The fact that Xin is problematic will be directly determined. By then, you will become the great hero who disintegrates the conspiracy of this problematic adventurer, saves the kingdom, and eliminates many old demons. The credit that falls on that adventurer will not only be all yours in the end, but will also be much greater. Barry revealed his plan in full. In this case, you are equivalent to eliminating the threatening rival in love with your own hands. And you also have an intersection with His Highness in one breath. The first person of the opposite sex that you have been so close to in your life turned out to be such a villain. Even Her Highness would be greatly shocked. Right? As a hero who revealed the true face of this villain, it will be much easier for Linzhou to have an intersection with Roxy, as long as you can make some articles from it and take the opportunity to get close to His Highness. It will not be difficult for you to replace the adventurer. Barry knocked on the table and said, if it becomes like that, I will propose to His Majesty again. I believe that for you who have made great contributions, are extremely outstanding, and have an impeccable background, the chances of His Majesty agreeing will be very high. This is Barry's wishful thinking. Of course, there are still many details that need to be dealt with before Barry can get the results he wants. But Barry has carefully thought about these and formulated countermeasures. It cannot be said to be foolproof, but at least it can be regarded as a complete plan. Who would have thought that Xin's direct refusal would make all Barry's arrangements and efforts for this purpose useless? How could Barry not be angry about this? Linzhou finally understood his father's thoughts, and he couldn't help but feel a pity in his heart, thinking of the figure that exuded endless momentum during the audience, and then thinking of the distance between the other party and Her Royal Highness the Princess. Linzhou couldn't help but move one of his hands. The palm was bandaged and bleeding. Feeling the stinging pain from the bloody palm, Linzhou almost couldn't help but hold it tightly again, letting his nails dig into the flesh again. Now, the plan failed. What should we do? Linjo couldn't help asking this question. Now? Barry seemed to be thinking about this question, and after pondering for a long time, he said, since we have learned the lesson this time, we must first find out about the adventurer. What does he care about? What does he not care about? What does he want to pursue? And what does he not want to pursue? We must know it first, before we can make the next plan. Moreover, this time he reminded me that his strength comes from his unique skills, and that unique skill has conditions for use. If we can find out the conditions and know his fatal weakness, it will be the most beneficial thing for us. Barry's words are telling Linjo what he should do next. Does my father want me to get close to him? Linjo confirmed this. You should also care about how he gets along with his highness. Right? Barry did not deny it, and said lightly, moreover, if you get close to him, you can also take the opportunity to get close to his highness, killing two birds with one stone. Then Linjo does not need anyone to teach him how to do it. Got it. Linjo was silent for a while, and then nodded expressionlessly. The undercurrent against Sheen was still surging. Chapter 2033 Kinds of Magic Effects. In the evening, Sheen was finally able to leave the palace and return to the noble district in the West District. That girl is really cruel. Thinking of his previous treatment, Sheen had the urge to grin. She actually bit me. Is she that angry? Sheen touched his arm and was speechless. If I didn't have the resistance skill and didn't break the defense, the teeth marks would have been printed on my hand. But this also shows how angry the princess was that she actually did this. I just said it casually. Is it necessary to be so angry? Sheen murmured, but also walked towards the direction of Lila Dessert's shop. After all, in order to make the princess calm down, Sheen made a promise to send her delicious desserts as an apology gift in the next few days. Otherwise, with the furious look of the little female cat at that time, whether she could forgive Sean and let Sean go was still unknown. However, this was a cruel injury to my wallet. Touching the few remaining gold coins, Sean began to sigh. Originally, the desserts in Lila Dessert's shop were extremely expensive, and he had to deliver them to the princess every day. It would be strange if he didn't go bankrupt. How about selling this? Sean raised one of his hands and put something in front of him. That was the magic wand that Jacinta gave to Sean. With the effect of the identification skill, Sean could easily see through the power of this magic wand. This magic wand is not only made of several extremely rare magic materials, but the magic crystal embedded in it is also of the highest level, allowing waves of extremely spectacular magic to flow in it. It is obvious at a glance that it is not an ordinary product. Of course, no matter how extraordinary it is, this magic wand can never compare to the Holy Sword. Sheen's Holy Sword is the strongest one, so it doesn't need a magic wand. Selling it for money will definitely make Sheen a lot of money, but the effect of this magic wand makes me a little tempted, and I can't bear to sell it at all. This is a magic wand, not a staff. In this world, there is a big difference between a magic wand and a staff. Although both are magic weapons, their natures are completely different. Simply put, a magic wand is a weapon that carries magic effects, while a staff is a weapon used to amplify the magic and magic power of the magician himself. The former comes with one or more magic and magic effects. Even civilians who can't use magic can use it. The magic power will also be provided by the magic crystal in the magic wand. But only the magic and magic effects carried by the magic wand itself can be used, and no other magic can be used. The biggest effect of the latter is amplification. Therefore, if it falls into the hands of someone who cannot use magic, it is just a useless wooden stick. But if it falls into the hands of a magician, it can be used to amplify the power and effect of the magic he uses, reduce the consumption of magic power, and even add other properties to his magic, such as making the flames released by fire magic more difficult to be extinguished. Melika used a staff, so she could use the power of the staff to increase the power of her fire magic and ice magic. And Jacinta gave Sheen a staff, which can be used to cast 3 kinds of magic: a detection magic, a warning magic, a magic breaking magic. These 3 kinds of magic are very powerful. The first one, as the name suggests, can be used to detect everything in the surrounding area, including living and non-living things, as long as it is within the range of action. Whether it is a grain of sand or a leaf, its position will be detected and fed back to the user. Unfortunately, the range of action is not very wide. Otherwise it will be very effective. The second type, as the name implies, can give a warning when danger is detected. Although the effect on Sheen, who has enemy sense and magic sense, is have, it is not completely useless. Because enemy sense and magic sense are only targeted at specific targets after all. One only works on hostility, and the other only works on magic. The warning of the magic wand is different. It works on all types of dangers. Even if there are poisonous items or traps that pit people, they will issue a warning to tell the user. The third type is more useful. It can be used to break the magic that has already taken effect. Especially the effect on the barrier is very good. Once the ordinary barrier is touched, it will be shattered immediately. But the consumption of magic power is a bit intense. These three magic effects are extremely useful. Presumably, even in the demon world, they are all high-end products among high-end products. So they can carry these three magic effects. Right? And this also prevents this magic wand from rotting in Sheen's hands and becoming useless. The three magic effects of this magic wand are all very useful to Sheen. As expected of a cadre under the dragon demon. A superior demon among the superior demons. And the second in command of the demons besides the 6 great demons. He is really generous. It is better not to sell it. Sheen was very satisfied. And put away the magic wand while muttering to himself. The demons are so generous. So the temple should not be bad. Right? Unlike Jacinta's direct gift of the magic wand. You will ask Sheen to go to the temple and visit the inner hall in the temple. But what this inner hall is, Sheen has no idea. Sheen only knows that at that time. After you made such a promise. Not only the nobles, but also many of the guards' knights showed envious expressions. In this case, this so-called inner hall should have some good things waiting for Sheen. Right? In addition to the 1-month access to the underground magic library promised by the kingdom. The more Sheen thought about it, the happier he felt. It seems that this credit is not completely useless. Sean began to hum a little tune and headed towards Lilith Dessert's shop. However, when Sean arrived at Lilith Dessert's shop, he actually met an acquaintance here. Yi? Looking at the little girl standing in front of the window of the dessert shop, Sheen was silent. Then, Sheen turned around without hesitation and prepared to leave. Unfortunately, Sheen was a step late after all. Good. Sheen only felt that his collar was grabbed again. And this time the force of grabbing his collar was even more incredible. Almost dragging Sheen to death. Causing him to let out a strange cry. Why run? Then, an extremely dissatisfied voice came into Sheen's ears. Except for Yi, who appeared behind Sheen at some point. Holding a pillow in one hand and grabbing Sheen's collar with the other hand. With a face full of dissatisfaction and unhappiness. Who else could it be? Why run? This girl looked brooding and continued to question Sheen. Sheen wanted to say, don't you have any idea in your mind? Don't run? If I don't run, I will have to buy a lot of desserts for you. My little princess. I have no money. I have no money. Sheen made a poor sound. But all he got in return was Ai's death stare. So, Sheen was fine. He was soft. He was soft-hearted. What a sin. Chapter 204 Damn. Terrible. Well, it's still so delicious. In front of Lilith Dessert Shop, Yi got the dessert she wanted as she wished, and nodded with satisfaction while chewing it. Sheen stood beside Yi, looking at the purse that had shrunk a lot, counting the few gold coins left in it, and felt that this second life was so difficult. Yi naturally saw Sheen's withering look in the wind, and spoke in a bad mood. Aren't they just a few desserts? Others are eager to give me something. Only you are so reluctant. As she said, Yi continued to chew a bite of the dessert, looking quite righteous. Sheen was so angry. You are obviously a big boss. But you still cheat these things. Don't you think it's too low class? Sheen scolded him fiercely. But Yi looked disapproving. Delicious food is delicious, regardless of grade or anything. Yi seemed to be saying something wise. But then he asked in confusion, also, what is a big boss? Hearing this, Sheen moved his mouth, and was discouraged on the spot, not wanting to say anything more. If it was Luoshi, Sheen would definitely have a good fight with the other party, and let her know what brainwashing is. However, if it was this little girl who seemed to be ignorant of the world but had a great background, Sheen really couldn't do it. So as not to let the other party learn bad things. Cultivate a big boss who is too down to earth for this world. I guess the demon world will want to kill me. Right? Sheen could only give up and sigh. By the way, aren't you at home? Why did you run out by yourself? Sheen turned the page and asked Ai, who knew that this made Ai dissatisfied again. If you don't come out, do you want me to stay at home alone? Ai said with great dissatisfaction, although I am more sleepy. I am still afraid of being bored when I am not sleeping. Okay. Indeed. The pillow in the arms of this little girl is not for good looks. But she really looks sleepy. At least, in the past few days at the Rosette family, Ai would sleep until noon every day before getting up. And she still looked very sleepy when she got up. The scene of rubbing her eyes with sleepy eyes made Lumia and Melika love her so many times. And even Vivian and Tyr sometimes couldn't help but stare at such a little girl. According to her, she even slept for hundreds of years several times in the past. And she had a lot of experience of sleeping for more than 10 years and several years. Sometimes she would feel sleepy while walking, and then fall asleep. The reason why Ai carried a pillow wherever she went was because of this reason. This is what she said herself. Of course, Vivian and others did say that Ai carried a pillow not only for sleeping, but also for blocking. But they were unwilling to tell Xian what they were blocking. This made Xian very curious. He tried to snatch Ai's pillow several times, but the girl attached great importance to her pillow. Any attack on her pillow would be resolved in an instant. But this undoubtedly made Xian's curiosity grow stronger and stronger. Once he simply asked Ai to take a look at him. "I just want to take a look." Xian said so at that time. "How could I show it to you?" However, Ai not only refused without hesitation, but also glared at Xian. Why? Xian was relentless and pestered Ai to no avail. In the end, Ai could only give Xian an explanation. "If you see it, you will become like those annoying males, staring at me all the time. I don't like that kind of sight. And I don't like that kind of eyes and eyes." So, Xian failed to successfully solve this mystery. Back to the point. Because of her sleepiness, the little girl sometimes couldn't be woken up no matter how hard she was called, resulting in a few times when I woke up and there was no one familiar at home. It must be the same this time, right? So, Ai ran out by herself. "I wanted to find you, but you seem to be in that palace. So I didn't go there and wandered here." Ai explained why she was here. "Okay," Xian shrugged, but soon asked in confusion, "How do you know I'm in the palace?" Xian also asked this question casually. Who would have thought that because of this, Xian learned something incredible. "I left a magic power on you," Ai said with a normal expression. "In this way, no matter where you are, I can feel it." "So that's it." Xian nodded habitually at first. And then he found something wrong, which surprised him. "You actually did something to me. It's really ugly." Ai frowned and said, "It's just a magic power used for positioning and sensing. It has no other function. Otherwise, even if it's me, it would be difficult to do something to you in a roundabout way." Obviously, even Ai couldn't do anything to Xian, who had maxed out his physical resistance, magic resistance, and abnormal state resistance skills. Fortunately, Xian's holy sword was sealed with 3 layers of seals, which greatly reduced its power. Otherwise, even if Xian didn't actively use the holy sword, with the holy sword's restraint on the demons, Ai would never be able to leave her magic power on Xian. However, even without the factor of the holy sword, it is estimated that only Ai can do something to Xian, who has all kinds of full-level resistance skills. Right? But Xian didn't feel honored at all. "Doesn't this mean that no matter where I am in the future, I can't hide it from this little girl? This little girl's clinginess seems to be more serious than I thought." "That's right." Xian suddenly remembered something and said to Ai, "I went to the palace to pay a visit today and saw a big shot of your demon clan." "Really?" Ai didn't care, continued to eat the dessert, and asked absent-mindedly, "Who is it?" "His name is Jacinta. I heard that he is a cadre under the dragon demon among the 6 great demons, and he is the second in command of the demon world." Xian asked tentatively, "Do you know him?" Hearing this, Ai stopped eating. "Is it him?" Ai said without thinking, "What is that idiot doing in the human world?" "Stupid idiot." Xian was frightened by this name. He would reveal the fact of Jacinta's arrival just to test Ai's reaction, and see what kind of attitude he has towards this second-in-command in the demon world, so as to infer Ai's status in the demon world. Now, seeing Ai's attitude of calling the other party a fool without thinking, could it be that Ai's background is greater than Jacinta? Greater than the second-in-command in the demon world? Hiss. What is the origin of this girl? At the moment, Xian told Ai everything that happened today weekly. Ai didn't care much at first, until Xian mentioned that the old demon clan had appeared in Stringham territory. The girl's face darkened, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Ai snorted coldly. This sound actually made the surrounding atmosphere tremble wildly. Xian was silent. Damn. Terrible. Chapter 205. Let me take a look. Just one look. The boss is angry. The consequences seem to be a bit serious. When Xian was confused about this, Ai looked at him and said this. So, you really don't plan to attack those old demon clans? Ai was actually confirming this matter. Xian didn't even consider it. No. Xian answered very decisively. Why? Didn't you say that you hate the people of the old demon clan? Ai asked. I really hate those guys. Villains. Who doesn't hate them? Xian still answered decisively, but first, I have important things to do in the capital. And I don't have time. Second, there is no need for me to go and attack people just because I hate a group of people I have never met. Third, I don't want to be cheated. That's it. For the next month, Xian will definitely be stuck in the underground magic library of the palace. Needless to say, even if we don't mention this, Xian has nothing to do but go to other people's territory to annihilate a group of villains. Is it because learning magic is not interesting enough? Or is it not fun to take a comfortable bath with teal every day? Well, although it is not very comfortable to only watch but not eat. But Xian is not going to have nothing to do after eating. And really go to eliminate the scourge for the kingdom and the world. Right? Not to mention, Stringham County is the territory of the Duke of Berry. That guy obviously doesn't like him. And he doesn't know whether it's because of Rosie or other reasons. So he is against him. Although Xian doesn't know what he thinks of him. Since he obviously doesn't get along with him. He still runs to his territory to send him off. Which is simply stupid. That kind of guy, at first glance, is an old coin. What iron-blooded. What ruthless. In the world of novels, that is a standard supporting role setting for the protagonist to show off and slap in the face and kill for fun. Even if you are not afraid. There is no need to cater to him. Right? Still want to attack? Xian wished that those annoying guys from the old demon clan would be more powerful and overturn the territory of that old coin. Then he would feel happy. Take the initiative to help attack? Not possible. In view of this, Xian just wanted to say, let him play by himself. But Ai obviously had different ideas. What if I want to attack them? Ai looked at Xian steadily and said such words. You? Xian was stunned and subconsciously said, what's wrong? Do you have a grudge against them? What do you think? Ai said expressionlessly, those cancers of the demon world not only use that man's name to act recklessly, they also try to destroy the balance between the three races of gods. Humans and demons. Not only have they killed their own kind, but they have also been constantly creating chaos and disasters for thousands of years, causing other innocent people in my demon race to be wary and feared, and even hated, by the human race. If it weren't for them, the demons would definitely be able to better integrate into this world and achieve true peace with the gods and humans. My sisters wouldn't have to work so hard. They had to be held accountable by the gods and humans for these cancerous things. And they had to make countless efforts to recover and compensate. In addition, the important figures in the old demon faction are generally people who came out of the 6 great demons like us, which is equivalent to traitors who betrayed us. Do you think I would not want to punish them? As Ai said, the people who hate the old demon faction more than anyone else are not the gods and humans, but the demons themselves. If it weren't for these cancerous tumors, the world would not still have grudges against the demons because of the persecution of the old demons. And the 3 tribes would not only maintain a balance, but also achieve true peace. It is because of the recklessness of these guys that the gods and humans still think that the demons are a scourge and cannot be trusted. Therefore, it is understandable that Ai wants to eradicate these cancerous tumors. Maybe, Ai will appear in the human world, come to the capital, and notice her existence. And the reason may also be due to the things that happened to Lexia, Beto, and Killian. But didn't this girl just reveal a scary secret? While Xian was thinking so seriously, Ai spoke again. Now that I know where those tumors have appeared, I certainly can't let them go. Ai stared at Xian closely. You don't want me to go, do you? Xian's eyes jumped. The answer is right. Ai said lightly. You annihilated the old demons of Beto's lineage. So if it's you, once you appear in their field of vision, they will have a great chance of popping up. And then, before he finished speaking, Xian interrupted him. But I said, I don't want to go. I have something to do. And I don't want to be cheated. Xian almost raised his hand to vote. Really not going? Ai frowned and said, even if I go with you. You won't go? You go with me? Xian was stunned and fell into deep thought. If Ai really accompanies him, then it's not impossible. This little girl's combat power is definitely off the charts. I don't know if she can blow up a star with one punch like Sun Wukong. But she is definitely not the kind of level that the human race can afford to provoke. With this little girl, I'm afraid all the conspiracies and tricks will be useless. Right? Moreover, this girl is not only extremely powerful, but also has a terrifyingly high status. If a mere duke of a kingdom provokes her, he will probably be destroyed in minutes. Then if I take this little girl with me, not only will there be no problem, but I can also trick that old coin and make him capsize in the gutter. Right? Besides, I don't need to follow the old coin's thinking at all. I can just take the little girl and sneak over to shoot. Thinking of this, Xian couldn't help but feel a little moved. Thinking of the old coin who was going to go against him, Xian really wanted to retaliate. However, the premise is that he should not interfere with his business. So, okay, I'll go with you, Xian said to Aie, but I have two conditions. Hearing this, Aie was very dissatisfied. You are the only one who can talk to me about the conditions. Aie sighed and said, tell me, what are the conditions? First, we will leave in a month. Not now. Xian first confirmed this. This is the business, and it cannot be delayed. What if they run away? Aie frowned. I'll find a way then, Xian promised. Is this okay? Okay. Aie pondered for a while, then nodded and said, what about the second one? Secondly, Xian glanced at the pillow in Aie's arms, smiled, and said like a thief who finally got the chance, you have to take the pillow away and let me take a look. Just one look. Oh! Aie was stunned. Then, Aie finally understood. Was this guy waiting for her here? Damn it! Chapter 206, I can only do it directly. You? Aie looked at Xian with murderous intent in her eyes. Xian was frightened. I just wanted to take a look. Just curious. This is not allowed? Xian opened his eyes wide, looking aggrieved. Aie was speechless. No need to ask. This bastard is just acting. Aie can see it. However, although this grievance is acting, Xian's curiosity is real. And Aie can also see it. Perhaps it is because everyone is hiding too deliberately, and his own reaction is too big. So this bastard's curiosity will become stronger and stronger. And he will take this opportunity to make a request. This really makes Aie helpless. If it were someone else, dared to offend her like this, and still pestered her, then Aie would definitely spray him directly and evaporate him on the spot. Don't doubt it. Her breath can evaporate even the ocean. And evaporating a person is simply a piece of cake. However, facing Xian, Aie was really angry and annoyed. But she could only feel helpless. There is really no other person like her. Even if you search the three realms of gods, humans and demons. Of course, this is also related to Xian not having any ulterior motives in dealing with her. Right? It is obvious that he already knows that her origin is not simple. But he can still deal with her like this without any grudges or ulterior motives. This is the first time Aie has met someone other than her 5 sisters. Therefore, although she just wanted to observe and monitor this mysterious hero at the beginning, as she got along with Xian, Aie gradually began to feel that this seemed to be not bad. At least, it is much better than staying alone in the castle and sleeping day and night. Right? Thinking of this, Aie sighed deeply. Really? No one else can do this except you. Aie emphasized this matter again, intending to let Xian know how honored she is. Unfortunately, Xian's eyes only lit up. So, you agreed? Xian asked impatiently, seemingly only caring about this matter. And the rest was not important at all. This made Aie understand Luoxi's mood. The feeling of wanting to bite someone. Aie could only sigh deeply again. Okay. I promise you. Aie finally nodded. However, before Xian was happy, Aie immediately added a sentence. However, you have to wait until you fulfill your promise and annihilate the people of the old demon clan. Aie actually added such a precondition. Oh! Suddenly, it was Xian's turn to be dissatisfied. How could this be? Xian protested. Don't push your luck. This is a big compromise. I have never compromised like this before. Except when the demons surrendered and decided to live with the gods and humans. Aie said mercilessly, you also postponed this matter for a month. So why is it a problem if I postpone it as well? This time, Xian was speechless. Seeing this, Aie was rarely proud. If you don't suppress me a little, do you really think I am a child who is easy to bully? That is impossible. How about it? Aie made a confirmation. Okay, Xian said reluctantly, then you remember? You must show me a look when the time comes. Don't worry. Since I have made a promise, I will never break it. Aie nodded, but also emphasized, only one look. Okay? Hearing this, Xian's eyes turned slightly. I know. Xian smiled and said meaningfully, if you say it's 100 million eyes, it's 100 million eyes. Don't worry. That's good. AIE then showed satisfaction. In this way, Xian and AIE agreed to go to Stringham territory in a month and annihilate the old demon clan there. Before that, Xian will continue to stay in the capital and spend this month in the underground magic library of the palace. I believe that Xian can find a lot of things he needs from there. By then, Xian's strength will have made another leap forward. After discussing this matter, Xian and AIE were ready to go back. However, why do you want to hold me? Looking at her feet that suddenly left the ground and feeling the hug from behind, AIE was silent for a while and spoke faintly. Xian, who held AIE, felt the soft and cute lowly in his arms while speaking confidently. If you don't let me feast my eyes, then I can only do it directly. Such a scumbag's remarks are simply shameful. AIE no longer wants to bite people, but only wants to pinch people. Perhaps realizing this, Xian hurriedly defended himself. You said before that I can continue to hug you. This sentence made AIE not know how to respond. Alas, AIE could only sigh for an unknown number of times. And looking at AIE's resentful but unresisting appearance, Xian grinned and smiled triumphantly, holding this cute lowly demon, and went to the direction of Lazahad's house. Not long after, Xian and AIE returned to Lazahad's house together. At this time, AIE struggled slightly, jumped out of Xian's arms, and stopped letting him do it. Xian felt a little regretful and reluctant, because the feeling was really amazing. But he also knew that with AI's personality, she would never be hugged by him in front of outsiders. So Xian did not insist, and walked into the Lazahad house, and into the garden with AI. As a result, just like last time, Vivian and others actually gathered here. But they seemed to be talking about something serious, instead of chatting aimlessly like last time. You are back? Vivian saw Xian and immediately waved to him, saying, just right. Come over. What's wrong? Xian was a little curious, stepped forward and asked, are you discussing something? Yes. Vivian nodded and said, we are discussing the next arrangements. Xian understood. Like Burin, Leon, and Alice, the audience has ended, and the escort incident caused by the old demon faction has come to an end. In this situation, Vivian's team also has to make plans for the next step. Mr. Burin and Mr. Leon are ready to set off, and they will go back to Lemidgen together tomorrow. Alice is ready to stay in the capital with his teammates as agreed before, and only we have not made a decision yet. Vivian said, I am asking for everyone's opinions now, to see what everyone thinks. As soon as Vivian finished speaking, the taciturn Thier looked at Xian. Vivian said, you will stay for a while, right? Thier asked Xian. Yes. Xian did not hide anything and said truthfully, I have access to the underground magic library for 1 month. Even if I want to leave here, it will probably be a month later. As soon as this was said, 2 hands were weakly raised at the scene. Is it really just because of this? Lumia spoke tremblingly. Didn't Mr. Xian decide to stay because of Her Royal Highness the Princess? Melika was also hesitant, and finally spoke with a complicated expression. Xian was speechless. Why are you all like this? Is it over yet? Please, let this joke go. I beg you. Chapter 207 I want to marry her home. In any case, the fact that Sean stayed had already become a foregone conclusion. He didn't want to explain. The more he explained, the more confusing it became. Others didn't believe him at all. If he continued to explain like this, he might get excited and say something wrong, and a fierce little female cat would jump out and bite him again. So Sean could only speak weakly. Anyway, I will stay in the capital for a full month, and it's okay for you to go back first. Anyway, Sean has become more familiar with the capital, so it should be okay for him to stay alone. Of course, he had to discuss it with Mijas first. It would be a bit unreasonable to eat and live with someone else without saying hello. However, after Sean said that he would stay, the girl said so. Since you want to stay, I will stay too. Tyr decided without any hesitation, which surprised the girls, especially Lumia and Melika. Vivian was fine. At least she knew about Tyr's situation and could guess why she wanted to stay. But Lumia and Melika were not. Tyr seemed to have a very good relationship with Mr. Xian recently. Lumia was surprised. Is this still the cold Tyr? Melika puffed up her cheeks, and she didn't know why she was dissatisfied. Tyr didn't explain at all, as if she was too lazy to explain. After making the decision, she stopped talking and drank her tea silently. Xian was happy. After all, If Tear didn't leave, she would continue to be his bathing partner. Right? What a good relationship. What are you two going to do? Vivian laughed and shook her head, and turned to Lumia and Melika for confirmation. As a result, both of them looked a little hesitant. Melika, secretly glanced at Sheen, and then whispered, I'll stay too. Really? Vivian looked at Melika with a half smile, and said, Why? There's no reason. Melika continued to whisper with a guilty conscience, Since Mr. Sheen and Tear both want to stay, then I'll stay with them. That weak voice didn't sound convincing at all. What about Lumia? Vivian could only shake her head and confirm with the last member of the team. Lumia's expression was still full of hesitation, even a little embarrassed. Since Tear and Melika both want to stay, then I also want to stay, Lumia said with concern. But my sisters are still in Lemisian, if no one takes care of them for too long. In other words, Lumia is very worried about the situation of her sisters. Seeing this, Vivian tried to comfort her. Don't worry. There is still Riley in Lemisian. With her thoughtfulness, she knows that you will not return to Lemisian for the time being, so she will definitely help you take care of your sisters. Vivian smiled and said, And it's only 1 month. We have been away from Lemisian for almost a month. There shouldn't be any problems in another month. Right? Hearing this, Lumia seemed to understand Vivian's meaning. Sister Vivian wants me to stay? Lumia confirmed cautiously. I guess so. Vivian did not hide it, and said, Tear wants to stay. Melika wants to stay. And Sheehan is here. You also want to stay. So I might as well stay. And if even Vivian stays, Lumia can't go back alone. Right? In view of this, Vivian comforted and persuaded. Is it okay? Lumia still looked a little worried. Don't worry. I will write to Riley to help you take care of your sisters. Vivian patted Lumia's shoulder and gave her courage. All right then. Lumia reluctantly agreed. So, everyone in Vivian's team decided to stay in the capital. The time limit is tentatively set at 1 month. At this time, Sheehan had slipped to Tear's side. Do you really plan to stay? Sheehan confirmed in a low voice. Are you not welcome? Tear glanced at Sheehan and asked instead of answering. How could it be? Sheehan denied without hesitation. Among the group, Sheehan wanted Tear to stay the most. As for the reason, everyone knows it without saying it. But? Don't you like the capital? Sheehan confirmed, if you stay in the capital, you will definitely continue to be in trouble. Is that okay? Sheehan had to have this concern. After all, after deciding to stay in the underground magic library for the next month, Sheehan would not have time to continue to secretly protect Tear. In this way, Tear might encounter unimaginable troubles. I am not unaware of this. But Sheehan's words did not change Tear's mind. Although I do not like it here, dislike does not mean fear. I can protect myself. Tear said lightly, besides, you know my situation. So I will be where you are. This sentence almost moved Sheehan to a mess. When I first met this girl, I thought she was the most uncommunicative and cold-hearted girl in the team. Now, she actually said such words to Sheehan, which really made Sheehan want to marry her. I want to marry this girl home. However, although he was touched, he could not ignore the troubles of Tear. If, at the beginning, Sheehan helped Tear because Rosie had told him to, now, he wanted to help this girl from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, Sheehan glanced at AI, who seemed to be drowsy and yawning beside him, and looked so cute, and made up his mind. If it really doesn't work, let AI be my personal bodyguard for a month. With AI around, Tear's safety will definitely be no problem. I just don't know if this little girl is willing. There is no way. Who made AI only interested in Sheehan? At first glance, this girl and Sheehan seemed to get along well. But in fact, when getting along with people other than Sheehan, AI always has a lukewarm feeling. Even if Lumia and Melika are very enthusiastic about her, she looks uninterested. Under such circumstances, it was a little uncertain whether this hidden boss would be willing to serve as Tear's guard for a month. If not, I can only continue to take action. Zian was mentally prepared to have a good talk with AI. Afterwards, everyone asked Maijas to stay for another month at dinner, and Maijas agreed without hesitation. This matter was settled. Chapter 208. Is this the only thing left? That night, after Sean finished his daily routine with Thierry, he came out of the big bath with a refreshed look, still steaming and hot, ready to return to his room. However, Sean was stopped on the way. Are you ready to rest? The one who said this was Vivian, who came from the other side and seemed to be waiting for Sean. Vivian? Sean was slightly startled, then smiled, and walked forward while saying, What's wrong? Do you have something to talk to me about? I guess so. Vivian did not deny it. While returning a gentle smile, she glanced in the direction of the bathhouse and said with a smile, "Why don't you come out with Thierry?" As soon as these words came out, the smile on Sean's face froze. Seeing this, Vivian rarely showed a playful expression and said, "You don't think I didn't notice it, do you?" Hearing this, Sean's first thought was very simple. Damn. It's over. I don't know if Vivian saw through this idea. She couldn't help laughing. Don't worry. I'm not here to settle accounts with you, let alone to make you responsible, Vivian said as if she was teasing Sean. But she said, this is undoubtedly a good thing for Tyr. Seeing her like this, I not only don't feel worried, but feel a lot more relaxed. Is that so? Sean laughed dryly. Are you so confident in me? Of course, Vivian said without hesitation. After all, you are a brave man. Even if you behave unreliably, I believe that there is justice in your heart. Vivian said this sentence without any shame, and she didn't doubt it at all. This made Sean not know how to respond to Vivian. Is this not a good guy card? Sean only had this thought in his mind. However, Vivian didn't seem to mean that, and she still showed a gentle smile to Sheehan. Before I knew it, it has been about a month since we met. Right? Vivian suddenly said this. It seems so. Sheehan scratched his head and shrugged. It feels like time has passed quickly. But a month is not that long. Yes. Vivian nodded, stared at Sheehan, and said, although it is not that long, I always feel like we have known each other for a long time. Is that so? Sheehan blinked. Of course. Vivian answered without hesitation as she did just now, and smiled, you know. At the beginning, including me, everyone in the team didn't plan to make close friends with you, but just regarded you as the same person as the newcomers we led in the past. Sheehan was silent for a moment. In fact, isn't he the same? When he first met the people in Vivian's team, he even regarded this team as the source of trouble and was reluctant to approach them. At that time, both parties agreed to muddle through and part ways amicably, and they never thought it would develop into what it is now. Even Vivian. At the beginning, although she was quite gentle and enthusiastic towards Sheehan, that was just due to Vivian's personality. At that time, Vivian only regarded Sheehan as a newcomer entrusted by Riley and treated him as such, hoping to help him as much as possible during the 1-month probation period and let him grow up. After that, she would let this newcomer leave the team and be independent as always, and would not keep him in the team. Who would have thought that Sheehan's origin was so complicated that Vivian could not leave him alone, and gradually became accustomed to each other and accepted each other in the process of getting along. Not only Vivian. Everyone in the team finally accepted you, Vivian said with relief. If it were before, I really don't believe that everyone would be so defenseless against a member of the opposite sex. You know, because of their own specialness. Vivian's team has encountered troubles from the opposite sex several times in the past. Such a group of people. Except for Vivian, who is loyal and sticks to her heart. The rest of them have already built a solid defense against the opposite sex. At the beginning, weren't Teal, Lumia, and Melika very wary of Sheehan, and even dared not talk to him more? Now, this situation has completely changed. Needless to say, Teal, Melika seems to have gradually changed her attitude towards you. I wonder if you have noticed it. Mr. Sheehan? Vivian seemed to be really happy. As if teasing Sheehan, she actually said such teasing words. Sheehan felt embarrassed. Of course, he would not fail to notice that Melika's attitude had changed. That girl is not very conspicuous now. Not as direct and bold as Thierry. But her eyes looking at Sheehan are becoming brighter and hotter day by day. And her attitude is completely different from the past. It's just that she is timid and nervous. So she doesn't dare to take the initiative to contact Sheehan. She always makes a fuss about some of Sheehan's attention, blushes, and runs away in a panic when Sheehan looks for her, which is really helpless. To be honest, Sheehan has no idea what's wrong with this girl. No, it doesn't mean that Sheehan can't see the change in Melika's attitude towards him. Melika's affection for him is already very obvious. And Sheehan is not the kind of slow-witted protagonist in the novel that makes people want to punch him. So he can naturally feel it. However, Sheehan doesn't understand why this girl suddenly treats him like this. There aren't many intersections between him and Melika. Right? At most. He helped that girl once, when Master Mager was still there. Just that one time. Could it be that this elf girl, who was known as the most beautiful, purest, kindest and holiest in the world, fell in love? It's nonsense. Right? Anyway, Sean felt it was quite magical. and he had no idea what to do. So he could only let it go. At the moment, Sean spread his hands helplessly and said, "It's just Tara and Melika." Isn't Lumia still the same? Indeed. When Tara and Melika had changed their attitudes towards Sean, it was the shy orc girl who still kept a distance from Sean. Lumia was just timid. Vivian naturally knew the situation of everyone in the team, smiled, and comforted, "If you try to contact her, you will find that the child is very cute." "Maybe," Sean said disapprovingly. "I'm afraid that when I go over, she will run away directly." "How do you know if you don't try?" Vivian actually encouraged, "Try it. There is only one missing." "What do you mean by only one missing?" Sean was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Why does this sound like he is trying to persuade me to conquer Lumia? Is there anyone who would be so mean to his sisters? Didn't you say before that the purpose of forming the team was to protect these girls? Why do you want to push them into the fire pit now? No. Why is it a fire pit? I'm not harming them. Xian suddenly realized. Okay. I won't joke with you anymore. Seeing Xian's tangled face, Vivian put away her joking heart. In fact, I came to you mainly to give you this. As she said that, Vivian handed something to Xian. Chapter 209 Make some money first. This is. Sean's eyes fell on Vivian's hand that she stretched out to him, and he looked at the thing in her palm with a stunned expression. I saw a black metal that looked like an iron badge lying quietly in Vivian's palm. On the metal, there was a sword and a flame. It was the emblem of the Adventurers Guild, representing the sign of sword and magic. So, Sean understood. Is this the Adventurers Medal? That's right. This is the Adventurers Medal, which is the identity certificate awarded by the Adventurers Guild to real adventurers. What Vivian took out was the medal awarded by the Adventurers Guild to the most junior adventurers. The Black Iron First Class Primary Medal. With this medal, you can be considered a formal adventurer. Although, it is just the most junior first class adventurer. This belongs to you. Vivian said, I know that your level must be far more than that of a first class adventurer. But you have just passed the assessment, and can only receive the first class Black Iron Primary Badge. If you want to be promoted, you must go to the Adventurers Guild for a magic test to confirm your level. As she said this, Vivian took Sean's hand and handed him the badge. Sean took the badge subconsciously, and then reacted. You mean, I passed the adventurer's assessment? Sean looked at Vivian in surprise. Are you surprised? Vivian laughed and said, don't forget. The assessment period for new adventurers is 1 month. And I just said that it has been about a month since we met. Right? In other words, Sean's assessment period has ended. Originally, this should have been awarded to you after returning to Lemidgen. But since you plan to stay in the capital for a month, you can't wait for a month anyway, Vivian said softly. Therefore, through my recommendation and Laylee's instruction, the Adventurers Guild headquarters in the capital decided to directly award you the Adventurers Medal. So, Vivian came back with the medal and handed it to Xian. Is this okay? Xian took the medal and said, as if a little embarrassed, strictly speaking, I only went out with you once for a commission. Wouldn't it be too hasty to let me pass the assessment like this? Although it was a bit embarrassing to say, Xian really forgot about the things he needed to be assessed. In this month, Xian's only serious adventure was the one time he took him to Mongol Mountain. In addition, he hid on the 3rd floor of the guild to read books, or follow the escort team all the way to the capital. This made him feel that the medal in his hand was a little hot. But Vivian shook her head. You are wrong. Vivian said, don't forget. This escort mission is also an adventure activity of our team. It is an official mission entrusted to us by the president himself. The level of this task must be at least platinum level, or even mithril level. However, you participated in this level of task during the assessment period, and not only followed, but also served as the main force and even the biggest contributor to solve this commission. How can such an adventurer not pass the assessment? Vivian smiled and spoke slowly. Of course, adventurers need not only strength and achievements, but also sufficient knowledge and experience. You are seriously lacking in the latter. But this part is not as difficult to replace as strength and achievements. There are also adventurers who don't even know how to dissect a monster of the lowest level. But they have companions who can make up for this weakness. You don't need to do it yourself. You can be like them, and team up with knowledgeable and experienced companions in the future. That is also feasible. After hearing Vivian's words, Xian understood. Am I independent now? Xian held the adventurer's medal in his hand, and asked Vivian. Yes. Vivian nodded and said gently, now you can accept commissions alone. Join other people's teams, or set up your own team and recruit soldiers. You can decide what to do. So, Xian was silent for a while, then smiled and said, then when I return to Limijan, I can officially leave the team. Right? In theory. It is so. Vivian looked at Xian, then showed a meaningful expression, and said, the premise is that someone wants you to leave. Or you want to leave. After leaving these words, Vivian turned around and left directly. Only Xian was left, staring at Vivian in a daze. And after a while, he started to laugh and cry again. Does this Vivian have a hidden dark side? Xian always felt that Vivian seemed to be teasing him, or that she knew what would happen next. I didn't expect you to be such a Vivian. Xian could only smile and look at the black iron metal in his hand. Immediately, he grinned. From now on, I am also a person of status. After saying that, Xian put away the metal, hummed a song in a more relaxed and happy mood than when he came out of the big bath, and went to his room. The next day, early morning. Today, Xian got up early in the morning. Everyone in Vivian's team got up very early, except for AI, who was still sleeping and couldn't be woken up no matter how they were called. The rest of them gathered together to eat breakfast. As the only male among the group, Xian ate faster than anyone else. Everyone looked at Xian, who was eating voraciously, and suddenly felt full. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Eat slowly, Mr. Xian. Melika couldn't help but speak first, saying, be careful not to choke. What? Ter also frowned and said, are you in a hurry? Hearing this, Xian swallowed the food in his mouth and nodded. I have to go to the underground magic library of the palace today, so I can't wait. Xian said, what about you? Do you have any arrangements? Yes. Vivian responded to Xian with a smile and said, we plan to go to the Adventurers Guild to see if there is a suitable commission. We will probably resume adventure activities in the next period of time. Yes. Lumia also nodded repeatedly and whispered, after all, there are too many things to buy in the capital, and the expenses are a bit high. The implication is that they have to find a way to make money. Xian stopped eating immediately, because he also remembered this cruel thing. My money is almost gone. Xian, who didn't have much gold coins left, fell down. Should I go on a mission with Vivian and the others to make some money first? I'm a bit confused. Chapter 210. Are you here to apologize? In the end, Xian still didn't go with Vivian and the others. There was no way. He only had 1 month, and every day was precious. Money can be earned at any time, but such an opportunity may not come again. Anyway, the Razhat family provides food and accommodation, and I still have some gold coins in my pocket. I can always get through a month. Right? I should. When I think of the little female cat in the palace who only eats good food, and the cute little girl at home who also needs to be fed, Xian feels bad. Obviously none of them is mine. Why should I spend so much money to please them? If one of them is mine, I won't feel at a loss. The problem is that it's not. 2 dead bosses, obviously not people who are short of money, still come to cheat my little treasury. Too much. Too much. While cursing, Sean headed towards Lila Dessert Shop, and spent some money to buy some desserts. The fierce little female cat said that before he went to the underground magic library of the palace today, he had to stop by to see her and give her what he promised in advance. Otherwise, in the next month, the little female cat would turn into a little female snake and keep pestering him, so that he couldn't go to the underground magic library every day. What can Sean do? He can only offer tribute to coax this great god first. What a sin. With a few boxes of desserts, Sean sighed and walked into the palace, heading towards Rosie's bedroom. At this time, please wait a moment. A voice suddenly sounded and called Sean. Sheen stopped walking, tilted his head, and looked at the source of the sound in confusion. The next second, Sheen saw a knight. Hello, Lord Sheen. A very handsome blonde knight with excellent magic equipment and a bright silver magic sword hanging on his waist came to Sheen and bowed to him. Who are you? Sheen looked at the strange face of the other party and was confused. The other party smiled slightly. Let me introduce myself. I am Linjo Stringham, also a guard knight of the Guard Knights. The person who came was Linjo. Stringham? Sheen raised his eyebrows suddenly, although he didn't know the guard knight in front of him. He had not forgotten this surname. Who is the Duke yesterday to you? Sheen asked with a smile. Rinjo's expression didn't change at all. He was still smiling faintly, and even his voice sounded indifferent. He is my father. Linjo admitted this very straightforwardly. There is no need to hide this, and it is impossible to hide it. So Linjo simply did not hide it, and revealed it directly. So he is the eldest son of the Duke's family. Xian also guessed that this was the case. And the smile on his face became even stronger. Others say that the old will come out after the younger one is beaten. Could it be that we beat the old one this time and stimulated the younger one? However, I didn't expect that the Duke had a son who was serving as a guard knight. And his strength seemed to be quite good. At least, Xian's identification skill was very smooth to see through the other party's details. The level is 75. And the composition of the skills is all inclined to the melee system. And the level is not low. Among them, there is a level 7 two-handed sword skill and a level 5 magic sword skill. It can be seen at a glance that even if it is not as good as Luoxi, it is much stronger than the average peers. It seems that this is still a little genius. Xian collected so much information in an instant without making a sound. And then spoke. I wonder why the eldest son of the Duke's family stopped me here. Xian wanted to see what this eldest son was going to do. However, facing Xian's impolite words and playful attitude, Linzhou said nothing. And did nothing. He just looked at him for a while. And then responded. Sorry. Linzhou suddenly bent down and apologized. Yesterday, my father seemed to have offended you a little. I hope you can forgive me. The apologetic voice, and the sudden bending down and bowing made the playfulness on Xian's face turn into surprise. Are you here to apologize? Xian's face was full of surprise. Yes. Linzhou was still full of apologies, saying, for the heroes who have made great contributions. My father's attitude and behavior are really too much. So I came to apologize to you, hoping to get your forgiveness. Hearing this, Xian frowned. He really didn't expect that the other party came here to do this kind of thing. Aren't you here to pick a fight? Xian asked bluntly. Of course not. Please don't misunderstand. This matter is originally our Stringham family's fault. Linzhou quickly waved his hand and shook his head to deny, as if he really didn't want Xian to have a misunderstanding. Xian didn't feel hostility from the other party. Therefore, the eldest son of the Duke's family should really not pursue Xian for this matter. Right? The other party really came to apologize. Did the Duke ask you to come? Xian was silent for a while, and then asked this question again. This sentence, on the contrary, made the other party laugh. How is it possible? Rinzhou said with some disgust. That person would not think that what he did was wrong. As long as it is reasonable and necessary, he would do it even if it is against the will of heaven. How could he think that it is a mistake for him to hinder others? Linzhou's words made Xian raise his eyebrows again. Looking at the disgust in this person's eyes, this should be the other party's true words. In other words, this person seems to have a conflict with his father? Xian thought it was quite strange. Your father did not come to apologize. But you, the son, came to apologize without authorization. That's also quite strange. Right? That's what Xian thought. But people don't think so. How could it be? Linzhou looked directly at Xian and said with a faint smile, My father only has me as a son. And he has invested all the resources of the family in me. He has trained me to this point. It can be said that the Stringham family will definitely be inherited by me in the future. There is no second possibility. And I don't want the Stringham family to offend people like Lord Xian. Linzhou said eloquently, My father is not a knight. And I don't understand the horror of Lord Xian, who can release such momentum. But I can't do this. I can't let the future Stringham family be hostile to a strong man like you. So, I came to apologize to you for the sake of my family. I hope you can accept it. Chapter 211. What do you think? At this moment, Xian was silent, seeing Linzhou bend down deeply to him, lowering his head. His attitude was sincere, and his words did not seem to be insincere. Xian narrowed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. And Xian was silent. And Linzhou also maintained the posture of bending down and lowering his head, as if he would never raise his head unless Xian spoke. And the indescribable silence began to spread. This situation lasted for a long time. It was not until a long time later that Xian relaxed his face. Tell me one thing first. Xian said, Why did your father, who seemed to be so great, target me? Xian still wanted to know about this matter. Although the nobles in the capital had many reasons to target Xian. Because there were many reasons. Xian did not know which one Barry targeted him for. Was it because of Till's matter? Or is it because of Rosie? Sean's calm speech finally made Linzhou raise his head. However, before he raised his head, Linzhou's eyes trembled for a moment, and a sharp light flashed. At that time, Sean said the nickname Rosie. However, it was only a short moment. But it was precisely because of this short moment that before Linzhou raised his head, Sean's face also moved, and then returned to normal. In this case, Linzhou raised his head and told Sean the details. It was because of His Highness's matter. Linzhou did not hide anything and said bluntly, "My father has always hoped that I can become His Highness's husband and marry into the royal family to increase the status and power of the Stringer family in the kingdom. Therefore, the relationship between you and His Highness has somewhat stimulated my father." Hearing this, Sean showed a sarcastic look on his face. "So that's it. I understand the reason." Xian nodded and said with a half smile, "What does Master Linzhou think?" "Me?" Linzhou raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "What do you mean?" "Of course. It's Her Royal Highness." Xian spread his hands and said, "Your father wants you to marry Her Royal Highness. What about you? Do you want to be with Her Royal Highness?" This question seemed to stump Linzhou. At least, Linzhou didn't expect Xian to ask this question, and he was speechless and silent. But, after a while, Linzhou's expression relaxed again and looked directly at Xian. "Of course I want to too," Linzhou said word by word. "I'm not afraid to tell you that Her Royal Highness has countless admirers, and I am naturally one of them." "Naturally?" Xian's tone seemed a little weird. "Yes, naturally." Linzhou didn't care and said calmly, "After all, Your Highness is so beautiful and outstanding. No one can match her in appearance, family background, talent or character. I even think that people like Your Highness are worthy of being called goddesses. And the people of the God clan, except for the 3 goddesses, are probably not even qualified to be compared with Your Highness." Linzhou said something that was a bit outrageous. If this was spread out, he would be very upset if he said that the creator of the human race and the God of faith was not even qualified to be compared with a mere mortal. Of course, he would understand this truth, but he still said it, because this was what he really meant. Such a lady who has never been seen before and will never be seen again. Being born in the same era as her is definitely a gift that can make all men ecstatic. Linzhou said this while smiling. In fact, there are many people who have no right to pursue because of the huge age gap between them and His Highness, including some great nobles. Because of this, Linzhou, as a normal man, would be absolutely false if he said that he had no thoughts about the princess. In reality, with my identity and background, the possibility of marrying Her Highness is still quite high. Linzhou didn't know whether he was joking or serious. If I were just an ordinary mortal, I certainly wouldn't dare to have too many thoughts. But with such a close distance, it is possible. How can I say that I don't have such thoughts? Perhaps that's why Linzhou chose to tell the truth, to show his sincerity. But this doesn't mean that I will be hostile to Qin like my father. Linzhou finally said what he wanted to say. My father felt that for the sake of the family and the future, there was no need to hesitate or show mercy to offend Qin, a person without any identity or background. This is the biggest difference between my father and me. In my opinion, although Qin is just an adventurer, he will never be content with being ordinary. I believe that many people can guess what his future achievements will be. Therefore, I will not offend Qin for this matter. And Qin does not need to worry. Linzhou's frank words made Xian look at him with new eyes. However, Xian will still ask the questions that should be asked. So Master Linzhou is ready to give up the princess? Xian said this as if he was testing her. Of course not. Linzhou answered immediately. Still so sure and frankly, I will pursue the princess openly. And I will not play tricks like my father. Will this offend you? The implication is that if he pursues the princess openly, and Xian thinks it is an offense, then there is nothing he can do. You are quite eloquent. Xian laughed immediately. It's just a fact. Linzhou was unusually calm. Okay. Then I understand. Xian glanced at Linzhou and said leisurely, I will accept your apology for the time being. For the time being? Linzhou caught the key point in Xian's words. That's right. For the time being. Xian did not hide it and said directly, I can expose it this time. After all, I have nothing to lose. But there will be a next time. If there is a next time, I won't say anything. Linzhou took over Xian's words and said without hesitation, I have done my best for the family. If my father still doesn't know the limit and continues to offend you, then no matter what you do, I will not complain. Okay. Xian said readily, remember what you said today? I know. Linzhou smiled. And then said enthusiastically, are you planning to go to the underground magic library? How about I lead the way? No need. Xian shook his head and said, Her Royal Highness the Princess has already said that she will help me lead the way and introduce the library. I won't bother Master Linzhou. Really? Linzhou paused and said, Then I won't bother you. I hope you can gain something. I hope so. Xian replied. and then turned and left, looking at Xian's gradually receding figure. The smile on Linzhou's face disappeared little by little, and his eyes became cold. Then, Linzhou snorted coldly, and turned away as well. Little did he know that a look also appeared on Xian's face as he left. That look was quite amusing. Chapter 212. Isn't this bad? After that, Xian completely put Linzhou's matter behind him, as if he had never seen this person, and visited the princess's bedroom with comfort items. As always, there are still a lot of noble young masters waiting in the princess's bedroom, as if waiting for the princess to turn over the cards. Doing nothing here all day. Xian really wants to ask these young masters. Ask them to waste their time here all day. Do they think it's not good to have a lover outside? Or do they really think that they can wait for the clouds to clear and see the moon, and think that their sincerity will sooner or later move the princess? If you have this time to waste here, you might as well go back and think about how to play routines, such as being a hero to save the beauty, which is more useful than waiting here in vain. Right? You already know that the princess will not see anyone here, but you are still here, trying to get a second look from the princess in the crowd? Then go home and get a peach. I guarantee that you will attract the attention of Her Royal Highness the Princess in a minute. While complaining like this, Xian walked into the hall of the palace with an expressionless face, attracting the attention of all the nobles. They all looked at Xian, with gnashing teeth in their eyes, as if they wanted to drive Xian out of here. Unfortunately, yesterday's audience and everything Xian did in the palace seemed to have spread among the nobles. Even the common people already knew that there was an adventurer named Xian, who had conquered the old demon clan that caused chaos and heavy losses in the capital 10 years ago. And they were talking about it recently. Under such circumstances, coupled with what Xian had done to them before, shooting stones, how dare these short and weak young men come up to cause trouble again? So, all the nobles could only look at Xian with hatred. But there was fear in their eyes, and they did not dare to step forward and cause trouble for Xian again. Xian walked with a dragon-like and tiger-like pace amid the resentful and envious eyes of these noble children, and under the respectful salute of the female knights of the Holy Sword Knights guarding the palace. He entered the depths of the palace without any obstruction, and came to the princess's room. But at this time, Xian suddenly stopped, because, from the room in front of him, Xian sensed the magic power other than Luo Shi. Is there someone else? Xian was quite surprised. This was the first time Xian came to see Luo Shi, and there was someone else. Moreover, Xian always felt that he was not unfamiliar with this magic power. He should have seen the other party recently, or even talked with him. You can't blame me for not coming. Right? You have a guest yourself. Right? Xian's eyes turned slightly. And then, he was not surprised but happy. If there is a guest, he can't just go in and disturb them casually. So, if he just leaves like this, people can't bother him about this matter afterwards. Right? Well, let's do it. Thinking of this, Xian immediately put down the dessert boxes in his hand quietly, and then prepared to leave secretly. Click. At the same time, Rox's door was opened. Thanks to this, Xian, who was about to slip away, met the person inside the door. An awkward atmosphere suddenly spread. What are you going to do? Lord Xian? A voice that seemed to be unable to hold back laughter came into Xian's ears. I saw that the person who opened the door stood in front of Xian, exposing her pretty face and a pair of smart eyes that were trying not to smile. Isn't this the princess? Xian smiled awkwardly. Yes. The person who appeared in the door was Rox's sister, lied Ella. Unexpectedly, this princess actually came to Luo Shi. No wonder I felt that the magic inside the door was somewhat familiar. Sorry. I didn't know you would come, lied Ella said teasingly. I shouldn't disturb you. Right? How could it be? Xian replied without thinking. I disturbed the two princes. I will withdraw now. I wish you two a pleasant chat. After saying that, Xian wanted to run away immediately. But Xian had just turned around when his shoulder was tightly grabbed by a slender, but unexpectedly strong hand. Oh, don't worry. Liad Ella held Xian's shoulder tightly, and said with a moving and beautiful smile, since you are here, why don't you come and chat with us? Xian's expression suddenly became reluctant. His intuition told him that this princess was definitely trying to make trouble. Or rather, she was already making trouble. She seemed to want to tease the two of them with the things between Xian and Luo Shi, and have fun with it. Although the two met for the first time yesterday, the curious and playful look in the other party's eyes when she looked at him told Xian that this princess was definitely such a person. Unfortunately, Xian was not afraid of anything except three types of people. 1. A little girl who acted cute without saying anything. Because he couldn't stand it. 2. A woman who gave herself to him without saying anything. Because he couldn't stand it. 3. A woman who showed interest or curiosity in him without saying anything. And might be preparing to rush up and give herself to him. Because that was too cliché. Xian could guess what would happen later. And then guess that he would still not be able to stand it. Unfortunately, Liat Ella belonged to the third category. So, Xian really wanted to escape. Isn't this bad? Xian said this very tactfully, hoping that the princess would understand. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Who would have thought that the princess not only could not understand, but also looked cheerful, like an old dove who was about to do something to Xian. I have something to do. Xian could only use the escape spell. No matter how big the problem is, this princess will help you. Liat Ella said such a sentence in a domineering manner, blocking all of Xian's retreat. Don't delay time. Come in quickly. The next second, Xian was dragged into the room by Liat Ella. As soon as he entered the room, Xian immediately saw a cold female knight guarding behind the empty seat, and Luoxi, who was sitting opposite the empty seat with a helpless look on her face. Xian and Luoxi looked at each other, and they could see from each other's eyes what the other wanted to say most at this moment. Why did you come in? Luoxi's eyes revealed such a mood. Do you think I am willing? Xian also expressed this with his eyes. Now, my elder sister will definitely make fun of us. You better be prepared. Roxy conveyed this message with her eyes again. Hee. Xian didn't want to say anything more. The only words revealed in his eyes were those 2 words full of contempt. Just like that, Xian and Roxy fell into the palm of Liat Ella's hand. Chapter 213, It's Still Far From Enough. Then, let me introduce myself again. In Roxy's room, Her Highness, who seemed to be enjoying the current situation, smiled happily and spoke to Xian. I am Liat Ella Mitra. Although I will give it to Roxy sooner or later. I am now the first princess of this kingdom, and the first heir to the throne. Please call me Leah affectionately. The first princess of the kingdom said this happily, and blinked at Xian with a playful look. I have to say, it's still quite cute. I am Xian. Please give me more advice. Your Highness. Xian responded, half giving up and half powerless. Just call me Leah. Her Highness was not willing to give in, and said happily, You're welcome. Since Roxy asked you to call her nickname directly. If you still treat me differently, I will be dissatisfied. Do you understand? Hearing this, Xian wanted to roll his eyes. But he didn't really have a casual attitude, because the cold and beautiful female knight standing behind Leah had been staring at Xian, as if silently warning him not to be rude to Leah, which made Xian really not want to provoke her, mainly because of trouble. On the contrary, Leah was completely unaware of this situation, and was still teasing Xian there, asking Xian to call her name directly. Roxy, who couldn't bear it, couldn't help but speak. Sister Leah, you are also a princess. Please don't tease others like this casually. Okay? If others really take it seriously, and think they can become friendly with you, so they pester you, then Sanai will lose control again. Roxy sighed, as if she had exchanged positions with her sister, and began to teach her a lesson, saying also, sooner or later, it will be redundant to give up something. Sister will be the first heir to the throne in the future queen of the kingdom. Please don't give up that kind of thing casually. Luoxi's words not only did not make Leah feel defeated, but made her cheeks puff up. But the nobles in the kingdom all said that you are more suitable to be the queen than me. Leah said angrily, moreover, with your terrible popularity, everyone will support you, and no one will support me to succeed to the throne. That's what others think. Luoxi said indifferently, as for myself, I have already told everyone that I don't want to go to the God Realm and become a resident of the God Realm. Nor do I want to inherit the throne and become the queen of the kingdom. But that's also what Luoxi thinks on her own. Right? Leah looked at Luoxi and said, everyone thinks that this is just your temporary willfulness, and they are still looking forward to when you can wake up. That's really a pity, because I have always been very sober. Luoxi said without thinking, so, I will still disappoint everyone. Really stubborn. Luoxi used to fulfill everyone's expectations, no matter what the occasion was. Why can't she just listen to everyone's opinions on such a big thing? Leah sighed, then turned to Xian and asked for support. Sir Xian, do you think so too? This woman has always been so stubborn. Right? Xian laughed dryly twice, glanced at Luoxi who looked indifferent, and complained wildly in his heart. That's not stubbornness. But this guy is afraid. Even if Luoxi pretended to be very calm and indifferent now, Xian knew that this woman must have been protesting desperately in her heart. Originally, being a princess who complies with everyone's expectations has made her tired enough. If she really becomes a queen, or settles in the god realm and lives with the goddesses, it will definitely be a disaster for this princess. Right? If she becomes a queen, she will have to bear greater expectations. And perhaps she will be burdened with the burden of leading the kingdom to become the world's #1, which will definitely make her vomit blood. Not to mention becoming a resident of the god realm. She has to maintain her image all the time among a group of goddesses. Dare not expose her true face. And can't eat her favorite desserts, which will definitely make this girl collapse. Therefore, this princess is panicked and afraid, and dare not agree to these things at all. Right? Xian saw through all of Rox's thoughts, and his eyes became more full of contempt when he looked at her. Roxy seemed to have discovered Xian's thoughts, and glared at him inconspicuously, as if to say, if you can do it, go ahead. Xian naturally would not indulge this girl, and kicked her directly under the table. Roxy almost screamed, and finally managed to hold it back. And just now she kicked him in anger. But Xian had been prepared and clamped Rox's feet directly. This time, Roxy couldn't move, and could only grit her teeth and pick up the black tea, and took a big sip as if covering something. The rough action scared the cold and beautiful female knight, who seemed to be named Sanai, who was guarding behind Leah. He, on the contrary, Leah, watching Xian and Luoxi with a somewhat strange attitude. Although she did not notice the fight between the two under the table, she also keenly noticed the eye contact between the two from time to time, and laughed happily. That look is just like it is very interesting and fun. Forget it. I can't persuade you. Anyway, with my father and Arida here, they will definitely bother you about the throne. Leah's beautiful eyes turned slightly, as if she had calculated the timing, and suddenly said, but I am very interested in the relationship between you two. Can you tell me about this? Leah's words not only stopped Luoxi from drinking tea, but also attracted the attention of the cold female knight named Sanai behind her. Xian continued to pretend to be dumb, and said nothing to avoid being implicated. As a result, this question can only be answered by Luoxi. Sister Leah, please stop being so curious. Okay? It was rare for Luoxi to show dissatisfaction in front of outsiders. She said, my relationship with Xian is normal. We are just friends, who can talk to each other. I hope you won't make random guesses and speculations like those nobles. I beg you to do that. It seems that this princess is somewhat self-aware, and is well aware that her special feelings for Xian have caused many nobles to be suspicious of her, and even to take some actions. And even those nobles are like this. So Leah, as a member of the royal family, is naturally no exception. Not to mention that the person involved is her overly outstanding sister. So, Leah spoke very bluntly, because Roxy has never been so close to any opposite sex from the past to now. I believe that it is not only me and those nobles, but also my father who is paying attention to this matter. Leah said so, and looked at Xian, and said meaningfully, moreover, I am also very curious. What is so special about an adventurer that can be favored by my Roxy? Don't tell me that it is just because he defeated the old demons like Beto and Killian? That level is far from enough to get the recognition of my overly outstanding sister. These words changed the atmosphere in the room to some extent. Get tense. Get subtle. Chapter 214. You can't deny this. Now, Xian has seen it. This princess looks so playful. But in fact, she is not just playing. She is testing Xian, using a playful attitude as a weapon to paralyze others, hiding her true intentions, and stabbing at the right time. This is the person named Leah Dyla. After all, they are all royal family. As a royal family, and a direct descendant, if she is not good at it, how can she get the position of the first heir to the throne? Even if Luoxi voluntarily gave up the throne. If Leah is a willful princess who only knows how to play, then the position of the first heir will never be given to her. Right? Perhaps. In terms of strength and talent, Leah is not as good as Luoxi. But in terms of brains and wisdom, Leah may be above Luoxi. After understanding this, Xian subconsciously put away his indifferent attitude and looked deeply at Leah. Leah also looked at Xian directly, with a look in her eyes that others could not understand. The two looked at each other, making the atmosphere more and more subtle. In this case, how could Luoxi not understand what happened? Sister Leah. Luoxi spoke. That voice, indifferent and calm, brought endless pressure. Affected by this voice, the subtle atmosphere around trembled all of a sudden, as if it was about to be crushed. Sanai, who was standing behind Leah, suddenly changed her expression. and almost couldn't help but put her hand on the hilt of the long sword at her waist. Leah was also slightly startled, and then smiled bitterly. It seems that Luoshi was angry. Leah raised her hands in surrender, and showed a helpless expression. Xian also looked at Luoshi in surprise. Luoshi was still so indifferent and calm. I know what you are worried about. Luoshi opened her red lips, and said indifferently, from my situation. I know very well what you will consider, and worry about when a strange person of the opposite sex suddenly approaches me so close. But I am not a child. And I don't know nothing. Luoshi cast her eyes on Leah and said word by word, I chose to associate with him after understanding everything. Please put aside your concerns. Okay? Hearing this, Leah fell into silence. Xian also fell into silence, and sighed slightly in his heart. He could understand this situation. Because Luoshi's status is so special. Many people want to approach her for various purposes. As her family, and even royal family, it is understandable that Leah and even her father would be worried about this. What if Xian approached Luoshi for other purposes? What if Luoshi is hurt by Xian because she trusts Xian too much? As Luoshi's family and a royal family, Leah and others have to consider these issues. Therefore, Anqi wants to win over Xian and give him a title. It is not impossible that he wants to use this to restrain Xian and monitor Xian. Leah will test Xian for this reason. Unfortunately, they all underestimate Luoshi. Luoshi is telling Leah that she can think of the same things you can think of. Even so, she still chooses to continue to associate with Xian, which proves that she has made this choice after fully identifying, understanding and recognizing. If this is the case, Leah and others still have concerns about this. Then, they are just doubting her vision. This is what Luoshi wants to say. Leah understands. So, okay. I admit that my father, and I think too much. Leah relaxed her face, as if she really surrendered this time, and smiled bitterly. That's right. Since we can get your recognition, it proves that Lord Xian is indeed trustworthy, and we should not have doubted your excellence. Having said so, Leah stood up. I'm really sorry for my tentative behavior towards you just now. Please forgive me. Leah apologized to Xian and bowed. Your Highness. Shanai was startled and wanted to do something in a hurry, but Leah stopped her. I have to apologize for this. And it's also for Luoshi. Don't stop me just because I'm a princess and shouldn't bow to an adventurer. Otherwise, I will doubt your chivalry. Shanai. Leah's words blocked Shanai, the cold and beautiful female knight. Obviously, this female knight really believes that her master should not bend down so easily. Even Luoshi didn't expect Leah to go to this extent, and was speechless for a moment. On the contrary, Xian, after being stunned, looked at the princess who bowed and saluted, and looked at her with a new respect. Therefore, raise your head. Your Highness Leah. Xian finally spoke. I didn't take this matter to heart. Xian smiled casually in his own style and said, compared with those nobles who don't like me, your Highness's temptation is much cuter. I didn't think too much. Okay. That's good. Leah smiled slightly and said, I just hope that my affairs will not affect the relationship between the two of you. Otherwise, Luoshi will definitely hate me for the rest of her life. For a lifetime? Luoshi couldn't help but refute. Isn't it too exaggerated? Exaggerated? Leah said with a smile, at least. This is the first time I see you so angry for someone. You can't deny it. Luoshi was speechless again. Xian couldn't help but glance at the princess and felt amused. He also didn't expect that Luoshi would be so angry about his own affairs. Well, the desserts I bought recently were not in vain. With this thought, everyone exposed this matter together. Afterwards, Leah returned to her original state, constantly teasing the two, completely unchanged. However, this time, there was less deliberateness and less calculation. This changed Xian's view again. Originally, I thought that this princess was using the playful attitude as a cover to fool people. Now it seems that even if there is a component of fooling people, this playful personality does not seem to be fake. Afterwards, Luoshi also said so. Although Sister Leah does sometimes seem to be very scheming, she is really playful. When you think she is playing, she is actually planning something. When you think she is planning something, she is actually just playing. Because it is hard to tell whether she is playing or just lying. Sister Leah is actually quite respected in the eyes of others. And most of the nobles have had a headache about this. So, even if she says so, don't really believe that no one will support Sister Leah to become the next queen of the kingdom. In fact, there are surprisingly many people who support Sister Leah to inherit the throne? That's it. However, That has nothing to do with Xian. In this way, the three of them took this as a start, and finally became somewhat harmonious, and talked to each other. It was not until an hour later that Xian claimed that he was leaving and asked Luo Shi to follow him to the magic library under the palace. Leah watched the two leave, and a smile appeared on her pretty face. The relationship between the two seems to be better than I thought. Leah didn't know whether she was satisfied or laughed at this. Picked up the teacup and tasted the black tea. Xian, the cold and beautiful female knights, and I, standing behind Leah, looked at Xian's back and murmured silently. Chapter 215: The Underground Magic Library. The palace? Underground. This is an unexpectedly spacious space, because there are many secrets hidden here that the kingdom cannot disclose. Of course, what is meant by cannot be disclosed here does not refer to some dark taboo, but as the literal meaning says, it is simply because it cannot be disclosed. For example, the kingdom's important magic research institute is located here, and the source of the defense barrier of the capital and the palace is also hidden in such a place. Once a suspicious person enters here, it will inevitably be very disadvantageous for the kingdom and the palace. Therefore, only the privileged personnel designated by the royal family can enter and exit freely here. In addition, even the nobles and knights of high status are not allowed to come in. The security is extremely strict. Every few minutes, a night group will patrol the same place, and important facilities are always heavily guarded. It is almost impossible to invade here. Roxy, who is responsible for leading the way for Xian, said so. Since the establishment of the kingdom, there has been only one person who could silently invade here and take things away from here in the past 1,000 years. That person appeared 10 years ago. Hearing this, Xian understood immediately. Is it Lai Xia? Xian confirmed with Luo Shi. That's right. Luo Shi nodded and said, only that person's space magic can invade here silently. Others, even if they have learned the same space magic, will find it difficult to do this. This is because Lai Xia not only learned high-level space magic, but her unique skills are also closely related to magic. Not only did she abandon meditation and chanting, but also increased the power and effect of magic, etc., which provided assistance to Lai Xia's magic in all aspects. Therefore, Lai Xia was able to sneak in here with space magic and take away the forbidden object that was originally sealed in the deepest part of the palace. Fortunately, she only took the thing away and did not attack the rest of the things here. Otherwise, the kingdom would definitely be completely messed up. Luo Shi said, although, strictly speaking, the thing she took away is the most dangerous. After that, Luo Shi took Xian to the library. It was also a place with heavy guards and a barrier set up, and no one was allowed to visit casually. In theory, this is the place most frequently visited by outsiders. There are not a few people like you who have been recognized by the royal family and entered here. Luo Shi smiled at Xian and said, however, only the royal family can use this place freely and indefinitely. It may not be difficult for others to come in once, but it is not so easy to come in a second time. You have to seize this opportunity. As she said that, Luo Shi first nodded to the knights guarding around, asked them to bow and retreat, and then whispered something to the wall in front of her that was rippling like water, making the waterways bigger and bigger. Xian could feel that the magic power flowing on the wall had changed, because the barrier was opened. Later, I will teach you the spell to open the barrier. In the next month, you can enter the library with the royal token and the spell and read books freely. Luo Shi said, this spell is only temporary and will be useless after a month. So don't be lucky and think that you can use this spell a second time. Okay? Xian smiled awkwardly. He just had the idea that even if a month passed, he could still come secretly when he wanted to. Now, the spell is temporary, and there is no way. Let's go in. Luo Shi looked at Xian with a smile, and then pulled him, and took him into the water waves, while the knights around him couldn't help but feel jealous and hateful of Xian. The two of them suddenly came to another space, as if they had passed through a layer of water curtain. This space is also very vast and huge. However, looking at this space, Xian was surprised. There was no other reason. I saw that there was no bookshelf in this vast space. All the books here seemed to be floating, watering freely in the air. Isn't this too magical? Xian couldn't help but feel amazed. Scared, right? Luo Shi was very satisfied with Xian's reaction, and a smile of success appeared on her face. There were no outsiders here, and Luo Shi also exited the princess mode. In this case, Luo Shi talked freely. This library itself is a huge magic prop, which was jointly created by hundreds of magicians from the elves and thousands of magic prop masters from the kingdom at a huge cost. It is different from the library, you know. Luoshi pointed to the dense and endless books flying around in the air and explained to Xian. Here, every time you read a book, a record will be left in this space. Here, you don't need to go through the bookshelves yourself. If you need a certain type of book or want to read a certain book, you just need to tell them directly. Do you want to read books about magic? Luoshi turned to the library and spoke suddenly. Fire magic book. When this sentence came out of Luoshi's mouth, the books flying around aimlessly suddenly changed. Specifically, some books suddenly flew away, while others all flew here and gathered in front of Luoshi. Xian understood. As long as you ask, the books you need will fly over by themselves. And the books you don't need will leave by themselves? Isn't this too convenient? Go and try it. It's very interesting. Luoshi smiled at the eager Xian, patted his shoulder and pushed him out. Ahem. Xian was forced to step forward, but he didn't complain at all, but cleared his throat and spoke. Space magic book. Xian then proposed the type of book he wanted. However, after Xian said this, all the books gathered around flew away, and no one came close. Xian's expression froze. What's this? Discrimination? Is this discrimination? Xian looked unkind, turned his head, and looked at Luoshi. As a result, Xian saw Luoshi's speechless expression. You really dare to say that? You actually want to read the magic book of space magic? Luoshi rolled her eyes at Xian. What? Xian was stunned and asked in confusion. Is there a problem? Of course there is. Luoshi said unhappily. There is no magic book of space magic here. Do you think there is a problem? Huh? Xian was surprised and said, there is no space magic here? Are you kidding? Isn't it said that this is the largest magic library in the kingdom? And books from all over the country and all over the world will be collected and gathered here? How can there be no space magic? In fact, the reason is very simple. The magic book of space magic is a forbidden book. Not here, but in the forbidden library deeper. Luoshi then explained the reason. Chapter 216. Advice from Her Royal Highness the Princess. Banned book? The unexpected statement made Xian completely confused. From the look of you, it seems that you really don't know. Luoshi was a little dumbfounded. And then she sighed and explained. Basically, magic that can cause clear criminal tendencies will be banned from use and learning. For example, magic that can be used to open locks, and magic that can be used for perspective. This kind of magic is generally banned from use and learning by various countries to prevent it from being used for crimes. Compared with these magics, space magic is even more strictly controlled. As for the reason, I believe you can think of it. Right? Luoshi's words reminded Xian of Lexia. Yes. Luoshi immediately nodded, as if she was sure that Xian could associate it with someone, and said, space magic is very convenient. So convenient that it is scary. Space magic such as teleportation is relatively easy to say. But just like that person, if someone who is proficient in space magic wants to do something to the barrier set up somewhere, it is very easy to do. Moreover, on the battlefield, the impact of space magic is also very large. It can distort space, trap the enemy in a maze of space, and disrupt the enemy's formation. It can change the terrain and make the battlefield look the way you want. Whether it is used for invasion, assistance or combat, space magic can be used, and its convenience is the highest among all magic. Therefore, no matter which country it is in, there is a ban on the unauthorized dissemination of magic books of space magic. Only court magicians approved by the country can access it. If ordinary people are lucky enough to access it, they will be summoned by the royal family once they are discovered, and they may even be semi-compulsorily taken in as court magicians. Otherwise, if space magicians want to do something, it is too easy and has a great influence on the territory. Hearing these words, Xian couldn't help but think of what Vivian and others said when they met Huaming Pavilion in the past. At that time, they said that once a magician who can use space magic appears, he will immediately be treated as a state guest, invited to the palace, and become the royal family's exclusive court magician. Even the gods will pay special attention to those who can use space magic. There are much fewer space magic users in the human race than in the demon race. Even if you look for it in history, I'm afraid you can't find more than 10 users. So, the reason for this is not only because space magic is notoriously difficult and rare magic, but also because countries around the world are strictly controlling it. Obviously, other magic can be used in any way, but this kind of magic is not. Xian felt speechless. If we talk about magic that can cause clear criminal tendencies, then almost all magic is. Right? Because they can hurt people. And high-level magic is even enough to cause great damage. Therefore, generally, there will be no advanced magic spread in the market. At most it is only at the level of intermediate magic. Luoshi said, moreover, the human race has to deal with monsters. And even fight with the demons. So it is impossible to completely prohibit the learning of magic. In other words, the spread of relatively simple combat magic with a single effect is allowed. As for the more ambiguous and dangerous magic, although it is not a problem to learn it, at least the country does not allow it to be spread. And there is no channel to learn it in the market. The library of the Lamigian Adventurers Guild only has magic books on elemental magic. And those magics are all elementary magics. And this is the reason. If you want to learn rare and advanced magic, it will never work without a way. In addition, spiritual magic is also prohibited from spreading. Right? Luoshi reminded. In the past, there was an example where all the people in a city were secretly manipulated by a magician who was good at mental magic, and raised the flag of rebellion against the country with the intention of rebellion. Therefore, this kind of magic that can silently hypnotize and brainwash others is banned to a higher degree than space magic, and it is also not available here. In addition, it seems that there is no holy magic or recovery magic here. That is because the holy magic and recovery magic are created by the gods. And only in the temple can there be magic books of this kind of magic. If it is space magic or mental magic, although it is banned, the kingdom also has a collection of magic books of this department. But it is sealed in the forbidden library deep inside. However, the magic of the holy and recovery departments is different. There is no forbidden library deep inside. It can only be found in the temple. And only those who are recognized by the temple can learn it. Hearing this, Xian couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. I thought there were all kinds of magic here. But it turned out to be like this? Xian really couldn't hide his disappointment. What are you disappointed about? Luoshi curled her lips and said, although there are no magic books such as space magic and spiritual magic, there are rare magics here. Can't you learn those? Luoshi summoned a pile of books with rare magics. For example, the gravity magic used by Lai Xia is among them. Although there are many magic books here, there are some rare systems. But I remind you not to involve too many. Luoshi said. Generally speaking, a magician is proficient in 2 systems of magic at most. And that is the limit. This is not only because of the limited skill points and limited talent, but also because of practical reasons. Without exception, there will be at least hundreds of magics in a system, and even thousands of them, which are amazing. For example, there are a total of 3,372 types of elementary, intermediate, and advanced fire magic, including 1,988 elementary magic, 1,114 intermediate magic, and 270 advanced magic. The spells involved can be written into dozens of books. Even if you are proficient in the chanting skill. If you want to speed up the chanting of the spell or shorten the length of the spell, the prerequisite is that you must memorize the original spell first. If you don't know the spell, even if you have the maximum level of chanting skill, you can't give up chanting and use the magic. Roxy said this to the speechless Xian. Your magic power is not inferior to mine. I don't object to you learning magic. But people's energy is limited. I hope you will think carefully about what kind of magic to learn. It's best to choose some rare and versatile magic. That should be very suitable for you. Leaving this, Roxy left. Only Xian was left, looking at the endless books, and fell into silence. Chapter 217 Celestial Bodies and Gifts. Alas. 5 minutes later, Xian could not help but let out a faint sigh. I had never thought about this before. Not to mention that due to the prohibition, magic books such as space magic cannot be found here. Just the problem of learning magic that Luoshi just mentioned. Xian can't help but think about it carefully. If it is a problem of talent and skill points, it is easier to deal with. If it were someone else, this aspect might be the biggest problem. But Xian, who has the unique skill of Tianin, will not have any obstacles in this regard. If Xian is willing, he even feels that he can learn all the magic in the world. However, even if he can learn magic skills, whether he can successfully learn magic and use magic is an unknown number. Apart from other things, I don't have the confidence to memorize the more than 3,000 kinds of magic of the fire system, and the spells in dozens of books. Although, because when upgrading, all the abilities of oneself will be improved to the maximum value. Now that Xian is already level 28, his memory is much stronger than before. But he is not a foodie nun with instant memory ability, who can memorize all 103,000 magic books in his mind. No matter how hard he tries, he can't memorize all the magic spells in the world. And Sheen can only visit this library for 1 month. In 1 month, how many magic spells can he remember, and how many systems of magic can he learn? It seems that the ambition to learn all the magic in the entire library has to be abandoned. This is simply unrealistic. It is even unclear whether Sheen can learn all the magic of the magic system he has learned. I have learned 4 magic skills in total. Magic Fire, Magic Ice, Magic Wind, Magic Thunder. These 4 magic skills have been upgraded to the maximum level by Sheen. Then, according to what Luoshi just said, there are more than 3,000 kinds of fire magic alone. And the magic spells are in the amount of dozens of books. Sheen has no confidence at all to learn all the magic spells of these 4 elemental magics in 1 month. The main reason is that the time in 1 month is limited. And Sheen wants to learn rare high-level magic. He really doesn't want to waste time to learn all the elemental magic like this. In this case, he has to make a choice. Instead of spending the precious time on the more common and ordinary elemental magic, it is better to use it to learn rare high-level magic. Magic like gravity magic. No matter how you look at it, it will not lose to the 4 magics of fire, ice, wind, and thunder. Right? Moreover, these magics can be learned at least to the intermediate level even outside. But if it is rare high-level magic, it may only be found here. Let's just decide. After thinking it over, Sheen started looking. One after another, rare magic books passed by him and were selected by him. In the end, Sheen chose 2 kinds of magic. One is called celestial magic. One is called grant magic. The former is a kind of magic that can borrow the power of celestial bodies and manipulate the power of celestial bodies to fight or even assist. When it is practiced to a high level, it can even summon meteorites or use the power of stars to purify and heal itself. Sheen liked it at first sight. The latter is a kind of magic that can give specific concepts to objects, so that objects have magical properties and characteristics. For example, giving a wooden sword the characteristics of sharpness or slashing can cut steel. Giving a wooden stick the characteristics of hardening or heaviness can smash rocks, etc. When practiced to the extreme, it can even give the air characteristics such as toxicity or explosion, which was also chosen by Sheen at first sight. These 2 types of magic are both extremely versatile and difficult to learn. In terms of rarity, they are not even inferior to space magic, especially celestial magic, which is the most difficult to learn among all systems. There are far fewer people who have learned this magic than those who have learned space magic. Even the gods and demons seem to have no one using it now. It is an ancient lost magic that was not discovered until 3 years ago from a ruin and then collected in this library. As for the granting magic, Sheen is completely attracted by its versatility, which may be even higher than space magic. But there are also very few people who can learn it, so it has not been banned. The special thing about this kind of magic is that at the beginning, it is not outstanding at all. At most, it makes some ordinary objects have magical effects. And once the magic power is exhausted, the effect will be invalid. Therefore, this kind of magic is not popular at all and is regarded as useless. But if it can be practiced, in the later stage, its role will be very wide and the effect will be very great. In the past, a magician who was proficient in magic granting once gave the earth the property of vibration, which resulted in a major earthquake and massacred hundreds of thousands of monsters that besieged the city. Of course, if you want to have this level of vibration power, the amount of magic power required is amazing. Therefore, this kind of magic is tasteless in the hands of people with ordinary magic power. But in the hands of people with outstanding magic power, they can play tricks in minutes. This is also the reason why it has not been banned. And there are too few people who can use its true power. Unfortunately, this has become the most suitable magic for Sheen. Difficult to learn? Tion and learn about it? Magic power? Has Sheen ever lacked this thing? In summary, Sheen decided to learn these 2 kinds of magic first. Don't let me down. After deciding, Sheen picked up all the magic books of celestial magic and magic granting and began to study hard. Acquired skill, magic celestial, do you want to learn it? Acquired skill, magic give, do you want to learn it? After returning that day, Sheen tried 2 kinds of magic and immediately successfully acquired the magic skills. Sheen upgraded them to the maximum level and was satisfied with their effects. Sheen first tried the give magic, giving a leaf the cutting property, and the leaf directly cut a piece of marble. And the celestial magic was even more terrifying. Sheen just tried it a little, and the sky of the capital was like a storm. with dark clouds and thunder and lightning. And I don't know how many children were scared to tears. This magic seems to be able to control the weather, which is really surprising. However, next, Sheen had to worry. Because, if you want to learn both systems of magic, you also need Sheen to study hard. Well, who made me like learning? Sheen instantly turned into a learning enthusiast and began to study hard. Chapter 218. He actually agreed? Learning magic is a very boring thing. This is especially true for Sheen. Even if he doesn't need to consider how to allocate skill points or how to practice magic, Sheen still needs to memorize every magic spell and remember them firmly. If he doesn't remember the spell, even if he has the full level, chant skill, and can abandon the chant, he still can't use magic, whether it is shortening the chanting spell or abandoning the chanting spell. If you want to do these, the premise is to remember the spell of the magic that is about to be used first. This is the big premise. Therefore, for Sheen, who has upgraded all the necessary skills, there is really only boring rote memorization. So, in the following days, Sheen has been running to the magic library under the palace, holding the celestial magic and the magic book that grants magic, and reciting desperately. There is no shortcut to this step. You can only do it step by step. Sheen can only become a miserable student, studying hard in the library every day. After a few days, it is really boring to the point of being uncomfortable, especially when memorizing the magic spells of the magic. It is really a chore. Celestial magic is okay, because it is a very rare ancient magic, unlike the elemental magic such as fire magic, which has thousands of kinds. Although there are not many, it still allows Sheen to see the possibility of memorizing all of them. But the magic of, for example, when hardening is applied to two different objects, wood and stone, the order, arrangement, and even content of the spells need to be changed to some extent. In the system of magic, there are thousands of properties that can be applied, and there are dozens or even hundreds of possible changes and modifications for each property. Adding them all together, the number of spells alone is so large that it makes Sheen dizzy. But if you don't memorize all of them, not only will some properties not be applied, but even if you can apply a property to one object, you can't apply the same property to another object. In view of this, the types and number of spells of magic applied are the most among all systems of magic, which makes Sheen feel like his eyes are black and he is flying on the spot. Originally, Sheen wanted to quickly finish learning celestial magic and granting magic and then try to find time to learn one or two more rare magics. Now, it seems that it is already remarkable that he can finish learning celestial magic and granting magic in 1 month. Which granting magic should I choose? Am I asking for trouble? Sheen regretted it more than once. But in the end, considering the versatility and diversity of granting magic, as well as its benefits to his own suitability, Sheen gritted his teeth and continued his research. Fortunately, the effect of this magic did not disappoint Sheen. Sheen once found an opportunity to sneak out of the capital and experiment with granting magic on a nearby mountain. He directly gave the mountain vitality, a higher level granting magic property. As a result, the mountain erupted. Yes, it erupted. It turned into a volcano, causing the underground magma to erupt. And it almost did not cause a disaster. Of course, the premise that no disaster occurred was that Sheen was in a panic and was forced to use the magic sword with all his strength to cut off the mountain, and then use the advanced magic, extraterrestrial gravity in the celestial magic to mobilize the power of the celestial body, lower the terrible gravity, and suck the mountain into the completely invisible outer sky. Otherwise, the surroundings of the royal capital would be completely destroyed. However, when using extraterrestrial gravity, Sheen almost couldn't control the power, causing several nearby mountains to be almost sucked away. This made Sheen very scared. Don't use advanced magic casually in the future. Sheen made this decision immediately. For Sheen, who can make primary magic more powerful than advanced magic, the already powerful advanced magic will really become a large-scale destructive magic of natural disaster level if it falls into his hands. Sheen feels that if he is now, he can destroy 1 or 2 cities in a minute. If he wanted to unseal the holy sword, it would probably be a real humanoid nuclear weapon, destroying everything wherever he went. However, it is undeniable that as he gradually mastered various magics, Sheen's strength was constantly increasing. This was also the only motivation for Sheen to persevere. In summary, Sheen finally gritted his teeth and persevered, constantly memorizing various magic spells and stuffing all kinds of spells into his mind. As for Vivian and others, they seem to have been adventuring all the time during this period, and it is said that they have left a considerable reputation in the Adventurer Guild of the Royal Capital. As for AI, these days, Sheen persuaded her. Although she was a little reluctant, she still promised to take care of Tyr a little bit and prevent Tyr from being overly bullied by the nobles of the royal capital. This allowed Sheen to focus on learning magic with more confidence. Unfortunately, there was still a price. That is, Sheen's wallet was finally empty. In desperation, in order to continue feeding AI and a certain princess, Sean could only borrow money from Vivian. Vivian lent it. But at that time, Vivian's eyes full of comfort and tenderness always made Sean feel humiliated. Because, before, when Eudelis lent money or magic props to Leon, her eyes were also full of comfort and tenderness. After all, he ended up living the life he hated the most. Sheehan looked up at the sky in silence. It is worth mentioning that there is another person who has been around Sheehan these days. Today is the same. You are here again. You are really studious. When Sheehan entered the palace and was about to go to the underground magic library, a voice that had become familiar to him recently sounded and reached his ears. Sheehan narrowed his eyes, then turned around and looked at the source of the sound. There, the familiar guard knight came over. Good morning, Sheehan. Linzhou greeted him warmly and cheerfully. Good morning, Master Linzhou. Sheehan responded calmly. The two gathered together and chatted. However, Linzhou was always enthusiastic and proactive, while Sheehan was calm and even uninterested, making the two of them look like they didn't know each other at all, but like strangers who met by chance on the road and chatted casually. In fact, it was Linzhou who started the topic, and Sheehan was just dealing with it, which everyone could see. But Linzhou has been like this these days, greeting Sheehan and chatting with him tirelessly. Are you going to see His Highness first, and then go to the library today? Linzhou asked with a smile. Yes. She nodded naturally. Then why not? Let me go with you this time. Linzhou spoke as if joking. However, okay. Sheehan was still so casual, nodded, and said, You can come along. Hearing this, Linzhou was stunned. He actually agreed? Chapter 219. I have only met him a few times. This time, Linzhou was speechless. On the contrary, Sheehan looked at Linzhou and his expression became intriguing. What's wrong? Aren't you going to come together? Sheehan said something as if he was testing something. This made Linzhou not know what to say, and he felt alert in his heart. Is this a trap? Linzhou was thinking about this. There was no way. Sheehan should know that many people actually envied him on the surface. But if they could meet Her Royal Highness through him and have contact with Her Royal Highness, they would definitely not refuse. At the beginning, when Vivian brought Sheehan to see Roxy, didn't those noble young masters also surround him like flies, hoping that Vivian could introduce them to Her Royal Highness? Now, the distance between Sheehan and Rosie is much closer than Vivian. He can see Her Royal Highness the Princess almost every day and stay in Her Royal Highness's room for at least an hour. With such a relationship, if Sheehan is willing, it is definitely easy to bring someone in with him. In this case, Sheehan will definitely feel that if a young master from a noble family comes to make friends with him and wants to claim to be with him when he meets Her Royal Highness the Princess, then he must have another purpose. In other words, when encountering such a situation, Sheehan will think that others are using him to meet Her Royal Highness the Princess and let him introduce her. Such a Sheehan is bound to be wary of others. Linzhou thinks that this is the reason why Sheehan has been lukewarm to him these days. And Linzhou does have this plan, hoping to use Sheehan as a bridge to get in touch with Her Royal Highness the Princess. But Linzhou knows very well that this cannot be rushed. Otherwise it will definitely go wrong. So, Linzhou really said the proposal just now in a joking manner. Unexpectedly, Sheehan agreed directly. Isn't he afraid of being used by others? Isn't he afraid that someone will have an intersection with Her Royal Highness and threaten his relationship with Her Royal Highness? If it were Linzhou, he would definitely reject all attempts by the opposite sex to contact Rosie, so as to prevent others from getting close to Her Royal Highness and being left out. Linzhou believes that if it were someone else, they would definitely do the same, including Sheehan. The same is true. In this case, he just wants to use this to hit the impression of me in Her Royal Highness's heart. Right? If that person knew that Linzhou was a man who wanted to contact me at the cost of getting close to Sheehan, then the impression of Linzhou would definitely not be very good. Because, in that case, the bad intentions would be too obvious. So, Linzhou was silent for a while, then smiled and shook his head. No. I just said it casually. Don't mind it. Don't disturb you and His Highness because of me. As someone who has been able to keep a low profile in the Royal Guards for 2 years without actively approaching Rosie, Linjo has a lot of patience. Even though he was particularly annoyed every time he thought that Sheen and Rosie would chat and laugh in a place where he couldn't see, he was also very moved by Sheen's proposal. He couldn't wait to meet the princess and talk to her. But if it ruined the big thing, it would be troublesome. Linjo told himself calmly not to be impulsive and to be patient. As long as he can really develop a good relationship with Sheen, then it will only be a matter of time before he meets the princess through him. Right? The most important thing now is not to take care of the petty gains in front of him that may not be worth the loss, but to focus on future development. Linjo didn't forget that in addition to using Sheen to get close to His Highness, he also had a mission, which was to find out Sheen's background and even dig out the secret of his unique skills. This is the most important thing. Compared with this, the temptations in front of him must be ignored. Linjo told himself so in his heart. However, it's too late for you to say it now. Sheen shrugged as if he felt something and said so. The real master has come. Hearing this, Linjo was startled at first, and then his face finally changed. Just because there was a very refreshing and familiar magic that even he could sense appeared here. Linjo's breathing became rapid. He resisted the excitement that surged in his heart, clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and then slowly turned around and looked behind him. The next second, Linjo saw the figure that had appeared in his dreams countless times. The snow-white hair swayed in the wind. A chill atmosphere spread from the scene. The figure was dignified and upright, like a beautiful landscape. The wine-red eyes were as dazzling as stars, embellishing the flawless face. The unparalleled princess stepped slowly towards this side. Your Highness. Linjo couldn't help but make a dry sound. Luo Shi suddenly came here, appeared in front of Xian and Linjo. You are here? The extremely pleasant voice also came from her mouth. I thought you hadn't come yet. Luo Shi said this. Her eyes were almost instantly on Xian, and she didn't notice Linjo's existence at all. Linjo's excitement was like being splashed with cold water, which made him tighten his hands and almost clench his fists. On the contrary, Xian glanced at Luo Shi and spoke indifferently. I just came here too. But you? Why did you come out? Xian didn't expect Luo Shi to appear suddenly. Of course, there is a reason for this. There are some things that need to be dealt with. Luo Shi didn't explain too much. Just said this, and then looked at Linjo next to him. Seeing this, Linjo saluted without thinking. Guard Knight Linjo Stringham. Meet your Highness. After 2 years, Linjo finally stood face to face with Luo Shi, and he finally told Luo Shi his name. Yes, this is the first time that Linjo and Luo Shi have met each other at such a close distance. However, Luo Shi is not so unfamiliar with Linjo. I know you. You are the son of Duke Barry. You are a genius of the Duke's family who joined the Knights of the Guards 2 years ago. Right? Luo Shi nodded as she recalled everything about Linjo. She said, I have heard people around me talk about you. You are doing very well. You are even considered an outstanding talent who can match teacher Aridia in the future. You are worthy of being the heir of the Duke's family. His Highness praised him. Linjo lowered his head, as if he dared not look directly at Luo Shi. He said in a serious voice, compared with His Highness, my level is just an inconspicuous gravel next to the stars. You are too modest. Luo Shi shook her head, but said nothing more. She glanced at Xian, then at Linjo, and said, Are you two friends? Linjo did not answer this question. He just looked at Xian, wanting to see how Xian would answer. Xian did not disappoint him. They have only met a few times. He responded truthfully with a smile. Really? Luo Shi nodded, and took her eyes away from Linjo, no longer looking at him. Linjo discovered this detail. This made Linjo's heart sink completely. Chapter 220 Sorry. On the other side, Xian and Luo Shi have already started talking to each other. You should be fine next. Right? Luo Shi confirmed like this. I still have to go to the library. Xian gave Luo Shi a very obscure look, thinking that Luo Shi was asking knowingly. Xian has been in the library recently and trying to recite magic spells. Luo Shi naturally couldn't be unaware of it. And if you already know it, and still ask him like this, isn't it asking knowingly? But Luo Shi seems to be very unconscious. The library matter can be dealt with after returning. Luo Shi smiled at Xian and said, Now, why don't you accompany me first? What do you want to do? Xian showed a vigilant expression and said, Just want to chat and drink tea doesn't seem to be the plan. Right? Yeah. Luo Shi nodded and said frankly, Didn't I just say that I have something to deal with? In other words, Luo she wanted Xian to go with her to deal with this matter. Xian wanted to refuse outright. But Luo she didn't even give him a chance. Think carefully before answering. Luo she said this with a deep meaning, which made Xian's mouth twitch. Obviously, if Xian refused Luo she here, Luo she would definitely not give up. Who knows what kind of moss will be made to hinder Xian's diligent study later. What are you going to do? Xian spoke in a depressed tone. Don't worry. It's just a trip out of the city. It won't waste too much time. Luo she seemed to be satisfied with Xian's performance. So she said so? Go out of the city. Xian was surprised and said, what are you going out of the city for? Luo she didn't answer directly. You will know later. Luo she said, anyway. You come with me first. As she said that, Roxy naturally reached out her hand and held Xian. This scene made Linzhou's eyes jump again. For Roxy, maybe she just naturally wanted to hold Xian who might run away at any time. But in the eyes of others, the meaning is different. After all, the person who can make Roxy take the initiative to hold her hand like this, excluding homosexuals and family, has never appeared so far. Now, Xian made Roxy do this naturally. What does it mean? It's really scary to think about it. At least, Linzhou discovered that the relationship between Xian and Roxy might be better than everyone imagined. This made Linzhou feel a rare sense of uneasiness in his heart. At the moment, Linzhou couldn't control his voice. Is your highness planning to leave the city? Rinzhou said quickly, then we should let the Holy Sword Knights accompany him. Or just let the Royal Guards Knights go out to protect his highness. Although he didn't know what Luo she was going to do, Lim Qiao didn't dare to pursue it without reason. He could only suggest that Xian and Luo she must not be alone together. It would be best if the Royal Guard Knights were dispatched, so that he could go with them. Lim Qiao thought so. Unfortunately, no need. Luo she shook her head and said directly, it's enough for him and me. It's not suitable for too many people to participate in this matter. Hearing this, Lim Qiao was not relieved, but felt more uneasy. 2 people are enough? How can it be possible? This is absolutely impossible. It would be too dangerous to let His Highness go out of the city alone with only 2 people. Lim Qiao quickly spoke up and said, if it is not convenient to let too many people go, then at least let me go with you. I swear in the name of the Royal Guard Knights that I will definitely protect His Highness's safety at the cost of my life. Lim Qiao no longer cared about being tactful and put forward his ideas directly. Luo she then turned her sight and looked at Linzhou. However, Linzhou did not feel happy when he was under Luo she's gaze, but felt cold in his heart, because Luo she's eyes were full of courage when she looked at him. Are you trying to say that if there is a danger that I can't handle, adding you will be helpful? Luo she's words made Linzhou speechless instantly. Indeed, if there is a danger that even Luo she can't handle, then adding him will be completely useless. Right? Even if Linzhou is higher than Luo she in terms of level, Luo she's strength is much stronger than Linzhou. Even if she doesn't use the Holy Sword or unique skills, Luo she's ability in other aspects is not comparable to Linzhou. For example, in terms of skills, the composition of Rox's various skills is much better than Rinzhou's, and the levels are all higher than Rinzhou's. In addition, Rox's potential is undoubtedly greater than Rinzhou's. When upgrading, her ability growth in all aspects is definitely much higher than Rinzhou's, with a level difference of only 5. Rinzhou not only has no advantage in front of Roxy, but is even surpassed. To be frank, even if skills and holy swords are not counted, just comparing the levels, Rox's ability in all aspects will not be lower than that of Rinzhou's higher level. Although Rinzhou has never fought with Roxy, he has seen the whole process of Roxy and the deputy leader of the Guard Knights in the arena. That person is a great knight with a level of 88. Not only has he upgraded his weapon skills to level 9, which is only 1 step away from the full level, but he has also trained his magic sword to level 8. His strength is second only to Aridia in the Guard Knights. However, even such a master was defeated in less than 10 minutes in Rox's hands. This is before Roxy uses her unique skills and unlocks the seal of the Holy Sword. This shows how strong Roxy is. In the kingdom, the only person who can be Rox's opponent is Aridia. And Linzhou? I'm afraid that he can't even last 3 minutes in Rox's hands? I know I'm not strong enough, but if necessary, I can still delay time and cover the rear for His Highness. Right? Linzhou said in a deep voice. No need. Roxy shook her head mercilessly and said indifferently, I only have Xian here. You go back to the Guards Knights. After that, Roxy ignored Linzhou, pulled Xian, turned around, and left directly. Xin looked helpless. But looking at the gloomy Linzhou, he couldn't help but laugh again and said this. Sorry, buddy. Xin left these words and followed Roxy away. Rinzhou watched the two men leave, and then suddenly drew the sword from his waist. Bang! With a muffled sound, Rinzhou chopped the tree next to him with his sword, breaking it. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The sound of rapid breathing rose and fell in Rinzhou's mouth. A wave of hatred emerged on his face. Chapter 221. Do you understand? How could you be with that kind of person? After leaving the palace, Luoshi returned to her original appearance and said this to Xian. Xian raised his eyebrows. That kind of person? Xian said in surprise. Why? Do you hate him? Luoshi did not deny, but did not confirm. The reason is very simple. It's not that I hate him, but he is definitely the type that I want to stay away from. Luoshi said this. Why? Xian was really puzzled. Logically speaking, Linzhou should not have performed too badly in front of Luoshi. So how could he be evaluated like this? In fact, the reason is also very simple. Although I don't know what that person is thinking. At first glance, his speech seems to be thinking about me. But I don't feel any concern for me at all. There is only a strong personality that makes its own decisions. Luoshi commented bluntly. Such people either say one thing on the surface and another in their hearts, or they don't care about the feelings of others at all, and only take their own ideas as the truth. This is the typical nature of aristocratic children. Luoshi saw this. So she was so rude to Linzhou later? Otherwise, with Luoshi's identity, she wouldn't have oppressed a guard knight in speech. You see it very clearly. Xian laughed. Because most of the nobles around me are of this type. They value my identity, status, ability, and appearance instead of me. They respect me on the surface. But in fact, they all want to treat me as their own private property to satisfy their own ambitions or desires. There is nothing related to my personal feelings in their words and deeds. Luoshi seemed to remember something unpleasant, and her tone was thorny, as if she was mocking herself. Xian also knew that Luoshi had seen so many of these so-called noble children, so she knew their natures very well, and therefore saw through some of Linzhou's true face. So Luoshi would describe Linzhou in the words of that kind of person. Xian did not have any objections. After all, I really only met him a few times, and every time he took the initiative to come up to me. The first time he claimed to apologize to his family and father, and every time after that, it was just awkward chat, which made me sick. Xian roughly explained the things between him and Linzhou. Apologize? Luoshi said with some doubt. Is it really just like this? I doubted it at the beginning. Xian said without comment. Later, seeing his sincere tone and sincere attitude, I thought he was really different from his father. Unfortunately, this young master who thought he was well hidden was accidentally exposed in the end. When I mentioned you, he had a moment of hostility towards me, which was captured by my enemy perception skill. Xian said sarcastically. I probably thought I concealed it very well. Even the hostility was perfectly hidden. Right? In fact, if there had not been a moment when Linzhou accidentally exposed his hostility, she might have really believed him. It can be seen from this that this person is quite extraordinary. However, one wrong step. Linzhou completely exposed himself because of that moment of hostility. He may still think that he is building a steady relationship with Xian, but he doesn't know that he has entered the blacklist in Xian's heart, and even in Luoshi's heart. Before, in the audience hall, when I left the king's hall, he who was hiding in the guard knights seemed to show hostility to me. I have always wondered who the other party is, and now I finally meet him. Xian touched his chin, glanced at Luoshi, and said, What should I do? What should I do? Luoshi asked curiously, Why do you ask me? What do you think? Xian said with a fake smile, Don't tell me that you can't see that he approached me for you? Luoshi was silent. This shows that Luoshi did see Linzhou's intention. Then do you want me to take action? Luoshi turned her head and looked at Xian. No need. Xian did not look at Luoshi, and said leisurely, Let's see what this guy is going to do first. Now is not the time to clean up. Later, I will take Xiaoyi to Strimmer County, and then I will pit these guys. Luoshi nodded. If you need me to take action, just say it. Luoshi said so. Forget it. Xian waved his hand and said in annoyance, If you help me, those noble young masters will be more willing to pick on me. This is the trouble with men. When they see the woman, they like being nice to other men. They will not give up, but will hate her. Of course, women are not much different. When Xian was sighing like this, Luoshi fell silent. After a while. Do you think it's really troublesome to be with me? At some point. Such a whisper reached Xian's ears. Xian came back to his senses and looked at Luoshi. Xian saw it. In Luoshi's beautiful eyes, there was a hint of uneasiness and powerlessness. Xian's heart tightened immediately. Luoshi did not do much. Nor did she say much. She just stared at Xian. And her eyes were still filled with uneasiness and powerlessness that she had never had before. Xian was silent. After a long time, Xian sighed. To be honest, it is really troublesome. Xian said this from the bottom of his heart. The blunt words made Luoshi seem to swallow. But, the next moment, Xian changed his tone. But I think there are a lot of troublesome things. Xian said this. A lot? Luoshi was slightly startled. That's right. Xian curled his lips and spoke slowly. It is troublesome to deal with people who don't get along. It is troublesome to deal with nobles. The identity of a hero is troublesome. Even the matter of reincarnating into this world seems to have become very troublesome because of the inexplicable inside story. As a result, there are a lot of troublesome things. If possible, I really want to avoid them all. It is better to continue to recite magic spells than to deal with these things. Xian looked at Luoshi. And your identity, status, ability and appearance are also troublesome to me. Do you understand? Do you understand? Luoshi chewed on this sentence for a while. And then her eyes lit up. In other words, what I think is troublesome, you also think it is troublesome. Right? Xian said unhappily. As for you personally, that is up for discussion. Let's see later. After that, Xian left Luoshi alone and walked out of the palace. Luoshi was still savoring Xian's words. And after a while, she smiled. That smile was definitely the most beautiful smile in Luoshi's life. Then, Luoshi's mood improved. And she followed Xian and chased out. Chapter 222 Unnatural Phenomenon. About half an hour later, two figures appeared outside the west gate of the royal capital and walked slowly into the distance. Seeing Luoshi walking forward aimlessly, Xian asked, So, what are you going to do? Xian did not guess Luoshi's purpose. Luoshi did not look back, and continued to walk forward, and finally began to explain. In fact, in recent times, the monsters around the royal capital have shown unnatural activities. Luoshi suddenly said this. Monsters? Xian blinked. Yes. Luoshi nodded and said, originally, there have always been various high-level monsters living near the royal capital. They are also the main targets of the adventurers in the royal capital, because some of these monsters even want to attack the royal capital, which is a kind of harm to the royal capital, because the capital is protected by a barrier. The walls and gates are always guarded and patrolled by the knights, and adventurers go out hunting for various commissions. The monsters wandering around the capital are not very harmful. On the contrary, their body materials are in great demand for many people. So the capital has never thought of driving them away or even conquering them. But recently, their activities have become a little abnormal. According to reports from the Knights and the Adventurers Guild, some monsters near the capital have left their fixed habitats in recent times. And some have become irritable and uneasy, as if they have sensed some terrible threat, and dare not approach the capital at all. In order to stay away from the capital, they have lost their traces, which has caused some trouble for the supply of monster materials in the capital, Luoshi said softly. In addition, there have been frequent reports of suspicious people wandering around recently. The palace believes that this abnormality cannot be ignored, so it decided to investigate. But the results of the investigation made the palace, and even the royal family worried. Some people claim that the suspicious people wandering around the capital seem to be the demons led by the demon representative who visited this time. Luoshi's words surprised Xian. Are you talking about the demon cadre named Jacinta? Xian remembered the demon youth, who had a somewhat frivolous attitude, and gave him a rare and powerful magic wand as a reward. Yes, it was him. Luoshi's face became serious and said, originally, after the audience, as a demon cadre, he would return to the demon world and would not stay in the capital. But for some reason, he has been staying in the capital for this period of time and is unwilling to leave. Even if someone asks him for the reason, he will always perfunctorily answer, This is a bit troublesome. Because of the matter of the old demon faction. We held that audience. We thought it would end here. But the demon cadre was unwilling to leave and stayed here for no reason. During his stay, unnatural phenomena occurred near the capital. In addition, the suspicious person wandering around the capital is from the other side. This problem can be big or small. Now, there are rumors in the palace that the demon cadre intends to implement some conspiracy and do something bad to the kingdom. Luoshi turned her eyes and looked at Xian. If this is not handled properly, it may become a diplomatic issue between the human race and the demon race. Therefore, this matter must be investigated, handled, and resolved. Otherwise, let alone diplomatic issues, the unnatural phenomena occurring around the capital are enough to cause many people to be uneasy. My father attaches great importance to this matter. He has been paying attention to the movements of Lord Jacinta for a while. My elder sister has also tried to contact the demons, hoping to collect some information from them, or simply let the people there contain Jacinta and call him back. Luoshi said so. And I am responsible for investigating the unnatural phenomena around the capital. This is the reason why I left the city. Hearing this, Xian said that he understood. But, even if you want to do this kind of thing, at least bring more people with you. Right? Xian said puzzledly. This is the first time I have seen Her Royal Highness Princess go out alone to investigate things in the wild. The area around the capital is so vast. Where should we start investigating? At this time, using the human sea tactics is the most appropriate approach. Right? Luoshi naturally understood what Xian meant. We have tried several times, and sent the knights to investigate several times. As a result, the people on the side of Lord Jacinta are very smart. They can detect the movements every time and hide in advance, resulting in us not finding anything. Luoshi said helplessly, with no other choice. We can only adopt the plan of a small number of people to investigate, so as not to alarm the people on the side of Lord Jacinta, and conduct the investigation secretly. Therefore, this is a helpless move. Then Her Royal Highness Princess doesn't have to come to investigate in person. Right? Xian was still a little puzzled, and said, although you are very strong, your skill set is all melee combat skills, and you don't have any intelligence skills for reconnaissance or investigation. Right? Such Luoshi went to the suburbs alone to investigate, which was really beyond Xian's understanding. Of course, there was a reason for this. This time I took the initiative to ask for it. Luoshi said, you also know that I have the blessing of the goddess of fate. Right? Yes. Xian nodded and asked curiously, what? Is it related to this blessing? I guess so. Luoshi smiled and said, because of the blessing of the goddess of fate, I can also receive some blessings from fate. If something that must be solved by me appears, through the traction of fate, I will eventually touch the problem itself in various accidents and coincidences. In other words, I am not only lucky, but also so lucky that I can often find myself in the center of the problem without knowing it, and solve the problem. Luoshi cast a meaningful look at Xian and said, the fact that I was able to meet you, and know what happened behind you may also be due to the pull of fate. It would be best. Xian rolled his eyes and said, so what you mean is that if you come here and wander around, you might find a clue in the end? That's what happened. Luoshi said seriously, don't think this is unreliable. Over the years, every time I want to solve something, I will succeed in the end. I believe it will be the same this time. Xian really wants to say that your confidence is really impressive. Just say it's a matter of luck. This is the first time I've seen luck so fresh and refined. However, since it involves God's blessing, I can't complain too quickly. Otherwise, if I get slapped in the face, it will hurt Xian, not this crazy princess. But what if I want to leave? Xian began to sigh. For such a thing, I wasted my precious time as a student. If you don't get naked afterwards, don't think I will give up easily. You bastard. Chapter 223 Blind confidence is the most deadly. While Xian was complaining, Luoshi really seemed to trust the blessing on her body and began to wander around. Sometimes she went into the forest. Sometimes she climbed up the hillside. Sometimes she jumped down the pit. Sometimes she went through the trail. Luoshi wandered aimlessly, but her speed was not slow at all, which made Xian, who was following her, feel a little tired. But when Xian was almost impatient, Luoshi came to a high mountain. Just in front of this high mountain, Xian and Luoshi stopped at the same time. No way. Xian muttered to himself as if he felt something. It seems that he got it. Luoshi stared at the high mountain in front of him, and his eyes became extremely sharp. Can you really try your luck? Xian felt that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and his eyes didn't leave the high mountain in front of him. With the feedback from the magic perception skill, Xian could clearly feel the waves of obscure magic rising and falling in the mountain. The magic was very subtle. If it weren't for Xian and Rosie, it might not have been discovered. However, the magic had a very evil, dark, and even fierce feeling. telling the two that there seemed to be something extraordinary in it. This situation was unusual no matter how you looked at it. So, maybe it was really like Rosie said. It was hit. Especially in that evil, dark, and fierce magic. There was a lot of extraordinary magic lingering. Sheen was sure that those magics were the magic of monsters. In other words, there was something in this mountain. And there were a lot of monsters. Could it be that the monsters around the capital actually gathered here? She remembered that Rosie said that many monsters had left their fixed habitats and disappeared. Then isn't it very likely that they gathered here? What should I do next? Xian looked at Luoxi and asked. Luoxi did not hesitate. Let's go in and take a look. Her Royal Highness said this without thinking. Must we be so reckless? Xian protested slightly. Since we have found the place, why not go back and mobilize the large army, and come here to flatten it directly? No. Luoxi shook her head and said, if we go back to mobilize the knights, it is very likely to alarm some people again. At that time, the problem here may be covered up. And we can't give those who are interested time and opportunity. Luoxi must be referring to Jacinta. Right? I understand the reason. Xian still murmured and said, do we really have to break in like this? Almost alone? What are you afraid of? Luoxi immediately rolled her eyes at Xian and said unhappily, you are a brave man. And I have inherited the holy sword of the brave man. If we join forces, we can challenge even the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons. What is there to worry about? Indeed, if Xian and Luoxi join forces, there is probably no opponent in this human world that cannot be defeated. However, as I said before, I understand the truth. But when the two of them really go into the mountains to contact this abnormality, Xian always feels a bit like a bad flag flying in the wind. Blind confidence is the most deadly. Princess. At that moment, Xian began to advise. Unfortunately, Luoxi didn't listen to a word. You are a person who is sometimes impulsive and reckless, and sometimes inexplicably cautious and timid. I almost don't understand you. Luoxi glared at Xian and said, don't say so much. Just follow me. As she said that, Roxy didn't give Sean a chance to object. She grabbed him and dragged him towards the mountain. Sean struggled, but the princess's arm strength was no less than his, and she dragged him into the deep mountains. So Sean decided, next time, I must put something in this girl's dessert to let her taste the taste of ecstasy. Otherwise, I really thought I could turn the world upside down at home. In the deep mountains, the chirping of birds, beasts and insects seemed to disappear here, leaving a depressing silence in the air. Sean and Roxy walked on a mountain path, and only the footsteps of the two were left around. Hey, Sean. Roxy, who was holding Sean, became more and more solemn as they entered the mountains. There was no way. Did you feel it? Roxy asked Sean in a low voice. Ah. She nodded, his face no longer lazy, his brows furrowed, and he murmured, I originally thought that something was wrong with this mountain, but now it seems that it is this mountain that is wrong. That's right. After entering the mountain, Sheen could feel that this mountain itself seemed to be very abnormal, allowing waves of magic to flow from the mountain in an orderly manner, while absorbing the magic in the atmosphere and letting the magic flow to somewhere, which was very abnormal. Could it be that? Sheen thought of a possibility, and Luoxi seemed to have thought of the same thing. I always feel that this mountain seems to be arranged with something, and a very large-scale ceremony is being held. Luoxi said so. This is exactly what Sheen thought. These days, Sheen has not been in the library for nothing. While constantly memorizing celestial magic and spells that grant magic, his understanding of magic is getting deeper and deeper. Therefore, Sheen also felt that the situation here was very much like some large-scale ceremony being held. In this situation, there is no other possibility except that it is man-made. That's what Sheen thought. Is Lord Jacinta really going to do something in the human world and the capital? Luoxi's face looked a little bad. If this is the case, I'm afraid there will be another conflict and confrontation between the human race and the demon race. What does this demon cadre want to do? Sheen was also puzzled, knowing that his behavior may cause grudges between the two races. He still did this. Could he be a member of the old demon clan? Luoxi didn't say anything, but she obviously had some thoughts in her mind. Luoxi was about to say something, but at this moment, Sheen's face changed. Get out of the way! Without any hesitation, Sheen suddenly shouted this sentence and retreated violently. Luoxi's face also froze, and she jumped up without thinking and jumped away from the spot. Bang! Almost at the same moment, the ground where Sean and Rosie were standing suddenly shattered and exploded. raising a cloud of dust. Among them, a huge monster came out. Gaw! Roars rang out from each other's mouths. Sean and Rosie retreated to the distance, while the other jumped onto a tree and looked at the huge monster. After seeing this, their faces changed again, because it was something they had never seen before. Chapter 224, Heroic Guardian. Gaw! With a fierce cry, the behemoth appeared in the mountains and forests, stirring up turbulence in the atmosphere and roaring loudly, shaking the surrounding trees to the point of collapse. And the leaves and dust were flying non-stop, with an astonishing momentum. Xian and Luoshi both looked at the behemoth with slightly changed expressions. It was a monster that could not be distinguished whether it was a demon or a human. It had a centipede-like body, and was extremely large. When it stood up, it was dozens of meters tall and quite hideous. However, its centipede body was limited to the lower body, while the upper body was a human body, as if the upper body of a giant and the lower body of a centipede were combined together. In this case, it has wings like a dragon on its back. In the human-shaped upper body, the head part has no eyes, nose, ears, or hair. It only has a big mouth full of sharp teeth, which looks extremely scary. What kind of monster is this? Luoshi was so surprised that she didn't recognize what was in front of her. Xian was also surprised. However, Xian was not surprised by the other party's scary appearance, but the other party's level. LV.90. This half-human, half-centipede monster with a ferocious big mouth and dragon wings is not only level 90, but also has 4 skills: Dragon Breath, Rage, Super Strange Power, and Semi-Entity. The skill levels are all level 8, and even the Dragon Breath skill has reached level 9, which is incredible. How could such a strong monster hide in such a place? Xian was really surprised. Gaw! The monster had already been staring at Xian and Rosie. Looking at the shock too, it roared horribly, swung its huge body, and rushed over. For a moment, sand and rocks flew, and the wind raged. The monster's huge body was just running on the ground, and it caused such a commotion, just like a train rushing at an alarming speed. And its target was none other than Xian. Oh my! Xian cursed out loud. Why did you attack me first? Do I look softer and easier to bully? You are courting death. Fire Tinder. At that moment, Xian released magic at the monster that was rushing over like a high-speed train. Boom! The amazing fire wave burst up, turning into a blazing flame, exploding on the monster's body. However, Gaw! The monster ignored the flames exploding on its body, and continued charging without slowing down. It rushed out of the wave of fire, carrying bursts of heat, and crashed into Xian. Bang! The next second, the monster crashed heavily into the position where Xian was, crushing him, breaking the ground, causing the ground to explode again, causing waves of vibration and flying sand. Xian! Not far away, Luoshi, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help but shout. In response to her voice, it rang immediately. I'm fine. Xian's figure suddenly appeared behind the monster, without a speck of dust on his body. Instant teleportation? Seeing this scene, Luoshi couldn't help but be stunned. However, Luoshi guessed wrong. That was not instant teleportation, but instant movement. This skill that can only be used when attacked was used by Xian here. I almost fell into your trap. Xian looked at the monster that had exploded the ground, narrowed his eyes, and pulled out the holy sword from his waist. Gaw! The monster immediately turned around in the flying sand and rocks, and saw Xian, and let out a shrill cry. Then, the monster blew out a stream of hot breath from its ferocious mouth. Is that Dragon Breath? Luoshi's face changed again and again. On the contrary, Xian had some guesses about what kind of attack it would launch on him after seeing the monster turn around, so he was already prepared. Buzz! As a spectacular burst of magic power surged out of Xian's body. The sealed holy sword in Xian's hand also trembled suddenly, and burst into red light. Ha! Holding the holy sword blessed with magic sword, Xian shouted and slashed at the dragon breath that was attacking like a torrent. Puff! With a sound like tearing silk, the red magic blade cut off the incoming dragon breath, splitting the dragon breath into two, brushing against the sides of Xian's body and falling to the back. Boom! With a roar, the place hit by the dragon's breath was first burned into a scorched earth, and then exploded. As for Xian, he was intact in the dragon's breath. Gaw! Seeing this scene, the monster roared angrily. At this moment, a figure rushed towards the monster. It was Luoshi. Luoshi had also drawn her holy sword and used the magic sword skill, allowing the red magic blade to burst out from the holy sword. Cut! Luoshi raised the magic blade in her hand high and slashed it at the half-human, half-centipede monster. Puff! Without any surprise, Luoshi's powerful magic sword directly cut off the monster's body and cut it in two. But, gah! The monster that was cut in half actually swayed like a mirage. And then it came together again, returning to its original state. Boom! The monster, which had recovered, blew dragon breath directly at Rosie, who was still in midair, letting the scorching breath evaporate the atmosphere, carrying the terrifying high temperature and swallowing Rosie. That scene would definitely make everyone who saw it tear their eyes out. Of course, Xian didn't, because Xian had heard Rosie mention that she had a skill. That skill could allow her to save her life under any fatal attack. Rosie, who was covered by the dragon's breath, was shocked and suddenly burst into a dazzling brilliance. Under the brilliance, Rosie seemed to be wrapped in a dazzling stream of light, turned into a meteor, rushed out of the scorching dragon's breath, and fell to the ground. Is that heroic guardian? Xian murmured. Heroic guardian. This is a very special skill, because only the royal family or nobles can obtain this skill. There is one thing that the royal family and the nobles never lack. That is the loyalty of others. Especially for the royal family. There are many stories in history of loyal heroes sacrificing their lives to protect them. If these heroes still have the firm will to protect the monarch forever at the moment of death, their magic power will be integrated into the atmosphere, lingering around the monarch, and even around the blood descendants of the monarch they want to protect. And if the blood descendants who are protected show excellent qualities that are recognized, then this magic power will turn into real power to protect them. That is the special skill, heroic guardian, that can protect the user in any malicious intent. Roxy has such a special skill. Therefore, even if the seal of the holy sword is not unlocked, there are still only a handful of people who can hurt Roxy. This made the half-human, half-centipede monster very angry. Roxy has already landed beside Xian. Let's go together, Luoshi said coldly. Okay. Xian nodded suddenly. The two of them raised the holy swords in their hands at the same time. The magic power surged on their bodies. Chapter 225, An Incredibly Weird Monster. Puff! When the cold sword light mixed with the red magic blade slashed through, a hideous wound appeared on the giant body of the half-human, half-centipede monster in the forest. Puff! 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 Two figures, like streamers, kept moving back and forth around the monster. Every time they moved and flew, a red sword light would be brought up, slashing the monster's body, causing wounds to appear on the monster's giant body one after another. Gah! The monster roared in pain or anger, and its centipede-like body swung wildly. It spurted out hot dragon breath from its mouth, covering the surroundings, trying to evaporate the two figures that kept slashing its body. Unfortunately, the monster's speed was far inferior to the two people. Although its swinging body shook the earth, and its scorching dragon breath burned the forest to ashes, turning the surroundings into a scorched earth, it was completely unable to touch the two figures. Boom! The scorching dragon breath swept through again with anger, burning the earth while approaching one of the figures. Me again? While Xian was flying at the speed of a meteor, avoiding the scorching breath that came like a storm, he was almost speechless. He now seriously doubted whether this monster had a grudge against the man, or had a grudge against him, and had been targeting him just now. From the beginning of the battle to now, it was clear that Luoshi had inflicted no less damage on the monster than Xian. But the number of times the opponent attacked Xian was far more than Luoshi, which was simply crazy. I didn't learn skills like provocation. Why? Xian was about to burst into a curse, but he did not dare to neglect it. He had already used limit transformation, and a huge amount of magic power was flowing throughout his body. While strengthening himself, he avoided the incoming scorching breath. Although Xian had several full-level resistance skills, he should not have to worry about getting hurt. But when he was thinking about it, Luoshi told him, the dragon's breath is a violent torrent that can break through all defenses, unless it is the effect of unique skills and special skills. Otherwise, no matter how strong the defense is, it will be burned like paper in front of the dragon's breath. Therefore, Xian's resistance skills are useless in front of the monster's dragon breath. If you want to defend against the dragon's breath, you must either use the unique skills or special skills of the defense system, or you can only unlock the holy sword and rely on the protection of the holy sword to resist the damage of the dragon's breath. But if the holy sword is unlocked, the magic of the holy sword will become very conspicuous. And if there are demons wandering around, they will definitely be discovered. In view of this, Luo Shi suggested solving the problem without unsealing the holy sword. This almost made Xian curse again. There was such a big commotion here. It was almost like telling others that something happened here. If there were really people wandering around, let alone the demons, an ordinary person would have noticed it. Right? In this situation, worrying about the magic power of the holy sword alarming the demons is simply a cowardly operation of covering one's ears and stealing the bell. While Xian cursed like this, his hand did not stop at all. He raised the holy sword in his hand towards the attacking dragon breath, attached the magic sword to it, and slashed it. Suddenly, the dragon breath that could break through all defenses was cut off by the red magic blade and scattered around. Obviously, even if it was dragon breath, it would be impossible to evaporate the holy sword. Therefore, Xian could use the holy sword with a magic sword attached to cut off the dragon breath like this. But, Gah! The monster was still roaring. And although it could not do anything to Xian and Luo Shi, it did not fall down, because its scarred body would sway like a mirage every once in a while, and then all the wounds on it would disappear. Is this monster unkillable? Luo Shi flew in the air, the light of heroic guardian lingering around her body. She broke through the blockade of dragon breath and rushed behind the monster, seeing the other party's huge body restored to its original state. Her beautiful eyebrows frowned deeply. This should be the effect of the semi-entity skill, right? Xian rushed in front of the monster, attracting firepower while being extremely confused. Logically speaking, even if it is a monster without a physical body, it will be hurt if it is hit by the magic sword. Not to mention a semi-entity. Magic sword is not only sharp and powerful, it is the trump card of the melee system, and it can break almost anything, as long as the level is high enough. It can even cut through the barrier or magic. Monsters that are immune to physical damage can also be hurt by the magic sword. In addition, the power of the holy sword, which is more or less effective even if it is sealed, should not be able to ignore the damage caused by the holy sword. Could it be because it is neither a monster nor a human, and it is impossible to tell what it is? Boom! With a roar, the dragon breath of the monster attacked again, melting the ground it hit, and turning it into fiery red magma. Xian and Luo Shi quickly ran away from the left and right, avoiding the terrible dragon breath again, but they were not affected. However, the dragon breath of the monster was really terrible, and it had already caused the mountain to evaporate and become shaky. This won't work. Xian shouted at Luo Shi, "Don't hesitate. Luo Shi, use the holy sword." Okay. Luo Shi no longer insisted. She is not stupid. It has been like this. I am afraid that the people who should be alarmed have already been alarmed. There is no need to be cautious about it. So, unseal, Hirisu. As the brief words of liberation were chanted, the holy sword in Rosie's hand suddenly trembled, and the surface of the blade steel began to slide, fitting together layer by layer, and finally formed a sealing ring on the hilt. At the same time, Xian also moved. Xian landed in front of the monster and stared at it with burning eyes. Let me use you to experiment with my magic. After saying that, Xian raised his hand and gathered magic power on his fingertips. Give binding. Through chanting, Xian gave a characteristic to this world. The object was the ground under his feet. Boom! In an instant, the ground began to tremble. The monster seemed to realize that something was wrong. Just as it was about to move, the ground under it suddenly cracked, causing it to fall into the abyss-like crack. Then, when the monster was about to get up, the ground trembled again, and it actually merged directly, biting the monster tightly in the crack. Give hardening. At this time, Xian gave the ground a new characteristic, causing a huge amount of magic power to flow through the ground, making it extremely hard. Gah! The monster struggled desperately, but it could only cause a tremor and failed to break free from the crack in the ground. And Luo Shi had already jumped high and rushed over. In her hand, the light of the holy sword was shining, extremely dazzling. Chapter 226 U. The Lazy Princess. Gah! Perhaps sensing the threat of death, the half-human, half-centipede monster finally let out a panicked roar. Seeing Luo Shi holding the dazzling holy sword, rushing towards him like a goddess descending from the sky, the monster made a desperate struggle. Boom! With its body bound by the earth, the monster could only spit out dragon breath, making the most magnificent dragon breath so far soar into the sky, like a scorching waterfall rushing to the sky, and blasting towards Luo Shi. Luo Shi stared at the huge dragon breath that was blasting, but she was extremely calm. Not only did she not dodge, but she rushed straight in. Clang! The light of the holy sword spread to Luoshi's body. Buzz! The light of protection also shone. Under the protection of the heroic guardian, Luoshi could resist the attack of the dragon's breath to a certain extent. Now with the power of the holy sword, the damage on her body was weakened by more than half. And the monster's dragon's breath could no longer pose any threat to Luoshi. So, Luoshi was like a stream of light flowing against the current in the waterfall, breaking through the scorching dragon's breath and rushing in front of the monster. Cut! The next second, Luoshi raised the holy sword and attached the demon sword to the blade. It is worth mentioning that the light of the demon sword, which was originally red, turned into a dazzling gold after merging with the sacred power of the holy sword. The golden demon sword just rose from the holy sword, and was cut off by Luoshi in one fell swoop, sinking into the top of the monster's head, and then passing through the end of its centipede-like body, like a beam of light passing by, instantly cutting through the monster's whole body. The monster's roar suddenly stopped. Duh! With the sound of footsteps clearly audible, Luoshi, holding the dazzling holy sword, also landed on the ground, facing the monster with her back, and slowly gathered all the magic power in her body. Behind her, the monster was stiff and did not move for a long time. It was not until a long time later that a thin line appeared in the middle of its body. With the thin line as the center, the monster's body broke apart, split into two halves, one on the left and one on the right, sliding in two completely opposite directions and falling down. Bang! A neat roar of falling to the ground sounded. The monster, which was split in two, just raised dust and gravel, fell to the ground, and there was no movement. Huh? Luoshi then exhaled, turned around, and looked at Xian. Xian held the holy sword in one hand and gave Luoshi a thumbs up with the other. You are still handsome. Xian made a somewhat incompetent evaluation. Luoshi immediately rolled her eyes and ignored Xian, who was teasing her. She sealed the holy sword again and moved closer to him. Did you just use the magic of granting? Luoshi came to Xian and said in surprise, So, this is the magic you chose in the library? What? Xian blinked and said, Didn't I tell you? No. Luoshi said in a retort, When I asked you what system of magic you chose before, you not only didn't tell me, but also pretended to tell me that I would know in the future. Yes. Xian didn't feel ashamed at all, and said, Don't you know now? You guy Luoshi couldn't help but pat Xian's chest, and then said, However, this magic is quite suitable for you. It is highly versatile, and only people with outstanding magic power can really play its role. It is just like it was tailor-made for you. Come on. You are born with enough magic power to shock the gods. You have no right to say me. Xian didn't agree. But then he said strangely, By the way, your magic power is so strong. Why don't you learn magic? Luoshi's skills are all warrior-related. At most she has magic amplification and magic recovery skills. And she doesn't have any magic-related skills. With such strong magic power, wouldn't it be a pity not to learn magic? Xian thinks so. But Luoshi doesn't think so. The heroes of all generations are almost all melee warriors, because their strongest weapon is the holy sword. Since it is a sword, can they still use the holy sword as a staff and become a magician? Luoshi said, although some heroes are proficient in magic, since they already have the holy sword, instead of using all the skill points to upgrade magic skills, it is better to specialize in warrior skills, so that they can upgrade skills as much and as quickly as possible and become more powerful. A person's skill points are limited. If you learn magic, you have to invest a lot of skill points in magic skills, which will cause the progress of warrior skills to lag behind. Although this will also give you more magic means, and your strength will definitely increase. Luoshi believes that the holy sword is your biggest weapon. She is destined to be a melee warrior when using the holy sword, so it is better to invest all skill points in warrior skills. Besides, learning magic is too boring, and you have to spend a lot of time studying it. I am already very busy, so I don't want to spend extra time and not even have a rest. Luoshi said this very seriously, which made Xian roll his eyes. Okay, you are right, you lazy princess. Xian changed the subject and said, Let's not talk about this. Let's go and see that monster. Yeah. Luoshi also nodded and whispered, I have never seen that kind of monster before. It is weird and strange, but also so strong. We must bring its body back and let the people in the magic research department analyze it carefully. The two talked like this and came to the monster that was cut in half and looked over. But just like that, Xian and Luoshi were shocked. TSK. The body of the monster suddenly began to smoke, as if it was burned out by an invisible flame. Even the body became illusory, swaying gradually, and finally disappeared like a real mirage. This. Xian looked at this scene and was stunned. Gone? Luoshi was also stunned. The two stared at the empty ground in a daze, and they didn't come back to their senses for a long time. It was not until they looked at each other after an unknown amount of time, and both fell into a state of silence. The abnormal situation made the two of them somewhat at a loss. Now, the body evaporated directly. Xian murmured as if it had nothing to do with him. How could this happen? Luoshi also frowned deeply. Even if the monster had a semi-solid nature, it shouldn't disappear directly after being killed. Right? Although monsters without physical bodies will also disappear into thin air after being defeated, they usually leave behind some materials similar to the core after disappearing. And they will not disappear completely like this. What is going on? Xian and Luoshi kept thinking in silence, unable to speak for a long time. Chapter 227 Brother has a cheat. Just as Xian and Luoshi defeated the half-human, half-centipede monster, and the monster evaporated and disappeared. Such a scene happened in one corner of the demon world. Gah! In an unknown dark space, a half-human, half-centipede monster suddenly howled and screamed as if it had suffered great pain. Yes, there is also a half-human, half-centipede monster here. However, the size of this monster is much larger than the monster that Xian and Luoshi defeated. It is hundreds of meters tall, and it is surging with terrible magic that seems to be able to cause the collapse of the sky and the earth. It is screaming and struggling. Unfortunately, this huge monster is firmly tied up by thick chains engraved with magic spells, locked in this dark space. And no matter how hard it struggles, it cannot break free from the shackles of the chains. Under such circumstances, the monster could only roar and howl in pain, causing the ground to tremble and the atmosphere to shake. Several figures hidden in the darkness looked at this scene and began to talk. It seems that the larvae of the Mitra kingdom have been defeated. How fast? Although there are the kingdom's treasures and the strongest knights there, it is only a matter of time before the larvae are defeated. But I didn't expect it to be so fast. I thought that at least the kingdom's treasures and the strongest knights would take action after the larvae grow to a certain extent and attack the capital. Now it seems that they are more vigilant than we thought. The figures in the dark talked like this. And not only did they completely ignore the monster howling in pain, but they also didn't take what happened in the Mitra kingdom seriously. Even, they talked like this. A larva was wasted, but not much sacrifice was collected. There are indeed not many sacrifices harvested there. It would be better if there were more. The monsters around the capital of Mitra kingdom are of high level. If they are offered as sacrifices to the mother's degree of completion will definitely be improved a lot at once. Right? What a pity. The figures in the dark exchanged opinions like this. Fortunately, there is no problem with the larvae in other places. There is also a larva in Mitra kingdom. It depends on how those people plan to use it. It doesn't matter how to use it, as long as enough sacrifices can be collected. Then let's continue to wait and see. Yes, continue to wait and see. After this, the figures in the dark slowly retreated. Only one sentence was left, which kept echoing in the darkness. I hope the king we are waiting for can be born smoothly. This sentence was mixed with the roar of the monsters and spread. No one could hear it. On the other hand, after the monster disappeared, Xian and Rosie did not just go home, but searched the entire mountain unwillingly without any harvest. For this reason, Xian also took out the magic wand given to him by Jacinta, and used the detection effect in the magic wand to search in the mountain, intending to find some clues. As a result, there was not even a little harvest. No, there was an abnormality, which was also a harvest. This abnormality was that a large number of monsters that were supposed to gather in the mountain not only disappeared, but even the mountain that seemed to be holding some ceremony seemed to have returned to normal, and the magic power no longer had a strange flow. In other words, there was no problem with this mountain. As the monster was defeated, all the weirdness here disappeared with it, which was chilling. Xian and Rosie stayed in this mountain until dusk, and they really couldn't find any other abnormalities, so they had no choice but to give up. Go back. Xian looked at the sunset sky, sighed, and said to Luoshi beside him, I guess we won't find anything useful if we keep looking like this. Hearing this, Luoshi was still a little unwilling. It was not easy to catch the tail, but now it's gone. Luoshi muttered irritably, saying, I should not have defeated the monster earlier. It would be better to capture it alive. Forget it. Xian was not optimistic at all, saying, "The monster itself is weird. Plus it is semi-solid. And it has dragon breath that can break through all defenses. How can you capture such a guy alive? There is always a way. Right?" Luoshi said in a tantrum. "You have been soaking in the library to learn magic. And you have even mastered the magic of granting. Is there no way?" "It can't be said that there is no way." Xian pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, "I remember that there is a superior feature of imprisonment in the magic of granting, which can directly act on magic power. If this feature is used, the monster should be sealed. In addition, there is also a high-level magic called Tenfold Star Ring in Celestial Magic, which can simulate the movement of 10 celestial bodies and directly seal the enemy in an independent galaxy space. If you want to break the seal, you can't break free from it unless you can change the trajectory of the celestial body or break the independent galaxy space. You will be sealed forever. If you use this high-level celestial magic, you should be able to capture the monster alive. Right? At least, Xian is confident. However, Luoshi was shocked by Xian's speech. "You also learned celestial magic?" Luoshi was quite surprised and said, "Isn't that an ancient magic with extremely high difficulty? I heard that even the court magicians in the magic research department could not successfully learn it. Even the gods and demons borrowed it for research. It took several years, but no one has learned it yet. You actually learned it?" This time, Luoshi was really shocked. Learning celestial magic and learning to give magic are two completely different concepts. Although the magic of granting is also very rare and few people learn it. This kind of magic is mainly because the rigid requirements for magic power are too high. Many people are not unable to learn it, but they cannot play a more powerful effect and role, which leads to few people willing to learn it. But celestial magic is different. The difficulty of learning is even higher than that of space magic. Even in the history of the gods and demons, few people can learn this kind of magic. Therefore, this magic will gradually decline and even be lost in the end. But Xian seems to have learned it. Don't look at me like that. Xian glanced at Luoshi, who was full of surprise, and said lightly, "Brother has a cheat. You can't envy it. Into your head." Luoshi immediately patted Xian again, and said very dissatisfiedly, "Since you have learned celestial magic, and there is a way to capture the monster alive, why don't you do it? Who knew it would disappear like this?" Xian retorted, "In that situation, of course, it was killed directly, without negotiation." Luoshi was immediately angry. The two started arguing, and the argument lasted until dark. I have to say, these two are very childish. Chapter 228. Who are you? When the night fell, Xian and Luoshi returned to the capital. "Then I will go back first," Luoshi said with a tired look. "You should go back as well. Don't let Vivian and the others worry about you. You still have the nerve to say that." Xian also looked a little tired, which made his tone seem very lazy, and said, "You made me waste a day. But my time this month is very precious. Yes. I wasted it." "Okay." Luoshi didn't have the energy to continue arguing with Xian, but just said, "Then tomorrow? Don't drag me around with you tomorrow." Xian interrupted quickly and said, "I think you might as well go directly to that demon cadre instead of continuing to take your chances like today." "Find him?" Luoshi was slightly startled. "Yes," Xian suggested, saying, "Test him a little and see how he reacts." "Indeed?" Luoshi nodded thoughtfully and said, "If the monster is really related to Lord Jacinta, let him know that the monster has been defeated by us. He should react. Right? Of course, there may be no reaction at all." Xian shrugged and said, "Maybe he has some way to know this matter the moment the monster was defeated. In addition, it is not certain that this matter is related to Lord Jacinta." Luoshi sighed and said, "However, it is indeed feasible to try it out. I will do as you say. Come on." Xian said indifferently, "I will silently shout for you in the library." The implication is that he will not accompany her to do this. You can just stay in the library. Luoshi was too lazy to complain about Xian anymore. After throwing such a sentence to him, she cheered up and went to the direction of the palace. Xian also turned around and returned to Lazahad's house. Vivian and the others haven't come back yet. They seem to be carrying out some troublesome commissions, which will take a long time. Mijas has been staying in the guild these days and rarely goes home. Xian thought it was a bit strange before, but now he thinks that maybe it is because of the abnormality around the capital that Mijas has to stay in the guild to handle various affairs. And judging from the situation, these people don't know when they can come back. Xian really wants to wait for Tyr to come back. But today he has been running outside all day and fought with an inexplicable monster. Even he doesn't want to continue waiting in the room with sweat and dust. Forget it. I will take a bath and go back to bed today. Get up early tomorrow. Go to the library and make up for today's progress. Xian sighed with some regret and went to the direction of the big bath. However, just as Xian opened the door of the big bath and walked into it, a strange phenomenon occurred. Buzz! Just as Xian stepped into the large bathhouse, the space inside suddenly twisted. Xian didn't have time to react. He felt dizzy, and then he was no longer in the big bath, but in a sacred and solemn temple. Where is this? Seeing this familiar temple, Xian was shocked, and the slight fatigue in his mind disappeared instantly. Then, this is the third time. You should be used to it. Right? A moving voice, like fairy music, sounded and reached Xian's ears. Xian turned around and looked at the source of the sound. There, a familiar and beautiful figure came into Xian's eyes. Nian. Yes. Xian. I finally saw Nian again. You seem to have done a lot of things recently. My brave man. The beautiful goddess looked at Xian with a smile, making her star-like eyes sparkle. Xian suddenly felt that all his thoughts were seen through by the other party. No. This is not a feeling, but a real thing. After all, the goddess in front of him can read his heart, and the other party will know what Xian is thinking. But this still cannot suppress Xian's impulse. An impulse to give the goddess in front of him a severe lesson and press her to the ground. I advise you not to do it. Nian easily saw through Xian's idea and said lightly, It's okay outside. But in this temple, you can't do anything to me. In your words, impulse is the devil. So don't be impulsive. This goddess looked very calm, as if she didn't realize how much trouble her actions had brought to Xian. Xian was immediately angry and laughed. Don't you know how many brain cells I have consumed because of your affairs recently? Now you actually ask me not to be impulsive? Xian's tone was very aggressive. But Nian looked at Xian with a smile, like looking at a child who was upset, and said with a smile, Do you want to blame me? Shouldn't I blame you? Xian said, Who said that I was summoned here just to defeat the Demon King? What happened? The Demon King has been defeated for 1,000 years, and the hero has become history. The 3 tribes are so peaceful now. But if I, the hero, am exposed, it will bring a gap to this peace. You are obviously playing with me. Right? Xian vented the resentment accumulated in this period in one breath. Nian restrained her smile and listened to Xian's complaints quietly, as if she had taken it all. She just looked at Xian. Not only was there no emotional fluctuation on her beautiful face, but she looked extremely gentle. That look that she had never seen before made Xian, who was full of resentment, somewhat discouraged. Now, tell me. Xian could only take a deep breath, stare at Nian, and say, Who are you? Hearing this, Nian lowered her eyelids slightly, revealing a little sadness in her eyes. I am just a person who doesn't know whether I should exist or not. Nian's voice seemed to come from the distant horizon, so ethereal and quiet. You don't have to guess. I am not the supreme god Omnis, nor any known goddess in the god realm. People who know my existence don't know whether they have appeared yet. Even the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons are afraid that they don't know my existence. As she said, Nian looked at Xian. I know you are very curious about how I summoned you to this world. I can only tell you that this is my privilege and my ability. In this omnipotent Ensign, who has the deepest roots with the hero, and who knows the most about the hero's summoning. Then, except for me, there is absolutely no second choice, including that goddess. As she said, Nian waved her hand, and the ceiling of the temple immediately rippled like the surface of the water. A picture gradually appeared in the ripples. It was a scene of a goddess lying in the flowers, sleeping quietly. This is... Xian was stunned. Nian stared at the goddess with extremely cold eyes. She was Omnis. Chapter 229 The Only Hope. Omnis. The origin of the world. The pinnacle of the gods. The supreme goddess known as the omnipotent existence. Such an existence has long become a legend. However, at this moment, Xian saw this supreme goddess lying in the flowers, sleeping. But this was not what surprised Xian the most. What surprised Xian the most was the appearance of this goddess regarded as a legend. You? Xian looked at the sleeping goddess, and then at Nian, looking speechless. There was no way. The supreme god Omnis mentioned by Nian looked exactly like her. But Nian looked at the goddess, who looked exactly like herself in the flowers. Her eyes were only cold, and even a little disgusted. I know what you are thinking, Nian said calmly. There is a reason why we look exactly the same. However, Yin did not seem to want to say that reason. Xian could feel that this was a topic that could not be touched. Therefore, Xian suppressed his doubts and asked, "What happened to her?" Seeing the supreme god Omnis falling into a deep sleep. "It seems that something has happened." "Right?" When Xian thought about this, Nian sneered. "Do you think she is in trouble?" Nian said sarcastically, "How is it possible? She is the almighty supreme god, the most supreme existence. Who can make her in trouble except the demon King Claudius? So what is going on with her now?" Xian was silent for a while, and then asked, "Is she just sleeping?" This sentence was exchanged for a positive answer. "That's right. She just simply fell asleep. And she slept for 1,000 years. The irony on Yin's face not only did not disappear, but became more and more intense. In the eyes of that goddess. Except for the demon King Claudius. Everything in the world is just a stone on the street. Because everything is created by her. Everything is dominated by her. She can manipulate any life and phenomena at will. And even the world can be easily tampered with in the blink of an eye. Therefore, she does not value anything, let alone put anything in her field of vision. The only person who can make her look at it differently is the demon King Claudius." As she spoke, Nian's voice began to become resentful. Obviously, since her birth, she has always wanted to defeat the demon king, defeat Claudius, and eliminate her only natural enemy and threat. But after achieving her goal, she has no interest in other things, losing her only obsession. Without her only obsession, this world that she thinks can be fabricated at will. Is there anything worth her seeing and paying attention to? No. Not one. Nian turned her gaze and looked at Xian. As a result, the woman chose to sleep, thinking that the operation of this world no longer needed her, and there was no need to intervene through her hands. With this idea, since the birth of the god realm, she has never woken up again, just lying there, living as long as the world, and existing forever. Are you dumbfounded? Are you speechless? But this is the supreme god. This is the almighty Omnis. A true god who is transcendent. And his thinking and views are different from those of us. It's really amazing. Right? At this point, Nian's tone was already very wrong. The tone that seemed to be resentful and sad really made Xian not know what to say. Xian only wanted to know one thing. "Then why did you summon me here?" Xian asked what he wanted to know most. Compared to the transcendence of the supreme god Omnis, and the relationship between Nian and the goddess, Xian wanted to know more about this matter. In response, Nian restrained her emotions, looked at Xian steadily, and then finally answered truthfully. "I said, I want you to defeat the demon king." Nian said, "You may think I am lying, but this is a fact." "Fact?" Xian frowned and questioned, "But the demon king has been defeated, and there is no way to revive it, unless something happens to the supreme god Omnis. She will never reappear in the world. Right?" "Yes." Nian nodded, but said, however, "The demon king cannot be resurrected. But it does not mean that there will be no new one." "New?" Xian was stunned for a moment, and then his face changed. He probably guessed what Nian meant. As expected, someone is trying to give birth to a new demon king, to replace the old demon king who cannot be resurrected, to lead the demon clan again, and to go to war with the gods and humans. Nian spoke word by word. "Do you know why I called you here at this time? The reason is very simple. Because you have touched the secret in this regard." Nian's words reminded Xian of the half-human, half-centipede monster. That monster. Could it be? "Don't worry. It's just a monster now. And it won't become a demon king." Nian first gave Xian a shot of prevention, and then said, "But according to the current progress, even if the new demon king will not be born, the 3 realms of gods, humans and demons, and the 3 clans will be messed up by the mastermind behind the scenes. And it is very likely that the war that has stopped for 1,000 years will break out and bring threats to the world. In view of this, Nian summoned Xian. Who is the mastermind behind the scenes?" Xian asked immediately. "I don't know." Nian shook her head and said, "I have discovered this situation, but I didn't find out who is behind it. I can only be sure that the other party is definitely a member of the old demon clan, and his status in the demon clan should not be low." Xian's brows suddenly frowned deeper and deeper. The reason is not only because of this sudden situation, but also because Xian doesn't know whether to trust Nian. Of course, Nian must have read Xian's mind. Therefore, she came to Xian. Xian stared at this beautiful goddess, as if trying to see through her heart. But at this moment, Nian reached out and hugged Xian's neck, and with both hands, she dragged Xian's head down. Xian's eyes widened, full of shock and disbelief. "Wu, Nian had already closed her eyes, and her seductive red lips pressed against Xian's lips. An extremely passionate and intense kiss fell on Shan and Nian, making the two of them like a couple in love. Full of ambiguity. It was not until a long time later that Nian left Shan with wet lips, looking at Shan, who was still in shock, blushing and smiling. Whether you want to believe me or not, it's up to you to judge, Nian whispered softly. I just hope you can understand that you are the existence I have been waiting for 1,000 years, and you are my only hope. Leaving these words, Nian waved her hand and distorted the surrounding space. Shan disappeared in the temple, as if he had never appeared. Chapter 230 Warrior Summoning Ceremony. In the sacred and solemn temple, silence visited here, making all the noise that had just happened seem non-existent and so empty. Nian looked at the direction where Xian disappeared, while stroking her lips. The blush on her face disappeared little by little. Everyone has left. You should come out too, right? After a while, Nian said this sentence quietly. In response to Nian's words, there was a helpless laugh. I thought you didn't find me. Along with these words, a graceful figure appeared in front of Nian, as if it emerged from space out of thin air. Looking at this figure, to be honest, Nian was still quite surprised. I really didn't expect that someone could actually come in here. Nian looked at the other party and said, I remember that your name seems to be Lai Xia. So you know me? Lai Xia also looked at the other party, a little stunned, and said with some surprise, I thought you wouldn't know me. How is it possible? Nian smiled and said, although I can't get out of here, I can cross the world to a certain extent and directly observe some areas of other worlds. Of course, I have mastered the existence of you. That's really an honor. Lai Xia said this, but there was no honor on her face. Instead, she stared at Nian and said, in this case, you should know why I came here after so much hardship across the world? If I'm not wrong. Nian said calmly, you are confused about the summoning of the hero. Right? Yes. Lai Xia said bluntly, I want to know why the hero was suddenly summoned after 1,000 years. Is this the reason why you have been following Xian? Hiding in the dark, constantly waiting for the opportunity. Until I called Xian here, you took advantage of the power of space magic, took the opportunity to jump into my summoning technique for Xian, and came here? Nian couldn't help but smile and said, then you should have heard what I just said to Xian, and know the reason why I summoned him? As soon as this sentence came out of Nian's mouth, Lexia denied it directly. That reason is just an excuse. Lexia said without hesitation, you should know that it is impossible to create a new demon king. Right? That's right. It is impossible to create a new demon king. Whether it is the demon king Claudius or the supreme god Omnis. They are the first existence and concept born from nothingness. These two existences are the unshakable origin, the beginning of everything. Even the world was created by the supreme god Omnis later. So these two supreme existences cannot even give birth to the world. It is better to say that if there were no them, there would be no world. Therefore, whether it is the supreme god Omnis or the demon king Claudius, there will only be one, and there will not be a second one. Although the guys of the old demon clan planned very well, they spent 1,000 years to create only a grotesque monster. Even if they continue to develop like this, in the end, they can only create the seventh demon at most. And it is absolutely impossible to create a second demon king. Lai Xia revealed the contradiction in this matter. Even if the seventh demon was successfully born in the end, there are still many beings in this world who can fight against it. This situation cannot be said to be not serious. But it is not serious enough to use the summoning of heroes. Besides, in today's era, if the summoning of heroes is activated, the problems it will cause are no less than the problems of the birth of the seventh demon. Your reason for choosing to summon heroes to fight this situation is completely untenable. Lai Xia then exposed Nian's remarks one by one. In addition, you still haven't explained how you silently activated the hero summoning without using the 3 conventional methods. Also, who are you and why are you in such a place? You even look exactly like the supreme god Omnis. You also didn't say that. You have other secrets. Lexia said bluntly. I hope to get the truth. This is also something I must know. For this reason, Lexia is so concerned about the existence of Xian and the matter of the hero summoning that she is willing to hide in the dark and observe Xian's surroundings. Fortunately, Lexia is a master of space magic, and she has a unique skill to assist. Even if she doesn't get close to Xian, she can connect the 2 space domains through space magic and observe the situation on Xian's side. Otherwise, even if Lexia has no hostility and does not trigger the enemy perception skill, She can't hide so well in the face of Xian's magic perception skill. Now, Lixia finally seized the opportunity. While Nian summoned Xian here, she used space magic as the axis and jumped into this summoning. She came here and faced Nian directly. After all, this is also closely related to you. Right? Nian raised her eyes and looked at Lixia, and couldn't help but sarcastically said, "You snatched that from the palace of the Mitra kingdom. And you are just like me, who was created and abandoned casually. Now the hero has appeared. Of course you can't ignore it." Hearing this, Lixia's face changed. "You said, you are the same as me?" Lixia seemed to finally realize something and explained in surprise. "Could it be that you are?" Lixia couldn't finish her words, because Nian stopped her. "I don't care about your affairs at all." Nian interrupted Lixia and said indifferently, "What I pursue is just a hero. Other things don't matter to me." Now, Lixia finally understood Nian's plan. "You summon the hero just for that reason?" Lixia said in disbelief. "Are you crazy?" "Crazy?" Nian laughed immediately, and laughed a little out of control. "Yes, I'm crazy. If I don't do something, I will really go crazy." "You said that reason? Or just that reason?" Nian couldn't help shouting loudly, "But that reason is the meaning of my existence. Everything about me. The reason I exist is to summon heroes. Now that the war is over and the goal has been achieved, you throw me into such a place without authorization and abandon me? I will never allow it." The space around Nian began to twist and vibrate. "Since no one uses me, I will just play my own role. Hero. Only the hero is my hope. The meaning of my existence." After saying that, Nian stretched out her hand to Lixia, causing the space around Lixia to distort and vibrate, sucking her away. "Wait!" Lixia struggled and cried out. "Hero summoning ceremony." Leaving behind this name, Lixia was sucked away by the distorted space and disappeared here. Only Nian was left, looking at the distant horizon and crying secretly. Xian, the goddess who summoned the hero, called out the name of the existence that she had entrusted everything to. It was as if she was crying. Chapter 231. Do you have experience? The next day, early in the morning, when Xian got up from the bed, his head was still confused. He walked out of the room in a daze, and began to wash in a daze. Xian was in a daze until a while later, when he ran through a door and woke up a sleepy little girl. "What are you doing so early in the morning?" Aie, who was holding a pillow, nodded her head as if she was dozing off, and her face was full of dissatisfaction. It was obvious that her sleep was disturbed and her mood was quite bad. But there was no way. Xian urgently needed someone to share his mood at this moment. "Let me tell you, I'm in big trouble." Xian was still in a daze. "What big thing?" Aie was still unhappy. If her subordinates saw her expression at this time, they would definitely be scared to kneel down and beg for mercy. Xian didn't even have the slightest self-awareness, and said with a sad face, "I was kissed by someone, and by a very beautiful person." Xian said something that made people want to press him to death. "That's it?" Aie couldn't help but be silent for a moment, and then asked as if she doubted her life. "That's it." Xian nodded heavily. Aie suddenly had the urge to punch Xian away. "You are so boring." After leaving such a comment, Aie fell asleep again. "Hey, don't sleep. Get up and chat with me." Xian was unhappy, and took Aie out of the bed, shook her, and said, "That was my first kiss. But it was gone less than 2 months after I came to this world. I didn't even taste what it was like. I just felt a daze in my head. And it was over when I came to my senses." "Then what?" Aie resisted the urge to slap Xian to death, and whispered, "What's the point of you telling me this?" "What's the point?" Xian said truthfully, "I just feel complicated and want to talk to someone." "Are you a young girl who has just come of age?" Aie was almost defeated, and gritted her teeth and said, "Anyway, we have kissed. What else do you want?" "I didn't want to do anything," Xian said shyly. "I just feel a little bit at a disadvantage." At this time, even Aie had the urge to twitch her mouth and complain fiercely. "What did you lose?" Aie could only ask weakly. "That was my first kiss," Xian said righteously. "If I had known that it would develop like this, I would definitely not be so passive at that time. At least I had to take back the initiative." "Is this important?" Aie was almost crazy. "Is this not important?" Xian asked back. "This is a matter of man's dignity. And the other party is a pure goddess, who can blush even at the scenes I fantasized about. I was actually taken control of by that inexperienced goddess, and was kissed forcibly. It's simply a shame." Aie's strength was finally exhausted. And she said with a sad face, "Are you very experienced? Didn't you say that it was your first kiss?" "Yes." Xian nodded and said, "Although it was my first kiss, it doesn't mean that I have no experience." "Right? After all, who doesn't have YY? Right?" Like this scene, Xian felt that he was probably simulating it in his mind when he was a teenager. And if he only talked about his knowledge, he could be called knowledgeable. Don't forget, Xian is still a well-read person. Of course, this has nothing to do with Yi. "You are really boring," Yi said mercilessly, "whether you feel annoyed, regretful, or even want to find someone to show off. It doesn't matter. Go find someone else. Don't disturb my sleep. No conscience." Xian immediately said dissatisfiedly, "What's wrong with chatting with me? Do you think it is appropriate for you to talk to me about this?" And I asked back. Xian looked at the little girl in his arms, and his expression became awkward. It seems that it is indeed not appropriate. But Xian has done it. And he has also risked it. Aren't you a big boss? You should live longer than you seem. Right? Then is there anything wrong with me discussing it with an elder? Xian actually said such a thing. The elder AI paused, because this rare word seemed to have calmed down a little, and said, "It is commendable to treat me as an elder. And it is indeed right to discuss it with an elder." It seems that AI, who does not want to be treated as a child, likes to hear such words. And looking at AI like this, Xian couldn't help but die. That's what he said. "But do you have experience in this area?" Xian's words made AI's body freeze there. "Ho ho." Xian immediately acted as if he had caught something, and said sarcastically, "Judging from your appearance, you must be inexperienced. You are obviously an elder, but you don't even have the experience of kissing. You are such a failure." Yi twitched his eyebrows. Xian didn't notice, and continued to speak sarcastically. "Is it because your status is too high, and others can't reach you? Or is it because your strength is too strong and others dare not pursue you? Ah, I know. It must be because you look too young, so others can't do it at all." Snap! Finally, the overly complacent hero was punished. Yi buried his little fist in Xian's abdomen and punched him out. Suddenly, Xian rubbed the air, passed through the spacious room, flew backwards all the way, flew out of the room directly, and hit the wall of the corridor. Bang! The loud sound of the door closing immediately followed, and the room in front of Xian was tightly closed, and he could no longer see inside. Xian slid down the wall and fell to the ground, holding his abdomen and rolling in pain. It hurt so much. Why is it so painful? Although he had a full-level resistance skill to block it, Xian couldn't suppress the pain in his abdomen. Is this the fate of the angry boss? Xian wanted to cry, but had no tears. What happened? What happened? At this time, it seemed that someone heard the movement here, and they all rushed over here. Xian's head shrank, and he quickly ran away from the crime scene. As for Yi, she was almost sleepless at this time, sitting on the bed, her face full of anger. "How dare you say that to me?" Yi was so angry that her cheeks swelled up, which was so cute. Unfortunately, no one saw this scene. In this situation, Yi kept muttering, "Who said I have no experience? My sisters always want to kiss me, although they only kiss my face every time. It is still a kiss. I have kissed that person before, so it is also a kiss. Right? So, I have experience." That's right. Ai comforted herself, but she was getting more and more upset. "Dare to look down on me. We'll see." Ai buried herself in the quilt in a depressed mood. Perhaps because of the fight just now, there seemed to be a little smell of Xian in the quilt. Smelling this smell, Ai felt more angry and a little relieved at the same time. What a hateful guy. After a while, Ai fell asleep again. In the dream, Ai was with a brave man who smiled hatefully, and seemed to be gaining experience. Chapter 232 Tyrannosaurus. Xian naturally didn't know what was going on with Ai. Xian only knew that after the little girl's merciless punch, he was no longer so dazed. However, Xian always felt that he would never forget Nian's kiss in his life. The taste of that was really hard to explain to outsiders. Of course, Xian didn't show off everywhere like Ai said. Otherwise, he would definitely get punched in the abdomen again. So Xian sorted out his mood and walked into the restaurant. To Xian's surprise, the restaurant was still empty today. Not only was Mai just not here, but Vivian and others were also not here. Xian felt it, and found that there was no magic power of Vivian and others in the mansion. Went out early in the morning? Xian was puzzled and asked the butler why. That's what the butler said. The head of the family is still at the guild, and did not come back yesterday. Miss Vivian and the others were the same. They did not come back overnight. And it seemed that they were carrying out a very important mission. The housekeeper's words made Sheen somewhat concerned. Not coming back overnight. This is really rare. At least, since coming to the capital, Vivian and others have not stayed overnight. Every time they do commissions that can be returned on the same day. This is the first time that they did not come back overnight. Of course, Sheen did not find it strange. In order to complete the commission, adventurers often have to spend the night outside. Sometimes, not to mention one night, they may not come back for a month or even a whole year. Therefore, Sheen was just curious about what commissions Vivian and others were doing. And then he stopped asking. After eating the breakfast prepared by the servants for him, he left the Lazahad family and went to the direction of the palace. However, this time, Sheen did not go directly to the library, but came to Rox's bedroom. You are here? I thought you would not come today. Luoshi seemed surprised, but more like she was happy. She looked like she had seen a prodigal son return to his right path. Full of relief. I'm in a good mood today. Don't force me to hit you, Sheen warned him, and then got to the point. Luoshi was even more surprised to learn of Sheen's intention. You want to go with me to see Lord Jacinta? Luoshi's face was full of surprise. Sheen had expected Luoshi to behave like this, but he did want to meet Jacinta. I went back and thought about the monster yesterday, and I still felt a little concerned, Sheen said, so I'll go with you to take a look. That's it. Luoshi nodded, but she didn't doubt it, because, like Sheen, she has always been concerned about the monster. However, Luoshi and Sheen have different starting points. Luoshi is worried about whether such a monster will bring about any terrible impact, and is also worried that someone may be behind this matter, trying to destroy the friendship between the demons and humans. Sheen is because of what Nian said yesterday. He can no longer ignore this matter. According to Nian, the existence of that monster will involve the birth of a new demon king. Since this is the case, Sheen can no longer ignore this matter. At the moment, the two had a brief conversation and then left the palace. Not long after, a luxurious carriage rushed out of the gate of the palace and ran in one direction. Royal Capital, Demon Embassy. This is a luxurious building located in the northeastern administrative district of the Royal Capital. The building looks like a mansion, but it is actually an embassy. It is a place specially prepared by the capital for important figures from the demon clan to rest. Usually, some liaison officers and envoys of the demon clan are stationed here to assist and support various important matters in the human world and the demon world. It is considered a relatively important place in the capital. After Jacinta and his party came to the capital, they have been living here for a while. Therefore, the luxurious carriage galloped from the spacious avenue and finally stopped at the door of the embassy, allowing Xian and Luoshi to appear from it. This is it. Xian stood in front of the embassy and cast his eyes over. With a magic perception skill, Xian can sense a very powerful magic. In particular, one of the magic powers is so large that it far exceeds the rest. Xian can be sure that in this capital, except for himself, Luoshi and Aie, the strongest magic power is this magic power. It is worthy of being a cadre of the demon clan. Xian said this in admiration or estimation. On the side, Roxy approved of Xian's statement. Lord Jacinta is the second ranked among the 4 major cadres under the dragon demon. He is very powerful. It is said that he participated in the war thousands of years ago and was extremely active on the battlefield. He even fought with the Braves several times. He is a demon who even teacher Arya dare not underestimate. Roxy told Xian this. It is said that a long time ago, Lord Jacinta's level exceeded 90, and he also possessed a very powerful unique skill. In the past, he slaughtered countless gods and humans. Therefore, he was called Tyrannosaurus by the world. If you underestimate him, because he looks a little frivolous, even you will suffer a great loss. Right? Hearing this, Xian raised his eyebrows. Tyrannosaurus? This title seems to have been heard somewhere before. By the way, Vivian mentioned it before when I was in Lemidgen, because Killian used to be the vassal of this Tyrannosaurus. In other words, so Killian is Jacinta's subordinate? Xian suddenly realized. No wonder it was Jacinta who came this time, not the other demon cadres. There is this relationship in the relationship. You just found out? Rosie glanced at Xian and said, Lord Jacinta came to the capital mainly to see who defeated Killian. What? Xian said disapprovingly. Does he still want to avenge Killian? You think too much, Rosie said unhappily. although Lord Jacinta seemed to be optimistic about Killian in the past. Killian later joined the old demon faction, which was equivalent to betraying your expectations. You threatened to capture Killian and execute him. How could you avenge him? In fact, Sheen was just talking casually. From Jacinta, Sheen did not feel any malice or hostility, but some kindness, curiosity, and interest. From Jacinta's words and deeds, it can be seen that the other party should have a good impression of Sheen. Otherwise, even Sheen would feel a headache when he thought that he had to fight such a demon master. Others may not know, but Sheen, who has the full-level identification skill, knows Jacinta's level very well. This existence called Tyrannosaurus has already reached level 97. In addition to unique skills, and a series of skills of at least level 9. Sheen is sure that the other party will not be much inferior to Arya. If possible, Sheen does not want to be an enemy of such an existence. But if there is no way, then maybe I have to fight hard once. Sheen couldn't help but touch the holy sword at his waist. Then, Sheen and Luoshi entered the embassy together. Chapter 233 My Own Temper. Embassy. Meeting room. At this time, Sheen and Luoshi sat here together. After entering the embassy, the two were brought here to wait for the meeting with Jacinta. About 10 minutes later, Jacinta appeared in the meeting room. I didn't expect that the two of you would come here to find me. It's really surprising. Saying this, Jacinta walked into the meeting room with a smile on his face. He is not alone. Beside him, there are two demons, one male and one female, who seem to be Jacinta's subordinates or guards. Sheen's attention is slightly focused on the two demons, because the two demons seem to be twins, and they look exactly the same, except that the male demon has a short haircut and the female demon has medium-length hair. Their expressions are very consistent and indifferent, and their aura is quite majestic, which cannot be underestimated. The levels of these two demons are both 88, higher than Beto. This made Sheen secretly sigh. No wonder the demons have been considered the strongest race since the distant past, and even the gods and humans have only barely resisted them together. A subordinate of a demon, a cadre of the demons, and two people around him are so high level. It is no wonder that the demons are considered the strongest race. While Sheen was thinking this, Luoshi had already stood up. Sorry, I came here in a presumptuous way. If it causes inconvenience to you, please forgive me. Luoshi entered the princess mode and greeted Jacinta with courtesy. Your Highness, you are too polite. I am so happy that the treasure of the kingdom can visit me. How can I feel inconvenienced? Jacinta said this with a smile, turned his eyes to Sheen, and said, moreover, even Lord Sheen came with me, which is already a surprise for me. Hearing this, before Sheen could say anything, the twin demons behind Jacinta reacted. They stared at Sheen, as if they were looking at an opponent, with vigilance in their eyes. Sheen was puzzled. Could these two people have a grudge against me? But I don't seem to know them? What the H.L. Instead, it was Luoshi who smiled at Jacinta as if she had some clues. It seems that you really like Lord Sheen. Luoshi actually said such words. Of course, I am very optimistic about you. Jacinta readily admitted, although Killian is a traitor who I want to execute with my own hands. I have to admit that he does have some talent. In terms of potential, he is one of the best in the demon world. If he hadn't taken the wrong path, I think he would be able to reach my level sooner or later. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong path. In this case, his potential will become a threat, and the sooner it is eliminated, the better. At this point, Jacinta seemed to be a little sad. Perhaps it was because of his talent that Beto made unremitting efforts to win him over to the old demon clan. Because Beto's lineage is an old demon clan whose main action policy is assassination and assassination. In the past, the highest level was only about 70. Although it was extremely threatening and had a large number of people, there were not many strong people who could really show off. Therefore, Beto wanted to win over Killian and placed high hopes on Killian, hoping that he could grow up and add a strong person who could really show off to his lineage in the future. Perhaps it was for this reason that Beto would bring his own lineage of old demons to cross such a long distance to rescue Killian. But in the end, Beto not only suffered a mental breakdown from Killian's backstab, but also killed Killian himself in anger. It must be said that this is very tragic. It is precisely because of this that Jacinta's attitude toward Sheen is also very good. I am very grateful to Lord Sheen for helping me get rid of the traitor. At the same time, it is impossible not to be optimistic about the Lord who was able to defeat that Killian at such a young age. Jacinta looked at Sheen meaningfully, and his eyes showed admiration and interest. However, when Jacinta made such a gesture, the twin demons behind him looked at Xian with hostility again. At this moment, Xian hated his temper a little. It seemed that he could not control his temper. Okay. Teach them a lesson. Xian met the gaze of the twin demons and looked straight up. At the same time, Xian used the oppression skill without hesitation, releasing a hidden and powerful momentum, and suddenly suppressed it. The expressions of the twin demons suddenly changed. Their bodies tensed. Their fists clenched. And huge magic power surged from their bodies, intending to resist Xian's momentum. But Xian's oppression skill was already at the maximum level. And this time, it was not an AoE for the entire field, but only for the twin demons. Therefore, the full momentum was almost entirely concentrated on the two people, without a single omission, causing the other party's breathing to become rapid, and cold sweat began to flow from their foreheads, and they seemed to have been shaken. Seeing this, Xian not only did not relax, but instead exerted more momentum and pressed forward, as if he was determined to make the twin demons kneel down. However, the twin demons were masters with a level of nearly 90. Even though they were no match for Xian's suppression, they still gritted their teeth and resisted desperately, and finally succeeded in resisting. Interesting. Realizing that the twin demons were not simple, Xian raised his eyebrows and wanted to add more strength. At this time, a voice finally intervened. Qing seems to be doing something fun with my subordinates. Why don't you let me participate? As such a sentence sounded, the momentum released by Xian suddenly shook and suddenly began to falter. The twin demons only felt their bodies lighten. Their shoulders loosened, and the pressure dropped sharply. On the contrary, Xian felt a momentum that was no less powerful than his own suddenly rushing up, trying to crush him. Xian's eyes moved slightly, and he immediately looked to the side. There, Jacinta was still smiling, but the momentum released from her body was so amazing that the whole meeting room trembled slightly. Xian and Jacinta looked at each other, and they could see the competitiveness and strength in each other's eyes. So, the two prepared to go all out to see who was better. Until, the two of them, it would be enough. In the meeting room, the third extremely powerful momentum was released, breaking up the confrontation between Xian and Jacinta. The one who caused this momentum was naturally Luoxi. Do you two still want to fight here? This is not a wise move, right? Luoxi's calm advice made Xian and Jacinta look at each other, and then they shrugged at the same time and restrained their momentum. The twin demons relaxed at this time, but they were already sweating profusely. Now, the eyes of the two looking at Xian were not only hostile, but also a little fearful. Chapter 234. Be careful of the people around you. An invisible confrontation ended with everyone thinking about their own things. After that, everyone sat down together. Xian and Luoxi sat on the same sofa. Jacinta sat opposite them, with the twin demon standing on the left and right behind them. I wonder why you two came here to see me, Jacinta asked with interest. It shouldn't be just a simple visit, right? Obviously, Jacinta had guessed that Xian and Luoxi had a purpose for this trip. Let's not talk about Xian. Luoxi didn't mean to hide it. Your Excellency seems to have stayed in the capital for a long time this time. Luoxi said this. Indeed. This time he stayed a little longer. Jacinta nodded, but looked at Luoxi, and said with a smile, Your Highness, don't you want to chase people away? No matter what. It's not that serious. Luoxi said calmly. It's just that we are all very curious about the reason why Lord Jacinta chose to stay in the human world and the capital. So that's it. It's not about driving him away, but about calling him to task. Jacinta said meaningfully. After all, the capital of the Kingdom of Mitra is a place that can be called the center of the world. There are many people who come here and are attracted by the prosperity and bustle here. Can't I choose to play in the capital for a while for such a reason? If you just want to play, the kingdom will welcome you, Luoxi said calmly. But, as far as we know, the people around you seem to have some unusual actions near the capital recently. I wonder if this is the case. As she said this, Luoxi glanced at the twin demons behind Jacinta. The twin demons were extremely calm, or they became alert after the invisible confrontation just now. Even though they were stared at by Luoxi, they still did not show any sign of wavering. Jacinta's expression didn't even change. I thought, Your Highness must have misunderstood. Right? Jacinta said calmly. During my stay in the capital, I also let my subordinates enjoy themselves and not come to the human world in vain. They are just having fun like me. How can there be any abnormal behavior? Is that so? Luoxi looked directly at Jacinta and said, in other words, Your Excellency has no idea what is happening around the capital. I can understand it this way. Right? Yes. Jacinta responded without hesitation, although I don't know what the prince is referring to around the capital. This must be a misunderstanding. We definitely didn't do anything suspicious. Luoshi fell silent immediately. Jacinta has always been calm and composed, without any flaws. But no matter how Sheen looked at it, he felt that there was something wrong with this guy. The reason is very simple. Your Excellency, do you dare to swear in the name of His Highness Dragon Demon? When Luoshi said this, the smile on Jacinta's face disappeared. However, the next second, he smiled again. I naturally dare to swear in the name of Lord Dragon Demon, Jacinta said indifferently. At least, I don't want to bring harm to the human world and this kingdom. This is certain. In other words, as long as there is no harm, it is not suspicious. This person really has the intention of doing something in secret, or planning something. Your Excellency. Luoshi stared at Jacinta and said in a deep voice, do you know anything about the situation happening around the royal capital? Luoshi's remarks can be said to be quite straightforward. However, Jacinta did not deny or admit it. I stayed in the royal capital and did not intend to do anything bad. Your Highness can rest assured about this. Jacinta avoided the question and said, as for other things, as outsiders, it is not easy for us to intervene. And we do not intend to intervene. The implication is that they have their own things to do, and will not pose a threat to the people of the capital. But they will not provide help to the people of the capital. Then, do you know a monster that is half human and half centipede, has dragon wings, and can spit dragon breath? Luoshi no longer beats around the bush, and directly throws out the topic. With dragon wings and spitting dragon breath. Jacinta narrowed his eyes. She and Keely noticed that for a moment. A trace of disdain and contempt flashed in Jacinta's eyes. That was not directed at Xian and Luoshi, but at the monster Luoshi mentioned. Then, Jacinta spoke like this. I am personally very interested in topics related to dragons. But unfortunately, I have never heard of the dragon species mentioned by your Highness. Jacinta said with a sly smile, maybe it was a bastard from somewhere. Or maybe it was a scoundrel from somewhere who just took some dragon-related things and pieced them together, and thought he could piece together something. But I am not interested in that kind of junk at all. When he said this, Jacinta's sneer and arrogance were very obvious. Obviously, Jacinta has a great respect for the existence of dragon species, and is quite disdainful of the so-called monster, just like looking down on something. When the other party said this, Sheen and Luoshi also understood the situation to some extent. There is no doubt that Jacinta must know something. However, he has no direct relationship with this matter, but stands on the opposite side of the other party. Perhaps, Jacinta will stay in the capital, and the people around him will move around the capital. Not to do anything suspicious, but maybe to deal with the mastermind behind all this. Sheen and Luoshi both felt this intention, and were somewhat relieved. After all, this at least proves that Jacinta will not become an enemy. Of course, it is too early to completely believe his words. In view of this, Sheen and Rosie did not completely relax their vigilance, and continued to chat with Jacinta with a half-believing and half-doubting mentality. However, the subsequent chats were basically some insignificant trivialities, and no mention of monsters was made at all. Afterwards, Sheen and Rosie prepared to get up and say goodbye. Before leaving, Jacinta gave the two a piece of advice. Since the monster mentioned by His Highness has been defeated, those who want to use it to do something are likely to take some action. Right? Jacinta spoke meaningfully. As the two parties involved, you must be careful of the people around you next time? Leaving such words, Jacinta walked out of the meeting room with the twin demons. Sheen and Rosie kept this sentence in their hearts before leaving the embassy. Chapter 235 How can it be said to be bad? In front of the embassy, the luxurious carriage has begun to leave, and the sound of horse hooves and wheels has echoed and gradually faded away. Xian and Luoshi sat in the carriage together and discussed what happened just now. How is it? Luoshi asked such an inexplicable question. What can be done? Xian said without much enthusiasm. I can only say that he is worthy of being an old guy who has lived for more than 1,000 years. Except for the part he is willing to reveal. He basically didn't reveal anything else. He hid it very deeply. At first glance, the conversation just now seemed to be Luoshi questioning Jacinta. But if you think about it carefully, you will know that it was actually the Tyrannosaurus who took the initiative and controlled the direction of the conversation. I even suspect that the twin demons deliberately provoked me under his instructions. Before we started to test him, he had already tested us. Really? Cunning to death. The powerful are really dirty. Xin blurted out his inner thoughts, which made Luoshi laugh and cry. Your words are a bit insinuating. Don't tell anyone. Otherwise you will offend many people. Luoshi scolded Xin for a while, but also said, but Lord Jacinta is indeed difficult to deal with. He basically dealt with my questions, and he never forced himself from beginning to end. He would reveal the parts that he thought could be exposed to us, and he would cover up and deny the parts that he didn't want to expose. And he was very tight-lipped in a way that people couldn't say even if they suspected it. However, it's not that there is no gain at all, Xin said thoughtfully, from the part that Guy chose to reveal. We can know that he should not be in the same group with that monster, and even have some hostile intentions. That's right. Luoshi nodded and agreed, although I don't know what you know. The reason why he stayed in the capital and his subordinates were active around the capital may be to find that monster, or to manipulate the person behind the monster. Both Xin and Rosie were sure that there was a mastermind behind the monster, because of the tips and information given by Nian. Xin had long known that there was a guy who wanted to create a new demon king behind the monster, based on the situation yesterday. Rosie thought of the mysterious ceremony that might have been held in the mountains, and concluded that the monster was artificially released there. Who could it be? Rosie murmured. Xin did not speak, but had some ideas. There is no doubt that the birth of the monster is related to the old demon clan. However, the person who manipulated the monster and the person who gave birth to the monster are not necessarily the same group of people. At least, Xin had this feeling. He couldn't say why it was so, but he had this idea in his heart. This feeling is likely to be the same principle as Rosie's ability to find the location of the monster. In other words, this feeling may come from Xin's blessing, with the blessing of the Supreme God and the protection of the world. Xin may be like Rosie, who can act according to his feelings. Rosie, who didn't know Xin's situation, asked him, then won't our next clue be cut off? Rosie was worried. The clues that can be obtained from Jacinta are probably the end, and the clues on the other side of the mountain have long disappeared. Now, Rosie has a feeling that she can't investigate further. Of course, Xin doesn't think so. Didn't you say that you have the guidance of fate and will be at the center of the incident sooner or later? Xin said noncommittally. Then you can wait slowly. Can you only wait? Rosie was not willing. Seeing this, Xin gave Rosie an idea. You can send someone to secretly keep an eye on the demons. Xian said, anyway, the demon cadre should still let his subordinates investigate something around the capital. You can have someone follow them secretly to monitor their behavior and, when they discover something, you can also know something at the first time. Luoshi hesitated and said, isn't it not good? What's wrong with it? Xian curled his lips and said, he can ignore your position and let his subordinates wander around the capital. And he is unwilling to reveal anything. He is just short of telling you directly that he is unwilling to cooperate with you, let alone go along with you. In this case, why should you care about his position and dare not follow his people? The words are rough, but the logic is not rough. Xian directly stated the key points, which made Luoshi ponder. Or how about this? Xin looked at Luoshi's pondering expression and showed a naughty smile, saying, you can simply use the investigation of suspicious people as an excuse to send the knights to block the areas around the capital, so that even if the demons want to send people to move, they can't, and they have no way to go. In this way, if the demon cadre wants to do something, he can only find you in person and cooperate with you. Then, won't you have a reason to ask him to tell you everything he knows? Xin's proposal shocked Luoshi. Isn't this too bad? Luoshi was stunned. What's bad? Xin said righteously. There are indeed suspicious people around the capital. It is reasonable for you to send the knights to investigate. Blocking the area is also a reasonable thing. How can it be said to be bad? You are right. Luoshi said speechlessly. It's just that you are so tricky. You just said that people have a heart. Why do I think you are not much better? There is no way. This is really learned from novels. Dirty routines? Even if they are dirty, they are still routines. Xin, who has been bombarded by routine culture, naturally has no shortage of ideas in this regard. The most important thing is that this will give a slight blow to the demon cadre who thinks he has the initiative. And it will feel good. Just say whether you will do it or not. Xin was too lazy to explain, and asked Luoshi for confirmation. Do it. Luoshi sighed, and said helplessly, regardless of whether to cooperate with Lord Jacinta, it is necessary to send the knights to block the area around the capital under the current situation. Who knows if there are still monsters like that? Who knows if the mastermind behind the scenes will replan something around the capital? Moreover, Using the human sea tactics to dig the ground is also a method. So, in the end, Luoshi agreed. What about you? What are you going to do? Luoshi asked Xin. As for me, Xin touched his chin and then said, I will go to the library to do routine work first. And when I go back in the evening, I will find a big boss of the demon clan to ask her if she knows anything. The big boss of the demon clan? Luoshi didn't understand. Xian said no more, shrugged, and looked out the window. The carriage drove all the way and finally returned to the palace. After that, Luoshi sent the knights as promised, blocked the area around the capital, and spread the news, asking people to be careful and not to get close to those places. Chapter 236 Missing? Evening soon fell. When the sun was about to set, Xin came out of the palace, rubbing his eyes and preparing to go back to the Lazahad family. Today was another day that filled his head with things. Xin sighed as he walked on the road in the noble district. There were still 224 elementary spells of celestial magic, 78 intermediate spells, 25 advanced spells, and granting magic, which could no longer be counted in numbers. But there were a full 34 thick spell books. All of these had to be memorized. Alas, when would this day end? Xin felt that he could no longer pretend to be a good student who was eager to learn. Back then, I had thought about learning all the magic. But this was just a fantasy. If he really memorized all the magic spells in the world, then Xin felt that he might have to spend the rest of his life on it. Is this what is called live and learn? Thinking about this way of life, Xin felt a little chilly. So, Xin has decided, from now on, celestial magic and granting magic will be my majors, and I will never learn other systems of magic. For this reason, Xin also forgot the 4 elemental magic skills he had learned before. Forgetting skills. This is a method that all lives that have learned skills can use. When someone is dissatisfied with the skills they have learned, or is seriously lacking in skill points, they can recover the skill points spent on these skills in the past by forgetting the skills they have learned. Of course, this is not something that can be used casually. Once you choose to forget a skill, it will lead to 2 side effects. 1. A skill that has been forgotten cannot be obtained again no matter what. 2. Only about half of the points spent on these skills can be recovered. And it is possible that less than 1/10 can be recovered. Therefore, unless there is a real lack of skill points or the wrong skills are learned, people usually will not choose this approach. Xin didn't want to do this at first, but he found that because of Tian, he seemed not to be affected by these side effects. After all, Tian has the effect of the lowest acquisition conditions for all skills, and the upgrade conditions for all skills have also been reduced to the lowest. The acquisition conditions for all skills are the lowest, so it is impossible for others to obtain the forgotten skills again. But this is not the case for Xin. The upgrade conditions for all skills are the lowest, which results in Xin spending only 1 point on the skills each time. The number of points recovered when forgetting skills is not calculated all at once, but 1 level at a time. For example, if someone else consumes 10 skill points to upgrade the skill from level 1 to level 2, then the skill points he recovers are half or 1/10 of 10. If the skill is upgraded from level 2 to level 3 and consumes 20 skill points, then the skill points he recovers are half or 1/10 of 20. It is not that all the skill points consumed from level 1 to level 3 are added together, and then half or 1/10 of them are recovered. This leads to Xin being able to completely recover all the consumed skill points, because every time he upgrades a skill, the skill point consumed is only 1, and there is no concept of skill points below 1. Therefore, when everyone forgets a skill, they can at least recover 1 skill point for each level. For Xin, who only consumes 1 skill point to upgrade a level, this is completely proportional to the consumption and recovery, without any loss. Knowing this, Xin decisively forgot all the magic skills of the 4 elemental systems. Although Xin had a lot of skill points and had no shortage of them, these 4 elemental magic skills were useless. If they were left alone, Xin would have to keep memorizing the 4 elemental magic spells. This made Xin simply get angry and forget all the magic skills. If he mainly used the magic of granting, it would be very easy to use the magic effects of these 4 elemental magics. In this case, Xin felt that he didn't need to keep memorizing these 4 magics that he had only learned at the elementary level. However, looking back to the past, I used these magics to trick people. Now, they are forced to die. Am I too bad? Xin shook his heavy head, thinking about it idly, and took steps to continue moving forward. At this moment, Mr. Xin, a voice called Xin. Xian felt that the voice was very familiar, which made him stop and shake his heavy head slightly. And then he turned his head and looked at the place where the voice came from. Xian was stunned when he saw it. What appeared in front of him was a figure that was unlikely to appear here. Laxia? Xian was surprised. The person who came was Laxia, the maid who accompanied Laixia. I saw that the other party was still wearing a maid uniform, with long black hair down to her waist, and a pair of ruby-like eyes. She stood in front of the street, standing in the wind as if waiting for Xian to come. That scene made Xian lose his mind for a moment. But then, Xian reacted. Why are you here? Xian unconsciously stepped forward, still unable to hide his surprised question. In response, Laxia raised her eyes and looked at him. I have been here all the time. Laxia said this. Always? Xian was stunned again. Yes, Laxia said calmly, after you left Lemidgen. The young lady and I followed you to the capital. But we didn't show up, and you didn't notice. Hearing this, Xian was speechless. So, this pair of sisters who look like twins have been by his side all the time? You followed me? Xian frowned and stared at Laxia with an unfriendly look. Under Xian's gaze, Laxia did not deny it, but just raised her eyelids slightly and said this. The young lady has disappeared since last night. This is the news that Laxia told. You mean, Laixia is missing? The unexpected news made Xian stunned. Laxia nodded. The eldest lady once ordered that if anything happened to her, let me come to you. Laxia said in a voice without any ups and downs. That's why I came here to wait for you to come back. These words made Xian's brows furrow deeper and deeper. In other words, right? Not only did Laixia disappear, but she also knew that her trip seemed to be a bit risky. So she laid a backup plan for this, and gave Laxia some instructions. What happened? Xian pondered for a moment. Laxia was not in a hurry either, but just stood there quietly, waiting for Xian's reaction. Xian looked at this beautiful maid inside. Anyway, you come back with me first. Xian decided so. Yes. Laxia responded expressionlessly. Chapter 237 These Stalkers. The arrival of Laxia relieved the fatigue in Xian's head, leaving only doubts and questions. However, Xian was not in a hurry, and took Laxia back to Razahad's house first. Laxia always had an expressionless look, following Xian closely, keeping a distance of 3 steps from her, looking like a loyal maid beside Xian. In this way, the two returned to Razahad's house together. Coincidentally, Yi seemed to come out of the room. I'm back. Xian subconsciously greeted the other party, but Yi's reaction was a little bit wrong. Woo! The little girl froze slightly when she saw Xian for some reason. Little Yi? Looking at Yi like this, Xian called out strangely. But Yi not only did not react, but remained frozen there, her pretty face slightly red. Her complexion was extremely stiff, as if she was recalling something unbearable, and the whole person seemed so uneasy. Xian was a little concerned, so he took a few steps closer. However, almost as a reflex, Yi also took several steps back. Xian was silent. Yi also reacted and was also silent. After a while, Xian approached again. Seeing this, Yi retreated again without thinking. Xian continued to approach. Yi continued to retreat. What are you doing? Xian's mouth twitched, but his questioning was only exchanged for one sentence. Don't say anything. Don't ask anything. Just don't get close to me for the time being. Do you understand? Ai stared at Xian, her pretty face still slightly red, while warning her without explanation. She cast a strange look at Xian. Xian could read that look, because he could read it. Xian's mentality collapsed a little. Malagobi? Did I do anything? No. Then what's with that look that looks like a beast? With a slightly collapsed mentality, Xian wanted to question Ai on the spot. He didn't realize that behind him, Laxia saw Yi, and her gem-like eyes began to fluctuate. And Yi also noticed Laxia's existence. You? Yi looked at Laxia and was stunned. Meet His Highness. At this time, Laxia stepped forward and knelt down to salute Yi. That was a posture with both knees kneeling on the ground. It was not the posture used by a subject when meeting a king, but the posture used by an ordinary servant when meeting a noble person. Seeing this, Ai was silent. Xian was also stunned. Your Highness? That's what Laxia called Ai. Obviously, Laxia knew Ai's identity. As for Ai, it seemed that she also knew Laxia's identity. Is she the maid of the little girl named Laixia? Ai was silent for a long time. When she spoke again, the blush on her face had disappeared. replaced by a burst of indifference. Yes. Laxia lowered her head and said softly, the person I serve is named Laixia. I saw it at a glance. For some reason. Aie said sarcastically, after all, you look exactly the same. Hearing this, Laxia remained silent. On the side, Xian looked at Aie with some surprise, because he found that Aie's mood was a little bit wrong. This is different from what was wrong just now. Just now, Aie's attitude towards him was also not right. But Xian could feel that there was some reason that could not be explained to outsiders. And now, Aie's abnormality is simply emotional. Mental and even mental. Especially when she saw Laxia kneeling on her knees in front of her. Aie almost retreated for a moment. This is also different from the retreat she had just faced Xian. When facing Xian, Aie was just on guard and felt ashamed. When facing Laxia, Aie felt a sense of panic, as if she could not accept Laxia kneeling in front of her. And then she stopped abruptly. This told Xian that there seemed to be something he didn't know. Unfortunately, Aie didn't mean to explain. If you don't follow your master and run around outside, aren't you afraid of being captured by the human race? Aie continued to speak sarcastically to Laxia. If you think about it carefully, this is not without reason. You know, Laixia was the one who sneaked into the capital with the old demon faction 10 years ago, and is currently wanted by the kingdom. Laxia looks almost the same as Laixia. When Laixia is not around, she dares to walk around the capital alone. It really looks like she is risking her life. If she is with Laixia, with that powerful magician around, it will be difficult for others to find them. But Laixia is not here now, and Laxia is walking around alone outside, which is simply seeking death. Before, Laxia had said that she was different from Laixia. She had no power, and was just an ordinary maid. At that time, Xian was a little skeptical about this matter. Now that he has learned the full-level identification skill, Xian dared to be sure that it was true. Laxia is only level 5, and has not learned even a single skill. Therefore, Laxia is a truly powerless person. Such a person, with a face like a wanted criminal, wandering around in a place like the capital? Xian began to wonder why he could meet Laxia smoothly. Laxia didn't care about it at all. I just followed the instructions of the eldest lady, and came to find Mr. Xian after she lost contact. Laxia said this without any emotion. Lost contact? Aie frowned and looked at Xian. Don't look at me like that. I don't know what's going on. Xian immediately said, I just met her and learned about this from her mouth. But I haven't had time to ask in detail. Aie understood the situation. It seems that you have encountered something. Aie glanced at Laxia and said, then let me listen to what happened. Laxia didn't react to this. Instead, Xian raised his eyebrows. What? Are you interested? Xian asked. Do you know Laixia? We met once. Aie said calmly. After you solved the old demon faction headed by Beto. I met Laixia there. But we separated after we decided to come to the capital. Well, it's another thing I don't know. Feelings. Whether it's Aie or Laixia. They have been following me before I came to the capital? These stalkers. Who can learn from Melika? It's better to learn the skill she gave away for free. At that time, I will not give you a big stick to serve. And I will be a hero. Chapter 238 Take off her head. You said, in order to know the reason why I was summoned. You and Lexia have been monitoring me all this time? In Sheen's room. As Lexia explained the reason why she was here, Sheen was speechless and helpless. Yes. Lexia still had a blank expression on her face, and said, the eldest lady believes that there must be some reason behind the activation of the hero summoning. And Mr. Sheen, as a hero, is undoubtedly at the center of the reason behind it. In addition, you also annihilated a branch of the old demon clan. Whether it is the gods, demons or humans, they will notice you during this period. There is a high probability that something will happen around you. And it is very likely that something will be led to something. So I have been following Mr. Sheen and monitoring him all the time. This matter is not only done by Lexia, but also by Aie. However, Aie is not hiding in the dark like Lexia, but has been hovering around Sheen. Moreover, Aie didn't want to see what would happen around Xian, but only wanted to see what Xian, the brave man, would do. Therefore, before coming to the capital, Aie and Laixia separated from each other, one in the light and the other in the dark. But both were around Xian at the same time. You are really free. Xian said somewhat unhappy. You are being hunted. But you still have the leisure to pay attention to my affairs. Xian was still quite disgusted with this matter. No one would be happy to be secretly monitored without knowing anything. especially a master of space magic like Lysia, who had no idea to what extent she was monitoring. Could it be that he was watched when he was taking a bath and sleeping? Then wouldn't the things between him and the cute little Tira be known? Also, wouldn't the things he couldn't help doing to practice his ancestral craftsmanship in his room every time he took a bath be seen? Thinking of this, Xian felt bad and even wanted to kill someone. If Laxia appeared in front of Xian now, Xian would definitely take her head off. Unfortunately, something happened to that girl. According to you, last night, the girl named Laxia discovered something, and only left a message that if she didn't come back, you would come to Xian, and then hurriedly left with space magic? On the side, Yi, who was also listening to Laxia's explanation of the whole process, didn't speak until then. Yes. Laxia lowered her eyes slightly, but still said calmly, so, I will wait here for Mr. Xian to come back. This is what happened. In other words, yesterday, something happened around you that attracted the girl's attention and led her over. But the girl didn't come back. Yi turned her head and looked at Xian. Do you have any clue about this matter? Yi's question made Xian fall into silence. He really has some clues. After all, Xian encountered a lot of things yesterday. Of course, to sum it up, there are only two things. Yesterday, I encountered a monster that was half human, half centipede, with dragon wings, and could spit dragon breath. Xian pondered for a moment, glanced at Yi, and then chose to tell this matter. After this incident, I was called again by the goddess who summoned me, which also happened yesterday. Xian's words made the two people present react. The goddess who summons the brave. Laxia's eyes flashed. A monster that is half human, half centipede, with dragon wings, and can spit dragon breath? Yi suddenly frowned, and then said with great disgust, Did you encounter? Yi stopped talking halfway. But the disgust on her face not only did not disappear, but became stronger and stronger, and even turned into cold hatred in the end. What? Xian noticed this and asked directly, Do you know that monster? I know. Yi smacked her lips and said, That is the shame of the demons. The abominable product that trampled on our dignity. And I didn't expect it to finally appear in the human world. Having said that, Yi didn't continue to talk, as if she didn't want to be held accountable, and turned to speak. So, after you defeated the monster, you were summoned by the goddess who summoned you that night. This is what happened to you yesterday. Right? Yi changed the subject abruptly. Xian really wanted to ask clearly, but Yi looked like she didn't want to say it, so he had no choice. So, Xian could only nod. Yi also understood. The matter is probably somewhat clear now. Yi said, The girl named Lai Xiao was hiding around you just to find out the reason why you were summoned. So she must have discovered that you were summoned by the person behind the incident last night. So she immediately took action and left behind you. Yi's implication is very clear. Your eldest daughter must have used space magic to intervene in the summoning of Xian and ran directly to the goddess, who executed the summoning of the hero. Yi snorted and said, It's so reckless to run to the god realm. It's not surprising that she can't come back. La Xiao was silent immediately. That guy actually did such a thing. He was really asking for death. Xian didn't expect that the matter turned out to be like this, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. As a demon, and a former old demon, a wanted criminal of the kingdom, Lai Xiao actually ran to the god realm. It's just that she thinks she has lived too long. Xian could already vaguely imagine the miserable end of Lesha, and could only mourn for her in silence. I just don't know whether that girl is dead or alive now. She shouldn't be killed. Right? If she is killed, then this guy is too unlucky. While Xian was thinking this, Laxia was not worried about it. I am not worried about whether the young lady can survive, Laxia said lightly, regardless of strength. The young lady will not lose to anyone in terms of life-saving, escape and survival. If the young lady insists on running, even the 3 goddesses or the 6 demons can't stop her. This is true. Yi also nodded and admitted, the girl's unique skills are very powerful. With the help of space magic, if she just wants to escape, I'm afraid no one can catch her. What should we do now? Xian blinked and asked, Leave her alone? How do you want to manage? Yi asked back, Go to the god realm to ask for people? If I have this ability, do I still need to hide my identity like this? You are so funny. Seeing Xian speechless, Ai said disapprovingly, Don't act rashly for the time being. Wait for a while. Maybe the girl will come back by herself. Ai stood up, glanced at Laxia, and spoke in a complicated and cold tone. As for you, Stay here first. Compared with a girl named Lycia. Your safety needs more attention. After leaving these words, AI turned and left. Xian watched AI leave. And then looked at Laxia. Alas, Xian sighed and said, since it's like this, you stay here first. Laxia was silent for a while. Then, nodded. Chapter 239 The Key to Many Things. Royal Capital. Northeastern Administrative District. Embassy. After nightfall, Jacinta also received news from Rosie. Sending the knights to block the area around the royal capital, Jacinta seemed surprised by Rosie's actions. In front of Jacinta, the twin demons were complaining indignantly. This is definitely aimed at us. Master, knowing that our people are active around the royal capital, they still take such actions. It is clearly deliberate. The twin demons kept complaining to Jacinta like this. But Jacinta was not angry, but laughed. Interesting. I thought that the princess would choose to stand aside and watch after knowing that we are not enemies. I didn't expect that she would take such a tough measure. It doesn't seem like the style of this treasure of the kingdom. Although Jacinta didn't have much contact with Rosie, it is impossible for him not to know the various great deeds of the princess. According to rumors, the princess should be a rare talent with impeccable character and ability. Her style of doing things and all aspects are perfect. She has always maintained an aloof attitude in front of outsiders. I have never heard that she has taken any tough measures. Her style has always been very gentle. But this time, the other party took such a measure. It is obvious that someone is giving her advice. Moreover, it is a person who is very important to the princess and is highly valued by her. Only then can she do this. As far as Jacinta knows, there is one such person. It seems that the idea came from that noble. Thinking of this, Jacinta couldn't help but smile. Seeing such Jacinta, the twin demons were shocked. The master really has high hopes for that human race. Obviously, he is just a fledgling kid. The two said such words, with a hint of jealousy in their words. Jacinta didn't know if she noticed this, but just smiled. Don't underestimate that human, Jacinta said meaningfully. Being able to release that kind of momentum and being valued by the kingdom's treasure is enough to prove that person is extraordinary. The reason why Jacinta is so interested in Sheen is because of this. And King Anchi tried so hard to win over this person that day. And the nobles of this kingdom also had a lot of ideas about him. He has already become the center of the kingdom during this period of time. And the surrounding situation is changing around that person. Jacinta was keenly aware of this. So he praised Sheen so much and was so interested. Although this demon cadre is called Tyrannosaurus by the world. In terms of the overall situation, there are really few people in the demon clan who can compare with him. Therefore, Jacinta had already detected Sheen's influence through his observation, and thought that that person is likely to be the key to many things that are about to happen. In view of this, Jacinta is not only full of interest in Sheen, but also intends to take a good look. See what kind of changes that person can bring. That's it. As for the problem of the blockade around the capital, it is not difficult for Jacinta. I will go and talk to His Majesty the King in person. Jacinta is ready to save Zhao from Wei. Starting from Anchi. Compared with Luoxi, Jacinta thinks that His Majesty the King is easier to deal with. His Majesty the King may not understand the situation at present. As long as a few traps are set, there is no fear that he will not take the bait. Just when Jacinta was thinking this, you are really the same. Always doing things in a roundabout way. When such a childish but beautiful voice sounded in Jacinta's room, the faces of the demons present suddenly changed. This voice. For the first time, the frivolous look on Jacinta's face disappeared, and he opened his eyes wide. Who? The twin demons realized that they had been invaded, and they were furious, releasing terrifying magic power. However, almost at the same time, the magic power of the twin demons was strongly suppressed. Moreover, it was not suppressed by others, but by Jacinta. Stop! Jacinta stood up suddenly, and while loudly rebuking, he shook out magic power, suppressing the magic power of the twin demons, and blowing them both away. Master! The twin demons rolled on the ground in a mess, and then looked at Jacinta with disbelief. Jacinta turned a blind eye to the loyal subordinates, and knelt on one knee without hesitation in the direction of the sound. Master! Jacinta bowed his head deeply, and performed the ceremony of a subordinate with great piety and respect. Seeing Jacinta like this, the twin demons were stunned at first, and then realized something. Because there is only one person in the three realms who can make Jacinta a demon cadre kneel down like this and call him master. The cold sweat on the faces of the twin demons broke out completely. At this time, A petite figure appeared silently. A young girl holding a pillow in her arms. Who else could it be except Aie? Your Highness. Seeing this figure, the twin demons' knees softened, and they knelt down involuntarily. Aie didn't even look at the two people, but just walked into the room slowly. That posture was like the arrival of a king. The place to live is not bad, Aie said to Jacinta with some dissatisfaction. It's just a little hard to find. This is really a sin. Jacinta whispered. If I knew that the master would come to the human world, I would definitely find a place with a higher grade. That kind of thing is not important, Aie said without hesitation. The important thing is that the thing seems to have appeared in the human world. Right? Yes. Jacinta did not dare to hide anything and said, it was because I received reports in this regard that I stayed in the capital to investigate. So what have you found out now? Aie looked down at Jacinta and said, if it was you, you should have some information. Right? Let's just say that there is. Jacinta said truthfully, it's just that it seems that this matter is not only caused by people from the demon world, but also seems that the forces of the human world have intervened. I knew it, Aie said coldly. Can it be solved? Of course. Jacinta said without hesitation. I will never let the master down. I hope so, Aie said, as if giving an ultimatum. Then this matter will be handed over to you. It's an honor, Jacinta agreed, but finally asked, but why did the master appear in the human world? Me? Aie's expression eased a little, and he said casually, nothing. I just found an interesting existence. Jacinta was stunned there. Chapter 240. What a lucky person. Jacinta was actually very surprised by Aie's appearance, and could even be called shocked. His master usually didn't like to take care of things, and she was sleepy. Sometimes she would sleep for several years, or even decades, and she had even slept for hundreds of years. Therefore, it was not easy to see her. The last time Jacinta saw Aie like this was 10 years ago. At that time, it was because of the betrayal of Killian under his command, and the capital was also subjected to a large-scale assassination by the old demon clan led by Beto and Killian. His master was alarmed, and in order to give an explanation for the fact that his subordinates had made such a big mistake, he woke up from his sleep. After that, Aie returned to the castle and continued to sleep. She slept for 10 years, and has not woken up yet. Therefore, Jacinta always thought that his master was still sleeping in the castle. Who would have thought that without making any noise, this little master suddenly appeared in the human world, in the capital, and in front of him? Even Jacinta was frightened for a moment. If the people in the kingdom knew that the master had woken up and appeared here, something bad would definitely happen. Right? Jacinta smiled bitterly in his heart. As one of the 6 people at the top of the demon world, Aie's power is far different from that of ordinary demons. Her deeds left in history are enough to make all the human race tremble with fear, fearing that she would be unhappy. If Aie really wanted to, she only needed to sneeze, and the entire capital would be blown away. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for the people of this country not to be worried about Aie's arrival. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the demon world may not have discovered that their little master has woken up, and even came to the human world silently. If this matter is discovered, I am afraid that the demon world will be completely in turmoil. Right? This is not an exaggeration. Not to mention the demons that belong to Aie. Even those that do not belong to Aie will be in chaos. It's just because the 5 sisters of his little master dote on him extremely. If they find that the little master has run away from home, it is impossible not to overturn the demon world to find him. When thinking of the consequences, even Jacinta wanted to sweat. What shocked Jacinta even more was that the reason why his master appeared in the capital seemed to be because of someone. Who is that person who has such a great ability to attract the attention of his master and make the master interested in him? As one of the cadres under Aie, Jacinta knew very well that it was not easy to do such a thing. At least, in the past, the number of people who could be taken seriously by her master and paid attention to could be counted on 10 fingers. And her master's attitude towards people who were interested and those who were not interested was completely different. If it was someone who interested her, her master would become very easy to talk to. Even if her attitude was not enthusiastic, she was definitely easy to get along with. But if it was someone who did not interest her, her master would become very cold and indifferent. She would not even feel like talking to him or her, and she would be so cold that she would keep him or her at a distance. Unfortunately, there were very few people who could interest her master. Even among the 3 goddesses, only one person was worthy of her master's attention and attention. As for the human race, from ancient times to the present, it seems that only the brave can do this. Could that person be Roxalusty Mitra? Jacinta thought so. If it was the treasure of the kingdom, it would not be a strange thing to attract the attention of her master. In this way, the reason why his master appeared in the capital of the kingdom can be explained. What a lucky man. Thinking of this, Jacinta couldn't help but feel a little envious. After all, even he, who had followed AI for so many years, could not arouse her interest. Otherwise, AI's attitude towards Jacinta would not be so direct and unquestionable. However, compared with this matter, there is another thing that Jacinta wants to confirm. Does the master intend to continue to stay in the capital? Jacinta asked carefully. As a result, AI's answer was not what he wanted to see. AI nodded, without hiding anything, or thinking that there was no need to hide anything, and said directly, I will continue to stay with that person, and will not return to the demon world for the time being. Hearing this, Jacinta was even more envious. That person was really lucky to be able to let his master stay by his side, without any consideration. You know, even the master sisters probably don't have this kind of treatment. If they knew about this, they would be envious and jealous to the point of going crazy. So, Jacinta was distressed. If the master didn't return to the demon world, it would cause a huge commotion if this matter was discovered. Jacinta could only bite the bullet and give advice. I know. Ayi didn't deny it, but said, isn't it okay as long as it's not discovered? Okay. Not good. No matter how you think about it. This is not a long-term solution. Right? Although everyone in the demon world knows that her master is sleepy. So until now no one has discovered that she is no longer in the castle. Or even in the demon world. But this matter will be exposed sooner or later. By then, Jacinta would never believe that the other 5 top figures of the demon world would not come to the human world to kill. At that moment, Jacinta wanted to give some advice, but was interrupted. Are you going to drive me back? Ayi frowned and looked at Jacinta. Jacinta suddenly felt a terrifying pressure, and finally broke out in a cold sweat. No, I dare not. Jacinta could only bow his head and apologize quickly. Ayi snorted and said, in short, those chores will be left to you to deal with. You can do it yourself. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. And don't send anyone to find me. Do you hear? Yes. Jacinta responded with a bitter face. Ayi immediately disappeared without a trace. Like a ghost. And even more like teleporting. Jacinta stood up from the ground. Only his face was still bitter. Master. The twin demons also stood up tremblingly, and surrounded Jacinta helplessly. Okay. I don't care about your mistakes just now. Jacinta waved his hand and said, however, you should restrain yourself. If I hadn't stopped you just now, just based on your rudeness, the master would have made you disappear from the world in an instant. The twin demons' faces immediately turned livid, and they were terrified. Jacinta ignored the two and sighed. Now things have become a little troublesome. Compared with the appearance of that thing in the human world, AI's appearance in the human world is a headache. Moreover, AI is still planning to stay in the capital, which makes Jacinta unable to do whatever he wants. If there is any disturbance and the master is unhappy, it will be a big trouble. It seems that we have to consider how to solve this matter more carefully. Chapter 241. Oh my god. So scary. Just like that, another day passed. The next day, when Sean was still asleep, a voice began to linger in his ears. It's time to get up. Mr. Sean? Sean heard this voice in a daze, and then gradually woke up. When Sean woke up, he found that there was a graceful figure standing beside his bed. Good morning, Mr. Sean. The beautiful maid caught Sean's eye the first time he opened his eyes, and greeted Sean with a moving but uneven voice. The sleepiness in Sean's mind disappeared instantly, making him look at the maid standing beside his bed in silence. And he stayed there for a long time without being able to come back to his senses. And Sean stayed there without saying anything. And the beautiful maid didn't say anything at all, just waiting quietly, with an unusually calm expression. Silence permeated the room in a rather subtle way. I don't know how long it took before Xian closed his eyes, and continued to lie on the bed, as if nothing had happened. Looking at Xian like this, Laxia said lightly, please don't escape from reality. This is neither a dream nor an illusion, but a real reality. Please get up. Hearing this, Xian had to admit that he was not dreaming. But since he was not dreaming, the scene in front of him was a bit intriguing. Why are you here? Xian asked this question for the time being. This is a meaningless question, Laxia said indifferently. It is natural for a maid to wake people up. Indeed, such natural plots often appear in novels. The problem is, You are not my maid. Right? Xian pointed this out. Unfortunately, Laxia remained calm. Since the young lady asked me to follow Mr. Sheen, it is my job to take care of Mr. Sheen before the young lady comes back. Laxia said calmly, don't worry. In battle, ordinary people like me may not be useful. But daily chores are my area of expertise, and I will not let anyone down in this regard. Is that so? Sheen was speechless for a while, and then sighed and said, well, being woken up by a beautiful maid is a good thing that money can't buy. So let me enjoy it. It's best if you think so. Laxia said without hesitation, since Mr. Sheen has understood. Please get up. Okay. Sheen didn't hesitate and got up directly from the bed. However, when he got up, Sheen discovered something incredible. I said, Laxia. Yes. May I ask what you want? No. I just want to ask. Did I go to bed without changing clothes last night? No. You did go to bed in your pajamas last night. Then why have I changed my clothes now? Yes. Xian found that his clothes were already changed. He also clearly remembered that he changed into pajamas before going to bed last night. How come he changed into casual clothes now, and dressed so neatly? This is neater than when he usually dresses up. Right? Xian was confused by this. However, Laxia said so. Of course I changed it. The maid said something incredible. Huh? Xian said blankly. I changed it. Laxia immediately repeated it expressionlessly. When did you change it? Xian opened his eyes wide. Before calling Mr. Xian to get up. Laxia answered truthfully. Why didn't I notice it at all? Xian was stunned. This is a meaningless question. The maid must do all the chores before the master orders her. A maid who needs the master to do it personally is unqualified. Laxia said this as a matter of course. But Xian shuddered. That's what you said. But you are too scary. I didn't realize that my clothes were changed at all. Xian always felt that he seemed to have encountered something very scary. Please don't mind. But Laxia was still the same. And her face didn't change at all. But? Xian wanted to say something. Please don't mind. Laxia repeated her words again, as if telling Xian that there was no need to ask meaningless questions. Xian was silent. Oh my god. This maid seems a little scary. In particular, Xian found that even his underwear seemed to have been changed. And it became very clean. Obviously just washed and dried. This situation made Xian even more calm. Could it be that you even changed the one inside me without knowing it? Xian asked Laxia tremblingly. Yes. Laxia answered without changing her expression. This? Xian's mouth twitched. Laxia still looked as if it was a matter of course. As if telling Xian that this was all normal. Oh my god. This maid is really a bit scary. But Xian had to ask a question that he cared about very much. I said, Laxia. Yes. May I ask what you want? When you helped me change my clothes? You should not have seen anything you shouldn't have seen. Right? Nothing. Is that so? Yes. As a maid, it is my duty and mission to take good care of my master. In order to complete my work, there is nothing I shouldn't see. In other words, did you still see it? Don't worry. I have professional knowledge and know the normal physical reactions of men in the morning. So I have already helped Mr. Sheen to deal with it. Dealt with it. That's right. Mr. Sheen won't feel anything. No feeling. If you are worried, you can confirm it yourself. But forgive me for being frank. This is meaningless behavior. Oh my god. This maid is not just a little scary. But so scary. So concerned. What did she do to me? How did she deal with it? Who can tell me? Sheen's mentality collapsed. Okay. Mr. Sheen. Please don't squat down and hold your head. Breakfast is ready. Please move to the restaurant. Laxia calmly advised Xian, who was squatting in front of her, holding his head and looking depressed. Xian could only stand up and move out the door with a somewhat collapsed mentality. Laxia immediately followed, just like yesterday, following Xian closely at a distance of about 3 steps behind him. On the way, the two had this conversation. By the way, I haven't washed up yet. Please rest assured. Could it be? Yes. Decided. Next time I will try to find out if there is a skill that can directly sense the breath of others, or wake up immediately when someone moves. Otherwise, I don't know when this maid will move me away and sell me as a top star. Chapter 242, A Real Boss. No doubt. When Xian took Laxia out of the room and headed to the restaurant, he found that this maid seemed to have done not only things that broke his mind, but also many things that broke the mind of others. For example, Mr. Xian. Your maid is really amazing. When we got up, all the work had been done. And it was done much better than us. How did she do this? We have no work to do now. This is what Xian cried when he entered the hall. And the maids who were preparing for work one by one, but found that their work had been done, surrounded him in a hurry. Another example. Breakfast was prepared by the maid. Woo! It's delicious. What I made is garbage. I will resign to the housekeeper later. Please take us with you. This is what the chefs who knelt at the door of the kitchen, as if they had lost the meaning of life, were mumbling when Xian entered the restaurant. In addition, Mr. Xian, the gardeners just came to tell me that the flower beds and plants in the garden have been trimmed, and the trimmed garden design is simply a work of art. They are deeply shocked and are ready to quit this job and go back to learn again. This is what the housekeeper came to tell Xian secretly with a complicated expression. In addition, there are many things that were done unconsciously while Xian was sleeping. Xian stood there for a long time, and even walked around the entire Razahad family. As a result, he found that the cleanliness of the entire mansion has risen by more than one level. Every corner has been cleaned spotlessly. Even the toilets and baths have been cleaned. And the garden outside has been maintained like a paradise with birds singing and flowers blooming. The entire mansion of the Razahad family is like in an animation, so clean and beautiful that it is almost shining. Well, the breakfast prepared by Laxia is also delicious, making people feel that everything they have eaten before is indeed garbage. In this way, it is no wonder that everyone is deeply shocked, because this is no longer a question of whether they can be compared. But looking at these masterpieces, people will only feel that they are like Ni Tiandong, and they are disgusted. More importantly, this miracle-like work was done by Laxia without anyone noticing. She did not alarm anyone, and even the patrolling guards did not find her. Under such circumstances, Laxia completed all this silently. This made Xian silent for a long time. And then he finally understood. The flower pavilion in Lixia became so beautiful because of the extraordinary skills of this maid. Right? Feelings. Isn't paradise already there? But created? Wherever Laxia is, it will be a paradise? This maid is amazing. Of course, I have no emotional fluctuations about this. But I think this is a matter of course. Because this is my job, Laxia declared calmly. So, Xian saw an extremely unscientific scene. Please allow me to learn from you. Sister, I don't ask to be your student. I just want to be a servant by your side. No. Just train us as slaves. Please accept us. Sister Laxia. Ah! All the maids in the mansion knelt in front of Laxia, pulling at her skirt, and the sparkling eyes were no longer stars, but love. The most terrifying thing is that someone screamed at the end, as if they had found the meaning of living. In the end, even the cooks and gardeners knelt down and called Laxia's sister one sentence after another. At that time, Xian had only one sentence in his mind. It's over. These people are crazy, and there is no hope. Especially when he saw the 80-year-old housekeeper surrounded Laxia with a flushed face. Xian had the urge to escape. I hope Mr. Mijas will not be scared to death when he comes back. Xian has begun to worry about whether Mijas's heart can bear it when he comes back and sees this scene. Especially there was an episode later. Sorry. I don't need servants. Let alone slaves. I just need a master to serve, Laxia declared coldly to all the people who surrounded her. But that cold and ruthless look not only did not scare away the people in the mansion, but made more people's eyes flash with love. As if some habit was awakened, and screams began to rise and fall. Xian couldn't watch it anymore. No. I have to slip away. Otherwise, I always feel that I might be dragged into it later. Even AI, who was awakened, hugged the pillow while rubbing her eyes, looking at this scene sleepily, with a blank face. Who am I? Where am I? What are you doing here? Xian seemed to be able to see these words hanging on the little girl's head. Finally, seeing that the commotion could not be calmed down, AI was speechless and threw out a sentence. You should take her away. That's it. Although it feels dangerous to take Laxia out. If Laxia stays, the people in this mansion will become very dangerous. In view of this, Xian hurriedly finished his breakfast, then took Lasha's hand, and quickly fled from the Razahad house. Big sister Laxia. When leaving the mansion, Xian could faintly hear several such grief-stricken shouts from behind, which made him shudder. And the instigator of all this was just quietly pulled by Xian, with a calm face, as if the noise of the outside world had nothing to do with him. And his mentality was very stable. To be honest, Xian almost couldn't help but kneel down to this big sister. What ordinary people who are powerless. This is the real boss who hides the deepest. No doubt. After that, Xian didn't dare to take Laxia to stroll around the street, but walked in an unknown alley. Alas! While walking, Xian sighed and kept glancing behind him. There, Laxia followed Xian step by step, still with that calm expression, and still that distance of just 3 steps, which was neither too big nor too small, and was so accurate that it was admirable. Xian finally spoke. Actually, you don't have to go to that extent, Xian said. After all, your master is still Laxia, not me, and certainly not anyone from the Lazahat family. There is no need to bother to such an extent. Xian's original intention was to let Laxia not work so hard, so as not to get tired or too forced. Who knew? To bother? Laxia actually frowned, looked at Xian, and said, "This must be your misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Xian was stunned and asked, "What misunderstanding?" Misunderstanding everywhere. Laxia said lightly, "That level can be completed in an hour, so it is not worth bothering." Xian tripped and almost fell on the spot. People say it or not. Chapter 243 Magic Life. People cannot be compared with each other. Once, Xian spent 5 minutes in extreme anger to turn over in bed, just to get a bottle of water beside the bed. But the maid only spent an hour to lightly tidy up a luxurious mansion of a nobleman, like a paradise, with birds singing and flowers blooming. This gap is simply unbearable to look at. Or, let's call her elder sister. Xian began to think about this question seriously. Forget it. Let's not talk about this topic. Otherwise, Xian felt that he might be stimulated again. So, Xian changed the subject. Speaking of which, why are you a maid serving Laxia? Xian asked a question that he has always been concerned about. Why? Laxia was slightly startled, and seemed to not understand what Xian meant. Seeing this, Xian said, "So? Look, don't you and Laxia look exactly the same?" Xian pointed out, "I always thought you were twin sisters. But if you are twin sisters, there is no reason why one is a lady, and the other is a maid. Right?" Laxia finally understood what Xian meant, and fell into silence for a while. After a while, Laxia suddenly spoke. "Mr. Xian knows about magical life?" Laxia actually asked such a question. "I know." Although Xian was a little confused, he still nodded. The so-called magical life refers to the lower life form created by magic. Right? Like the golems that Xian encountered in the past. They were just rocks mixed with special magic minerals. But because they existed near the source of magic power, and were affected by the magic power flowing through, they eventually transformed into monsters and had life. Some magicians would use magic to artificially complete this process and behavior, using magic to create monsters such as golems, and drive them to fight or work. Life created by magic like this is magical life. But magical life does not only refer to monsters created by magic. Laxia said lightly, "Just like monsters like golems, the demons are actually a race born under the influence of the magic power of the demon king. Their nature is similar to that of monsters born under the influence of the source of magic power. They are naturally born through the interference of magic power. The demons have also used this principle to create monsters. In other words, monsters are originally a kind of existence similar to magical life. The reason why demons are not magical life is only because they are not artificially created, but born naturally, which is the same as elves. So, here comes the question. Just like monsters like golems can use magic to create artificial things, since demons have similar properties, they can also use magic to create things. Right?" Laxia's words made Xian understand what she wanted to say. "Could it be that you are?" Xian looked at Laxia in surprise. "Yes," Laxia said very calmly. "I am the magical life created by Miss Lexia with magic." So, Laxia and Lexia look exactly the same. But they are not sisters, but master and servant. Because Laxia is the magical life created by Lexia. The eldest lady created me based on her own appearance after the assassination incident 10 years ago. The original intention was to create a helper who could help her fight against the pursuing old demon faction during the escape. But magical life has a characteristic. That is, depending on the different materials used for manufacturing, the life form that is finally born may not have combat power. Let's take golem as an example. Some of them are just rocks mixed with special magical minerals, after being transformed into monsters under the influence of the magic source. Their levels are generally not high. However, some golems are very rare and precious magic minerals, without any impurities. And the minerals that form them are also very high level. The level of the golems born from this will be very high, And the power is very terrible. In the past, there was a huge golem of level 80, which was made of a precious metal second only to God steel. It seems that a vein of this metal underground was affected by a large source of magic power, and became a monster thousands of years later. At that time, in order to defeat such a huge golem, a country sent a night group of thousands of people to besiege it for a day and a night before it was taken down. The same is true for the golems made by magicians. Depending on the different materials used as the body, their levels and powers will be different after they are born. The same is true for other magical life forms. Laxia, of course, is also included. I don't know what kind of materials the eldest lady used. When I was created, not only was my level very low, but my combat power was almost dispensable, and I was completely useless. Laxia said this in an indifferent tone. Fortunately, I am good at handling daily chores, so the young lady never thought of abandoning me. Even though a magical life, like me who can only handle chores should only hinder the young lady, and make her escape more difficult and hard. The young lady never proposed to abandon me once, and even claimed that she had never thought about it. Hearing this, Xian was silent. He really didn't expect that Laxia and Laxia looked so similar. And it was actually because of this reason. At the beginning, he thought that Lisha and Lasha might be real sisters, because Lasha had no talent for fighting, while Lisha was a talented space magician. So Beto targeted Lisha and used Lasha to threaten Lisha. So Lisha joined the old demon clan and became Beto's minion and was driven by him. It was not until the assassination incident 10 years ago that Lisha found an opportunity to rescue Lasha when the old demon clan attacked the royal capital, and then escaped. Now it seems that the reason why Lasha joined the old demon clan and became a member of the old demon clan has nothing to do with Lasha. After all, Lasha was created after Lasha began to flee. In this case, when Lasha joined the old demon clan, Lasha had not yet been born. But the question is again, if this is the case, why did that guy join the old demon clan? Xian fell into deep thought. Judging from Lasha's appearance, she should not want to be with the old demon clan, or even disdain to be with the old demon clan. She chose to join the old demon clan, and together with Beto and Killian, she became the mastermind of the assassination incident 10 years ago. In the end, she went against the actions of Beto and other members of the old demon clan, sneaked into the underground of the palace on her own, and stole something important and dangerous. What kind of considerations were behind this series of actions? Xian suddenly felt that this woman was full of mysteries. Chapter 244. Damn. So exciting. You? Xian wanted to ask Laxia about something about Laxia. However, before Xian could ask the question, Laxia spoke first. I know what Mr. Xian wants to ask, but I have to remind you first. No matter what you ask, as long as it is related to Miss Laxia, even if I know it, I can't reveal it. Laxia looked at Xian and said, this has nothing to do with my own will, but it is the instinct engraved in the body of the magic life. I think Mr. Xian should understand. Hearing Laxia's words, Xian swallowed back the question he was about to say, because he has remembered one of the most respected characteristics of magic life. That is, they will not betray their masters. This is a characteristic that was not there at the beginning. Initially, when the demons created the monsters did not have this characteristic. As a result, the low-intelligence monsters would not obey the demons' instructions if they were not tamed, and they might even become ferocious and attack their masters. Therefore, the demons had to give up ruling the monsters and let the monsters multiply in the human world, becoming the largest group on Earth. Having learned this lesson, all magical life forms in the future were given a characteristic, which was absolute obedience and loyalty. As Laxia said, this was an instinct engraved in the body of magical life, regardless of its own will. This is also an important indicator to distinguish magical life from demons and monsters. In short, life created by magic and having the characteristic of never betraying is magical life. As for the monsters created at the beginning, they have already left the category of magical life and become pure life races. And Laxia is a genuine magical life. Therefore, Laxia will never betray her master, Laxia, even if she wants to. Thanks to this, once it is a secret closely related to the master, the magic life will not be able to reveal it actively, even if they are brainwashed and controlled by mental magic. This is why many demons and magicians highly respect magic life, and their trust in the magic life they created is unmatched by others. What's more, many magicians and even demons will go to great lengths to collect precious materials to create magic life and serve themselves, because magic life will never betray. and will not leak secret information related to itself by any means. Magicians will naturally want to go to great lengths to create one as a capable assistant that they can absolutely trust, and let it serve by their side. Thinking of this, Sheen suddenly realized something. Perhaps the twin demons next to Jacinta are the magic life he created. Otherwise, how could it be possible that both twins were so good that they could be promoted to level 88 together? The twin demons seemed to be loyal to Jacinta, and they were jealous of Sheen, who was highly regarded by Jacinta. This should be because they would never betray their masters, and were infinitely loyal to their masters. Sheen even thought of Nian. Could that goddess be a magical life created by the supreme god Omnis according to her own appearance? If so, then Nian might know some secrets that other gods don't know, such as how to summon a hero alone without causing too much noise or sequelae. And the reason why she is unknown is perhaps that the supreme god Omnis has not revealed her existence? The reason why she resented the supreme god Omnis was because her master entered the deep sleep without permission and abandoned her alone? Sheen thought of all these possibilities. No wonder there are so many people who look exactly the same recently. So, isn't all this a coincidence? Sheen felt that he had grasped some truth. At the same time, Sheen also understood why Laxia would serve him. Because it was the instruction left by the master. Laxia, before she left. So you couldn't disobey. So you served me as your master just now? Sheen looked at Laxia. Yes, Laxia said indifferently. Miss Laxia asked me to follow Mr. Sheen before she left. So Mr. Sheen is my master during this period. And I will serve you like I served Miss Laxia. This is Laxia's principle of action. Whether it was helping Sheen change clothes and wash up without knowing it, or making the entire Lazahad family look like a paradise. These were all things Laxia did when she served Laxia. And she is just restoring it intact now. In this way, even if you say that you are not my master and I don't need to bother about it, I can't do it, because this is the instruction left to me by the master who created me. And I can't disobey it whether I want to or not. Laxia said something that was a bit hard to laugh at. Sheen didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, if that was the case, no matter how much Sheen said, Laxia would not change her course of action. She was just following the instructions left by Laxia to serve Sheen. Not that Sheen had become her master. Therefore, even if Sheen asked her not to do it, she couldn't do it. Well, I really don't know whether to be happy or sad. Being served by such a beautiful maid with all her heart and soul should be a happy thing. But such a maid only did these things because she couldn't disobey the orders of her real master, which made people feel uncomfortable. Of course, Sheen didn't see Laxia's reluctance. No, this maid seems to have no emotions. She is just a sister with nothing. Facing this maid with nothing, Sheen couldn't help but ask, then does what I said work for you? Sheen at least wants to confirm this. Laxia answered, before the eldest lady takes me back. As long as it is not something that may affect the eldest lady, and it is within my ability, I will follow Mr. Sheen's instructions. Laxia said this without any hesitation. Anything is fine? Sheen was silent for a long time, and couldn't help but confirm. Yes, anything is fine. Laxia made a calm affirmation. What if it's too much? Sheen can no longer hide his little thoughts. But, Laxia still said so. As long as it is within my ability, it's okay to go too far. Laxia had a blank expression. Sheen was caught in a struggle that lasted so long that any man could understand. There was no way. They said so? They said so? Should we do something bold? Thousands of gigabytes of images flashed through Sheen's mind. And he almost had a nosebleed. Damn. This is exciting. Chapter 245, I really want to have a wave. In the end, Sheen still couldn't do anything exciting, because he was afraid that Laxia would come back and die with him. Considering this problem, Sheen could only decide to postpone this matter temporarily with great pain. Yes, just postpone it. Not give up. Who knows if Laxia can come back? Maybe she has died. By then, can't I still do whatever I want? So, Sheen temporarily suppressed the thousands of GB of images in his head. There will always be a time when you can come in handy. Don't worry. Sheen made such a high-spirited promise to the unspeakable memory in his mind. Then, Sheen went to the palace. Of course, due to the appearance problem, Sheen didn't dare to bring Laxia with him, so he could only let her wait for him to come back in a remote place. Laxia agreed without complaint, and turned away immediately, disappearing without a trace not long after. Will she be discovered? Sean was worried about this matter. However, thinking carefully, this maid in the bunker is a great person who can manipulate his body at will without him knowing it. and she has never been discovered when she managed the entire Lazahad family like a paradise. In addition, she also found him without any risk yesterday, so there should be no need to worry about her getting into trouble. Right? Thinking of this, Sean put down some of his worries and entered the palace. After entering the palace, Sean wanted to see Roxy, but when he thought that it was different from before, the other party might still be busy with the abnormal situation around the capital, Sean decided not to disturb her. The most important thing is that if he disturbed her at this time, Sean always felt that he would be dragged by the princess to do hard labor again. Let's wait until she has some good news. Anyway, Sheen had already told the princess to tell him immediately if there was any progress in this regard, and she had already agreed. So there was no need to rush to pay attention to this matter. So, Sheen went directly to the underground magic library and prepared to start his studies again. However, because of Lasha's matter, Sheen had some interest in magical life, so he looked up some information about it in the library. After this search, Sheen actually found some points to pay attention to about magical life. For example, if you want to create magical life, you need to first learn a skill called Magic Biological Creation and learn this biological creation magic. This kind of magic is specifically used to create magical life, and it has only this one effect. But depending on the different magical life you want to create, the required magic skill level and magic spell are also different. Apart from other things, if you just want to create ordinary golems, you only need to upgrade the Magic Biological Creation skill to level 4, and you can use Intermediate Biological Creation magic if you want to create a demon life form like Lasha. Even if you don't need combat power, you must first upgrade the Magic Biological Creation skill to level 6. In addition, the factors that determine the type, appearance, and strength of magic life are not only the level of magic skills, but also the materials and magic power used. Therefore, this kind of magic is not difficult, but it is quite complicated. It is not easy to create a satisfactory magic life. In this case, high-level and high-powered magic life is usually extremely rare, and there are even black markets that sell magic life as commodities. Even though all countries in the human world have clear regulations that magic life cannot be bought and sold as items, there are still unsightly merchants who specialize in this business active in various countries, which is a big problem for all countries. In addition, Sheen discovered that the appearance of the created magical life is not something that can be determined at will. According to the records in the book, the appearance of the magical life is determined by the creator's imagination when using the biological body to create magic. But since human imagination will be vague without a reference, the level of magic skills also determines the degree of completion of the magical life to a certain extent. Therefore, the created magical life is usually different from the appearance of the imagination, and may even become something completely different from the appearance of the imagination. In serious cases, it may become deformed. Of course, the higher the skill level of the biological body to create magic, the fewer errors and discrepancies will occur when creating magical life. However, even the full-level magic skills may cause subtle differences in the created magical life due to the vague imagination. It is extremely difficult to create a magical life that is exactly the same as one's imagination. There is only one exception. That is, when magic power is added as a reference. There is a great probability that a magical life with the same appearance and even the same ability as the owner of the magic power will be generated. In other words, when creating magical life, if you want to create a magical life with no big deviation in appearance, you need to add the magic power of the individual as a reference. Like Lisha, she probably added her own magic power, so she created a magical life that looks exactly like her. Lasha, the twin demons next to Jacinta probably also used someone's magic power as a reference. Otherwise they wouldn't look so similar, with no difference at all. For this reason, in addition to the materials and abilities, the creation of magical life also needs to consider appearance and other issues. Yes, if there were no such restrictions, I'm afraid all the nobles would want to learn to create magic. At that time, why would we need a princess who is unparalleled in the world? How much better it would be to create one that is exactly the same. Moreover, this can't disobey the master's orders. She can do whatever she wants and pose in whatever pose she wants. Why should she hold on to a cold princess and become a licker instead of a good young master? Presumably, this restriction has also made many people feel relieved. Right? Otherwise, if you can really create a magical life that is exactly the same as others at will, it will definitely be a mess. That being said, it's still more or less regrettable. Sheen thinks it's extremely regrettable. If you can really shape the appearance at will, Sheen feels that he will invest in the great cause of creating magical life even if he loses everything. At that time, first create a perfect and handsome maid. And then create a proud and charming canon sister. It's also good to create a Night King holding the same holy sword. And wouldn't the sickly time elf be equally cute? I really want to come with a wave. Chapter 246 I'm so hacking. Sheen reluctantly put the magic book of biological creation magic back. Although he was quite interested in this magic, its limitations meant that Sheen would not take it seriously. Firstly, to create magical life, he needed to collect some materials that Sheen had never heard of. In addition, there were many variables, and it was very likely that the person he created would not be the one he wanted. This first discouraged Sheen's enthusiasm. Secondly, Sheen now wanted to focus on the acquisition of celestial magic and granting magic, and he really had no energy to continue learning other types of magic. Therefore, after struggling for a while, Sheen put the magic book of biological creation magic back. If there is a chance in the future, let's learn more about it. After Sheen decided, he stopped paying attention to the matter of magical life and continued to study the two major magics. This time, Sheen studied until the evening again, and it was almost dark before he finished. It is worth mentioning that when Laxia knew that Sheen was studying magic hard in the magic library under the palace, she left for about 3 minutes and brought back a homemade lunch box for Sheen as lunch. Before, Sheen stayed in the library for a whole day and didn't eat lunch at all. This time, with the lunchbox prepared by Laxia, Sheen ate it with relish. After all, the food made by the maid in this bunker is really delicious. Any chef is probably just a younger brother in front of her. Of course, compared to this matter, Sheen wants to know more about how the maid can prepare a homemade lunchbox in just 3 minutes. It is definitely not prepared in advance. Sheen can be sure of this, because Laxia only knew that Sheen had been studying hard in the library when he was about to enter the palace. So, Laxia really made such a lunch box in these short 3 minutes. As for how this was done, don't ask. It's a skill that a maid should have. Well, Sheen felt that the image of a maid in his mind was collapsing. It's okay. An unreasonable all-purpose maid is not uncommon. Right? Sheen didn't know whether he was trying to convince others or himself with this sentence. After that, Sheen left the library and the palace, and found Laxia, who suddenly appeared, in a remote alley in the aristocratic district of the West District, and returned to the Razahed family together. Needless to say, as soon as she returned to the Razahed family, Laxia received an extremely warm welcome. Sister, are you back? Please look here. Sister Laxia. A group of maids and servants from the Razahed family came in like star chasers, surrounding Lasha and pushing Sheen out. I'm so hacking. Sheen, who was almost squeezed to the point of falling, was stunned for a long time, and finally managed to hold back the urge to curse. On the contrary, Laxia herself, with a very calm and magical pace, actually walked out of the crowded crowd lightly. Then, Mr. Sheen, I will go to prepare dinner for you and prepare for your bath. Please go back to your room to rest. You can go to the restaurant in about 13 minutes and 44 seconds. I will call you then. After leaving such precise and somewhat frightening instructions, Laxia left, leaving Sheen, who was still confused, and the maids and servants of the Razahed family, who were also confused. After a while, the maids and servants rushed out and chased Laxia away, leaving Sheen alone in the wind. However, it's not that no one paid attention to Sheen. You seem to be having a lot of fun. Aie, still holding the pillow as usual, walked to Sheen's side and said this calmly. Which eye of yours saw that I was having fun? Sheen rolled his eyes and responded unhappily. I thought you were well served by her. Aie pouted in the direction where Laxia left, and her tone seemed a little complicated. Sheen didn't notice this. In terms of service alone, it was indeed very good. Sheen muttered, but this is a bit too good. But it makes people a little scared. Aie answered Sheen's words like this. Fortunately, there is no problem now. Otherwise, being served by her like this, it would not only be scary, but also terrifying. Aie actually said this. Huh? Sheen didn't understand a little, but Aie didn't explain, but suddenly changed the subject. By the way, didn't you notice it? Aie said calmly, last night, the girls around you still didn't come back. Hearing this, Sheen was stunned at first, and then reacted. Are you talking about Vivian and the others? After Aie said this, Sheen finally realized this. That is, whether it was last night or this morning, he didn't seem to meet the people in Vivian's team. They haven't come back yet? Xian began to feel something was wrong. Although the work of adventurers is very irregular, sometimes there will be a long period of time when they can't come back. But if they really take on a job that takes time to complete, Vivian will never send back any news like this. It's okay that she didn't come back the day before yesterday. Just one day. It's still understandable. But she didn't come back for 2 consecutive days, which is a bit wrong. In addition, there have been some problems around the royal capital recently, and Xian is a little worried. Worried that Vivian and the others might have encountered some problems that they couldn't solve. Thinking of this, Xian felt that he couldn't sit down anymore. Didn't I ask you to take care of them? Xian blamed Yi. Yi was unexpectedly cold. I only promised you to help the girl named Tyr solve some unsolvable problems when she went out alone. But I didn't promise you to take care of them when they went out on adventures. Yi said calmly. Moreover, I have said it long ago that I am only interested in you here, and I don't pay much attention to the rest of them. This demon girl has an unexpectedly cold side towards people she doesn't want to care about. Therefore, since Yi agreed to do what Xian asked, she would do it. But she was not interested in caring about what Xian didn't ask. For the time being, I have cast a magic power on the girl named Tyr. Yi glanced at Xian and said, she is fine now. But she seems not to be in this capital. If you want to find them, I can take you there. Yi came here to talk about this. So, okay, take me there. Xian nodded without any hesitation. Let's go! Yi turned around and wanted to lead the way. But at this moment, Xian reached out and ruffled the little girl's hair. Let's see if you dare to do it next time. Leaving Yi with a stunned look on his face. Xian walked out. Chapter 247. Something happened. Adla Canyon. It is a very large canyon located in the west of the capital. The interior of the canyon is the world of monsters. There are many kinds of monsters living here, and their levels are generally very high. The deeper you go, the higher the level of the monsters. This makes it a treasure land for many high-level adventurer teams, and it has also buried many famous adventurers. Therefore, it is also known as the Death Canyon. It is said that in the deepest part of this canyon, there is a large source of magic power. The source of magic power is occupied by a terrible monster of level 90, and it has occupied it for a full 400 years. The other party is also equivalent to the lord of this canyon. Even the kingdom has difficulty chewing this hard bone because of the terrain here. So the terrible monster has been entrenched here and has never left. However, people were afraid of the terrible monster, and the terrible monster did not dare to leave the canyon and go outside. It had always been quite peaceful. So the kingdom turned a blind eye to its existence and allowed it to continue to occupy the large source of magic power in the depths of the canyon. For 400 years, countless adventurers have entered this canyon to hunt monsters or find various natural treasures. This canyon has been a hot treasure in the adventure world until now, and many adventurers come here to adventure every day. As long as you do not enter the deepest part of the canyon, and choose to venture a little in the outer or inner part of the canyon according to your own strength, you will not alarm the terrible monster. In view of this, Adla Canyon is a relatively lively place around the capital, and all kinds of people often visit here. Until recently, the monsters around the capital began to move unnaturally, and the monsters inside the canyon also began to become violent and dangerous, causing many adventurers to encounter danger and even lose their lives. This place has become a real death canyon, and ordinary adventurers no longer dare to enter it without permission. At this moment, at the entrance of the Adla Canyon, layers of fences have been erected to block the entrance. In front of the fence is a fully armed knight group. They are the knights of the kingdom. Under the instructions of Luoshi, they have blocked this place since yesterday, and no one is allowed to enter the canyon or even approach it. Next to such a fence, there is even a camp built by the knights, with tents standing in front of it, telling outsiders that this has become a temporary residence of the knights. Many adventurer teams have come here and are arguing with the people of the knights. Why don't you let us in? This is too unreasonable. Right? We have undertaken the investigation mission issued by the guild and have permission to enter. Let your leader come out. We need to confront him face to face. Many adventurers shouted at the knights indignantly. Unfortunately, the knights still stood in front of the fence with indifferent expressions. This was the order of Her Highness Rosie Lusty. No one is allowed to enter the canyon. Leave now. Leave. The knights were completely ruthless and started to drive people away without saying a word. This made the adventurers even more angry, and they began to push and shove with the knights. The scene was a bit chaotic for a while, and even full of gunpowder. In this situation, Xian and Ai appeared here. Are you sure Vivian and the others are in this canyon? looking at the whole scene of chaos. Xian was stunned for a long time, and then asked AI beside him quietly. Anyway, the reaction of my magic is in there. Believe it or not. AI looked extremely unhappy, as if she still hated Xian for messing up her hair. Okay. Xian ignored AI, staring at the noisy canyon camp, and murmured, it seems that this place is a bit messy. What are you going to do? AI said unhappily, do you want to go back? Xian did not answer, but walked directly to the entrance of the canyon. Of course, the knights would not let him in. The front has been blocked by the kingdom. Go back, adventurer. 2 knights appeared in front of Xian on the left and right, and raised their swords to block Xian's way. Xian didn't care. After all, it was he who proposed to block the area around the capital. So, now that he was stopped, Xian would not be angry. However, Xian would not stop there. I was sent by Her Highness Rosy Lusty to investigate the canyon. Xian took the pendant from his neck, which was a royal token, and showed it to the knights. This, Wu, the knights, who were originally cold-faced and unsympathetic, saw the holy sword pendant in Xian's hand, and their faces suddenly changed. And the situation here attracted the attention of the people in the surrounding area very smoothly. That is the royal token. In other words, was that person really sent by Her Highness Rosy Lusty? So young. I always feel like I've seen him somewhere. The knights of the knights looked at each other. On the contrary, the adventurers surrounded them, as if they had seen a rescuer. Messenger! Messenger! Please judge for us. Yes. Messenger! These people are too much. The adventurers all complained loudly, leaving Xian stunned. The knights stood up in panic and rebuked the adventurers. Shut up. Stop talking nonsense. What did we do wrong? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. The knights tried to disperse the adventurers, but the adventurers refused to obey and started to push and shove with the knights again. The whole scene suddenly became more chaotic and noisy, just like a busy city. What's going on? Xian reacted, frowned, and looked at a knight. The knight panicked and spoke quickly. Your Excellency, don't listen to their nonsense. They just wanted to break into the blocked Atru's Canyon without permission. But we stopped them. We are stationed here on the orders of Her Highness Rosy Lusty, and we are doing things according to the rules. The knight's words were just spoken, and he was immediately sprayed by the adventurers. According to the rules? Do you have the nerve to say that you are following the rules? Although His Highness sent the knights to block this place, he has also announced to the Adventurers Guild that he hopes to get the guild's help to investigate the abnormal places around the capital. The guild has already issued a commission to investigate the Atla Canyon, saying that as long as you accept the commission, you will be allowed to enter. But you keep stopping us. What do you mean? That's right. The adventurers refuted one after another, making the faces of the knights look ugly. Seeing this, Xian understood. It seems that something happened here. Chapter 248. Yes. It's me. Just as the whole place was in an uproar, a loud shout rang out. The leader of the Kingdom Knights, Thalbawang Galuoli, is coming. Upon hearing this, the whole place suddenly fell silent, including Xian. Everyone turned their heads and looked in one direction. There, several figures walked through the crowd from the camp. What are you arguing about here? A bored voice came from the mouth of a middle-aged knight who was leading the group. Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at the leader of the Kingdom Knights. The Kingdom Knights, as the name suggests, it is a knight group directly under the kingdom. Although the kingdom has a knight guards order that is directly owned by the royal family and is known as the strongest barrier, the knight guards order is a knight order that only the real elite knights can join. The level of each knight guards order is above 70, and the entire knight order has only 77 people. Naturally, the kingdom cannot rely on these 77 people to protect it. Therefore, the kingdom also has a knight order that is as famous as the knight guards order, but it does not recruit high-level strongmen, but the general knights. There are only 2 requirements to join this knight order. 1. An innocent person with no problems with identity and origin. 2. A level of 30 or above. Therefore, this Kingdom Knight Order is the grassroots force to protect the kingdom. It has 8 battalions. Each battalion consists of 10 squadrons. Each squadron consists of 10 teams, and each team has 100 people. In other words, the Kingdom Knights Order has a total of 80,000 people. Although the level of the knights is far inferior to that of the Knight Guards Order, the number of knights is far superior. Now, the middle-aged man coming over here is the leader of the Kingdom Knights, Thalbawang Galuoli. The leader of the contemporary Kingdom Knights, Thalbawang, appeared here with all 4 deputy leaders beside him. Sheen saw at a glance that the 4 deputy leaders were an old knight of level 68, a middle-aged woman of level 64, a rebellious man of level 63, and a beautiful woman of level 61. Seeing these people, the adventurers around them all changed color. That old knight is the cold swordsman Kitkus. Is that woman the demon slayer Kotri? There are also the 2 best geniuses of the Gallioli family, Reseg and Lana. Isn't this a full-out? The adventurers started to make a noise. They all showed up? Sheen also felt something strange. These people are not without background. As far as Sheen knew, there were many nobles in the kingdom who were born as knights, the so-called knight families. But among these knight families, there were 3 that stood out the most. Among them, the most indisputable one is the Albion family, the most loyal knight family that has guarded the royal family for generations. The ancestor of the family is the strongest partner of the brave, and the descendant of a former brave. The heads of the family in successive generations are also legendary knights. For thousands of years, they have always occupied the position of the leader of the Knight Guards, and even the undisputed pinnacle of the knight family. They are also honorary nobles, who have been named Marquis. The second one is the Villadina family. The Villadina family has a history of 800 years. The ancestor of the family was a famous knight 800 years ago. He was named a noble because he swore to protect the king at that time in a crisis. After 800 years of development, it is now also the leading noble in the kingdom. The current head of the Villadina family is the current deputy leader of the Guard Knights, a great knight of level 89. The deputy leader also has a talented daughter who was promoted to level 70 at the age of 26 and was recommended to join the Guard Knights and become a Guard Knight. Now, at the age of 28, she has been chosen by the kingdom's first princess, Lyadila, and has become a knight who protects her closely. That's right. It's the female knight named Shania beside Leah. Her full name is Shania Vladina, a level 73 Guard Knight. Therefore, the Vladina family is also known as the Knight family second only to the Albion family in the kingdom. And its status is not bad. As for the last one, it is the Gallioli family. This knight family has never produced a very powerful knight. At least, there has never been a great master above level 80 in this family. The same is true for Falbiwing Gallioli. He should be nearly 50 years old, but his level is only 71, which is just enough to join the Guard Knights. However, the Gallioli family has always controlled the Kingdom Knights. To what extent? First, the leaders of the Kingdom Knights must be from the Gallioli family. Secondly, the 4 vice leaders under the leader are also knights from the Gallioli family in almost every generation, with only a few exceptions over the past few hundred years. Moreover, more than half of the 8 captains, 80 lieutenants, and 800 captains in the knights are either from the Gallioli family or have been wooed by the Gallioli family and have a close relationship with the Gallioli family. It can be said that half of the Kingdom Knights and all the power are in the hands of the Gallioli family, and it is not an exaggeration to call it a family knights. The reason for this is very simple. It is said that in the early days of the establishment of the Kingdom Knights, all the knights in this knight group were personally selected and recruited one by the Gallioli family. In view of this, the Gallioli family has always firmly grasped all the rights of the kingdom's knights. This family is also a count's family, not to mention status, but only in terms of power and financial resources. It is far superior to the Albion family and the Villadina family. Now, the 4 names mentioned by the adventurers are the 4 vice-captains who followed Falbiern. They are also the pillars of the Gallioli family and the pinnacle of the Kingdom Knights. Apart from Falbiern, who is the head of the family, they are the 4 people with the highest status in the Gallioli family. The opponents appeared here together in a dignified manner, passing through the crowd and coming in front of everyone. Why is it so noisy? Falbiern, who was in the lead, questioned the people around him impatiently. The adventurers around him suddenly fell silent one by one, and they had no courage to confront the leader of the knights face to face. Leader. A knight who seemed to be the leader here came to Falbiern as if relieved, and said something quickly in his ear. His Highness's messenger? Falbiern, who understood the situation, frowned obviously and looked at Sheen. The other 4 vice-captains also looked at Sheen. After seeing this, the 4 people were all startled and reacted differently. Isn't that? The old knight Kifka seemed to recognize Sheen and showed a look of surprise. Is that him? The middle-aged woman Cardley was also somewhat surprised. Is he the adventurer who has been particularly close to His Highness recently? The rebellious man Reseg looked unhappy, and his eyes stared at Sheen with hostility. It turned out to be him. The beautiful Lana seemed to have suddenly realized something. And then her expression became a little strange. Sheen took in the performance of these 5 people, and smiled playfully. It seems that I don't need to introduce myself to you. Sheen spoke frankly. Yes. It's me. This sentence made the scene a little subtle. Chapter 249 Go Play with Bananas. At this moment, Sheen saw the same emotion in the eyes of several people from the Gaglioli family opposite. That is surprise, astonishment, and the subsequent vigilance. Yes, vigilance. Coupled with the abnormality he felt, Sheen's smile became a little playful. On the contrary, AIE, yawning, followed Sheen's side, as if bored. I don't know if she used some magic, but she didn't let anyone around notice her existence. Otherwise, with the cuteness of this little girl, it is impossible for people around to not notice her. In this case, Thalbywing's face sank, and after a moment of silence, he came to Sheen. I didn't expect that it was Sheen who came. Please forgive me for not noticing it. Thalbywing saluted Sheen. He dared not underestimate Sheen. During the last audience, Thalbywing was present. He had personally experienced the overwhelming momentum of Sheen, and knew that this man was young, powerful, and highly valued by the royal family. Therefore, Thalbywing would secretly be alert and not dare to be careless. Instead, it was Rhys-Eg, who was beside Thalbywing, who spoke sarcastically. What was the favorite of His Highness doing in such a remote place? Could he be here to pick the Didi flower? The Didi flower mentioned by this seemingly rebellious deputy leader is a very beautiful magic flower that can emit a charming fragrance. That kind of flower can be used to make magic potions for healing injuries, and several unconventional magic potions. Its own value is not bad, but its beauty and fragrance are quite popular among women, making many noble daughters like it very much. Therefore, it has become a high-priced gift and is often given to women to please them. Rhys-Eg said that Sheen came to pick the Didi flower, which naturally meant that Sheen was a man who wanted to please the princess to get to the top. Sheen raised his eyebrows and spoke with a smile. I didn't expect to pick the Didi flower, but if I came across a CC flower, I would definitely bring one for this night. Upon hearing this, Rhys-Eg's face froze. The so-called CC flower refers to another kind of magic flower, which is completely opposite to the Didi flower. It is not only very ugly, but also emits a foul smell, and even has some poison, which can make people who smell its stench have some mental hallucinations and see themselves being tortured. Thanks to this flower is often used to plot against guys who are not pleasing to the eye, and it has also played its value in the hands of some nobles. Sheen claimed that he would give one to Rhys-Eg, which of course meant that he was not pleasing to the eye. You? Rhys-Eg was obviously an impulsive young master. After being stabbed by Sheen, he immediately became angry and wanted to step forward. Don't be impulsive. Kifkis immediately stopped Rhys-Eg. What do you want to do? Karteri glared at Rhys-Eg. Only Lana, looking at the development in front of her, didn't know what she was thinking. Thalbywing said this. I wonder why you came here? Thalbywing asked solemnly. Captain Thalbywing should have heard the report from his subordinates just now. Sheen smiled slightly and said casually, I am here to investigate this canyon on behalf of His Highness. I wonder if the captain can let me go. Thalbywing looked embarrassed, and even looked a little ugly. Not to mention Thalbywing. Even the 4 deputy captains looked depressed, showing some strangeness. The outspoken Rhys-Eg even spoke out. What is there to investigate? Rhys-Eg stared at Sheen as if he was looking at an enemy, and said loudly, This place has been blocked. No one will go in, and no one will be in danger. Why is it necessary to investigate? Hearing this, Sheen couldn't help laughing. This is really interesting, Sheen said leisurely, not to mention that such an abnormality has occurred. The kingdom must conduct an investigation. Let's say that this canyon is a treasure land for adventure. The goods of many merchants in the royal capital are produced by monster materials and natural materials produced here. If this place is always blocked and the abnormalities are not solved at all, will all kinds of goods in the royal capital have problems due to lack of raw materials? By then, I am afraid that the commercial chain and trade chain that the royal capital is proud of will be greatly affected. Right? You actually claim that there is no need to investigate such a situation. This young master. Do you really have a brain? Sheen's unceremonious remarks made Rhys-Eg's face twitch slightly, and anger appeared on his face again. If it weren't for Kifkis and Karteri who kept stopping him, he would have rushed over. Right? This guy is actually the deputy leader of the Kingdom Knights? Is the kingdom really okay? Sheen felt a little contemptuous, but Thalbywing frowned and thought for a while before saying this. since it is His Highness's commission. As the Kingdom Knights, we naturally have to cooperate, Thalbywing said in a deep voice, but the monsters inside the Atla Canyon have become very violent and dangerous now. It is not appropriate for you to go in alone to investigate. This person actually stopped him. Oh, Sheen said strangely, is the leader going to ignore His Highness's intention? This is a misunderstanding. Thalbywing said calmly, I am just worried about your safety. Yes. Kifkis rolled his eyes and interrupted. Those monsters are really too dangerous now. I think it's better for you not to go in. I think so too. Karteri also nodded in agreement. In this regard, she'd only had one sentence. Are those monsters dangerous? Or are the old demon clan dangerous? This simple rhetorical question made Thalbywing and others speechless instantly. But this sentence is completely simple and crude. No matter how dangerous the monsters in the Atla Canyon are, they are not as dangerous as the old demon clan. Right? They just became irritable. Not terrifying. Monsters are originally enemies of humans, and they attack people when they see them. So what difference does it make whether they are irritable or not? Dangerous or not? Sheen's calm words left Thalbywing and others speechless. Seeing this, Ryzeg couldn't help it again. I say you. Before Ryzeg could finish his sentence, Sheen threw a sentence directly at him. Shut up, Sheen said to Ryzeg. I'm talking to you. Can the brainless monkey go to the side and play with bananas? The rude words made everyone's eyes widen, and Ryzeg was stunned. Then, Ryzeg finally exploded in anger. Clang! With the sound of metal, Ryzeg pulled out the sword from his waist. But at the same time, a foot kicked over and landed heavily on Ryzeg. Bang! The sound of a dull blow resounded. Ah! Ryzeg screamed and flew out. Sheen kicked the fool away. Chapter 250. What are you still playing? Ryzeg. Ryzeg. Seeing Ryzeg kicked away by Sheen, everyone, led by Thalbywing, cried out in surprise. He made a move. Oh my god! The adventurers around him also cried out in surprise. And the situation was completely chaotic. What are you doing? How dare you make a move? Kifkis and Karteri were both angry, and both put their hands on the swords at their waists and pulled them out. Even Lana didn't expect Sheen to suddenly make a move, and her face changed slightly, just as the knights around him also reacted. They were all angry and ready to draw their weapons and surround Sheen. Thalbywing shouted, Stop it! Thalbywing stopped everyone, making all the knights freeze there, not daring to move. Thalbywing stared at Sheen, his face gloomy, and he spoke with suppressed anger. What do you mean? Sir? Thalbywing asked in a deep voice. Should I have said this? Sheen, however, remained calm and sneered. It was your family's deputy leader who drew the sword first. Now you blame me first? Then I can only report this matter to His Highness, and let His Highness make the decision. Thalbywing's face changed, and he spoke quickly. No, that's not necessary. Thalbywing was a little angry, but he had to suppress his anger and said, This time it was our fault. Unfortunately, Thalbywing couldn't say the rest, because the person involved exploded first. Damn it! Bastard! Ryzeg climbed up from the ground. His face was completely filled with anger, making him roar furiously. How dare you kick me? Just an adventurer. How dare you? Such an angry remark not only did not make Sheen angry, but made him look at Ryzeg with contempt. After all, this brainless guy had completely forgotten that he was not the only adventurer here. As expected, the expressions of the adventurers around him became a little ugly. Ryzeg, you shut up. Seeing this scene, Kifkis and Karteri were shocked and scolded him immediately. Ryzeg also realized the problem of his speech, feeling the angry eyes of the adventurers around him. His eyes kept twitching, and the anger on his face became stronger. Seeing that the atmosphere began to change, he and others seemed to have become the public enemy of the adventurers. Thalbywing glared at Ryzeg and had to speak. Well, it's all just a misunderstanding. Thalbywing spoke quickly. Since Lord Sheen is determined to enter the canyon, we naturally dare not stop him. We wish you can successfully achieve your goal. After leaving these words, Thalbywing seemed to not want to stay here any longer. Turned to Ryzeg and shouted in a low voice, Come back with me. After that, Thalbywing walked back to the knight's camp with a step that made people feel his emotions clearly. Let's go! Go back. Kifkis and Keteli also warned in a low voice, and then left. Huff huff. Ryzeg felt very aggrieved, panting violently, staring at Sheen, as if he wanted to kill him with his eyes. Sheen looked at Ryzeg like this, and a big smile appeared on his face. That smile was full of provocation. Ryzeg really wanted to rush up and kill Sheen. But he also knew that it would be very bad if he took action at this time. Remember this. At that moment, Ryzeg roared, turned his head, and left angrily. Only Lana was left. She looked at Sheen deeply, and then turned and left. The pillars of the Kingdom Knights were defeated, and left with ugly faces. This led to the knights looking at Sheen with both unkindness and fear. And finally they could only retreat in disgrace, not daring to do anything more. On the contrary, the adventurers felt happy about this. Those arrogant Kingdom Knights finally got defeated. It was so refreshing. Let's not talk about the past. The Kingdom Knights in recent years are really not good. Even people like Ryzeg Gallioli can become deputy leaders. There is no way. Who let him be a genius? With strength and being a Gallioli, he can get to the top even if he doesn't have much brains. That's why I don't want to join the Kingdom Knights. The adventurer started to talk about it. Sheen was looking at the people of the Gallioli family, muttering in his heart, if this performance is okay, I will eat shit upside down. It is so easy to make people notice that something is wrong. These guys are a bit unqualified to be villains. Aie, who was standing aside, witnessed the whole process with her own eyes, and seemed to be interested. You, the hero, are really different. Aie glanced at Sheen and said, this is the first time I have seen a hero as rude as you. You actually kick people when you disagreed. Otherwise, what? Let the guy who is obviously a supporting role keep sneering and making sarcastic remarks next to you. Sheen curled his lips and said, do you think I am the kind of person who can remain calm when facing a catastrophe? And have no temper when being disgusted by others? Sorry. I am so simple and rude. I just rush when I am undecided. Not to mention, ever since that incident with Mager, Sheen discovered that the most satisfying way to deal with these so-called unruly, arrogant and proud young nobles was to just kick them away. Anyway, with the royal token, I can hold the princess' thigh and pull the princess's banner. How can I not be careless? If I still take the royal token, won't it really be just trouble? Sheen is not that stupid. So, if you have a backer, just be direct and don't force it. That's why I said you are different. Aye rolled her eyes at Sheen, but she didn't feel any disgust about it. And even praised, however. Your style is very much to my taste. Unlike those heroes in the past, who kept shouting that they wanted to save the world and achieve peace. But they spared no effort to deal with the demons, and only knew what to win people over with virtue among the human race, which was really hypocritical. As a demon who advocates power, Aye is very dissatisfied with the so-called etiquette and various hypocrisy of the human race. Is there something wrong? Isn't it enough to have a fight? Is there a problem? Isn't it enough to have a fight? Whoever wins has the right to speak. Isn't that the truth of the world? With so many fancy things, one or two of them can't even block our little punches. What's the point? With this idea, Aye not only did not feel disgusted with what Sheen did, but looked at him with new eyes. Sheen said to Aye unhappily, okay, let's go into the canyon and take a look. Compared with these people, Sheen wanted to see Vivian and the others safe as soon as possible. So, Sheen took Aye into the canyon. A group of adventurers looked at this scene and hurriedly wanted to catch up, but were stopped by the night again. A new round of quarrels is about to begin. However, this has nothing to do with Sheen. Chapter 251. The storm is coming. Canyon Camp. Main tent. This tent, located in the center of the camp and the largest in the entire camp, naturally belongs to Falbywing, the leader of the knights. At this time, the 5 people of the Gallioli family, led by Falbywing, returned here together, and their faces were very ugly, especially Ryzeg, whose anger almost made his veins burst. Uncle! Ryzeg couldn't help but whispered angrily, are we really going to let it go? The uncle that Ryzeg was talking about was naturally Falbywing. Falbywing was Ryzeg's uncle, and Ryzeg's mother was Falbywing's biological sister. So Ryzeg dared to speak to Falbywing like this. Falbywing looked at Ryzeg coldly. If you don't let it go, what else do you want? Falbywing had a cold face, but his voice was full of frustration. He said, the other party is a favorite of His Highness, and even has a royal token. Do you really think he is an ordinary adventurer? But? Ryzeg was still furious. This made Kipkus and Karteri also scold him. But what? Isn't it you? A useless guy. Who is doing trouble there? I told you to restrain your temper a long time ago. But you just didn't listen. Now, you are humiliated for no reason. And you put us in a passive position. I am really angry. The two scolded Ryzeg. They are also qualified to scold. Because these two people are Ryzeg's parents. Khatri is Falbiwing's sister. Her status and voice in the Gallioli family are second only to Falbiwing. No one can command her except Falbiwing and the retired old master. Therefore, she was quite willful and domineering when she was young. It was not until she got married and had children and became the deputy leader of the Kingdom Knights that she restrained herself. However, she often couldn't stop her temper and liked to abuse monsters, which earned her the title of Demon Slayer. Kipkis is a knight of civilian origin, but he has been cruel since he was a child. No matter whether it is people or things. Once he attacks, he will not show mercy. He is called a cold swordsman, because he has made a big name. He has become famous in the Kingdom Knights at the age of 33. He was in his prime, and was favored by the former master of the Gallioli family. He married Khatri, who was only 16 years old at the time, and married into the Gallioli family. Ryzeg is the son of these two people. He has been a bit talented since he was a child. Now at the age of 26, he has risen to level 63. He was just promoted to the deputy leader of the Kingdom Knights, and he is on an equal footing with his parents. This has led to his arrogance and caused a lot of trouble. But because Ryzeg's talent is so outstanding in the Gallioli family, where high-level strongmen rarely appear, no one dares to offend him easily, and the family has always protected him. So he can be so arrogant and indulgent, resulting in such a big loss today. Of course, Ryzeg will not reflect on it. Isn't that guy so arrogant just because His Highness Rosie looks at him differently? Ryzeg gnashed his teeth. As a dandy, Ryzeg was naturally no exception. Like other noble children, he was deeply attracted by Rosie, who was the most beautiful in the three realms. For this reason, Ryzeg asked his family to propose marriage to the royal family. But he always came back empty-handed. He could only dream every day, hoping that one day he could be chosen by His Highness the Princess with his talent. Unfortunately, Ryzeg's talent was very good in the eyes of the world, but it was not very outstanding in the Guards Knights, which gathered geniuses from all over the kingdom. Compared with Rosie, he was like a stone on the street, not worth mentioning. Under such circumstances, knowing that Sheen was close to Rosie, Ryzeg was naturally extremely jealous, and coupled with his domineering personality, he naturally spoke rudely in the end. But he would never have thought that Sheen would be so unscrupulous as to kick him in public and make him so embarrassed. However, what is this? Falbiwing snorted coldly and said, "You didn't see that in the last audience." All the nobles were overwhelmed by him. Even Duke Barry was provoked by the adventurer and suffered a dumb loss. His Majesty was even helpless. But he was still so free and easy. Therefore, Falbiwing did not dare to touch Sheen in public. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to beat Sheen. But we can't just watch him being free and easy. Father. This sentence was said by Lana, the only one at the scene who had been silent from just now. Yes, Lana is Falbiwing's daughter. Her talent is even better than Ryzeg. At the age of 24 this year, she has reached level 61. She is highly expected by the family. She was promoted to the deputy leader of the Kingdom Knights with Ryzeg. That man is difficult to deal with. I can see that, Lana whispered, but he has entered the canyon now. If we don't find a way to stop him, some of the tricks we have done inside may be discovered. By then, we will be finished. These words made everyone feel nervous. Ryzeg also ignored his anger and said quickly, "Yes. We must stop him." Compared with this matter, what Sheen did just now is not important. Being kicked away by Sheen like this, at most it is a little loss and a little embarrassment, and it can be completely passed by enduring. But once the things in the Outlet Canyon are exposed, not to mention the people present, even the entire Gallioli family may suffer a catastrophe. What are you afraid of? Kipkis sneered. It's not just our Gallioli family here. The guys in the canyon are still guarding. That's right. Karteri also said cruelly, if that guy dares to break into the canyon alone, even his bones will be gnawed away, considering those angry monsters. That being said, everyone was not completely free of worry. After all, Sheen was a ruthless man who could defeat one of the old demon clans. If he had some skills, it was entirely possible that he could break into the depths of the canyon, see something he shouldn't see, and then bring it out. If it turns out like that, it would be really over. Let's notify the guys inside, Falbiwing said in a deep voice. Let them get rid of this Sheen immediately. Is it okay, Father? Lana said. Some of them are only concerned with collecting sacrifices, and some have been chasing the women of that team. Let them give up targeting the little sinner of the Elbian family. With their hatred for that little sinner, they are likely to ignore it. Then send the Black Knight we secretly cultivated. Falbaiwang immediately said fiercely, "This is our opportunity for the Galyuli family. Once successful, we can overthrow the Elbian family and the Villadin family. At that time, no one will think that we are not as good as the Elbian family and the Villadin family who can control the guards knights." Hearing this, everyone's faces turned fierce, and they nodded one by one. To be safe, Kafugas, Karteri, you go with us. Falbaiwang said this to the couple. Got it. Don't worry, brother. Kafugas and Karteri agreed immediately. So, at night, a group of black shadows broke into the Atla Canyon one after another. The wind and rain are about to come. Chapter 252. What can you do? Roar! Roar! In the deserted canyon, violent roars suddenly sounded and echoed in the air. Monsters with sharp teeth, like werewolves, red eyes, and extremely sharp claws rushed in one direction one by one. Puff! As such a slashing sound was heard. A sword light flashed by at a very fast speed, cutting a werewolf running in the front and rushing forward in half. Splashing scarlet blood rain. Puff! 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 Sheen held the holy sword in his hand, stood in place, and waved the sharp sword in his hand at the werewolf monsters that rushed over one after another, killing them one by one, turning them into broken limbs and corpses, falling around, and gradually dyeing the earth red. But seeing their companions being slaughtered so easily by Sheen, the werewolves not only did not feel fear, but became more ferocious. Their eyes became redder, and they rushed forward one after another, drowning Sheen's body. But the next second, give explosion. A huge magical power rose from the werewolves and merged into the air, causing the temperature in the air to rise rapidly. In the end, it was as if the air itself expanded and exploded, shaking in all directions. Bang! The spectacular air explosion appeared in the werewolf group, blowing away, injuring or even killing countless werewolves, causing blood to splatter. For a moment, the bodies of the werewolves were like garbage, falling and smashing in the air. Not long after, all the werewolves were lying in a pool of blood, and none of them could stand up again. Sheen still stood there holding the holy sword, without even a trace of injury on his body, but frowning, looking at the monster corpses on the ground, his eyes full of confusion. Did you find it? Ai then walked up from behind leisurely. A closer look showed that there was no monster in the direction where Ai was walking. However, there was a large pool of blood splashing there, telling others what happened to the monsters surrounding this cute little girl. Their fate was much worse than that of the monsters on Sheen's side. They were directly wiped out and evaporated on the spot, leaving only blood stains. Sheen saw that from beginning to end. Ai just blew at the werewolves, and the werewolves were evaporated one by the scorching breath. Sheen had already recognized the scorching breath. What else could it be besides dragon breath? Damn! It's really a little dragon. Sheen was astonished. Although the dragon breath used by Ai was not as powerful as that of the half-human, half-centipede monster, it was extremely condensed, as if thousands or tens of thousands of degrees of high temperature were compressed into that small breath. I'm afraid that even the divine steel would be melted if it touched it, and it was obvious that Ai was just exhaling casually, not like the half-human, half-centipede monster, who mobilized all his magic power to stimulate dragon breath. The scene of being able to evaporate countless werewolves as if breathing was really chilling. However, compared to this matter, Sheen is more concerned about another thing now. Ai was obviously the same, so she came to ask Sheen if he had found anything. Sheen would certainly have found nothing. These monsters are too abnormal. Sheen said in confusion. It is really strange that they keep rushing over in such a rampage state, and they don't even care about seeing their companions being easily slaughtered. It seems that the rumors outside are true. The monsters in the Atla Canyon have really become very irritable and dangerous. They completely disregard their own safety and only care about attacking desperately, rushing over one after another. That scene is definitely a nightmare for ordinary adventurers. Ai spoke lightly. What are they afraid of? What are they terrified of? They are almost driven to the edge of despair, which is why they become like this. Ai saw the reason for the abnormality of the monsters. Are they driven to the edge of despair because of fear? Sheen murmured. Indeed, the scene of them rushing forward one after another is not so much a rampage as a self-destruction. And they just want to find a more painful way to die. A mere monster was forced to this point. What happened? Is it related to the half-human, half-centipede monster? Sheen asked himself in a low voice. However, Ai answered this question. Most likely, Yi said sarcastically. You still only know this way as always. I am tired of seeing it. This girl obviously knows something. Can you explain it in a way that I can understand a little? This is how Xian protested. Forget it. Ai snorted and said, I have said before that this is the shame of the demons, and should not be made public. It is better for you not to know. This girl still does not want to explain. Do you know? What I hate most is people like you who keep people in suspense at critical moments. Xian said dissatisfiedly, in order for the plot to proceed smoothly. Can you please spoil a little bit? Now. It is time to throw out new settings. Right. The result is to keep people in suspense. If this is written as a novel, it must be a bad article. You have been saying things that others can't understand. Right? Ai wrinkled her nose and said, Don't talk nonsense there. Let's hurry up. As she said that, Ai walked forward. Oh! Xian was startled at first, and then followed him, and said strangely, Didn't you look uninterested before? Why did you suddenly become active now? Do you think I want to? Ai said in a bad mood, originally. I had thrown this matter to others to do. Now that I have encountered it myself. If I don't solve it conveniently, I would be unworthy of being a demon. So serious? Xian blinked and said, Okay. It's a good thing that you can be more positive. Don't expect me to do my best for those little girls. Ai said calmly, I just want to solve the center of the abnormality. And the rest is up to you. Well, you are still not interested. Xian smacked his lips and said, Forget it. I don't expect much from you. Anyway, you are just a little kid who likes to be willful and make trouble. After all, you can't understand things like adults. Ai stopped immediately. Xian also stopped. The two of them stared at each other. I can't pretend that I didn't hear what you said. What's wrong? Dare to say that I am a child. Do you know what the consequences of doing this are? What's wrong? Don't challenge my patience. When I get angry, even my sisters will be scared. So, what can you do? After a moment of silence, Xian and Ai began to distance themselves from each other. That was preparation for a duel. Just as the two were preparing to decide the winner, suddenly, a very subtle movement occurred. Xian and Ai both had an idea and stopped fighting. Boom! The next moment, magic power surged out. Chapter 253 Demon Refining. At this moment, in the Outlet Canyon, a strange magic power suddenly surged. Like an invisible air current, surging from the air, the earth, and all the natural environments in all directions, and then surging to the depths of the canyon and gathering there. Woo! Ah! At the same time, the cries of various monsters also sounded one after another, constantly wandering. However, in these cries, they were full of fear, sadness and pain, as if they had encountered something extremely terrifying. Xian and Ai clearly noticed this strange phenomenon, which made their expressions change. Xian's face was condensed, because this phenomenon was exactly the same as when Xian and Luoxi entered the high mountain where the half-human, half-centipede monster lived. Ai was shocked and said, It seems that the ceremony has begun. Ai's words attracted Xian's attention. Ceremony? Xian asked, What ceremony? This question had just been asked, and before Ai could answer, Xian spoke without question. I don't care about the shame or dignity of the demon clan. The current situation is obviously wrong. Even if you don't explain the whole story, at least explain this ceremony to me. Otherwise, if I accidentally miss it, don't blame me for being impulsive and reckless. Okay? Xian's words successfully blocked Ai's words that were about to come out. Ai was speechless for a while, and then sighed after a while. I will only say it once. Ai spoke like this. Xian was immediately refreshed and focused. In this situation, Ai spoke slowly. First of all, I have to tell you one thing. Ai said coldly, the half-human, half-centipede monster you mentioned is neither a demon clan nor a monster, but a demon. Demon. When this word came out of Ai's mouth, even Xian's heart skipped a beat, because this word cannot be casually applied to other beings. Maybe you don't know what the meaning of demon is, so I will explain it to you simply. Ai said in a calm tone, because the original demons were born under the influence of the magic power of the Demon King. Therefore, you can regard the demons as the lower species of the Demon King, belonging to the Demon King's servants, just like the branches and leaves growing from the tree, loyal to the Demon King and dependent on the Demon King. The demons are the first beings born beside the Demon King, and are the demons closest to the Demon King in nature. If the Demon King is compared to a huge tree in the sky, and the demons are compared to branches and leaves. Then the demons are probably saplings. Once they grow up, they can theoretically grow to the level of the demon king. Of course, that is only in theory. The demon king is the origin of life born in the void with the almighty true goddess. The initial concept and individual are even above the world. Therefore, even the demon cannot grow into a demon king in this world. You can understand that the quality of the soil is not enough. The nutrition is not enough. And the growth of the sapling is naturally not ideal. But even if they cannot become demon kings, demons are also above the demons. They are between demon kings and demons. And there is a huge gap between them and ordinary demons. Even the strongest demon of level 100 can't last more than 3 minutes in front of demons. It is precisely because of this that the power of demons is amazing. Even among the 3 goddesses of the gods, only one is stronger than the demons, and the other 2 goddesses are weaker than the demons. This is also the power gap between the gods and demons at the beginning, which leads to the fact that the demons have always suppressed the gods. And I looked at Xian. For this reason, 1,000 years ago, when the demon king was conquered by the brave warriors of the Mitra kingdom, and the possibility of resurrection was cut off by the supreme god, some demons decided to find a way to cultivate a new demon king when there was no hope of resurrecting the demon king. Since the demon is the closest to the concept of the demon king, even if it is only in theory, the demon who can grow into the demon king naturally becomes the target of those demons. But the 6 demons did not want to agree with this plan, and began to work on the peace issue between the demons and the other 2 tribes. Without the assistance of the demons were unwilling to give up. And as a result, an idea came into being. That is to create the 7th demon, and then cultivate this demon to become the demon king. This is a plan that has lasted for 1,000 years. The 7th demon creation plan was derived in order to realize the birth of the 2nd demon king. I will not go into details about how this demon plan should be implemented, and what means to achieve it. I will just tell you the result. AIE said, as a result, after a whole 1,000 years, their demon plan seems to have entered the final stage, and the 7th demon seems to be born smoothly. At this point, AIE's face showed no other emotions, but extreme disgust and anger. Obviously, the existence of this so-called 7th demon touched AIE's bottom line, and also touched the bottom line of the demons. What you destroyed before was probably the larva of the 7th demon, which was split from the real 7th demon and used to collect the materials for the main body. AIE spoke coldly. When those demon larvae appeared, they had only one purpose, which was to collect the materials needed to complete the main body. For this reason, a magic ritual will be immediately launched where the demon larva appears. The ritual will imprison, attract, charm and control all demons and monsters within a certain range, causing them to fall into violent chaos, fight each other, and let the magic power and bodies of all demons and monsters mix together in the violent turmoil, no matter it is the demons or monsters. Once they kill other demons and monsters, they will absorb the other's magic power and merge with the other's body to become a more powerful and violent monster. Finally, when there is only one demon or monster left in the ritual, the monster with the most mixed magic power and body will be eaten by the demon larva. At that time, the demon larva will completely absorb the sacrifice born in the ritual, become a part of the demon's body, and gradually complete the 7th demon. This is the demon's completion ritual. The refining of demons. Hearing this, another word appeared in Xian's mind. The refining of goo. It is a kind of witchcraft that puts many poisonous creatures in a sealed container or environment. Let them gnaw each other, absorb the toxins of other poisonous creatures into their own bodies, and gradually become stronger and more poisonous. And when there is only one poisonous creature left in this container or environment, and this poisonous creature accumulates the toxins of all poisonous creatures and becomes the strongest and most poisonous. This poisonous creature is the so-called goo. The essence of the demon refining ritual mentioned by AIE is the same as the goo refining ritual. The difference is that in this ritual, all the demons, and even the demons, are just sacrifices. When they finally become one, they will be absorbed by the demon's young tentacles, making the demon's young body become part of the real demon, and the demon will gradually be born. This is the creation plan of the 7th demon. Chapter 254, Original Demon. Before, when Xian and Roxy joined forces to defeat the demon larva, the ritual that appeared on the mountain disappeared. Now, Xian finally knew the reason. Because it was a demon refining ritual that could only be carried out when the demon larva appeared, and the monsters gathered in the mountain at that time were probably sacrificed under the effect of the ritual, and were eventually absorbed by the demon larva. which made the demon larva so strong. It's just the tentacles of the larva. But it's so strong. It seems that the power of the main body cannot be underestimated. Thinking so, Sheen was confused. According to AI, it was not the demon king who was being born in secret, but the demon. Although the demon is the closest individual to the demon king, far superior to the general demon clan, and may even grow into the demon king in the end. It is only a theoretical possibility. The reality is that it is impossible for an existence called the demon king to be born in this world. Those who intended to create a second demon king, however, only managed to bring the demon creation plan to a close after 1,000 years. Since it has only come to a close now, does that mean that this demon has not yet been fully formed? After 1,000 years, not even one demon has been created. Is it really possible that those behind the scenes would violate the laws of the world and train this demon into a demon king? Even if they could, it would be so difficult to create a demon king. How much time and energy would they have to spend to create a demon king? No matter how he looked at it, Sheen felt that there was little hope. In this case, Nian actually used the great ceremony of summoning heroes, which was full of problems for this era. For a demon king whose hope of birth was extremely slim. Isn't this a bit hasty? Or did Nian summon herself to this world just to deal with the seventh demon? But it's just a demon. No matter how strong he is, there are many beings of the same level in this world. For example, among the gods, one of the 3 goddesses is stronger than the demons. Even if the other 2 goddesses are not as strong as the demons, they are not as powerless as the others. Right? Another example is the demons. Is it possible that any of the 6 demons cannot beat a demon that is just about to be born? Even among the human race, there is a treasure of the kingdom growing up. Perhaps, by the time that demon is born, the unparalleled princess will have grown up. By then, as a being with talent and potential no less than the brave Mitra. Even if the princess has not reached the level of her ancestors, and has not reached the level of being able to defeat even the demon king, she will not lose to a demon. Right? This does not seem like the world is about to encounter a crisis, and needs a brave man from another world to save it. Is there a secret in this matter that AIE doesn't know? Or is Nian hiding something from me? Sheen pondered for a moment, and the passionate kiss in the temple came to his mind. From that kiss, Sheen felt Nian's persistence, dependence, deep sadness and attachment. I just hope you can understand that you are the existence I have waited for 1,000 years. And you are my only hope. When Sheen thought of the words that the beautiful goddess said, his mood began to become complicated. Should I believe that goddess? Sheen was entangled in this. Of course, Sheen also knew that now was not the time to think about this matter. Now, let's solve the problem here first. Since this so-called demon refining ritual appeared here, does it mean that the mastermind behind the demon creation plan and the demon king creation plan is also here? Sheen asked AIE, are those people from the old demon clan? Apart from those guys, who else would be so crazy and persistent? AIE said disdainfully, the host of this plan is the original old demon clan, which is also the oldest, most powerful and most mysterious force in the old demon clan. We call them original demons. Hearing this, Sheen repeated the name several times in his mind and memorized it, because Sheen had a hunch that they would be the enemies he needed to deal with the most. By the way, the old demon clan of the Beto lineage that you attacked is called Killer Faction by us. AIE added this sentence and said, they are the old demon clan whose main activities are assassination and secret operations. Although there are no particularly high-level beings in them, they all have specialized assassination or concealment skills. In the past, there were many people in this old demon clan force, but they lost a large number of people in the large-scale assassination plan in the capital 10 years ago, and then gradually declined. However, who made them so delusional to plan something that does not belong to them? It's their own fault. After saying that, AIE also said to Sheen, it is very likely that the old demons who appeared here this time are not the original demon. They will not easily expose themselves, but will send the demon larvae to those old demons who intend to do something, or even the human forces. In this way, they can use those forces to hold ceremonies and collect sacrifices. And those forces can also use the power of the demon larvae to achieve their own goals. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And judging from the current situation, the person who presided over this ceremony and planned this action is very likely to be the human force. Right? Sheen naturally understood what AIE meant. After all, the people of the Gaglioli family almost engraved the 3 words there is a problem on their foreheads. In other words, have those guys joined forces with the people of the old demon clan? Xian curled his lips. If so, the Gaglioli family is the sinner who betrayed the human race and attempted to destroy peace. What are you going to do? Ai looked at Xian and asked this question. Xian did not hesitate at all. What they want to do has nothing to do with me. But they involve the people around me. So, whether they are human or not, don't blame me for making a big fuss. Xian glanced at the canyon that turned into a ritual site. And the words he blurted out were full of powerful spirit. Ai showed a happy expression. I have confirmed again that you are different from the heroes in the past. Ai was very happy and confirmed as if he knew the answer. What are you going to do? Is there any need to say it? Kill them all. Xian seemed to be talking about the lives of livestock and animals instead of human lives. That's right. Ai agreed with this statement. So, the two of them went to the depths of the canyon together. Around him, there was a surge of magic power that was no less than that in the entire canyon. Chapter 255, I still want to rub this slowly. That night, under the influence of the magic ritual, the situation in the entire Adla Canyon was in chaos. Countless monsters began to become violent, ferocious and twisted under the influence of the magic of the ritual. Some have even completely lost control and entered a state of fighting each other. They are extremely bloody. Whenever they see a monster, they will immediately pounce on it without saying a word. They don't recognize their relatives. Even if they are of the same group and should act together, they will directly eat each other. They are like they have lost all brakes. Even if they are wounded, they will not fall down. Even if they are exhausted, they will fight selflessly, completely ignoring themselves. And they are extremely crazy. And the terrible thing is that every time they successfully kill a target, they will eat the other party into their stomachs. Not only will they absorb the other party's magic power and become more powerful, but even their bodies will change. As if they have merged with the object they killed. They will either grow the other party's hands and feet, or grow the other party's eyeballs or even the head, becoming extremely terrifying. Before long, in the Adla Canyon, the monsters gradually turned into monsters of all kinds, as if the bodies of various monsters were pieced together, ferocious and scary. But there is no doubt that under the effect of the magic ritual, the more ferocious and scary these monsters become, the stronger they will become. Xian witnessed with his own eyes that a level 40 monster ate a level 30 monster, absorbed the opponent's magic power, and grew the opponent's torso, and its level instantly soared to 45. And after such a level 45 monster was eaten by a level 60 monster, the monster's level also soared to 66. The monsters fell into a frenzy like this, eating each other, while the number continued to decrease. But more powerful monsters continued to appear. Finally, when these monsters saw Xian and Ai, they would also pounce on them desperately. However, compared to Xian, they seemed to target Ai more. Ai then lowered her pretty face, snorted coldly, and suddenly a terrifying magic power rolled up on her body. The magic power first shook the attacking monsters away like a shock wave, and then crushed them on the spot like an invisible meat grinder, leaving only mincemeat and blood splattered. Is it necessary to be so bloody? Xian was shocked and couldn't help asking Ai, by the way, why are they only coming for you? Because I am a demon. Ai also snorted coldly and said, refining demons, as the name suggests, is to refine only demons and monsters. Only demons and monsters can become food for demons and complete the creation of demons. So they will naturally rush towards demons and monsters. So that's it. Xian suddenly realized and couldn't help asking, are you okay? Will you not be affected by the ritual? According to Ai, this ritual should be specifically for the demons and monsters. Then, as a demon, Ai is likely to be affected by the ritual and become a violent monster that only eats its own kind and monsters? Don't worry. Ai saw through Xian's thoughts and said lightly, this is a ritual used to complete the demon. It will not have any effect on me as a complete body. As he said that, Ai continued to move forward. Xian was relieved. But the ritual used to complete the demon will not have any effect on this little girl as a complete body. Well, I always feel that this big guy has revealed a very scary setting invisibly. Although, at this point, Xian has almost guessed Ai's identity. But to be honest, looking at this little girl who only knows how to sleep and pretend to be mature and steady in the past, he really doesn't want to admit that her background is so big and so scary. The most important thing is that this little girl has such a terrifying background. But I don't know how many times I have died in front of her. Could this be the rhythm of passing by the gates of H.L. several times without knowing it? Is it really that scary? However, even if time can go back, I still want to touch this lowly. There is no way. Who makes the other party so cute and cute? Xian thought so. Yi, who was walking in front, felt her heart tighten and her back chilled, as if something extremely unpleasant had happened. Illusion? Yi wrinkled her cute little nose. What are you doing? Keep going in. Xian didn't know all this. Looking at Yi, who stopped, Fox spoke suspiciously. Well, let's go. Yi didn't think about it anymore. Let's solve the problem here first. Just as Xian and Ai continued to go deeper into the canyon. On the other side, at the deepest part of the canyon, there was actually a large group of people gathered. Some of them were wearing gorgeous and luxurious equipment, while others were dressed as knights. It was obvious that their status was high and low. And there were even a large number of people who looked like nobles. At this time, they gathered by a very vast lake. The leader was a 50-year-old man with a fierce look, who was not easy to mess with at first glance. The old man was looking at the lake in front of him with an indifferent expression. There, a very tragic fight was going on. Roar! Accompanied by a terrifying roar that shook the world. A huge monster that covered the sky and the sun fell into a frenzy and kept killing the monsters that besieged it. The monsters that besieged this terrible monster were all deformed monsters. And they were the demons formed under the demon refining ceremony. The demon refiners fearlessly pounced on the horrible monster, but were slaughtered crazily by it. And their blood turned into waves of magic power and blood, which were injected into the body of the horrible monster. Under such circumstances, the monster became more violent, but also more painful. Its roar was full of wailing, as if it was resisting something, and as if it was rejecting something. This made the nobles around the old man change color. Too terrible. It can actually rely on self-awareness to reject the magic power and flesh entering the body? It is worthy of being a terrible monster that has occupied this place for 400 years. The nobles were in turmoil. Only the old man watched all this coldly and said, but it can't hold on for much longer. It is only a matter of time before it becomes a refined demon. Wait until this most powerful refined demon takes shape. And then wait until it eats up all the monsters in the Atla Canyon. This ritual will be considered a success. At that time, the most perfect sacrifice will be born and devoured by the demon larvae. Continue to attract more monsters or refined demons. The old man gave orders to the knights around him. The knights took the order and left. And the old man looked at the nobles around him again. How are you doing? Haven't you dealt with the criminals of the Elbian family yet? The old man's voice was full of indifference and a trace of deep hatred. A noble immediately spoke with a bitter face. That BXXXH has the kingdom's patron saint by her side. It's not easy to kill her. Hearing this, the fierceness on the old man's face became even stronger. Chapter 256. The Ants Who Don't Know How to Live or Die. Although the mastermind of the Atla Canyon demon refining plan this time is the Gaglioli family, the people involved are not just this family. In order to get as many helpers as possible, the Gaglioli family secretly visited many nobles and joined hands with them. Of course, the Gaglioli family made a lot of promises for this. For example, they will issue a commission in the Adventurers Guild to lure a team of people to accept it and lure them to the Atla Canyon. Because, in this team, there is a woman who is extremely hated by many nobles in the capital. That is the daughter of the Elbian family, the famous descendant of the sinner. The Gaglioli family originally regarded the Elbian family as a political enemy. The reason why they were persuaded by the original demon this time and decided to launch the demon refining plan was to turn the tables and drive the Elbian family and the Villadin family ahead of them out of power. In this way, the Gaglioli family would be willing to sacrifice a genius from the Elbian family in exchange for this cooperation. Therefore, many nobles who regarded the Elbian family's criminal as a thorn in their eyes decided to assist the Gaglioli family. The old man's family, the Cristodi family, was one of them. In other words, the old man participated in this plan in order to kill a woman. Therefore, compared with the completion of the magic ritual, he was more concerned about whether the woman was dead. But after several days, they still couldn't kill the woman. It was just because, in the team where the woman was, there was a guardian who was not very strong. But in terms of defense, no one in the world could defeat him. Is it that Vivian again? The old man was furious. In the past, he also relied on the power of the family to make trouble for Thier more than once. But he was repeatedly stopped. Among those who stopped him, one was Riley from the Lazahad family, and the other was said to be a member of the royal family, who had been assisting silently behind the scenes. Apart from these two people, the one who helped Teal the most was Vivian. Although Vivian was not a noble, and had no terrible background, She was extremely special. So special that she was called the guardian of the kingdom. And therefore she could protect a little girl with her ability alone. This time, it was the guardian of the kingdom who protected the sinner again, which led to their failure to take the other's life, which naturally made the old man extremely angry and resentful. It was also because of this that after hearing that the royal envoy had intervened and had entered the canyon, the old man no longer hesitated and directly started the ceremony and began to refine the demon. The purpose was to prevent everyone in the canyon from leaving and become the victims of this demon refining ceremony. Now, the entire canyon is full of violent monsters and demon refiners. Plus the pursuit here. The old man does not believe that he can't take down the other party like this. Giarito. The old man called a nobleman beside him. Lord Vasco. The nobleman named Giarito responded immediately. You take some more people over there. Try to kill the BXXXH as quickly as possible. And bring her body back to me. Old man Vasco ordered this in a ruthless voice. Do you need to add more people? Giarito was stunned and said, many noble colleagues over there have volunteered to chase Lord Vasco. Hearing this, Vasco said nothing. Just looked at Giarito coldly. Giarito trembled all over and said quickly, I'm talking too much. I'll take people over now. Go. Vasco said in a cold voice, bring more people. Kill those women as quickly as possible. I don't want to wait any longer. Also, remember the reminder from Gaglioli? If you meet an envoy sent by the royal family, don't hold back. Just solve it directly. Don't let any more variables appear. Got it? Vasco told Giarito with his voice that he only wanted to hear good news next. Otherwise, his end would be miserable. Got it. Lord Vasco. Giarito swallowed his saliva. And then, he took a large number of people and left here. Vasco then took the remaining nobles and looked at the terrible monster that was still struggling to death. That look was like remembering something. Recalling the nightmare of the year and the things he lost in that nightmare. Vasco's face was distorted. Don't worry, my beloved wife and children. Although the culprit has been killed by that emotionless tool, the child with her blood is here now. I will definitely kill her with my own hands and avenge you at all costs. It will definitely be. Vasco's words made the nobles around him look sad one by one. And these sorrows soon turned into twisted hatred. After all, they all lost their loved ones in the nightmare of that year. Just like Vasco. But the culprit is no longer there. Therefore, all their hatred was unreasonably put on Thier. In order to punish that person's child and to avenge their loved ones, they participated in this rebellious plan, even if this would make them lose everything. On the other side, Xian and Ai had already crossed the outer perimeter of the Atla Canyon and entered the inner circle. The magic here seems to have become more amazing. Xian sensed the huge magic power flowing into the depths of the canyon around him, and murmured so. This proves that we are gradually approaching the center of the ceremony. Ai said so. What about Vivian and the others? Xian asked Ai, are we also approaching them? Of course. Ai nodded and asked, do you think I will ignore the situation over there in order to solve the magic ritual? Xian did not answer this question. However, Xian was staring at Ai closely. That look was like saying a word. You won't? That's it. Ai was immediately angry. Of course I won't. Ai said indignantly. Since I have promised you to come and find me, I will definitely do it. Even if I am not interested in those human women. Yes. Should we feel honored? Xian looked at Ai with contempt, making Ai really want to bite him. Resisting this impulse, Ai spoke angrily. If you want to save those little girls, you'd better hurry up. Their position is constantly moving, and is quite close to the center of the deep canyon. In this situation, they are either on the way or running away. Hearing this, Xian wanted to slap this girl. Why didn't you say it earlier? Xian immediately prepared to increase his speed. However, before that, waves of extremely obvious hostility and magic power came from far and near, entering the range of Xian's enemy sense and magic sense. This is. Xian was stunned at first, and then he understood. Ai also narrowed his eyes. Ignorant ants. When this extremely contemptuous word came out of Ai's mouth, Xian shrugged and raised a magic wand. That was the magic wand that Jacinta gave to Xian. Not long after, boom, waves of magic power burst out from a distance. The next second, countless magic spells attacked from that direction, covering the direction where Xian and Ai were. Chapter 257 Bang. Boom. The atmosphere was shaking. That was because the multiple magic powers were flowing in disorder, causing bursts of air noise. Countless magic suddenly came from afar, as if they were falling from the sky. and enveloped Sheen and AI. The scene was like a magic feast unfolding in this world. And it looked so spectacular. However, this spectacular magic feast was undoubtedly aimed at Sheen's life. Sheen looked at the countless magics falling from the sky and raised the magic wand in his hand. Disperse. Sheen recited the spell to activate the magic wand. Suddenly, the gem at the front of the magic wand burst into a dazzling light. Clang. A circle of magic fluctuations spread out like ripples, enveloping Sheen and AI, like a protective shield, protecting the two. Swish. The magic that broke into the ripple shield was like being evaporated, disappearing without a trace in a burst of gasification. Countless magics broke into the ripple barrier one after another, and were eliminated at a very fast speed. This is one of the magical effects of the magic wand, which can dispel the power of magic. The opponent did not seem to expect that the magic here would be immediately offset, and was severely shocked. However, they did not seem to be mentally prepared for this. So they immediately prepared for the next attack. Boom! The next moment, another magic feast bloomed. Countless magics attacked again, shaking the atmosphere and disturbing the magic power, like thousands of arrows, cutting through the sky. But this time, the opponent's target was no longer Sheen, but the canyon rock walls and the ground around Sheen. Bang, 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 bang. Accompanied by countless magic bombardments, the rock walls of the canyon were blown apart in a series of explosions, and the earth was shattered, causing countless rock slabs to fall down. And the earth also collapsed. Sheen and Ai raised their eyebrows at the same time, and then one dodged and flew back, while the other stood quietly in place, watching everything indifferently, ignoring all of this. So, the rock slabs and rubble like an avalanche and mudslide buried the petite figure, and the ground also swallowed the other party, completely burying the other party in this natural disaster. That girl. Sheen retreated a long distance at a gust of wind speed, avoiding the natural disaster-like attack, and watched Ai being buried. Instead of being worried, he felt helpless. And then, Sheen raised his eyes and looked around, because someone attacked. Swish, 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 swish. With a series of faint sounds of breaking through the air, countless black shadows flashed and appeared around Sheen. Surrounding him, they were knights. However, all of these knights were wearing full-body armor in pitch black, and helmets on their heads, arming themselves to the teeth. Black Knight? The unexpected scene surprised Sheen for a moment. Just like that, the opponent seized the opportunity and moved instantly. They all started charging, raised their weapons, and attacked Sheen without hesitation. Give explosion. Sheen immediately released magic, adding the characteristics of explosion to the air around him. This caused the air around Sheen to explode, and finally a burst, turning into an amazing shock wave, attacking all around. Before, with this move, countless werewolves were conquered by Sheen. But this time, Sheen's magic didn't work. Buzz! In front of the Black Knights, a magical barrier suddenly appeared, blocking the incoming gas explosion and pushing the explosive airflow to the sides. Obviously, the magicians who had performed the magic feast before were still hiding in the dark. Seeing that the direct attack of magic was ineffective, they immediately turned to the rear support and launched defensive magic for the Black Knights in the front. Is this well trained? Sheen became interested. However, Sheen's movements were not slow at all. When the Black Knights attacked, he quickly switched the magic wand in his hand to the holy sword. The following confrontation was particularly exciting. Of course, the exciting part was Sheen's performance. Facing the Black Knights who approached him and swung their weapons mercilessly in an attempt to cut off his body, Sheen's figure suddenly trembled. His footsteps moved continuously, and he actually avoided all the incoming slashes between a few retreats and sideways, with the two skills of avoid and close-range avoidance. Sheen's evasion ability has long been superior. Even if surrounded and besieged, Sheen can see through all the enemy's attacks, and then rely on the fighting instinct of God of War and the grasp of the battle situation to dodge all attacks in the most efficient and shortest way. Not only that, while dodging, Sheen also cleverly rotated his body and switched positions. With one hand, he held the weapons of the Black Knights one by one, and with the other hand, he held the sword and launched a ruthless slash at these ruthless Black Knights. Puff! The slash flashing with red magic light easily cut through the defensive magic barrier on the Black Knight's body, and cut off the opponent's body, causing blood to splatter. Puff! 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 Sheen moved and dodged easily like this, while slashing down with a magic sword one after another, killing the Black Knights on the spot. causing them to fall one after another, staining the ground red. As a result, in the blink of an eye, dozens of Black Knights fell in a pool of blood and lost their lives. What? How could it be? On a cliff some distance away from the battlefield, a pair of knights in black witnessed this scene and were shocked. The Gallioli family spent countless efforts to cultivate only 101 Black Knights in secret. But they were so easily killed. This is impossible. The two were unwilling to believe what they saw. You know, each of those Black Knights is level 50. And it takes countless resources to cultivate one. Now they are being killed one by one. It is really unbelievable. Unfortunately, the two did not know that Sheen had not even used limit transformation. Their attack was just a farce for Sheen. Quick! Release the magic. Burn him to death. Seeing the precious Black Knights fall one after another, the two men's hearts were bleeding, and they quickly ordered the black-robed magicians around them to release magic. But, for some reason, those magicians didn't even move. Didn't you hear it? Release the magic quickly. The two men looked at this scene and couldn't help but roar. In return, it was a childish voice. Don't shout. Just based on their level. If I release the momentum to suppress them at close range, their hearts will break in an instant. So I can't hear your voices anymore. These words made the two men stiffen. The next moment, the two saw a petite figure, silently appearing in front of them and others. This opportunity is rare. Let you also experience their feelings before death. This is a ruthless declaration. This is a sentence of death. When the voice fell, the two people who couldn't move only felt a terrifying momentum falling on them. Podgy. Without any suspense. The sound of a broken heart echoed in the ears of the two. And the two fell into eternal darkness. From then on, they could never wake up again. Chapter 258. A big gift for you. About a minute later, the battle was over. Sheen shook off the blood on the holy sword and looked around. All around him, the Black Knights had fallen one by one, and none of them survived. At the same time, Ai also came back. Bang. Bang. With two muffled sounds, two bodies were thrown in front of Sheen. Look! They should be the masterminds. Ai pointed at the two bodies. Sheen rolled his eyes immediately. Since you know they are the masterminds, why don't you leave them alive and interrogate them properly? Sheen blamed them like this. Didn't you say that they were all killed? Ai was stunned. You are so domineering as you said. But now you blame me for not leaving anyone alive? However, Sheen said this without blushing or panting. You can interrogate him before killing him. This sentence made Ai speechless, and could only stare at Sheen. Sheen's mouth curled slightly. I seem to see from your eyes that you are doubting my race. Girl. I am a human. Not a demon. Sheen hurried to explain. Unfortunately, it would have been better if she didn't explain. This explanation made Ai roll her eyes at Sheen. Can she say that she is not doubting whether Sheen is a human? But whether Sheen is a hero? With this style. Let alone the demons. Even if it is the Demon King. Ai wants to recognize it a little. Sheen didn't know what Ai was thinking, but just came to the two corpses and took off the masks on their faces. The next moment, two familiar faces appeared in front of Sheen. It was Kifkas and Kartari. There is something wrong with this Gallioli family. Sheen sneered. It seems that the human race that is involved with the people of the original demon and is carrying out the demon refining ritual here is the so-called Gallioli family. I was even more indifferent. Not even looking at the bodies of Kifkas and Kartari. I just don't know what they want to do. Sheen threw away the mask in his hand and even crushed it directly. Obviously dissatisfied with the Gallioli family to the extreme. Although it is a common plot in novels that noble forces secretly find trouble with the protagonist, and do not hesitate to use some despicable means for this. But Sheen still feels extremely unhappy when he really knows that someone has sent someone to kill him. Until now, he knows why the protagonist wants to destroy this guy who provokes him. And even the other party's forces and families are not spared. There is no such thing as a wrong for every perpetrator, and a debt for every creditor. You should just take revenge on whoever causes trouble for you. The misfortune should not affect your family. Others are just following orders, and are innocent, and should not be killed. That is all false. In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Since the other party relies on family power to deal with him, then this so-called family power is just trying to bury his avalanche. No one is innocent at all. Of course, some people think that if you don't cut the grass at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. So they want to uproot the forces and families of their enemies. But Sheen doesn't have such a second-year idea. Sheen is simply unhappy. Unhappy. And unhappy. Since he is unhappy, unhappy, and unhappy. He can't make others happy, make others happy, and make others happy. Right? So, wait for me. After Xian said this to Yi, magic power surged from his body. Give float. Xian cast a magic on himself to increase the floating characteristics for himself. In this case, Xian's body seemed to have no weight and flew directly into the sky. Give far sight. Xian cast another magic on his eyes, looked in one direction, and saw the entrance of the canyon through a long distance. There, the knights were still arguing with the adventurers, and the camp of the Kingdom Knights was also in a bit of chaos. Obviously, the abnormality of the Atre Canyon has not been discovered by the outside world. However, the Gaglioli family seemed to have known that the ceremony had begun, so the camp was somewhat agitated. In this case, let me give you a big gift first. Want to watch the show outside? Thinking that you can get what you want by continuing to wait? How can it be that easy? With the vast magic power, lead the aurora from the sky. Xian suddenly chanted the magic spell. The tears of the sky, the rain of stars, the bright and numerous sky, can now shine on the earth. As Xian chanted, waves of amazing magic power continued to flow out of his body. Accept the call. Accept the dispatch. Use the sword of glory to punish the world. At this moment, the atmosphere was shaken. At this moment, the sky was surging. At this moment, Xian was like a god controlling this world, suspended in midair, constantly injecting magic power into the night sky in the form of flowing light. Then, in the sky, stars began to light up. Descend. Stars. Xian released the most powerful celestial magic he currently possessed towards the camp outside the distant canyon. Auroras meteoric. The stars in the sky suddenly bloomed with the most dazzling light. Then, they fell one by one. The first person to discover the abnormality was an ordinary knight. What is that? The knight pointed to the sky and made such a sound in surprise and astonishment. The knights around heard his words, and one by one, they raised their heads and looked towards the sky. So, they all saw it. Meteors? Yes. Meteors. Very dazzling and beautiful meteors appeared in the sky. They crossed the night sky one after another. They fell to the ground one after another. The scene was very beautiful. However, such a beautiful scene made the knights uneasy. Are those meteors coming this way? I think so too. No way. Oh my god. The knights were uneasy, panicked and at a loss. However, as the meteors became bigger and brighter, the knights finally became afraid, because they could already see the true form of those meteors. Those meteors were all meteorites that were rubbing against the atmosphere and becoming as fiery red as magma. Huge meteorites fell one after another, approaching the camp outside the Atla Canyon at a speed visible to the naked eye. The knights could only stare blankly at the unrealistic scene, and began to tremble one by one. Not long after, run away. I don't know who made such a cry. Then, the fear of the entire camp erupted instantly. People screamed. People fled in panic. But now, it's too late to react. Meteorites that turned into meteor showers fell one after another in the camp. Boom! The roar suddenly resounded. Chapter 259, Tombstone of Gaglioli. Boom! 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 As meteors fell one after another in the canyon camp, deafening roars spread one after another. Meteorites burned red due to the intense friction with the atmosphere continued to bombard the camp, not only shattering the earth, but also causing a terrifying impact that swept everything. Thousands and tens of thousands of meteors continued to fall from the night sky, speeding past, and splitting the sky with a loud roar, impacting the earth with overwhelming mass, digging holes in the earth one after another, and ravaging everything on the ground. Then, the huge waves of sand and dust crawling on the ground were also stirred up and expanded to the surroundings. That was a natural disaster. Undoubtedly a natural disaster. Under such a natural disaster, human power seemed so fragile and so small. No! Ah! Help! One knight after another was wailing in the camp. One figure after another was also fleeing on the ground like ants, but relying on their feet. It was impossible to escape from such a disaster. They were either hit by huge meteorites like crushing insects, or engulfed and buried by the terrifying impact in sand and dust, trampled meaninglessly under this natural disaster, and lost their precious lives meaninglessly. No! 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 Thalbewin came out of his tent at some point, desperately escaping from such a destructive scene, while watching the knights who were constantly buried under the meteorites, screaming in grief and despair. He didn't know what happened at all. He didn't know why things turned out like this. He only knew that those knights who were ravaged by the natural disaster without any luck were all talents that their Gallioli family had worked hard to cultivate and recruit. You know, because of the magic ritual, in order to prevent the news from leaking out. The knights that Falbyern brought with him this time, who were discovered by the kingdom, all came from the Gallioli family or were recruited into the Gallioli family's camp. Falbyern did not dare to bring those ordinary knights recruited from the civilians, or knights with other backgrounds, to avoid any problems. In other words, those knights who were constantly losing their lives were all the fighting power and support that the Gallioli family regarded as their own. Now, they were harvested without reason and were constantly taken away by the falling meteors. This made Falbyern crazy, stupid, and burst into tears. Of course, what made him collapse even more was still to come. "Father!" I saw that Lana, who was highly expected by Falbyern and the Gallioli family, was shouting in despair and fear. Finally, in front of Falbyern, she was hit by a meteorite and completely disappeared in the shattered earth. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Save me. Father! Mother! Save me!" Reseg also cried and shouted crazily, his face full of snot and tears, and he desperately ran away in the crowd, but was finally crushed by a rock that fell from the sky, leaving only a pool of blood and mincemeat. Falbyern completely collapsed, and the shouting sounded like confession, and also like the roar of the devil. At this moment, all ambitions and greed were forced to disappear in Falbyern's mind. That was the unwillingness of the past. That was also the obsession of the past. He didn't know when all this started. Did it start when he heard people around him say that Gallioli was not good after all, and could only control some knights of low level, but didn't even have a real strong man? Or did I hear someone say that Albion and Villadina were the pillars of the kingdom, and that even without Gallioli and the kingdom knights, the kingdom could rest easy with the royal guard knights led by these two families? In short, it was because of these that Falbywing felt unwilling and became obsessed with them. Why can't the Gallioli family be as good as Albion and Villadina? Why can we only control some inferior knights and command a kingdom knights, but can only be excluded from the royal guard knights, which is the glory of the kingdom? Is our family's history shorter than those two families? Is our family's achievements worse than those two families? Why can't our family produce a truly powerful person? Is this God's will? God doesn't let us Gallioli take the throne? Then I don't believe in God. With this idea, Falbyern would establish a relationship with the old demon clan, and finally obtain the demon larvae, embarking on this road of no return. The deal between him and Original Demon is actually very simple. That is, he helps Original Demon to hold the demon refining ceremony, cultivate sacrifices, and complete the demon larvae. And Original Demon needs to lend the demon larvae to him so that he can defeat the deputy leader of the guard knights of Aridia and Villadina. As long as these two people fall, the two families of Albion and Villadina will be equivalent to losing their pillars. Next, as long as the remaining threatening people in these two families are eliminated, the guard knights will fall into the hands of their Gallioli. At that time, with the two major knight orders of the guard knights and the kingdom knights, the military power of this kingdom will all fall into the hands of Gallioli. Then, as long as Gallioli finds a way to marry the royal family, there will be no opponent of Gallioli in this country. It would be best if I could marry that Highness Roxalusti. If I could marry that Highness, the kingdom would completely become a one-man show for Gallioli. Therefore, Falbywing paid attention to Reseg, in order to let him marry his Highness Rosie Lusti. For this reason, Falbywing has been proposing marriage to the royal family for Reseg. But now, all ambitions and obsessions have turned into bubbles under this beautiful meteor shower. After this meteor shower, Gallioli is equivalent to half useless. In addition, Lana and Reseg, who were highly expected, have also died under the meteorite, and the next generation of Gallioli is basically over. In this way, what other ways does Gallioli have to fight for what they want? I am afraid that they can survive in the hands of their political enemies in the capital with their vitality seriously injured. Which is a problem. Right? Gallioli is staring at Albion and Villadina, and the people below are naturally staring at Gallioli. Therefore, Gallioli may even end, not to mention going to the next level. Just when Falbywing was so desperate, a sarcastic voice sounded in his heart. "Goodbye, Captain. I hope your family can be together in H.L." Such a voice made Falbyern open his eyes wide. He recognized this voice. So, he finally understood why this natural disaster happened. It was because they touched someone they shouldn't have touched. Sheehan! This cry became Foul by Ern's last wail. Boom! A huge meteorite fell on the location of Foul by Ern and became his tombstone. Chapter 260. See if you feel sorry or not. Oh! It's really a relief. After witnessing Foul by Ern being buried in the meteor shower, Sheen, who was suspended in the air of the Outlet Canyon, felt that his thoughts were clear and his face was satisfied. It's amazing that you can do such a thing. Ai appeared beside Sheen without knowing when. Like Sheen, she could see the situation outside the canyon from a very long distance. She looked at Sheen with surprise in her eyes. Sheen turned his head and immediately saw Ai floating beside him as if nothing had happened. I saw that a pair of dragon wings had grown on the back of this little girl, allowing her to follow Sheen closely, as if walking on flat ground. Did you see it all? Sheen grinned at Ai. At least, it was impossible for me not to see that meteor shower. Not to mention the huge magic power caused by the meteor shower. Ai was still a little surprised and asked, "Is that celestial magic?" "Yes. And it is the strongest advanced magic in celestial magic." Sheen did not hide it, and nodded frankly and admitted, "How is it?" "Not bad." "Right. Not only is it not bad, if you had not deliberately narrowed the scope, I am afraid that even the canyon here would be directly destroyed." "Right." Ai sincerely praised, "I didn't expect you to use such an ancient magic. I remember that when this magic was created, it was so difficult to learn that countless demons were deterred and dared not get involved. If it is practiced to the elementary or intermediate level, a long time ago, there were still people who learned this magic. But as far as Ai knows, there are probably less than 3 people who can practice this magic to the advanced level from ancient times to the present. In view of this kind of magic will gradually be abandoned and eventually lost. I didn't expect that I would see the day when this magic reappears in the world." Ai sighed, also. "The power of your celestial magic seems to be much stronger than what I know. It is rare to be praised to this extent by Ai." Even Sheen was a little surprised. After all, Sheen knew very well that this hidden boss was different from her cute appearance. She was a truly arrogant master. If she wanted to get her sincere praise, it would be absolutely not easy except to praise her for being mature and stable. Not like a child at all. That is, to flatter her. Now, this little girl praised Sheen's celestial magic, which shows that she was really surprised. Of course, Sheen could also accept it happily, because, even if you look through history, there are very few magicians who can practice celestial magic to a higher level. In modern times, let alone a higher level, even the primary level can't be used. Sheen was able to reproduce it, and the power was so huge, which really deserved Ai's praise. "But, is this okay with you?" Ai said with a half smile. "Those guys are knights of the kingdom, and they are also nobles with considerable influence." "Right. Such an important existence in the kingdom was killed by Sheen's celestial magic. There is absolutely no way there is no problem. Apart from other things, after this battle, as the grassroots force to protect the country, the kingdom knights will at least end up with a serious injury. In addition, almost all the pillars of the Gallioli family died, and the kingdom's combat power can be said to have suffered heavy losses. If this happened during the war, I am afraid that the neighboring countries would be ready to take the opportunity to attack the Mitrok kingdom. In this case, Sheen, as the culprit, will not be held accountable no matter how he thinks. If things go wrong, Sheen will completely stand on the opposite side of the kingdom this time. Sheen naturally knows this, but he still did it. The reason is very simple. First, the Gallioli family has already made plans to join forces with the old demon faction here to seek something. As long as there is evidence, then I will destroy them. Not only not pass, but also merit. Second, even if there is no evidence to prove all this, with the power I have shown now, and I think there will be people in the royal family who will stand on my side, I don't think they will easily touch me. Third, the human race is much more complicated than you think. The Kingdom Knights, as an important force to defend the country, have been occupied by an ambitious noble. I don't believe that the royal family will be indifferent to this, and I don't believe that other nobles will want to see this situation continue. Therefore, after this incident, they will definitely find ways to justify it and put all the responsibility on the Gallioli family, so that they can drive the Gallioli family out of power and take a big bite of this big cake. Sheen casually cited 3 examples of himself being safe and sound. So that's it. Ai nodded in understanding and said, "Is this why you deliberately let the knights and adventurers at the entrance go?" "That's right." Sheen limited the scope of the Aurora meteor shower to the camp, destroying everything inside the camp. but sparing the knights and adventurers guarding the entrance to the canyon. They should be blown away by the dust raised by the meteor shower, or dizzy and fall to the ground. But they won't be in any serious trouble. In this way, when they return to the capital and report everything here, I believe that the people in the capital will definitely notice some suspicious points. For example, why did the Gaglioli family ignore the order of Her Royal Highness the Princess and forcibly block the canyon? By then, if she reveals that the other party has joined forces with the old demon clan, then even if there is no evidence, the other party will be half believing and half doubting. This is the effect she wants. Half believing and half doubting. Coupled with fear of my power, and the help of people standing on my side, I will be fine no matter how I look at it. Right? That's what Sheen thought. What's more, don't you still have it? Sheen grinned at Yi. Yi was startled at first, then understood. Is this man planning to use his power? If you want to protect me, the human race should not risk angering you and insist on doing anything to me. Right? Sheen smiled brightly, but also smiled so much that Yi wanted to hit him. Are you so sure that I will protect you? Yi retorted unhappily. Sheen did not even hesitate. Of course, Sheen said firmly, if you don't protect me, then I will escape to the demon world, and give the territory of the demon world a superior celestial magic every now and then, and see if you feel sorry for it. Yi was stunned. Obviously, even she didn't expect Sheen to be so shameless. Looking at Yi's stunned look, Sheen laughed and couldn't help pinching her cute little face. Let's go. Quickly clear out the people who are in the way. Laxia may have already prepared dinner. After saying that, Sheen fell to the ground. Yi finally reacted and got angry. Dare to threaten me? Dare to pinch my face? Stop right there. Yi immediately flapped his dragon wings and chased after him. So, the two figures began to play hide and seek in the air above the canyon. Outside the canyon, the meteor shower gradually stopped, leaving only a piece of land that was ravaged into ruins and covered with huge holes like the surface of the moon, which looked extremely shocking. Chapter 261, He Will Definitely Come. Boom boom. In a daze, Teal seemed to feel some vibrations. It seemed that it was an earthquake from far away, and a little bit of it was transmitted here. Teal was awakened by this faint vibration and opened his eyes. Awake? As soon as he opened his eyes, Teal heard a familiar and gentle voice. So, Teal turned his head and looked to the side. There, Vivian, who leaned her shield against the rock wall, was looking at her with a smile on her face. A closer look showed that Vivian's body was stained with blood and dust in many places. She seemed to be uninjured, but she looked very tired and embarrassed. Next to them, Lumia and Melika leaned their heads against each other. Like Vivian, they were covered with blood and dust all over their bodies, as if they were completely exhausted after a fight. And of course, Teal himself was the same. At this time, Teal, like Vivian, leaned against the rock wall, with the most blood and dust on her body, and looked the most exhausted and embarrassed among the crowd. This scene reminded Teal of everything instantly. Yes, they fell into a trap. They fell into the trap of the nobles who wanted her life. And only then did they appear in the depths of the Atla Canyon with the people in Vivian's team, and became what they are now. Teal vaguely remembered that the nobles, with full of hatred, ordered the guards and knights around them to rush towards her group. And her group fought desperately, almost fighting and fleeing for 3 whole days. And then, they temporarily got rid of those people, and found this rather hidden cave, where they all fell asleep exhausted. Thinking of this, Teal couldn't help but be silent for a long time. It's me who implicated you. After a long time, Teal said this. Don't say that. Vivian was still so gentle, saying, we are companions. Obviously, Vivian didn't want Thier to take all the blame on herself. But Thier didn't accept it. I'm just saying that I have implicated you companions. Thier looked at the ceiling of the cave and murmured. Of course not. Vivian was also very stubborn and said, since we are companions, there is no such thing as implicate or not. Otherwise, Lumia and Melika will feel guilty. Thier could hear the implication of Vivian's words. Because, in the past, Thier, as the strongest person in the team, took care of Lumia and Melika. Lumia and Melika felt ashamed for this more than once, and finally accepted Thier's care because of the adventurer's concept that companions should help each other. In this case, if Thier insisted that he had dragged down his companions, then perhaps Lumia and Melika would really feel guilty. Then let me put it another way. Thier was silent for a while, then sighed and said, thank you, Vivian. Thier had to give this thank you. After all, the reason why everyone could persist in this canyon for 3 whole days was all because of Vivian's protection. It was because Vivian had been standing in front of Fear and others, attracting all the attacks and bearing all the damage, that Fear and others could persist until now safely. Although, persisting until now seems to have reached the limit. At least, Fear noticed that Vivian's magic power was on the verge of exhaustion. If the magic power was exhausted, even Vivian would not be able to continue to exert her terrifying defense to protect her teammates from wind and rain. Of course, Vivian always had a smile on her face that did not show this at all. "You're welcome," Vivian said as if to comfort him. "Don't worry. We will escape." This gentle and kind captain continued to take care of Fear's fragile heart. Presumably, Vivian also knew it. Right? Knowing that Fear was uneasy. Fear was not afraid of death. It is better to say that Fear has always been mentally prepared to die, because she knew the predicament she was facing. And she knew even more clearly how strong the person she wanted to challenge in her life was. Facing such a predicament, and such a strong enemy, it would not be strange at all if she died at any time. Therefore, Fear had already made up her mind. However, if the people around her were implicated and eventually died because of her relationship, then Fear would not be able to escape the blame. This is Fear's uneasiness. What if there is another attack next time? What if someone in the team is killed because of being with me next time? It's not a pity for me to die, but the people around me shouldn't be implicated. That's what Fear thought. And that's why she felt uneasy. Presumably, Vivian noticed this uneasiness. And that's why she comforted Fear? This person is still as gentle and sensitive as ever. Fear could only smile bitterly in her heart and speak. "If necessary, you can abandon me and run away. In this way, I believe those who hate me will not insist on making things difficult for Vivian and others. Right? Unfortunately. Do you think I will accept it?" The gentleness on Vivian's face disappeared for the first time, and she stared at Vivian with a burning gaze. Fear was a little afraid to look at Vivian like this, because she was afraid that Vivian would be disappointed in herself. In this world, there are not many people that Teal cares about anymore, and Vivian is one of them. This person has protected Teal from many malicious intentions for many years, and is the person that Teal trusts the most and even relies on the most. In view of this, Teal can't raise his head when facing Vivian. It's just that. "I really don't want to see you die because of me." Teal couldn't help but speak out his heart. In this regard, Vivian only has one sentence. "I don't want to see you die in front of me either." Vivian looked at Teal and smiled. "So, I will definitely protect you. Protect everyone. And take everyone in the team to leave here safely and return to the capital. This is both a vow and a determination. Believe me." Vivian said this to Teal. And the incredible thing is that with just this sentence, Teal actually subconsciously felt at ease and relieved. There is no way, since the Guardian of the Kingdom has made such a promise, it must be able to do it. Moreover, I can feel that as long as we keep persisting, that person will definitely come to us. The words that Vivian whispered softly made Teal's eyes flash. She knew who Vivian was referring to. That was the brave man who was highly expected by her, and also the existence that she placed her wishes and hopes on. "Will he come?" Teal murmured unconsciously. "Yes." Vivian smiled and nodded, and her voice spread strongly. "He will definitely come. Perhaps this is just an idea without any basis." However, Vivian inexplicably believed in this. That strong tone also gave Teal a hope. If it was that person, he would definitely be able to lead himself and others to break through this predicament. "It doesn't matter what happens to me." But Vivian and the others couldn't die here. Therefore, Fear also made up his mind. Before he arrived, he had to hold on no matter what. Even if he had to use that trick, he would not hesitate. Chapter 262 Fate. Wonderful beyond words. The people in Vivian's team didn't know that the person they were waiting for had actually arrived. However, there were blind things that kept blocking him, causing his forward speed to drop sharply. Ga. Roar. Ah. Accompanied by uncontrolled roars. The monsters that had completely transformed into demons and turned into 4 different monsters rushed towards Xian one after another. Xian had killed several of them, leaving the corpses of these demons lying around him. But the rest of the demons still rushed towards him regardless. And some even rushed towards the corpses of the demons he had killed and ate them into their stomachs. "You are so disgusting." Seeing that the monsters, who were also demons, not only rushed towards him, but also rushed towards those corpses, biting the corpses into their stomachs. And then their bodies swelled up, causing the hands and feet of the monsters to squeeze out of their bodies. Xian just felt that it was physically unacceptable, and he cursed like nausea. Humph! Aiyi's face was also full of frost. With a puff of her mouth, several tiny dragon breaths as thin as needles were spit out, touching the bodies of the monsters. Bang! 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 In an instant, the demons that touched AIE's dragon breath exploded one after another and turned into a pool of blood. Give burn. Xian also used magic to turn the air into a raging flame, instantly engulfing the demons and burning them to ashes. Give dissolve. Xian also gave the ground under his feet new characteristics, making the ground melt and gradually turn into a swamp. The demons that were still rushing towards this side fell into the swamp one after another, struggling desperately. But it didn't take long for them to disappear in the mud and completely stopped moving. But Xian and AIE were already a little impatient. The closer you get to the depths of the canyon, the more demons there are. Xian frowned. What a hassle, AIE said impatiently. Just destroy the canyon completely. This is not the first time AIE has proposed this suggestion. In fact, Xian also wants to do this. This is the most worry-free and labor-saving way. It can not only destroy the ceremony, but also catch all the culprits who are holding the ceremony and send them to HL for free. The problem is that Vivian and the others are still in the canyon. Xian was distressed. If it weren't for this reason, Xian would have taken action earlier than AIE and completely razed the canyon to the ground. AIE was very dissatisfied with this concern. Anyway, isn't there a very strong little girl in there? It should be okay with her protection. Right? AIE actually said such a thing. You really like to joke. Xian could only smile. Although Vivian's defense is indeed very powerful, it is still unclear whether she can block the power that can destroy the entire Adla Canyon. You know, this canyon is not small, but also very large. It is estimated that the capital is not as big as this canyon. If you want to completely destroy such a canyon, the power you need to use will definitely not be low. Xian estimated that even if he did not release the Holy Sword, he would have to use all his strength to cast Aurora Meteor Shower again to do it. As for AIE, she can definitely do it, but the power will never be weaker than the Aurora Meteor Shower that Xian released with all his strength. In this way, Xian really found it hard to believe that Vivian, who is level 50, can block such an amazing power. Even if she can she protect others while protecting herself? Not to mention, Xian doesn't just want safety. What if the result is that he survived but lost an arm and a leg? Therefore, the idea of completely destroying this place is not feasible. I naturally understood this point, and sighed. I should have kept the girl named Lycia by my side. Is this the rhythm of training Lycia to be a professional teleportation driver? That's great, Miss Lycia. If you were not missing now, the treatment here would definitely make you very comfortable. As a result, Xian couldn't help but sigh. Just as Xian was about to speak, Ai's eyes suddenly lit up. Someone is coming. Ai's tone was as light as a child, full of happiness that she had never had before. People? Xian was slightly startled. And then he also felt the magic. This made Xian excited. After seeing too many disgusting things, a group of people suddenly came. No matter who they were, they would feel happy. This is a matter of mood. So, AIE became so happy. Of course, it was also because of the mood that AIE did not realize that it was her acquaintance. As for Xian, he had already noticed who the owner of this magic power was. He was actually here too? Xian was somewhat surprised. However, since we met each other, we must meet one. Let's go and take a look. Xian immediately took AIE's hand and approached the direction where the other party was. Little did we know that fate was wonderful. Just in the direction where Xian approached, 3 figures did appear here. Jace, Liz, haven't you found it yet? A frivolous voice sounded. Among the 3 people, a frivolous and lazy demon walked behind, protected by a pair of brothers and sisters who looked exactly the same. This person is Jacinta. Jacinta actually appeared here, the brother and sister in front of him. That is, Jace and Liz in Jacinta's mouth are the twin demons who are loyal to Jacinta and are guessed by Xian as magical beings. Jace is the male demon. Liz is the female demon. The twin demons protected Jacinta and spoke respectfully. We are almost catching up, Master. According to the remaining magic power, it should be nearby. Jace and Liz immediately reported. Very good. Jacinta smiled immediately, but there was not much emotion in his eyes. I wanted to talk to the royal family and let them allow us to intervene in the investigation of abnormal conditions around the capital, even if it would be okay to reveal something for this. But I didn't expect the other party to jump out first. Jacinta brought Jace and Liz here because he received a report from his subordinates, and knew that the magic ritual was being carried out in the Atla Canyon. For this reason, Jacinta did not hesitate to use precious disposable magic props and jumped to the depths of the canyon in one breath in a nearly instantaneous way. This effort was worth it, because, thanks to this, Jacinta caught the source of the ritual in one go. Now, it has not started to devour the sacrifice, and has not grown up. Take advantage of its weakness to directly solve it, Jacinta ordered. Yes, Master. I won't let it escape. Jace and Liz responded immediately, their faces full of indifference. This time, we must do it better, Jacinta still said. The Master has given this matter to me, so if I don't solve this matter, I won't be able to see her. Jace and Liz nodded immediately. Under such circumstances, Jacinta, Jess, and Liz came to a corner. Then, what? You are? Jess and Liz cried out in surprise. Hey, good evening. Sean just came around the corner. Smiling, Jacinta met the eyes of the little girl held by Sean. Fate. Wonderful. Chapter 263, Can't Afford to Offend. Can't afford to offend. There is no doubt that Jacinta was confused. Moreover, it was the kind of confusion that was completely confused. Not to mention Jacinta. Even Jace and Liz were petrified by the scene in front of them, and their faces were full of shock and confusion. Master. Jacinta pointed at AI, and kept saying it there in disbelief and trembling all over. But he couldn't say the rest for a long time. Master? Sheehan blinked his eyes, looking puzzled. As for AI, he glanced at Jacinta, then at his hand held by Sheehan, and after a long silence, he turned his eyes back to Jacinta. His eyes were full of indifference and warning. Jacinta suddenly shuddered, as if he understood something, and dared not speak again. On the contrary, Sheehan, looking at Jacinta staring at AI, spoke out of curiosity. What? Do you know him? Nonsense. Jacinta wanted to say this in reply. Even if all the demons in the world died, he would not be able to not recognize the one in front of him. It was because of this that he felt confused and shocked. Why is the Master here? Why is the popular person around Her Highness Roxalesti here? Why is this person holding the Master's hand? Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Jacinta's mind was like this, gradually falling into chaos. Even Jacinta was like this. Not to mention Jess and Liz. The twin demons who originally disliked Sheen were completely confused at this moment when they saw Yi being held by Sheen's hand. You? The two of them also had hoarse voices and wanted to say something, but they couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. This situation really made Sheehan want to say something. Is it possible that the vocal cords of the demons are all problematic, and they can't even speak a complete sentence? This is simply out of this world. Of course, Sheehan saw one thing from the performance of these three people. That is, they must know AIE, and they are the kind who know AIE's true identity. Sure enough, this little girl is. Sheehan glanced at AIE, who was holding his hand with an expressionless face, and his heart was tangled. It was confirmed that this was one of the most powerful bosses, and one of the powerful people that he couldn't afford to offend. This made Sheehan feel more pressured. Knowing too much is not a good thing. At least, if he wants to touch this lowly again in the future, knowing how powerful she is, he will hesitate to do it. This is undoubtedly a very sad thing. So, Sean let go of AI's hand. Then he picked up the girl in the next second. Puff! Jacinta's eyes widened suddenly, and she finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva roughly, as if she was choked by shock. Jess and Liz's legs softened, and they almost collapsed on the ground, their faces full of horror. And this time, it was AI who was confused. What are you doing? AI turned her head and looked at Sean in astonishment. Sean held the soft little girl with a calm face. It's nothing. I just see that you seem to have a lot of psychological activities, and it seems that you can't talk properly for a while. I have to choose a comfortable posture and watch you continue to perform. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was silent. Jacinta, Jess, and Liz twitched at the corners of their mouths and were silent for a while. Ai's eyes also jumped, and she really had the urge to slap Sheehan to death. The four demons just looked at the only human at the scene, and their eyes changed. Especially Jacinta and the other two. They looked at Sheehan as if they were looking at a brave man. Their expressions and eyes fully interpreted a sentence. You did something awesome. Did you know? In fact, Sheehan really did. The lowly in his arms had such a scary background. How could Sheehan not know how awesome he was doing now? But Xian didn't want to do anything that wasn't awesome. What's more, after doing it, what else do you want? Xian, who was just feeling melancholy about stroking the lowly, and was afraid that he would hesitate, now thought about it, and smiled at Jacinta again. Sir Jacinta, why are you here? Xian looked very curious. Jacinta was silent, and kept glancing at Yi, as if she wanted to see Yi's attitude. But Yi said nothing, and was helplessly held by Xian, as if nothing had anything to do with her, and she had completely lost her happiness. Jacinta didn't know how happy Yi was just now, seeing that she was held by Xian without any resistance. Her eyes finally changed when she looked at Xian. At this moment, Jacinta was sure. Before, her little master claimed that the person she was interested in was the popular person around the princess in front of her. No, judging from her little master's attitude, she was obviously not just interested in this person. At least, Jacinta had never seen her little master being held in someone's arms without any resistance, and was as well behaved as a real child. This Xian. Jacinta had 1,000 thoughts in his mind, but in the end, they were all hidden deep in his heart. I didn't expect to see you here, which really surprised me. Jacinta took a deep breath, as if he wanted to smile, but perhaps because the shock in his heart had not completely dissipated, his smile seemed a little forced. Xian didn't care. Xian only cared about one thing. From the way you looked just now, it seems that you are looking for something. Right? Xian smiled curiously and brightly. That look made Jacinta's face twitch again, because he knew that Xian must want to get some information from him. You know, it was because of this guy's proposal that the princess blocked the area around the royal capital, which hindered their actions a little. So, Jacinta knew that this person was not as honest as he looked on the surface, and it was very difficult to deal with. Of course, if it was before, Xian was difficult to deal with, Jacinta would not only not care, but also find it interesting. But now, what are you looking at me for? Seeing Jacinta turn his gaze to himself again, Yi, who was held in Xian's arms, spoke impatiently. I'm asking you a question. Go ahead. This tone almost made Jacinta kneel down and answer Xian's question honestly. Jacinta couldn't help but smile bitterly. Now, he has a firm answer. Is his master awesome? Of course he is awesome. Just as Xian thought, his master is definitely one of the most awesome people. Maybe Xian is even more awesome if he can make his awesome master so well behaved? Therefore, don't mess with him. Don't mess with him. Jacinta confirmed this. Chapter 264. Can you be gentler? You said. You are hunting down the demon larvae? In the corner of the canyon. Sean, who was holding Ai, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard the news revealed by Jacinta. So that's it. Have you found it? Ai also narrowed his eyes. His expression was quite cold. Jacinta stood in front of the two of them, and his eyes would still glance at Ai, who was held in Sean's arms from time to time. Looking at the cold look of his little master, the bitter smile on his face became even stronger. And Jace and Liz, who were standing behind Jacinta, had completely lost the confrontation they had when they met last time. There was only awe, and they didn't dare to breathe a few more times. They looked so weak, helpless and pitiful. But it was these three people who just grasped the lifeline of this incident. According to him, after they came to this canyon, they ignored the demons and had no interest in the human forces that intervened in the ceremony. From the beginning, they took action against the demon larvae at the center of the ceremony. The demon larvae is a magic ritual with the demon larvae as the source. As long as it appears on the ground, the ritual can be carried out anytime and anywhere without any extra preparations and steps. It can be said that the demon larvae is the core of the demon larvae ritual and the key to the demon larvae ritual. Therefore, if you want to stop this ritual, you can only kill the demon larvae as the core source. Otherwise, unless the Almighty Supreme God Omnis takes action, even the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons will not be able to stop this ritual. That's what Jacinta said. Therefore, his purpose was clear from the beginning, which was to find the demon larvae and kill them. When the demon larvae are solved, the demon larvae ritual will naturally stop, and then you can slowly deal with the rest. Based on this action plan, Jacinta and his 3 companions did not linger in the canyon, nor did they want to solve any other problems. They just focused on tracking the demon larvae and trying to find them. This is not an easy task. The demon mother and larvae have a skill that can transform between reality and illusion. They have no entity, but they are not virtual either. They are half entity and half virtual between reality and illusion. Jacinta said so, before the last demon as a sacrifice is born. The demon larvae that have not devoured it will be very weak, but it will always be in a semi-entity state, hiding between the earth covered by the ritual, lurking and moving freely, until the last demon as a sacrifice is born. It will appear, devour the sacrifice, and grow into a part of the body used to build the body. Jacinta's words reminded Sheen of the demon larvae he had met before. Indeed, the other party suddenly appeared and attacked himself and Luoshi when the breath of the monsters in the mountain disappeared. And it is indeed a semi-entity, between reality and illusion. Even the demon sword cannot kill it. Even if it causes any damage, it can recover instantly, just like a mirage, illusory and erratic. If the holy sword after being unsealed is not a divine weapon that can kill even the demon king, and is a natural enemy of the demons and monsters, then even if it can be suppressed, there is no way to kill it. Right? Fortunately, the two brave warriors holding the holy sword, Xian and Luoshi, encountered the demon larva at that time. Otherwise, if they encountered a demon larva that cannot be killed, can spit dragon breath, and is as high as level 90, no matter who it is, they will be exhausted to death. In this case, even if the demon larva has not swallowed the last refining demon, swallowed the sacrifice, and grown up, its characteristics doomed it to be unable to be easily solved. It is also difficult to find it, because it is between reality and illusion, and it is difficult for people to detect its breath and magic power. Once it is hidden, it is difficult for ordinary people to find it. Xian still remembered that it was the same with Luoshi that time. It was not until the demon larva rushed out from the ground and was about to attack them that they noticed the existence of the other party and avoided it narrowly. Let's not talk about Luoshi for the time being. Xian has 2 full-level perception skills, and the detection and warning effects of the magic wand are working. However, he only discovered the attack of the other party in such a thrilling situation. This is enough to explain the problem. In view of this, Jacinta and his 3 companions have been tracking the demon larva, based on some clues that ordinary people can't detect at all. They finally caught the whereabouts of the demon larva. Then, we searched all the way here and met 2 here. Jacinta said this and glanced at AIE carefully. AIE didn't even look over there, still with that expressionless look. This made Jacinta a little helpless, because he really couldn't figure out what his little master was thinking. Although Jacinta knew AIE to some extent, and knew that she rarely intervened in troublesome matters, it did not mean that she had no opinion. If it was some trivial matters, then this little master would not bother to care. Even if she encountered it, she would just listen to it expressionlessly like now, and would never say a word. But this time, it was not a trivial matter. The demon larvae and the demon refining ritual were a secret of the demon clan. And it was also a cancer and taboo that all demon clans wanted to eliminate. Facing this matter, even this little master of hers could not be indifferent. If she did not intervene in this matter at all and left it all to herself, then it would be understandable for her to ignore it. But she appeared here and still said nothing like this, which could only mean one thing. The problem was that she gave the decision-making power and the right to speak to the man who was holding her as if nothing had happened. In other words, his little master is basically dominated by the human in front of him. If this is reported back to the demon world, it will definitely cause a big uproar. Not to mention the demons. Even the 5 sisters of his little master will be alarmed. Right? Thinking of this, Jacinta became more serious about Sheen. Before, Jacinta had vaguely sensed that Sheen was extraordinary. But at that time, he did not regard Sheen as a threat. So he was just interested in him. Now, Jacinta no longer dares to face Sheen with this mentality. This is an existence that can make his little master obedient. Although I don't know how he did it. Just based on this point, the other party's status is enough to rise straight up, reaching the point where even people at Jacinta's level have to be wary. Moreover, not only the kingdom's treasure, but even the master is so concerned and interested in him. Jacinta doesn't think that this is without reason. Therefore, this human is definitely more complicated than I or anyone else imagined. Jacinta took Xian seriously for this reason. This made Jacinta say something. Originally, the demon refining ceremony and the 7th demon were shames that our demon race did not want to be known by other races. We have always blocked the news in this regard and prevented the gods and humans from getting it. Fortunately, the demon refining ceremony has only appeared in the demon world so far, and has never appeared in the human world. So we can successfully block the news. But this time, since you already know the secrets of our demon race, I want to know what your attitude is. Jacinta looked directly at Xian and asked word by word. Can you tell me what you want to do here? The solemn words changed the atmosphere a little. Xian raised his eyebrows again. Immediately. Are you worried about something? Xian said this with a smile. Don't worry. At least, I am on your side. Or rather, on the side of this little girl. In this matter. As he said this, Xian patted Yi's little head in his arms. The action, which seemed to be like patting a ball, made Jacinta's face twitch. Damn. Can you be gentler? Chapter 265. Are you serious? In this matter, there is indeed no conflict between Xian and the demons. Even if there are some doubts that have not been solved. This seventh demon is definitely the new demon king that Nian mentioned. In this case, as a summoned hero, Xian has reason to be an enemy of the other party. And the demons seem to regard the other party as an enemy. So what reason does Xian have to conflict with the other party? So, Xian said that he was on their side in this matter. Which was the truth. However, whether Jacinta was willing to believe it was another matter. As someone around Her Highness Roxa Lusty, Xian should not be involved in the affairs of the old demon faction. Jacinta said this. But at the same time, he said meaningfully, I hope so. There is no need to explain the implication. Xian was too lazy to explain more. In short, I don't intend to hinder your actions. If possible, I would like to lend a hand. Xian said helplessly, but unfortunately, I have more important things to do, and don't have much time to waste here. In other words, Xian is saying that he will not act with Jacinta and others. Although Jacinta looked a little surprised. He didn't say anything about it. He didn't expect Xian's assistance. It's better to say that Xian will not stay here. Jacinta is a little relieved, and doesn't have to worry about whether he will do anything to hinder himself. The problem is, then what are your plans? Your Highness Yi? Jacinta asked Yi tentatively. Me? Yi frowned. If possible, she certainly wants to find the demon larvae. Compared with this matter, Yi doesn't care much about the problems of Vivian and others. But, if you don't come, I can't find Vivian and others at all. You can do it yourself. Xian rolled his eyes at AI and spoke bluntly, which made Jacinta and others change their expression slightly. But what surprised Jacinta and others was that AI did not get angry at all, but just looked dissatisfied and helpless. That's it. I will act with him. At the moment, AI said this to Jacinta indifferently. This undoubtedly made Jacinta value Xian even more. What did this human do to the master? Why would the master, who has always been indifferent to everything, be so obedient to this person? And will the master's obedience to this human have any impact on the demons and the demon world? Jacinta was worried that Xian would use his master to do something that was unfavorable to the demons and the demon world. Should I tell Lord Sarah about this? Jacinta hesitated. At this time, Xian spoke again. That's it. We will probably leave here immediately, and can't help you find the demon larvae. Xian said, let's split up into 2 groups. That's right. Split up into 2 groups. It shouldn't be a problem for you to solve the demon larvae issue. Right? Xian glanced at the twin demons standing behind Jacinta, who were trembling with fear, and then said, AI and I will deal with our own private affairs first, and at the same time solve the culprits who caused this incident. The culprit of this incident, without a doubt, is the Galuoli family. But Xian doesn't think that all of them have been buried under his Aurora meteor shower. Since Falbyern chose to use the Kingdom Knights to block the canyon, it proves that the ceremony in the canyon was arranged by someone else. In addition, Vivian and others are still in this canyon, and even seem to be on the run. Xian has reason to believe that there are still people related to the Galuoli family who are in charge of all this. The people in Vivian's team may be targeted by the other party. Otherwise, they would never rashly run into the center of the canyon, let alone stay in the canyon until now. Is that so? Jacinta pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, in this case, the matter of the human forces will be left to you to solve. Okay. Xian agreed very readily, but he also looked at Jacinta, and then at Yi, and said with a strange expression, do you want me to step aside first and let the 2 of you talk privately? Hearing this, Yi shook her head before Jacinta spoke. No need. The course of action has been decided, so don't change it. Yi responded in this way, and looked at Jacinta, and said indifferently, since you are here, the matter of the demon larvae will be left to you to solve. Yes. Jacinta immediately replied respectfully, I won't let the Lord down. Yeah. AI nodded indifferently. So, Xian took AI and left here. Jacinta watched the 2 leave, and his eyes were reluctant to retract. Jace and Liz looked at each other as if they dared to breathe, and they could see the palpitations in each other's eyes. Just now, they really didn't dare to say a word. Knowing AI's identity Meeting her face to face like this would still bring a lot of pressure to Jace and Liz. But, Master, that human. Jace and Liz spoke a little uneasy. I know. Jacinta naturally knew the thoughts of the twin demons. I believe that no matter who it is, seeing AI treat a previously unknown human without any grudges or defenses, they will feel incredible and uneasy. Because this means that they must re-examine this human being and can no longer have an overly casual attitude towards this human being. Otherwise, if IE really looks at Xian differently and wants to help him investigate some things, then there will never be too many people in this world who can resist. The top of the demon clan is so close to a human being, which will indeed cause all kinds of worrying problems. But Jacinta can't say much about it. After all, the other party is Jacinta's master, and the object of his absolute loyalty. In this way, Jacinta has no position to say anything about this matter. Of course, Jacinta didn't, but it doesn't mean that others didn't. It seems that it is necessary to notify Lord Sarah. At this moment, Xian didn't know that because of this incident, he would soon see the true top of the current demon clan. At this time, Xian was still making trouble with IE. Have you hugged enough? What do you think? People are gone. Do you still want to hug? Isn't it because there's no one left that I should take action? Are you serious? Sorry. I'm just kidding. Don't show me any murderous intent. Sure enough, if I really want to take action against this lowly, I need to slowly conquer her. Otherwise, Xian felt that he would most likely undergo a second reincarnation immediately. Chapter 266: The Encounter That Is Coming. Just when Xian, IE and Jacinta decided on the course of action and separated from each other, they did not know that something was happening in the deepest part of the canyon. Beside the vast lake, Roar, the terrible monster, finally couldn't stand it anymore, and no longer entangled with the endless stream of refining demons around it. Instead, after a painful roar, the wings behind it suddenly fluttered, and it actually raised a strong wind, blowing away countless refining demons, and got rid of the entanglement of the fearless refining demons and flew up. Seeing this scene, Vasco, who had been watching from a distance, suddenly changed his face. The nobles around him were the same. Not good. It's going to escape. No way. It actually still has the consciousness to resist. And it can still escape. All the nobles exclaimed. This situation was something they had not expected. Logically speaking, under the demon ritual, no matter how powerful the demon was, it would be affected and lose its mind. Not to mention that it had slaughtered so many demons and merged with their magic power and flesh. Under such circumstances, the other party should have gone completely crazy and become the most powerful demon in the Atla Canyon. Then, when the other party devoured all the demons in the canyon, the best sacrifice would be born. By then, the demon larva that ate this sacrifice would become unprecedentedly powerful, which was what Vasco and others wanted to see. But now, this terrible demon not only desperately resisted the influence of the ritual, but also resisted the fusion of the demons, and even escaped, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Quick! Stop it! Vasco's face suddenly changed, and he gave a loud order. The nobles and knights around reacted immediately. After hesitating for a while, they began to release magic to the giant monster that was about to fly into the air. Various magics bombarded the monster one after another, but they did not have much impact on it. After all, the magic levels of these people were not high, and there was not even one person who had learned advanced magic. Naturally, it was impossible to have much impact on the terrible monster of at least level 90. If it were not for the surrounding demons, the monster would definitely regard this as a provocation and slaughter Vasco and others. Unfortunately, the monster has now tried its best to maintain its sanity, and there is no spare energy to do anything more. At that moment, the monster flew up directly, while enduring the fierce attack of the demons, while also bearing the magic bombardment of Vasco and others, vibrating its wings, and flew away from here regardless of anything. Ga! Ayo! Roar! The biggest target disappeared, and the demons immediately fought each other, and even ignored the monster who chose to escape. Bastard! Vasco was furious. Lord Vasco! The monster flew away. What should we do? The nobles immediately asked in panic. Seeing this, Vasco spoke without hesitation. Chase after it. Vasco said coldly, there is a magic ritual here, and the monster can't leave the canyon. As long as we find it, and continue to lead the magic to attack it, it won't last long. Hearing this, the nobles hesitated again. There is no way. In terms of strength, the highest one of them is less than level 60. facing a super powerful monster above level 90. They really have to hesitate. The reason why they dared to trouble this monster is mainly because they don't need to confront the monster head-on. They just need to start the ritual, and then leave the magic to slaughter it. But now, they have to take the initiative to chase such a terrifying existence. And they really can't help but hesitate. What? Are you scared? Vasco saw this scene and said sarcastically, if you are afraid, go back now and beg for mercy from the kingdom. You may even be deprived of your title and spend the rest of your life in prison. This sentence made the nobles realize it suddenly. Yes, they have no way back. Choosing to participate in this plan and helping the old demon clan to carry out the magic ritual in the country is definitely a serious crime. Now, they can only go down one way. Cultivate the demon larvae. And after revenge, they can use the powerful demon larvae to restrain or even control the kingdom. Apart from this, they have no other way to go. Realizing this, the nobles gritted their teeth, nodded, and agreed with Vasco's approach. Vasco sneered and took everyone to chase the direction where the monster left. On the other side, Vivian and others had rested for a while, and recovered their physical strength and magic power to some extent. Lumia and Melika had already woken up and surrounded Vivian and Tyr. Although they looked uneasy, they were not afraid. Obviously, like Vivian, they did not think that Tyr had implicated them. Rather, since Tyr had encountered such a thing, no matter how dangerous it was, they had to stand up. Tyr had always taken care of us before. This time, it was our turn to help Tyr. The two girls spoke so firmly. This touched Tyr's heart to some extent. And at the same time, she was more determined to protect her companions and the team at all costs. Vivian had already adjusted her state, clapped her hands, and spoke to the girls. Everyone, our top priority now is to find a way to leave the Atla Canyon first. Vivian said solemnly, only by leaving the canyon can we be temporarily safe until we return to the capital. Lumia and Melika nodded seriously immediately. Only Tyr looked unhappy. This is not easy. Tyr whispered, I can feel that the air in the canyon seems to be different. This sentence made Vivian and Lumia a little stunned. Obviously, neither of them noticed anything wrong. Only Melika raised her hand immediately. Yes, I have been feeling this way since I woke up. Melika, like Tyr, looked unhappy, and said in fear, there is a strange flow of magic in the canyon, which makes me very uncomfortable. As an elf born from nature, Melika felt uncomfortable with the air and magic in the canyon. It seems that something terrible is happening. Melika hugged her arms and trembled and said, everyone, let's leave this canyon quickly. The sooner the better. This statement made the expressions of the women become solemn. Unfortunately, the next second, the elf's face changed, and she stood up suddenly, protecting everyone in front of her. Vivian did the same, raising her shield without hesitation and blocking everyone. Then, you still want to leave? Don't even think about it. Accompanied by such a triumphant laugh, a nobleman appeared with a large number of people. It was Giolito. This time, I'll see how you can run. Giolito sneered. All the nobles and knights around him also released cold murderous aura. This scene made everyone in Vivian's team look depressed. TL felt it even more. Maybe this is where he will die. At the same time, two figures entered the depths of the canyon at an astonishing speed. Faster. AI vibrated a pair of dragon wings and flew in front. His face suddenly moved, and said, the situation of those little girls seems not good. Xian immediately raised his head. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 267, A Life or Death Moment. Bang! In a cave deep in the canyon, a violent explosion suddenly occurred without any warning, causing flames to burst out from it, burning everything around. Get out! Vivian held a shield in front of everyone, helping everyone block the invasion of the flames while shouting behind her, leading everyone out of the cave. However, just after rushing out of the cave, another burst of flames came. Bang! The explosion sounded, causing a fierce flame to burn on the road in front of Vivian and others, blocking their way. Don't let them escape anymore. Giorito roared at the nobles and knights around him. Go! Whoever can kill Teal Albion will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins. Giorito's instructions made the knights look fierce and rush forward without hesitation. As for the nobles, they all raised their staffs or wands and chanted magic in the back. Sister Vivian. Captain. Lumia and Melika were a little panicked when they saw this scene. Don't be nervous. Vivian immediately said in a deep voice, Melika, you prepare the magic. Tyr and Lumia will guard beside you. And leave the rest to me. Vivian's instructions made the girls quickly regain their composure. Without hesitation, Melika began to chant magic, and Lumia raised her gloves and stood by her side, looking nervous. As for Tyr, she was the calmest one among them. While raising the sharp blades in both hands, she stared coldly at the enemy rushing in front. But they obviously couldn't rush to Tyr, because, in front of them, the kingdom shield was guarding their decoy. Resist? Vivian used her two skills, letting the magic flow through her body. Under the influence of the magic, all the knights who rushed over involuntarily gathered in the direction of Vivian, as if they were angered by Vivian, and raised their weapons and called for her. Clang, clang, clang. Amid the sound of metal clashing, countless weapons chopped on Vivian's shield one after another, rubbing out bursts of sparks. Magician, prepare to release magic. In the back, Giarito, who saw the scene, was not surprised, but shouted loudly to the people around him who were preparing magic. Vivian's face changed immediately. Decoy is a very good skill, which can lure enemies within a certain range to your position and attract all attacks to yourself. It is a must-have skill for defensive forwards in the adventurer team. But this skill is not without weaknesses. First, its range is limited. Second, it has no effect on beings with a higher level than the skill level. For example, if provocation is upgraded to level 5, this skill will be effective for beings around level 50. And the range is not small. But it will not be effective against beings above level 60. Vivian attaches great importance to this skill, so she has upgraded it to level 6, which is effective for beings around level 60. And the range can cover everyone within a diameter of 60 meters. The nobles and knights who attacked Vivian's team were all below level 70, and did not exceed the targets of Vivian's skills. However, they seemed to have figured out the range of Vivian's skills and kept a considerable distance. In other words, Vivian could not attract the next wave of attacks. Giarito gave the order without mercy. Release? At her fierce voice, the magicians released magic one after another, and the magic barrage came from dozens of meters away. Freeze whirlpools. At this moment, behind Vivian, Melika's shouting sounded, along with a surge of magic power. A cold wind blew up, turning into a vortex of frozen atmosphere, appearing in front of Vivian. Bang, 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 bang. The incoming magic rain fell on the cold current vortex of the frozen atmosphere, but it was unable to penetrate it, and could only stir up waves of snowflakes and ice crystals. Whoosh! Melika seemed to be exhausted and sat on the ground. Melika! Vivian reacted immediately, and couldn't help calling out. The attackers were shocked. How could one person block the attack magic cast by so many of us? Did she use a superior thrust defense magic? Impossible. That was clearly just an intermediate magic. How could the defense be so high? Even if she was an elf, she couldn't do it. The noble magicians started to stir. They also cast intermediate magic, but they were all blocked by Melika's defense magic of the same level. No wonder they felt incredible. They didn't know that during this period of time, Melika's magic power had been rising, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Now, the magic she released has already had the power close to the superior magic. This is all supported by magic power. However, casting such a powerful magic naturally consumed a lot of Melika's magic power. Giarito noticed this and spoke quickly. Attack the elf magician first. The knights accepted this order. They all rushed towards Melika. Vivian wanted to stop them, but her magic power was also running out, causing her to stumble and kneel on one knee. In the end, Lumia took action. Don't hurt Melika, Lumia shouted tenderly, raised her fists, and rushed forward. Two knights of about level 40 immediately confronted Lumia and entangled with Lumia. The other knights wanted to bypass and attack Melika directly. Unfortunately, buzz! In the vibration of the air, red magic light flashed on a pair of sharp blades. Get out! Teal rushed forward like a gust of wind, and the sharp blade in her hand with a magic sword was suddenly spun by her, performing a big spinning slash. Clang! The weapon that touched the magic sword was cut off. Puff! A knight who was unfortunate enough to fall into the attack range had his chest chopped and blood splattered. For a moment, a group of knights howled in pain. Some of them fell to the ground with serious injuries, or their weapons broke and they were kicked away by Teal. Until I finally got the chance. An ecstatic voice reached Teal's ears, causing her pupils to shrink sharply. The next moment, an arrow cut through the air and shot straight at him. Puff! The arrow pierced Teal's side, who was unable to react in time, and blood splattered. Teal, Vivian, who was kneeling on one knee, Melika, who was lying on the ground, And Lumia, who was entangled, saw the scene and couldn't help but cry out. Cough, cough. Teal coughed up blood and looked in the direction of the arrow with trembling eyes. There, Giarito was grinning with his bow drawn. Chapter 268 Wake Up. Ugh. The intense pain hit Thiel's mind, and she finally lost her strength and fell to the ground. She wanted to pull out the arrow in her side, but found that she'd lost her strength faster than she thought. Moreover, the severe pain soon spread to her whole body, making Thiel feel that her life was slipping away quickly. Thiel knew very well what this feeling was. Ha ha ha. Success? Giarito's ecstatic voice also rang out. It's not in vain that I spent so many gold coins to buy this poisonous arrow. Now you are finished. That's right. This arrow is not an ordinary arrow, but a magic arrow with a severe curse and poison attached. The reason why Thiel didn't avoid it was not because of her insensitivity, but because its shooting speed was also much faster than that of ordinary arrows. Even if it was used by an amateur, it could automatically lock and accelerate. It was essentially an unavoidable magic arrow. Of course, being unable to dodge does not mean being unable to block. If it were Vivian, with her defensive power, she could easily block this arrow. But Thiel is a type that specializes in attack and speed, and such magic props can just restrain her. It is precisely because of this that Giolito would use such magic props. Under the continuous erosion of the poison and curse, Thiel has completely fallen to the ground, unable to get up, and even unable to speak, and can only be tortured by the severe pain. Thiel! Thiel! The screams and calls of her companions still echoed in Thiel's ears, but she could no longer hear them clearly. In a blur, Thiel could see that Melika was trying desperately to rush over. Lumia was hit by a knife because of her hesitation, and she groaned in pain. Vivian also tried hard to stand up, but she didn't realize that she was not only surrounded, but also the noble magicians around Giarito were preparing a new round of magic, making the magic power surge. Ah! Thiel looked at all this and understood how cruel things would happen next. They no longer had the ability to resist, and would die together in the next second. But this was something Thiel couldn't accept. It doesn't matter what happens to me, but I can't let others get into trouble. So, wake up. Boom. The heart began to beat violently. I gave everything to you. Gurgle. The sound of muscles and bones rubbing against each other echoed in my ears. Next, do whatever you want. The blood seemed to be flowing violently like the surging river water. But I have only one condition. Buzz. The magic power rose up violently like a wave of air. Help me protect the important people. At this moment, Thier's consciousness disappeared. Ha ha. Ha ha. At this time, Giarito was still laughing wildly. Seeing Thier fall, Vivian was surrounded. Lumia and Melika also cried weakly one after another. He not only had no pity, but was ecstatic. Unlike Vasco and others, he had no hatred for Thier. But his family was a vassal of the Vasco family, and was just a very small one among the many small nobles who depended on the Vasco family. A small noble like him, in the capital, has a status only slightly higher than that of a commoner, and his wealth is not as good as some wealthy businessmen. It can be said that he is just a very inconspicuous baron, and the Vasco family is a count's family, ranking only after the duke and the marquis, and is undoubtedly a great noble. Under such circumstances, countless minor nobles who depended on this great noble were looking forward to being valued, and one day they could be appreciated by the Lord, make great contributions, and thus be promoted to a noble title. Giarito was one of these many minor nobles. His family was a baron, and above them there was a viscount. But even if he was a viscount, he was still just a minor noble. If you want to be called a great noble, you must at least be promoted from a viscount to an earl. Therefore, Giarito has been competing with other minor nobles for merit, hoping to get Vasco's recommendation. First be promoted to a viscount, and then find a way to be promoted to an earl, and become a veritable great noble. In view of this, when Vasco summoned his vassals to the Atrus Valley to start the ceremony, Giarito followed without hesitation. He knew that this was not a trivial matter. If he failed in the end, what awaited him was eternal damnation. But he had had enough of climbing up the ranks at the bottom of the nobility. So, this time he took a risk, hoping to take advantage of this opportunity to move up a level. Now that he had killed Thiel himself, he would surely be favored and rewarded by Vasco. In this way, he was close to his goal. Die. Die quickly, and become a stepping stone for me to continue climbing up. That's what Giarito was looking forward to. As for Vivian, Lumia, and Melika, he didn't really plan to kill them. apart from anything else. If Vivian died in his hands, he would definitely suffer crazy revenge from the Lazahat family. This was a consequence he couldn't afford. The Lazahat family is a Marquiate family that is higher than the Earl family where Vasco is from. And their status is special, no less than that of Albion. Even the Duke family dare not neglect them. Vasco probably wouldn't dare to offend such a great noble among the nobles, let alone Giolito. If Vivian was killed, Giolito would be treated as a sacrifice by Vasco and handed over to the Lazahat family for disposal. Therefore, Giolito would not only not kill Vivian, but would also protect her well. As for Melika and Lumia, the lives of these two girls would not matter much. However, it seemed a pity to kill them like this. Giolito stared at Lumia, who was injured and fell, and Melika, who was crying while holding Ter, with a little burning in his eyes. He was going to take these two girls in person and enjoy them well. Go! Go for me! The expectation for the future and the passion in his heart made Giolito give orders to everyone around him. Take down all those women. This was the first step for him to become successful. Giolito thought so. He had no idea that what awaited him next would be an endless H.L. Boom! Suddenly, the air roared. It was caused by the surging of extremely violent magic power. The heavy, oppressive, terrifying huge magic power was like an invisible storm that swept the entire venue, instantly covering the entire venue, making all the nobles and knights who were about to rush out freeze there, with terrified expressions on their faces. Among them was Giolito. This is Vivian, Lumia, and Melika were also stunned. Then, Melika was the first to recognize the owner of this magic power, and her face showed surprise. The next second, a figure suddenly fell from midair and appeared in front of everyone. The violent magic power was surging from him. Sheen! Vivian opened her eyes wide and finally stood up in surprise. The person who came was Sheen. Chapter 269 Bang! When the storm-like magic power surged across the world, unlike the ecstasy of Vivian's team, everyone on Giolito's side felt like they were falling into an ice cave, and they felt as if their whole bodies were frozen and trembled constantly. Sheen looked around expressionlessly, looking at Vivian, who was kneeling on one knee, and then at Lumia, who was seriously injured and lying on the ground. When he turned his gaze to Tyr, who was held by Melika with tears on her face, his eyes trembled for a moment. Immediately, the invisible magic storm became more terrifying, making everyone in Vivian's team gradually feel difficult to breathe. In midair, Ayi, who had spread his dragon wings, looked at this scene and couldn't help but murmured, "What an amazing magic power!" This was the first time Ayi saw Sheen releasing magic power without reservation and with all his strength. Even when using Aurora Meteor Shower, Sheen did not release this scale of magic power. Presumably, this is Sheen's full strength, right? And this scale of magic power is no less than the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons, and even slightly higher than Ayi. Even the original hero Mitra probably didn't have this scale of magic power, right? As the strongest hero in history, Mitra's magic power is quite amazing. But Sheen has surpassed him. Moreover, he has this kind of magic power when his level is quite low and he has not grown to the limit. It seems that this hero is not only different from the past in character, but also has reached another level in qualifications and abilities. Ayi stared at Sheen with deep eyes. As for Giolito and others, they were already under such terrifying magic suppression, and they all stood there with pale faces and blank heads, and dared not move anymore. At this moment, Sheen stood there quietly like the center of a typhoon, but brought terrifying pressure to everyone. In the end, even the atmosphere seemed to be shocked by it. There was chaos and distortion around it, and the ground also shook slightly, causing the gravel to jump gently, which looked extremely terrifying. Sheen stood there expressionlessly, and then suddenly spoke after a while. Celestial breathe. Sheen released the magic. Clang. Suddenly, it seemed as if a galaxy flowed through the air, making countless stars twinkle. The starlight sprinkled like moonlight, and like silver phosphorus powder. It sprinkled on the people in Vivian's team bit by bit, and merged into their bodies. This is... Vivian looked at her body with surprise on her face. Alas? Rumia, who had fallen to the ground with serious injuries, opened her eyes, and was surprised to feel the pain in her body being quickly relieved. All right? Even Melika murmured in surprise. Yes. All right. As the starlight entered their bodies, the injuries and exhaustion of the people in Vivian's team were all recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. As a result, except for the magic power that was not restored, All the damage and consumption suffered by the people in Vivian's team were restored and became intact. Even Tyr, who seemed to have fainted, seemed to have eliminated the curse and poison in his body. This is the only recovery magic in celestial magic. It can draw the power of the stars into the body, heal injuries, expel negative states, and purify evil. Except for the inability to restore magic power. It can almost be said to be an omnipotent means of recovery. Therefore, it is undoubtedly a superior magic, and its effect is comparable to the strongest recovery magic, Miracle Light Veil, hailed as a miracle. However, its learning difficulty is also the most difficult in celestial magic, even more difficult than the amazingly destructive Aurora Meteor Shower. At least the prerequisite for learning Aurora Meteor Shower is to upgrade Magic Celestial Body to level 7, while the prerequisite for learning Blowing Star Breath is to upgrade Magic Celestial Body to level 9. And the meditation skill must also be upgraded to level 7 or above. The requirements for magic power are also extremely demanding. Even the most gifted genius in magic cannot meet the requirements unless it is upgraded to level 90 or above. Such conditions have led to this magic being only available to the person who created it. Until today, Sheen has reappeared it in the world. This guy. AI in the air was moved by this scene. How could this happen? Giorito even screamed. It was not easy to force the people of Vivian's team into a desperate situation, and even let Tyr near death. Now, Sheen's magic has completely saved them. No wonder Giorito lost his voice. But while he was losing his voice, seeing this powerful magic that seemed like a miracle being released by Sheen in an instant, Giorito finally realized how terrifying Sheen was, and his teeth began to tremble. With their level, they could not participate in the previous audience at all, let alone enter and leave the palace at will. Therefore, including Giorito, all the low-level nobles present did not recognize Sheen. But this did not prevent them from realizing how terrifying Sheen was. Seeing Sheen turn his eyes and look over here, everyone's head was buzzing. Run away. After an unknown amount of time, one noble finally couldn't hold on anymore, and screamed in a state of rage. However, as soon as the scream sounded, the punishment came immediately. Bang! Without any warning, the noble who made the sound suddenly exploded all over. Exploded directly, turned into flesh and blood, and died on the spot. Sheen simply concentrated all his magic power on that person, and the opponent exploded. Obtain skill, magic detonation. Do you want to learn it? The long-lost skill acquisition message appeared in Sheen's mind, allowing Sheen to instantly grasp the situation. This skill seems to be a skill that concentrates magic power on the opponent, and induces the opponent's magic power by vibrating magic power, causing the opponent's magic power to go out of control. The noble exploded because the magic power in his body was detonated and boiled instantly. So, she learned this skill without any hesitation and upgraded it to the maximum level. The nobles and knights who didn't know all this witnessed the scene of their companions exploding with their own eyes, and finally collapsed one by one and fled desperately. However, as they ran away, waves of amazing magic power were concentrated on them, detonating the magic power in their bodies. Bang! A knight exploded and died instantly. Bang! 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 Next, every second, one person would explode into blood and flesh, and die in an extremely miserable state. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Giorito was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground, moving backwards while crying to Sheen in horror. And I don't know if Sheen did it deliberately, or if he was really moved. When everyone on Giorito's side exploded and died, he was the only one left, sitting in the blood and flesh on the ground, becoming the only survivor. Ugh! The dazzling blood color and the pungent smell of blood instantly stimulated Giorito's physiological reaction, causing him to vomit. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Even so, Giorito was still desperately begging for mercy, with tears on his face. That look was extremely miserable, and Sheen just looked at him coldly. The murderous intent in his eyes remained unchanged. Chapter 270 Corner. Giolito let out a strange cry full of fear, because Sheen finally raised his steps and walked towards him. Don't come over! Don't come over! Giolito was extremely frightened, looking at the countless flesh and blood around him, thinking of the scene where the people around him exploded one after another. He fell into madness. He moved his body backwards on the ground in a mess, crying with snot and tears. Sheen turned a deaf ear to him and came directly in front of Giolito. Looking down at this noble covered in blood, snot and tears, he suddenly raised his foot and stepped down hard. Crack! In the sound of breaking, One of Giolito's feet was mercilessly broken by Xian. Ah ah! Giolito immediately howled in pain, and the cry made everyone in Vivian's team tremble. But Sean didn't care, and continued to raise his foot, and stepped hard on the other foot of Giolito. Crack! The breaking sound rang again, and both of Giolito's legs were broken, showing a weird twist. Such pain naturally made Giolito scream and beg for mercy. But Sean still turned a deaf ear to him, and didn't feel soft at all. He stepped on both of Giolito's hands, making his howling louder and louder. That scene would definitely scare children, and give all girls nightmares. Lumia and Melika showed reluctance. Vivian's face also changed slightly, but she said nothing. Although they are kind, they are not naive. Even if they feel unbearable and pitiful, they will not stop Sean. After all, the other party almost killed Ter, and also hunted them for 3 whole days. If they spent the holiday like this, no one would easily forgive the other party unless they had a problem with their brains. Therefore, although the people in Vivian's team felt that Xian was a little scary, they would not sympathize with Giolito, let alone think that Xian was too cruel. Although the girls could not bring themselves to do it, it did not mean that they would not want to see it. Therefore, Giolito got the punishment he deserved, and the people in Vivian's team would feel relieved even if they would not feel happy. As for AI, she couldn't help but blinked when she saw this scene. It's really cruel. AI smiled slightly and said, but I like it. Obviously, Xian's ruthlessness not only did not give Ai a bad impression, but made her look at him with new eyes. In this case, Xian not only crushed Giolito's limbs, but also crushed his ribs, making his screams weaker. Not long after, Giolito collapsed on the ground like a boneless worm, wriggling in excruciating pain and dying. Spare my life. Spare my life. At this time, Giolito was still begging for mercy. What a pity. A guy who never thought of letting others go. What qualifications does he have to ask others to let him go? Sean finally spoke. I won't talk about the big truths. I guess you won't understand it even if I tell you. A parasite like you. So, I will tell you in a simple way. Unfortunately, you did the wrong thing and offended the wrong person. Go and confess to God. Sean raised his foot for the last time and landed heavily on Giolito's chest. Crack! Accompanied by the loudest breaking sound so far. Giolito's sternum was directly crushed by Sean, and his entire chest was sunken. Giolito's eyes bulged, and his eyes were filled with attachment to life and endless regret. Then, Giolito's breath completely disappeared. The people who came to chase Vivian's team were all killed. Xian then recovered his original appearance and rushed to the side of the girls. Are you alright? Xian helped Vivian up while looking at Lumia and Melika, and asked softly. We are fine. Vivian shook her head, looked at Xian, and smiled. Fortunately, you are here. Hearing this, Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. But at this time, Melika's voice came again. Mr. Xian. In such a sob, a girl's figure threw herself into Xian's arms. Xian was slightly surprised, and then he found that the person hugging him was Melika. You are here. It's great. Melika seemed to have not noticed anything unusual, hugged Xian, and cried with joy. Xian suddenly became a little embarrassed. Vivian next to him immediately cast a teasing look. Sean felt more and more embarrassed, and quickly patted Melika's back and comforted her. Sorry. I'm late. I hope you're all right. Sean's comfort was met with Melika's constant shaking of her head. As for Melika's hand, it naturally never let go from beginning to end. This made Sean a little unsure of what to do. Until, Tear. What's wrong with you? Lumia's sobbing suddenly came over. Everyone's heart tightened, and they hurried over. At this look, everyone realized that Tear had not woken up yet, and had been held by Lumia. Even though Lumia kept shaking her body, she did not wake up. What's wrong with her? Sean's face changed, and after letting Melika go, he quickly came to Lumia's side and hugged Tear over. With this hug, she'd almost pushed Tear out. So hot! That's right. Till's body was very hot. So hot that Sean felt like he was hugging magma. Moreover, Till's aura became a little disordered, and the magic power was gradually pouring out. Sean's face changed again and again, because, in his perception, the magic power pouring out of Till's body actually had a sense of evil, darkness and weirdness. This feeling, as if something terrible was waking up, made Sean have a bad premonition in his heart. Could it be? On the side, Vivian, who was full of worry, seemed to have thought of something and suddenly became frightened. Seeing this, Sean wanted to ask immediately, but was interrupted by a voice. Danger! Get out of the way! The voice came from midair. I saw that AI, who was suspended in the air, wanted to come down, but seemed to notice the abnormality of Tyr, frowned, looked over, and only then did his face change slightly, and suddenly reminded him. Xian was unable to react, and a hand had already grasped his shoulder. Tyr? Xian's pupils shrank. In his arms, the hood on Tyr's head fell off, exposing her face with half a mask in front of Xian. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that Xian saw it clearly and clearly. On Tyr's forehead, a black horn grew out at some point. Tyr raised his head and opened his eyes. Those eyes were extremely red. Puff! The next moment, a tearing sound was heard. A trace of blood splashed into the air, touching everyone's heart. Chapter 271 Incredible Power. What? The sudden change made all the girls present look surprised. Mr. Sheen, especially Melika, who couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the sudden accident in front of her. Tyr's hand was bleeding, like a sharp spear, and it pierced through Tyr's shoulder. Sheen only felt a sharp pain, which made him groan, and his hand suddenly loosened. And then he subconsciously kicked out and kicked Tyr's shoulder heavily. Bang! With the sound of the muffled blow, Tyr was blown away by a powerful force and rolled out. Sheen immediately knelt on one knee on the ground, with a bloody hole in his shoulder, and blood was constantly flowing out. Tyr! Lumia screamed at Tyr, who was kicked out. Mr. Sheen! Mr. Sheen! Melika looked at the bleeding Sheen helplessly, as if she was about to cry, and couldn't keep up with the situation in front of her. Instead, Vivian put up a shield and blocked Sheen, Lumia and Melika behind her. You guys retreat quickly. A rare look of anxiety appeared on Vivian's face. But everyone didn't react to what happened at all. So how could they follow Vivian's instructions? Especially Sheen, feeling the severe pain in his shoulder. He was somewhat unbelievable. This unbelievable emotion was not only because Tyr actually attacked him, but also because his resistance skill was broken. Tyr, you? Sheen looked in the direction of Tyr, but couldn't even say a word, because the scene before his eyes was too bizarre. I saw that Tyr, who was kicked away subconsciously by Sheen, was like a puppet, under the pull of invisible strings. He twisted and twisted in a way that violated the human body structure, and slowly stood up. Boom boom. The atmosphere trembled wildly around Tyr, stirring up waves of surging magic power. Everyone could see that the magic power that seemed to have materialized was centered on Tyr, gradually flowing and injected into her body. No! It should be said that they were centered on the horn on Tyr's head and gradually injected into that horn. Under such circumstances, a terrible momentum gradually surged from Tyr. That momentum was not weaker than the momentum that Sheen had exuded when he just rushed here. Ayo. The next second, Tyr opened his scarlet eyes, raised his horn that was flashing red, and let out a terrifying roar. The roar caused air waves and sound waves, blowing away the dust around Tyr, sweeping across the entire venue like a sandstorm. Ah! Lumia and Melika couldn't help but scream. Woo! Vivian stood in front of everyone, blocking the air waves and sand. Xian also raised a hand to block in front of himself. However, Xian looked at Tyr with shock in his eyes. With the effect of the identification skill, Xian clearly saw it. Tyr's level is rising at an astonishing speed. LV.70. LV.75. LV.80. LV.85. Soon, Tyr's level rose to more than 90. And it continued to rise. How could this happen? Xian's face was full of astonishment. But obviously no one would answer this question. Ayo. Tyr roared like a fierce ghost crawling out of HL, and rushed towards this side, with a terrifying momentum. The speed was as fast as a flash of lightning. Vivian held her breath and gritted her teeth, ready to block Tyr's charge. However, there was someone faster than her. Swish! With the sound of breaking through the air, a petite figure appeared in front of Vivian and Tyr as if it had teleported. Bang! In the roar, a burst of energy shook like a shock wave, and once again raised a wave of sand and air waves. Ayo. Tyr roared violently, and her hand was swung out at some point, and was tightly held by another hand. This power. Yi stood in front of Vivian and took Tyr's attack. Feeling the power from Tyr's hand, a little surprise appeared on her young face. Ayo. Tyr, however, seemed to be enraged, with red eyes and howling, raised her other hand and blasted over. Bang! The roar sounded again. This time, The airwaves and dust were even bigger, instantly covering the whole place. Yi fluttered her wings and flew out of the dust. Tyr also rushed out from it, as if treating Yi as prey, and launched a fierce attack. Interesting. Yi looked at Tyr, whose momentum was getting more and more amazing, and a rare smile appeared on her face. That smile was quite ferocious. So, the two girls met in midair. Bang! 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 The next moment, a series of explosions suddenly spread, telling others what a terrible confrontation the two men were having. Tyr kept chasing Yi, using her hands to claw and punch, and kept hitting. Each of her claws could cut through the airwaves and cut through the rocks. Each of her punches could break the earth and shatter the stone walls. The amazing destructive power made the entire canyon shake, and it was constantly destroyed, causing a burst of flying sand and rocks, and shaking the earth. Such power is not inferior to the demon larvae that Xian and Luo Shi had encountered before, and even exceeded it. In the face of such violence, Yi seemed very calm from beginning to end, holding a pillow in one hand, and fighting with only one hand. The little hand waved, obviously without any momentum, but it was able to accurately hit Tyr's claws and fists again and again, knocking them away. At first glance, it seemed that AI had only slapped away a soft hand, but when that hand fell around, causing a terrible explosion and shattering the rocks, the earth, and the mountain walls, people clearly realized how incredible AI had used to slap away that hand. Of course, compared to AI's ability to deal with Tyr, the fact that Tyr could actually confront AI head-on was more shocking. That child. Vivian looked at AI, who was alone and easily blocked Tyr's fierce attack, and her eyes completely changed. So amazing. Lumia and Melika were completely stunned. Xian wanted to stand up, but his injured shoulder stopped him. Celestial breathe. At that moment, Xian used the recovery method that was regarded as a miracle without hesitation, allowing the starlight to descend and merge into his body, quickly healing the injury on his shoulder. The movement here at Xian naturally awakened the stunned people. Mr. Xian, are you okay? Melika spoke hurriedly. I'm fine. Xian shook his head, shook his shoulders, stood up and looked at Vivian. Vivian saw that Xian was fine, and her expression eased a lot, but she was still full of worries. What's going on? Xian asked in a deep voice. Vivian smiled bitterly. Chapter 272, The Past That Cannot Be Recalled. Boom! As the whole canyon shook suddenly, the dust exploded from the field. Xian and the others raised their hands to block the incoming air waves and dust for the nth time, looking at the two girls fighting more and more fiercely in the field. A trace of anxiety appeared on their faces. Sister Vivian, what happened to Tyr? Why did she become so scary? Lumia and Melika could no longer help it, and both asked Vivian anxiously. Xian kept staring at Vivian, hoping that Vivian could give him an answer. Vivian's expression was still so bitter. Then, Vivian gave an answer. That was Tyr's unique skill. Vivian said this in a hoarse voice. Unique skill? Lumia and Melika were shocked. Not to mention Lumia and Melika. Even Xian almost thought he had heard it wrong. You said? Unique skills? Xian retorted, no. Didn't Tyr say before that she didn't have unique skills? When she first came to the capital and met Rosie, Tyr said in person that compared with the princess, she had many disadvantages. First, Tyr didn't have the talent of Rosie. Second, Tyr didn't have unique skills. These were all said by herself. And Xian didn't forget. However, this can't be considered a lie. Vivian said in a deep voice, as you can see, Tyr's unique skills are not something that can be used casually. Vivian said this and looked at Tyr, who was attacking AI and constantly blasting the rocks, pointing to the horn on Tyr's forehead. See that horn? That is the embodiment of Tyr's unique skills. What does this mean? Very simple. Since birth, Tyr has had that horn on his head. Because of that horn, Tyr was once regarded as a monster, even as a demon or a monster. It was not until later that the Albion family confirmed that the horn was actually the manifestation of Tyr's unique skill. The horn appeared because Tyr was activating his unique skill. This is not something incredible. In this world, some people are different from others because of their unique skills. For example, some people are born with a poisonous hand, and anyone touched by that hand will be poisoned. This is the physical characteristic brought by that person's unique skill. For another example, some people's unique skills can make people grow an extra pair of arms, have 4 hands, and can launch twice as many attacks and flexible use as ordinary people. Unique skills are the most incredible abilities in the world. Anything can happen and any effect can appear. This is the case with TL. When TL uses her unique skills, the horn will grow out and continuously absorb the magic power in the surrounding atmosphere, converting it into power for strengthening. Vivian said so. The more magic power the horn absorbs, the greater the power TL will get. According to the principle, as long as the magic power is not exhausted, the L's power will continue to increase. There will be no limit, and it will not burden the body. This is because TL absorbs magic power through the horn and converts it into power. After the conversion of the horn, the power will be completely received by her, and will not cause any problems to the body. Therefore, this unique skill is very scary. As long as there is enough magic power around, the user can continue to become stronger, without limit or pause. After knowing this, the Albion family regarded Tyr as one of the strongest people in the future who could be comparable to Her Highness Rosie Lusty, and placed high hopes on her. Vivian spoke with a gloomy look. It was not until later that people discovered that with the activation of this unique skill, although Tyr could become stronger and stronger without limit, at the same time, her spirit would become more and more violent and dangerous. And finally, she would even completely lose her rationality and become a monster that could only destroy and fight. For this reason, Tyr had killed several people before she could even walk. Even Tyr's family was seriously injured many times by it, and the Albion family almost fell into chaos. If it weren't for the fact that the Albion family was the strongest knight family, Arya had already been very strong at that time. And Tyr's grandfather was also a super strong man of level 95 at that time. Then the Albion family might have been destroyed. However, the head of the Albion family at that time, who was also Till's grandfather, was seriously injured by Till during one of his rampages. He was forced to retire, and died in less than a few years. The secret revealed by Vivian made Lumia and Melika cover their mouths. Even Xian's breath was slightly choked. There was no way. What does this mean? It means that Till had killed his grandfather with his own hands, causing his grandfather's death. From that time on, the Albion family realized the danger of Till, and no longer allowed Till to activate his unique skills. They even blocked the news from the outside world, making everyone think that Till had no unique skills, but just some talent. Vivian said so. It was also because of this that Till never said that he had a unique skill, and never used a unique skill. Once the unique skill was activated, Till was no longer Till. It is said that because of this, Till was regarded as a monster by her family. Not only did her parents never get close to her, but when she was disobedient, they thought she might go berserk again. So they often locked her up in the underground cell. Outsiders also thought that Till was not favored by the Albion family. They thought that she did not have the qualifications to become the pillar of the Albion family, and could not carry the Albion family, and become the future heir of the Albion family. Therefore, they always despised and even ignored Till. In other words, Till has been alone since she was a child, and has never been loved by anyone. This situation was not alleviated until she met Rosie, Laylee and Vivian. But later, another big thing happened to Till, which caused her to lose her mother. And she hated her father, alienated Rosie, and almost alienated Laylee and Vivian. This girl has been living in loneliness, darkness and coldness all her life. How could it be? This is too much. Lumia's eyes began to moisten, and Melika was even more excited. And she had finally understood why this girl was always so taciturn, and why she was always so independent and desperately pursuing strength. This was all because she had a past that she couldn't bear to look back on. Vivian bit her lip. Now, Tyr once again used the unique skill that was sealed by her, and fell into a violent state. It would be difficult for her to recover. Hearing this, Xian spoke. Is there no way to stop the unique skill? Xian questioned. The solution. Vivian lowered her eyes and spoke like this. There is only one solution. That is to cut off the horn. Chapter 273. It's time to go home and take a bath. Cut off that horn. Hearing Vivian's words, Lumia and Melika couldn't help but cast their eyes in the direction of Tyr. There, Tyr roared violently, and the magic power rolling around him was already dense to a terrifying scale, making the horn on his head become redder and redder. And the power became more and more terrifying. Xian could already see that AI, who had been nonchalant, gradually showed a trace of seriousness in his eyes. This means that if this continues, even AI will not be able to easily deal with Tyr's attack. In this case, he still has to deal with Tyr's violent attack while aiming at the horn and chopping it off. Xian doesn't think this is a simple thing to do. In addition, the horn has absorbed so much magic power that it is probably quite hard. If you want to chop it off, a half-hearted attack will not be able to do it. But It can only be done. Xian no longer hesitated, and rushed into the earth-shaking natural disaster battlefield like a gust of wind, rushing towards Tear. Xian! Mr. Xian! Vivian, Melika and Lumia exclaimed in succession. AI, who was fighting with Tear, had a flash of eyes, curled her lips, and spoke in a boring and intriguing voice. It seems that we have to change people next. As he said, the dragon wings behind AI fluttered slightly, and the whole person retreated like a stream of light, instantly pulling away from Tear. AOL! Tear immediately roared and prepared to catch up. However, at this time, a figure had already swept in front of her, blocking her way. Yo, are you still making trouble? Xian appeared in front of Tear and grinned at her. Stop it. It's time to go home and take a bath. Girl. When Sean's playful voice reached Till's ears, his body paused for a moment, and the red light in his eyes flickered a few times, causing the horn on his forehead to flicker like a miscellaneous shadow. But soon, Till's face was ferocious again, and he roared, rushing towards Sean with a terrifying momentum. Seeing this, evolve. Sean instantly used the extreme evolution skill, letting the magic power flow through his body, and his power suddenly expanded. What? Dang! When Till's hand hit Sean's raised sword, with a startling sound like a bell and a wave of air that shook the world, Sean was blown away without any chance to fight back. Xian only felt an unparalleled force acting on his body, which not only made his arms numb, but also made his whole body twitch as if in pain. This made Xian gasp. Damn! So strong? With such strength, how did AI easily knock it away with one hand? While Xian was thinking this, Tear's figure had already rushed in front of Xian like lightning, roaring and punching down. Seeing that fist breaking through the sky and causing terrible sonic booms, Xian didn't dare to take it hard. His resistance skills had been broken by Tear once. And now, Tear had undoubtedly become stronger than that time. If he took it hard, he would definitely be courting death. Swish! At that moment, Xian's figure suddenly disappeared, avoiding Tear's amazing fist. The next second, Xian appeared at Tear's side like a flash. In the face of Tear's unparalleled power, Xian chose to temporarily avoid the edge and deal with it with the teleport skill. Ah! Teal seemed to be able to smell Xian's breath. After roaring, he suddenly turned around and swung a scarlet claw that cut through the sky. Xian activated the teleport skill again and disappeared on the spot. Bang! Teal's claw immediately landed on the ground beside him, leaving several shocking claw marks in a roar and flying sand and rocks. And Xian appeared on the other side of Teal, raising the holy sword in his hand. Unseal, Hirisu! Facing Teal's terrifying power, Xian finally unsealed his holy sword. Clang! Accompanied by a flash of holy light, the holy sword in Xian's hand split into several pieces of blade steel, turning into heavy steel pieces, shrinking into a sword ring on the hilt. Xian unsealed the first seal of his holy sword, letting the holy light flash. A powerful force immediately flowed into Xian's body from the unsealed holy sword, causing Xian's breath to surge. What is that? Witnessing this scene, Lumia and Melika opened their eyes wide. Holy sword. Vivian's eyes flickered slightly, and her eyes were blurred. AI, who was floating in the air, also saw this scene. Is that his holy sword? AI stared at the holy sword in Xian's hand with a solemn expression. The light of the holy sword illuminated the entire canyon, covering the canyon with a layer of golden gauze. AOL! Tears seemed to feel threatened, and her roar became more fierce. The horn on her forehead also glowed red, suddenly increasing the absorption of magic power, rapidly increasing Tear's power. She knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Otherwise, Tear will become stronger and stronger, until even he can't handle her, and even AI may not be able to handle her. Therefore, I will not show mercy anymore. Tear, holding the golden holy sword, Xian cast a spell on Tear. Grant binding. Instantly, the air around Tear seemed to be heavier, suddenly sinking and pressing, squeezing Tear in midair. Ah! Tear struggled hard, causing bursts of air explosions, which looked extremely terrifying. Grant solidification. Grant imprisonment. Grant blockade. Xian cast a spell again, and cast 3 spells in one breath, giving the atmosphere around Tear 3 characteristics. These 3 characteristics are all advanced magic characteristics, and with Xian's amazing magic power, the effect is very impressive. In addition, Xian has now unlocked the Holy Sword. Although he has only unlocked 1 level, he has also gained the effect of adding 5 to all skill levels, which has rapidly increased the skill level of Magic Give. After several levels of magic, Tyr has been completely solidified in space by the atmosphere that is stirred like a whirlpool, and it is impossible for her to break free. But even so, the horn on Tyr's head is still absorbing a lot of magic power, constantly improving Tyr's strength. At this rate, in less than a minute, Tyr will definitely be able to gain the power to break free from the constraints of these levels of magic. Right? But Xian will not give her that kind of time. Okay. Wake up. Xian appeared in front of Tyr, and the holy sword in his hand fell. Clang. The golden sword light passed across Tyr's forehead, cut through her horn, and aroused a crisp sound. Snap! The red light on the horn suddenly trembled, then dimmed and made a cracking sound. After a while, the red horn fell off from Tyr's forehead. Chapter 274 will come to compete for favor. Just as the red horn fell from Tyr's head, Tyr's roar stopped abruptly. The atmosphere stopped shaking. The magic power stopped surging. The earth-shaking canyon returned to silence, with only a layer of dust still spreading. Success? AI raised her eyebrows. Did it succeed? Vivian, Lumia and Melika also raised their hearts. Xian was even more moved, stretched out his hand, and caught the horn falling from Tyr's head while staring at her closely. In this situation, the terrible momentum on Tyr's body disappeared bit by bit, and the violent power surging in her body gradually dissipated. At the same time, Tyr's level, which was about to reach the maximum level, began to slide down, and soon fell to level 60. Only then did the scarlet glow in Tyr's eyes fade away, and the whole person fell down. Xian quickly reached out and caught Tyr, who was falling towards him. The magma-like heat on the girl in his arms had faded. After realizing this, Xian breathed a sigh of relief, hugged Tyr, and fell in front of everyone. Tyr! Tyr! Lumia and Melika immediately rushed over in a panic. Vivian also came to Tyr, touched her forehead, and found that her body temperature had dropped. And then she breathed a sigh of relief. As for AI, she had already returned to Xian's side and put away a pair of dragon wings. However, at this moment, this little girl not only looked at the unconscious Tyr with interest, but also stared at the holy sword in Xian's hand, wondering what she was thinking. Well, Tyr should be fine. Sean then spoke to everyone. Since the power converted from the horn will not burden the user, then Tyr should just be unconscious now, and will wake up soon. Right? At least, Sean thought so when he heard Tyr's breathing gradually becoming stable. Is that so? Great. Lumia and Melika also breathed a sigh of relief, showing a look of joy as if they had survived a disaster. Vivian's face also reappeared with a smile. Fortunately, you are here. Otherwise, with the power of Tyr after using the horn, we would not be able to stop her. Vivian said this to Sean with some relief. If Sean had not just arrived here, Vivian could have fully anticipated what would happen next. It must be that the enraged Tyr slaughtered Giorito and the others, and then became stronger and stronger. By the time someone came to stop Tyr, he might have become stronger than anyone else. This is the terrifying part of Tyr's unique skill. As long as she is given time, Tyr will sooner or later become an invincible monster, and even the 3 goddesses and 6 demons may not be able to stop her. By then, this world may have a terrifying existence comparable to the devil, and I and others will most likely be killed by the rampaging Tyr in the end. This will definitely make Tyr miserable. When she thought of this, Vivian was terrified. So, Vivian turned to Ai. Thank you for helping us stop Tyr, Miss Ai. Vivian thanked Ai solemnly. No need to be polite. Ai didn't take it seriously, and even smiled, saying, although I didn't have much energy at the beginning, it's fortunate that I came here. Otherwise, I would have missed a lot of interesting things. As she said that, Ai looked at Tyr again. I didn't expect this girl to have such potential. The human race has been blessed since ancient times. Especially humans. Most of them are so weak. But every once in a while, there will be some geniuses and prodigies that we gods and demons can't expect. Even the heroes have always been humans. And there have never been heroes of other races. It's really incredible. Obviously, Ai has become interested in Tyr. After all, this is a being who can become stronger than herself as long as the conditions are met. If such a being can't interest Ai, there is no one in this world who can interest Ai. Of course, what interests Ai the most is Tyr's unique skill of ghost transformation. This unique skill may be unexpectedly similar to my dragonization. Therefore, Ai's interest in Tyr has become greater. However, compared to Tyr, this guy's power makes me more concerned. Ai looked at Xian meaningfully. Although the holy sword in his hand was shining brightly, He could tell that its power was still suppressed. In other words, the power that Sheen had just gained after unlocking the seal was not all of the Holy Sword. However, he could clearly feel that even so, the power exerted by Sheen's Holy Sword was not weaker than that of the former hero Mitra. In other words, this guy's potential ability is indeed above the heroes of all generations, including Mitra. Thinking of this, Yi's interest in Sheen became several times stronger. On the other hand, Lumia and Melika, who were completely relieved, finally had an idea about the Holy Sword in Sheen's hand. What about Mr. Sheen? Looking at the Holy Sword in Sheen's hand, Melika spoke cautiously and doubtfully. Could this sword in your hand be? Melika was surprised and puzzled. It seems. Lumia also whispered this. It is obvious that these two girls have recognized the Holy Sword in Sheen's hand. The appearance of the Holy Sword is too gorgeous and recognizable. It is impossible not to be recognized when being directly witnessed like this. The reason why Lumia and Melika's tone is full of doubt and uncertainty is that Sheen's Holy Sword has two other layers of seals and has not been completely unsealed. The appearance is also somewhat covered and not fully exposed. Sheen laughed dryly twice. And while resealing the Holy Sword, he coughed and spoke like this. How is it? It looks very similar. Right? This tone is just like saying that this is a counterfeit. Lumia and Melika both want to complain. Counterfeit? Where can I buy such a strong counterfeit? Can you introduce it to us sisters? As long as you can tell us. We dare to buy it in a group. Do you believe it? Of course. Lumia and Melika knew that Sheen didn't want them to pursue this matter too much. Even Vivian shook her head at the two of them, signaling them not to continue asking. In this case, Lumia and Melika stopped asking. However, the eyes of the two people looking at Sheen changed again. Especially Melika. Her eyes were full of light. That look made Sheen a little overwhelmed. If this continues, I'm afraid it won't take long before this elf girl will come to compete for favor. While Sheen complained, he tightened Tyr in his arms. Let's solve the problem of this girl first. Chapter 275. Why is it always like this? Tyra didn't lose consciousness for long. At least, when she woke up, everyone hadn't left the area yet, and she was still lying in Sheen's arms, welcoming everyone's concern. Are you okay? Tyr, do you feel uncomfortable? If you have any, please say it. Lumia and Melika were the first to notice Tyr's awakening. They were brightened at first, and then rushed to Tyr's side and started chirping. Tyra didn't react to what happened. She just looked at Lumia and Melika, who were surrounding her with concern, and then looked at Vivian, who was smiling with relief on the periphery, and then finally found Sheen, who was looking down at her. Did you sleep comfortably? Sheen hugged Tyr and said with a teasing smile, It's okay. I'll continue to lend you my arms. You can continue to sleep. It's okay. Hearing this, Teal finally came to his senses. Teal wanted to say something, but found that he couldn't say a word. When using the power of the horn, Teal, who was in a frenzy, was unconscious, and naturally, he would not remember what he did in a demonic state. However, Teal still remembered that he was forced into a desperate situation by Giolito, and decided to risk everything to awaken the forbidden power in his body. Looking at the surrounding land that was in a mess and tattered as if it had been attacked by artillery fire, as well as the shattered rocks and stone walls. How could Teal not know what happened? Did you stop me? Teal was silent for a while, and then spoke to Sheen in a rather complicated tone. You should thank me well. Sheen did not deny it, but shrugged and said, By the way, it's not just me. There is another person who fought with you. You have to thank him for showing mercy to you. This sentence made Tyr turn his head subconsciously and look at the empty space next to him. There, AI was holding a pillow and looking at Tyr. Tyr noticed AI's change at the first time. To be precise, AI's attitude towards him had changed. Before, although AI was interacting with him normally, Tyr naturally found that AI had no interest in him and others at all. Sometimes her eyes were not even focused when she looked at him and others, as if she didn't put him and others in her field of vision at all. But this time, AI's eyes were really imprinted with Tyr, and she also put her figure in her field of vision. Such AI spoke to Tyr lightly. Don't look at me. My original intention is not to help you. I just want to test your strength, so you don't need to thank me. AI said so, but it was this sentence that made TL understand a lot of things. After all, TL knew very well how terrible she would become after she fell into a frenzy. Even though TL would not have self-awareness during the frenzy, every time she woke up and saw the surrounding scenery and the attitudes of others, she would clearly understand how powerful she had become. Even the grandfather, who was once regarded as invincible, was seriously injured by her when she was a child, and finally died with serious injuries within a few years. This fact is enough to show how powerful she became after she went berserk. And Xian was fine. AI was able to block her, and looked completely unscathed. Not even a bit of dust stuck to the corner of her clothes. This posture told Teal how powerful the other party was. Xian said that she was merciful to her, and it might not be a lie. Teal didn't say anything about this. She is not Vivian. Since others said that it is not necessary, then Teal will not do anything extra. However, looking at the members of Vivian's team who seemed to be safe and sound, and then looking at Xian and Yi, Tira finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because this meant that he did not bring much consequences, and did not make any serious mistakes. Xian's timely arrival not only saved the members of Vivian's team from the fire and water, but also saved himself. Thinking of this, Tira looked at Xian again, still saying nothing, doing nothing. Only a pair of eyes seemed to be able to speak, bright and deep. Xian, who was originally looking at Tira with some teasing, hoping to make Tira relax his mood and emotions, became a little unnatural when he was looked at by the other party like this. Why is it like this? Xian was secretly distressed. The look in Melika's eyes when she looked at herself was so burning and full of attachment. Although Teal was not as explicit and obvious as Melika, the emotions revealed by her talking eyes made Xian feel itchy all over. At that moment, Xian stopped joking and said quickly, "Since everyone is fine, let's go. I'll take you back to the capital first." Hearing Xian's words, everyone nodded. They naturally wanted to go back quickly. Only by returning to the capital can they be completely out of danger. Moreover, everyone felt exhausted and felt that they could not hold on any longer. After fleeing for 3 days and 3 nights, even if the external injuries were healed by Xian's magic, the mental fatigue and lack of magic power still existed. Therefore, everyone also wanted to return to the capital, return to the Lazahad family, and have a good rest. Only Melika spoke hesitantly. "Is this okay?" Melika said with some worry and uncertainty. "Something seems to have happened here, and it has become very wrong. Will there be any problems if we leave like this?" It seems that Melika is still very concerned about the ceremony in the canyon. Even if she doesn't know what happened specifically, she will still feel worried when she feels the unnatural magic in the canyon. This made IE look at Melika. It feels quite sharp. It seems that this girl also has some potential talents in magic. IE thought so. In addition, Vivian herself is also very special. This team of adventurers, which does not look very powerful, unexpectedly gathers a group of geniuses that cannot be underestimated. The only exception is, IE glanced at Lumia, who was timid next to him, and soon lost interest and retracted his gaze. Among all the people present, only this orc girl is the most mediocre and ordinary. IE has already experienced this. Unfortunately, he seemed to have no self-awareness, and just stood aside timidly. Xian didn't want to involve the people in Vivian's team in this matter. So he said so. "Things here can be dealt with later. You can go back to the capital first. Anyway, Jacinta has already tracked down the traces of the demon larvae, and the ritual will probably be broken soon. The rest are just some jumping clowns, and it's okay to deal with them slowly." AI seemed to think so too, and did not object to it. The girls looked at each other, and finally nodded and agreed. In this way, the group began to go to the periphery of the canyon, ready to leave this place. They didn't know that a huge black shadow was flying in this direction at a distance from them. Chapter 276. What kind of bath is there in the wilderness? It is said that we will send everyone in Vivian's team back to the capital. But this thing is definitely impossible to do in a short time. The reason is that it takes a lot of time. The Atla Canyon is already very large. If an ordinary adventurer team wants to go from the periphery to the depths, even if they do not count the force majeure factors caused by monster attacks on the way, it will take several days just to rush. The reason why Xian and IE were able to arrive so quickly is that they both flew, and their speed is far beyond that of ordinary people. In addition, Xian and IE set out in the evening and entered the canyon to find everyone in Vivian's team. They also encountered many things. It was already late at night after dawn. Under such circumstances, everyone in Vivian's team was so tired and could not rush quickly. Naturally, the group could not leave as soon as possible and return to the capital. Seeing that the girls were getting more and more tired, Xian finally made a decision. "Let's camp." That's what happened. So, Xian found a canyon flatland with a water source and prepared to let Vivian's team spend the night there. Of course, in order to let everyone spend the night safely, Xian did a lot of work. For example, using the magic of granting to set up a barrier around the area. Grant concealment. Grant expel. Grant alarm. Grant isolation. These 4 grants are very useful characteristics when camping. Concealment is to grant the flatland around the camp, making it seem as if it has disappeared. If you look from the outside, you can only see a dead end. Expel is to grant the surrounding rocks, so that they emit a faint magical fluctuation, unconsciously interfering with the minds of others, so that others will not approach this area subconsciously. The alarm is given to the surrounding vegetation. Once someone crosses this area and touches these vegetation, all the flowers, plants and trees will make a sound together to tell Sheen and others. As for isolation, Sheen directly drew a circle around the camp and gave it this feature. In this way, the breath, magic, sound, and even body odor of the people in the camp will be separated and will not be discovered by the outside. After doing all this camp can be considered to be able to make people rest at ease. Vivian and her group were completely relieved. And they didn't pick and choose. They just laid down on the spot and fell asleep with tired faces. Although there are many problems with letting these delicate beauties sleep directly on the ground like this, it is indeed not the time to be picky. Some rest is good enough. Vivian and others are also adventurers. They have camped outside a lot. Sometimes the conditions are worse than here. Naturally, they have long been accustomed to it. Of course, Sheen still used magic to give the surrounding air constant temperature characteristics, and isolated the cold wind at night, trying to create a more comfortable resting environment for the girls. You are really good to them. AIE witnessed all this with her own eyes, and said something a little weird. Aren't they all your spouses? Sheen rolled his eyes immediately, and didn't bother to pay attention to this spoiled little girl. She is indeed very spoiled. At least, seeing that everyone directly used a piece of flat land as a camp and rested on the spot. AIE frowned cutely and finally decided, I will find a cave nearby. After leaving such a word, AIE left without a trace of nostalgia. Sheen also ignored her. Anyway, no matter what, this little girl is unlikely to get into trouble. So, Sheen just let her run around. As for Sheen himself, it's really comfortable. In a nearby water source. That is, a pool. Sheen soaked in it comfortably. Yes, he was taking a bath. It was a real pleasure to take a bath in the wild. While narrowing his eyes, Sheen gave the water in the pool the property of heating. It must be said that the magic of giving is really very useful, and its versatility is so high that it is completely incomparable to other magic systems. Not to mention that this magic itself has a variety of properties that can be used to give. Even the same property can play completely different roles depending on the different objects given and the degree of magic power injected. For example, if the property of heating is given to a stone, then the stone will probably immediately become a hot block. If enough magic power is injected, it is normal for it to directly turn into magma. And if the property of heating is given to water, then it can naturally boil the water and turn it into hot water. However, you have to pay attention to the amount of magic power injected. Otherwise, if the temperature is too high, not only will you not be able to enjoy the fun of bathing, but the water may even evaporate directly into steam. Celestial magic is mainly outstanding in power, while granting magic is more widely used. During this trip to the Atla Canyon, Sheen tried the effects of these two magics as much as possible, and was quite satisfied in the end. It seems that my original choice was right. Sheen was glad that he chose the two magic systems of celestial magic and granting magic. After learning these two magics, Sheen only felt that they were infinitely useful and never regretted it. Of course, it would be even better if he could learn space magic and biological creation magic. Sheen muttered unsatisfiedly. That being said, if space magic and biological creation magic were really placed in front of Sheen, Sheen felt that he had no energy to learn them. Just memorizing the magic spells of celestial magic and granting magic has made Sheen doubt his life. If Sheen continues to memorize them, his brain will probably be ruined. Okay, I'm going to be frank. I'm not a top student at all. I'm just a poor student. Studying is nothing but a passing cloud. If I were really a top student, why would I be a hero? I could just find a corner to study the mysteries of the world and become a great magician. Wouldn't that be great? Well, it's really not great. Thinking of the horror of the great magician, Sheen shrank his neck. I've been reincarnated into another world. So why would I be a magician? Of course, I'd start with a harem. Sheen habitually brainstormed and soaked himself in the water comfortably, until a clear sound of water sounded. Sheen was silent. He didn't open his eyes, because he knew very well what was going on. Was magic perception fake? How could he not notice someone approaching? Rather, he was looking forward to this kind of thing. Otherwise, why would you take a bath in the wilderness? But, even if I am looking forward to this kind of thing, it is just an expectation. If possible, I still hope you can take a good rest and don't tire yourself out. Xian smiled bitterly and opened his eyes. The next second, Xian saw the familiar figure. Who else could it be except Tyr? I saw Tyr soaking in the pool in a newborn posture, appearing opposite Xian. That naked body is still so petite, but so attractive. Of course, the mask that ruins the view is still worn by Tyr. Tyr just soaked quietly. It was not until a while later that she slowly spoke. Let me tell you a story. Tyr said so. Chapter 277 The Story of TL Elbian. The story that TL wants to tell is not that complicated, and it can even be considered a cliché to some extent, because it is a story about a girl who has been rejected by people around her since she was born, and who tries hard to gain recognition from others. In the story, the girl has been regarded as a monster by people around her since she was a child. So it can be said that she has suffered all the ups and downs in the world. People around her are afraid of her. One of her parents is away from home all year round, and the other has never looked at her as a biological daughter, but as if she were looking at an unexpected product that should not have appeared. Because of this, there has never been anyone around the girl who can confide in her. And there is only loneliness, emptiness, loneliness and darkness. Of course, no one around dares to abuse her. It is precisely because the girl is regarded as a monster that people around her are unwilling to approach her, let alone take the initiative to anger her, which is something only a fool would do. Therefore, the girl has always been alone and is not allowed to go out. She is either locked in the room or locked in the basement. The only place she is allowed to go is the arena for training. Apart from that, she cannot go anywhere else. Because of this, the girl has been training herself hard since she was a child. She even made a perfect and complete training plan for herself, learned a perfect combination of skills, and worked hard to improve her level. The girl naively believed that as long as she was strong enough, sooner or later, she would be able to control the ghost in her body and get the recognition of her family. In fact, because of the girl's efforts, her talent was seen by others. Moreover, some people in the family also believe that the girl's future should not be limited. Even if the ghost in the girl's body is very scary, scary things also have value and other uses. Under such voices, the girl gradually gained some freedom. The girl's father, who was away from home all year round, took her with him during that time. This is to ensure that there is someone who can stop the girl if she goes berserk. Her father is the most talented person in the family, and his talent is even considered destined to surpass his father, the girl's grandfather, and inherit the family. Naturally, when no one has the confidence to stop the girl from going berserk, only the girl's father can stand up. Therefore, the girl's father took her with him during that time, wandering between the family, the palace and the knights. Under such circumstances, the girl finally met some people who dared to approach her. Some of them are princesses of the kingdom, who are considered to be the reincarnation of the brave, the strongest people of the human race in the future who are invincible. Some of them are descendants of great nobles. Although they are not outstanding in terms of strength, they have very calm minds. The other one was a little mysterious. Not many people knew her origin, but she always had a gentle smile. Even when the girl told her that she was a monster that people feared, she never alienated the girl. So, the girl had friends and finally had a place like a human. However, the good times did not last long. The situation that the girl had finally improved began to deteriorate again. At first, it was the death of her grandfather, because of the hidden injuries left by the girl's rampage. This person, who was once regarded as the pillar of the family, finally passed away. As the culprit, the girl was once again regarded as the embodiment of disaster and a violent monster. The tribe members once again claimed how dangerous she was, and that she should be locked up in the basement and not let her go out. But this time, they did not succeed. After all, the girl was no longer alone. She was surrounded by the princess of the kingdom and the descendants of the great nobles. They intervened with their own rights and did not let the tribe members interfere with her freedom. In view of this, the girl escaped by luck. However, what happened afterwards completely dragged the girl into H.L. That was 10 years ago. At that time, the capital city encountered a major event. The killer faction of the old demon clan broke into the capital city and started a massacre in the capital city. Originally, this was something that could not happen. There is a very high-level barrier around the capital city. It is impossible for the demon clan to attack the capital city silently, even if the other side seems to have a very advanced space magician who can break through the barrier. It is also impossible for the other side to bring so many people through the barrier silently. At most, the other side will let himself enter the capital city, or simply destroy the barrier around the capital city. But once the barrier is destroyed, the palace will definitely find out. If they attack head-on, with the strength of the Kingdom Knights and the Guards Knights, even if the opponent is the old demon clan of thousands of people, they will still be conquered. However, things are gradually developing in the worst direction. Thousands of old demon clan assassins finally sneaked into the capital silently. The reason is simple. They have an insider. Someone in the capital met them. And this person has a special status in the capital. That person is the girl's mother. What did you say? Hearing what Tyr said, Xian was stunned. In response, Tyr was indifferent. You heard it right. Tyr said lightly, it was this mother who met those people from the killer faction. Why? Xian still didn't believe it. Is she a spy of the demon clan? Of course not. While denying, Tyr said calmly, you are clear about the status of the Elbian family. And the identity of the wife of the next head of this family must not be simple. Under normal circumstances, how could she be a spy of the demon clan? Since the status is high enough, there is no reason to be a dog for the old demons. Right? Unless you are threatened, or there are other benefits to be gained. The mother mentioned by Tyr was for the latter. Do you know why the mother never looked at her daughter as if she were her own daughter, but instead looked at an unexpected product that should not have appeared? Tyr said self-deprecatingly, because the mother was not willing to marry at all. But the nobles of the neighboring country married her in order to plant a pawn in the kingdom. Neighboring country? Xian was stunned. That's right. Tyr said coldly. She is the daughter of a noble from the Ragna Empire in the north. The Ragna Empire is a neighboring country bordering the territory of the Mitrak Kingdom. In the past, the two countries had fought and fought. Although, in the end, the two countries signed a non-aggression treaty and stopped fighting each other. As the saying goes, war has never disappeared. It just didn't surface. There are still some people in that country who are eyeing the kingdom. So they married the daughter of their own nobles to the kingdom, claiming that it was a marriage alliance. But in fact, they made the other party a spy to collect intelligence and secrets of the kingdom and wait for an opportunity to act. In other words, this mother never cared about her own family, but about the neighboring country of Ragna Empire, which was her hometown. For such a girl, the existence of the girl was just a sacrifice made to complete the mission. And she was not a family member who should be entrusted with feelings. Not to mention, this daughter has the blood of the enemy nobles, and the mother is even less likely to recognize her. In this way, the mother, who was a spy from a neighboring country, received an order from the empire to secretly put the killer faction into the royal capital in order to create chaos in the royal capital and weaken the strength of the enemy country. And this matter was finally discovered by the girl's father. As a result, the father chose to kill his own relatives for the sake of justice, and personally chopped off the mother's head in front of the girl. The girl was regarded as a criminal, and was hated by other nobles. She was completely rejected by her clan members, and eventually left the family. This is the story of the girl TL Elbian. Chapter 278 True Power. Xian fell silent, because he didn't want his eyes, expression, or tone to show a trace of sympathy. It's not because Xian has no sympathy, but he thinks that his sympathy will not make Tyr happy, but will be an insult to Tyr. This is the fact. I don't have too many thoughts about my mother's murder, Tyr said to Xian in a calm tone that was not human. In terms of objective facts, she was not good to me, and my relationship with her was not much better. In addition, she was a spy from a neighboring country, betrayed the kingdom, and caused huge damage to the capital. It's good that I don't hate her, let alone being angry about her murder. This is very realistic and objective. The only thing I can do for that person is to repay her kindness for letting me be born in this world, Tyr said indifferently. So, at that time, I asked someone to do something for me for the first time. What to do? It's nothing big, just building a tomb for my mother. If it weren't for Tyr's request, as a sinner, how could Tyr's mother have a tomb? And the only person who can help Tyr realize this request is naturally one of the two people, Rosie or Layli. This made Xian recall what he saw Tyr in the cemetery before. At that time, Tyr would cry at her mother's tomb. I guess she was not sad about her mother's death. Right? The reason why she cried and built the tomb was just to commemorate her past. It is precisely because of this that she does not need sympathy. But at the same time, Xian really felt that Thier had been treated too unfairly. Just because of a unique skill, she was rejected by her family and feared by her tribe. She had no freedom since she was a child, and no childhood happiness. Just because of the adults' arbitrary decisions and values. Her fate was controlled, and she was forced to live a lonely and miserable life. In the end, because of the problems between her father and mother, the game between countries, and the struggle between races, she became a victim of unreasonable accusations. Those so-called nobles, when their mother, the culprit, was sentenced, in the torture of being unable to avenge, actually transferred all their hatred to Thier, forcing her to take revenge on all the victims. It was really unreasonable. But there was no way. Who made Thier the only one who had a blood relationship with this sinner? Those whose families were killed by the old demon clan because of Thier's mother. Who else could they hate after not hating Thier? The sinner? Therefore, Thiel left that home. But on the day he left, Thiel also achieved his goal. That was to defeat his father, Aradia Elbian. It was not to avenge his mother, nor to avenge himself, but simply because he disliked that cold man. If my mother looked at me as if she was looking at a dirty thing, then that man had never looked at me straight in the eye. When I was feared by my family and tribe, he just looked at me indifferently, regardless of anything, and never expressed any opinions. When I gained some freedom and was brought by him, he just looked at me indifferently, without warning me or paying too much attention to me, as if he was just carrying out a mission, without any emotion at all. He was an emotionless weapon, a prop used to maintain the family's honor. The only meaning of his existence seemed to be to protect the royal family and the country. It was a compliment to say that he was cold and ruthless. When he discovered his mother's crime, he did not show too much emotion or feeling. He just stood in front of me, without saying a word, and even without saying a word to his mother, and suddenly drew his sword and chopped off his mother's head, as if he was mechanically and numbly performing his duties and tasks. At this point, some emotion appeared in Thier's tone. I can't see through that person's heart at all, let alone his thoughts. But because of this, I have to say that I have some resentment towards him. It's not because of his indifference, but because he is more like a monster than me. Yes, a monster. In Thier's eyes, Aridia is a ruthless monster, powerful and numb. But such a monster was respected by everyone around him, received all the praise, and finally stood at the top of the night. Thier couldn't understand, let alone let it go. What is the difference between him and me? Strength? Or spirit and heart? Thier had been thinking about this. So, Thier set a goal. That is to defeat that man, surpass him, and smash all his pride and dignity. Thier said coldly. Otherwise, I can't see his true self, his heart. He is a person who uses strength as a barrier and packages himself impeccably. In this case, if I want to see his true side, I can only defeat him and end his strength and perfection. And, if one day, I can even defeat that man, then maybe I can get real freedom and real strength, Thiel whispered. By then, perhaps, Thiel would no longer need to fear the demon in his body. This is Thiel's real purpose. For this reason, Thiel has been working hard until now. She had listened to all this without making any comments. It's not because he has no position, but because he doesn't dare to say that he understands Thiel's thoughts. After all, judging from Xian's own situation, his strength came inexplicably. Is Xian strong? Of course he is strong. Even if the opponent is that Aradia, who fully opens the seal of the holy sword, Xian has the confidence to win the battle. But Xian's strength came very easily, and it can even be said that he has it without much effort. Such a person is the one who is truly blessed by nature, and he has no right to say anything about the idea of Xier, who pursues strength. What others strive for, I get easily or even effortlessly. So why should I talk about it? So, Xian was very entangled and didn't know what to say. Thier seemed to see this. Don't worry. I'm not blaming you. Nor am I complaining about the unfairness of fate. I just think that if I don't tell you clearly about these things, you may misunderstand. Thier looked at Xian and spoke softly. Moreover, you are different from that person. Although you are equally powerful, I feel at ease around you. Presumably, after Xian stopped her rampage, Thier really felt a lot more relaxed. Right? This means that there will finally be someone around her who can stop her from making mistakes. Besides, I have a feeling that you will be the key to my breaking through the current predicament and seeing a new path. Thier looked directly at Xian and said so. So, I want to bet everything on you. Chapter 279, The Blessing of the God of Destiny. Tyr's words made Xian smile bitterly. Are you betting everything on me? To be honest, Xian was not happy about it. After all, as I said before, Xian was actually quite objective in a certain way, which was why he had such a strong ability to accept things. And from the objective facts, Tyr's decision was really a bit reckless. Why? It's very simple. We have known each other for only about 2 months. Right? Xian pointed this out. You have only known me for less than 2 months. But you bet your entire 16 years of life on me. Don't you think it's too hasty? That's it. Xian still has a good impression of Tyr. Although this girl is taciturn and a little cold, she is also a person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Otherwise, why would this girl take good care of Lumia and Melika in Vivian's team? Otherwise, why would she take the initiative to teach Xian skills and cover up and help Xian's identity when Xian just joined the team? In addition to the breakthrough progress after arriving in the capital, the two of them are almost honest with each other every day. Under such circumstances, unless Xian is not a human, how could he not like such a cute and pitiful girl? But it is precisely because he likes her very much that Xian has to make some things clear. Are you sure you are not a broken jar? Maybe you are just blindly grasping the last straw? Xian asked directly. Have you ever thought that you didn't decide to gamble on me after full consideration and measurement, but only made a random bet after knowing that I was a hero? Xian had to think so, and had to remind Tyr so. He could understand Tyr's persistence, her efforts and her desire to prove herself. But if this led Tyr to blindly choose Xian, a brave warrior, to entrust everything to her, would this be a good thing? Obviously not. Moreover, Tyr's statement also gave people a sense of unreliability. What do you mean by I have a feeling? To put it bluntly, isn't that just feeling good about yourself? Because you feel that this will work, you gamble everything away. This is really absurd. In view of this, Xian had to say, you can't do this. You will hurt yourself. Xian gave advice to deny Tyr's decision without any hesitation. Tyr didn't seem to expect Xian to say this, and she was stunned and fell silent. Looking at Tyr like this, Xian still felt a little reluctant. However, if it is really for Tyr's good, these words must be said. You should think about it carefully. Xian was about to say so. However, before Xian finished speaking, Tyr's action interrupted him. Splash! I saw that Tyr suddenly stood up from the water, stirring up a wave of water and water flow. The pool water flowed down from Tyr's delicate body, forming a very tempting scene. That scene made Xian swallow the rest of the words. There is no way. It is really this tempting scene. No matter how many times Xian looks at it, it will make Xian's heart beat faster. Xian even wanted to shout. Is this a ghost? This is clearly a fairy. While Xian was wavering, Teal approached him, came in front of him, and sat on him before Xian could react. Wait. What are you doing? Xian's voice changed. Skin-to-skin contact over a large area is extremely dangerous. Not to mention TL actually sat on him, which was simply life-threatening. You know, Xian is a very normal man. What would a normal man do when he takes a bath with a beautiful girl and is honest with her? At least, Xian knows his reaction clearly. My black flame dragon is always in an awakened state. Xian wanted to shout, but TL sat on him like this, and stretched out her hand without changing her expression and hugged his neck. The next second, her soft lips came up. Xian opened his eyes wide and was stunned. When he felt the touch of Tyr's lips, there was only one thought left in Xian's mind. I was kissed again. While Xian was thinking this, suddenly, a message came into his mind. Blessing of the God of Destiny. Belonging to Tyr Elbian. Special skills. Get the protection of destiny. When the destiny that is closely related to oneself appears, you will get the revelation of destiny. When the destiny that is consistent with one's own wishes appears, you will get the guidance of destiny. When such a message was clearly received by Xian's brain, Xian was shocked and looked at the girl in his arms in astonishment. The girl in his arms also let go of her lips that were pressed against him at the right time and looked at him steadily. Then, the girl spoke quietly. Neither the people of the Elbian family nor the princess knew that I had actually received the blessing of the goddess of destiny. One of the 3 goddesses. However, unlike Rosie, who alarmed the god realm and thus attracted the active blessing of the goddess of destiny, Teal met the goddess of destiny when she was taken to the temple to receive the blessing of the gods. When receiving blessings in the temple, no outsiders are allowed to be present. In addition, there is no means to detect the level of blessing, so Teal chose to conceal this matter from anyone. If the news that I received the blessing of the three goddesses spread, the outside world will definitely focus more attention on me, and even investigate me. Then the fact that I am a ghost may be dug out, Teal said lightly. So, I didn't tell anyone about this, including Vivian. In other words, she is now the only one who knows about this. And he also understands what Teal wants to say. I am neither a broken jar nor a blind grasping at the last straw. But after I really started to contact you, I got the revelation of fate and felt the possibilities you can bring to me. Thierry stared at Sheen and made such a declaration in a strong voice. You are the one who is worth my risking everything. There is no doubt about that. As he said that, Thierry stretched out his hand and took off the half mask he had been wearing on his face without hesitation. The next moment, a delicate face that looked like a work of art appeared in front of Sheen. That pretty face had a little childishness and a hint of coldness. However, Sheen was actually a little intoxicated by it, just because this face was too beautiful. Sheen had reason to believe that in a few years, when the childishness on this face faded, it would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the unparalleled princess. I have been wearing this mask since I was 4 years old. Thierry opened her red lips and spoke like this. So, you are also the first person to see my true appearance. This sentence has been lingering in Sheen's ears for a long time. It did not dissipate. Chapter 280, I have to find a way to marry this woman. Sean could not remember what happened afterwards. He only remembered that he was completely in a daze. His brain turned into paste, and he was forced to stuff all kinds of thoughts into it. In the end, all of them were fixed on Thier's face, which was enough to bring disaster to the country and the people. He did not come back to his senses for a long time. Although, after meeting Nian and Luoshi, Sean should not lose his composure because of a girl's appearance. But this time, the situation is completely different. After all, Thier came up. No, it seems that Nian also came up before. As for Luoshi, although she has not come up, she has also wrestled and fought with Sean a lot. Right? Thinking about it this way, did I miss a lot of opportunities? Sean suddenly woke up. But, even if he woke up, Sean still couldn't calm down. Again, the situation this time is completely different. Not only did Ter come up, but he also came up to her completely naked. In this case, Ter suddenly took off his mask and showed his mysterious appearance to Sheen. With that face so overly long. How lethal is it? Does it need to be explained? Especially the words Ter threw out. You are the first person to see my true appearance. This lethality is directly off the charts. This caused Sheen to become confused. Came out of the water in a daze, and returned to the camp in a daze. Ter has also put on his mask again, put on his clothes, and lay back beside Vivian and others, falling asleep, as if nothing had happened. However, when Sheen was in the water, when he was in a daze and couldn't extricate himself, it was this girl who seemed to have nothing happened who washed his body, took him out of the water, and helped him put his clothes back on one by one. After bringing Sheen back to the camp, Tyr said this. You don't need to feel pressured or burdened. This is just my expectation and decision. There is no reason for you to be forced to bear it. I just need you to leave a place for me by your side and let me stay there. Let the rest take its course. After leaving these words, Tyr went back to lie down. Sheen stared at Tyr in a daze. Then, in his muddled head, there was only one thought left. I have to find a way to marry this woman home. If I don't marry her, I will definitely be punished by God. Therefore, Sheen made up his mind that anyone who dared to stop him would become the dead soul under the sword of his holy sword. Even if Tyr's awesome father came and wanted to stop him, he would be chopped down. Don't say that Sean is overbearing. And don't say that this is against Tyr's will. You know, at the beginning, when the two of them met each other frankly, Tyr said so. If one day, I show you my true appearance, that's probably the time for me to swear allegiance to you. By then, everything I have will belong to you. And today, Tyr took off the mask. In this case, how could other monsters and demons oppose it? Refining? Ahem. That's not right. Marry. This must be married. Sean sat alone on a rock, looking at Tyr who was sleeping quietly beside Vivian and others, and was determined in his heart. At this moment, Sean's heart moved, and he finally came back to his senses. In his perception, an extremely powerful magic was approaching this side quickly. Monster? Sean identified the other party's identity from the magic. However, if the opponent is a monster, it would be a bit strange. Why is the magic so chaotic? The opponent's magic is extremely chaotic, as if it is being eaten away by something, which is very wrong. Moreover, if it is a monster, why is enemy sense completely unresponsive? Enemy sense is a skill used to sense hostility, and the effect on monsters is particularly obvious, because all monsters are hostile to humans. Once they see humans, they will basically attack and attack without distinction, resulting in their hostility always existing, and it has always been so direct and obvious, allowing enemy sense to clearly peek at the existence of the opponent. But this monster approaching at a very fast speed did not cause Sheen's enemy sense skill to react, which is no wonder Sheen felt a little strange. Besides, the magic ritual in the canyon is still there, and there are still monsters that can be safe and sound like this, and have not become a refined demon, which is a bit worrying. Of course, what is more worrying is that the power of this magic is so strong that it has far exceeded all the monsters Sheen has seen so far. As far as Sean knows, there is only one such powerful monster in the entire Adla Canyon. Could it be that? Sean narrowed his eyes and glanced in the direction of Tyr and others, looking at their peaceful sleeping appearance. Sean thought about it and decided not to disturb them. Let them have a good rest. As for the powerful monster approaching at a very fast speed, I am enough alone. After speaking, Sean suddenly flashed and disappeared. Only a group of girls were left, still sleeping. At the same time, in the sky above the canyon, the huge figure was still flying at a very fast speed. That scene did not look like flying with all its heart, but rather like venting some pain, so it accelerated desperately, roaring while flying. Roar! At a certain moment, the black shadow seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly raised its head, looked forward, and let out a roar. Swish! Almost at the same time, a figure appeared in front of the black shadow, blocking its path. Evolve! As soon as it appeared, Sheen activated Extreme Evolution without hesitation. Give hardening. At the same time, Sheen also stretched out a hand, gave it the characteristics of hardening, and made it flash with waves of magic light. Immediately, Sheen hit the black shadow that was flying at high speed with his hardened fist. Bang! A thunderous collision sound suddenly appeared in the air, accompanied by a gust of wind and impact. Roar! The huge black shadow howled in pain, then fell from the sky, hitting the ground heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust and causing the earth to tremble violently. Sheen actually smashed the huge monster down from midair. Then, Sheen looked down at the ground, looking at the place filled with sand and dust. After a while, Sheen saw the whole appearance of the monster. Huh? The next second, Sheen was stunned.